Chapter 1. You can't kill me. You're just a mistress child. In the year 2845, for years after the apocalypse began, at the fire base, a frail girl dangled helplessly in midair, her feet perilously close to a horde of gruesome zombies. Their gnarled hands reaching out for her bare ankles. Had it not been for the faint rise and fall of her chest, one might have mistaken her for a corpse. Lu Fei opened her eyes, and, upon seeing the zombies below, a slow smile crept across her lips. Indeed, in moments of utter despair, one often finds a smile. Heaven had not been entirely unkind to her. Just moments ago, she had been brutally murdered for exposing a nefarious corporation, and now, against all odds, she found herself reborn only to be faced with an apocalyptic nightmare from the very start. If only she could die directly, but alas, a few fools nearby were babbling incessantly, aggravating her already frayed nerves. Lu Fei, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over the jade pendant to Xue Xue, or you can forget about coming down from that wall. Lu Fei, you and Xue Xue are sisters. She simply wants to play with your jade pendant for a few days. How can you be so willfully selfish? Don't be sad, Xue Xue, we will get you whatever you desire. If Lu Fei dares to refuse, let her dangle there and reflect on her actions. Why waste words on her? I say we throw her into the zombie horde to let her truly understand how benevolent we have been to her. The voices continued to drone on, and the one closest to Lu Fei ignited a flame from his fingertips, aiming to burn the rope suspending her. Feeling an intense heat on her back, Lu Fei turned, locking eyes with the group. In an explosive moment, a torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded her mind, and a sharp pain surged through her heart. Resentment, heartache, agony, and unwillingness intertwined, and as Lu Fei absorbed these emotions, she finally realized that she had transmigrated into a book. It was a melodramatic story she had read not long ago, titled Survival in the Apocalypse. I am pampered by the big shots. In the narrative, there was a cannon fodder character who died right at the beginning, and her name was also Lu Fei. Lu Fei was the half-sister of the protagonist, Lu Xue. Lu Xue, the illegitimate daughter, was even a year older than Lu Fei and had entered the family alongside the mistress when the apocalypse struck. Not only did she usurp Lu Fei's paternal affection and fiancé, but even Lu Fei's 5 biological brothers doted on Lu Xue excessively. As the Lu family members gradually awakened their abilities, Lu Fei remained stagnant, becoming the scapegoat, often used as bait during missions. She undertook the most perilous tasks while receiving the least resources. In contrast, Lu Xue, with her sweet tongue and ability to feign vulnerability, merely waited for abundant supplies to be delivered to her at the base. Recently, Lu Fei had saved an elderly woman on the road and, in gratitude, gifted her a beautiful jade pendant, which Lu Xue happened to witness. After seizing the pendant, Lu Xue awakened her water abilities the following day, becoming the center of attention, mingling with powerful figures across various bases. Meanwhile, Lu Fei tragically perished while on a mission with her, pushed forward by her brothers to serve as a shield against zombies. Now, she found herself in the scene where she was being coerced into surrendering the pendant. Gazing at the 3 brothers on the wall, who regarded her with contempt, Lu Fei felt a deep sense of injustice. In the novel, the original character was morally coerced by them, and out of fear of being thrown into the zombie horde, she ultimately cried and relinquished the pendant. Consequently, she was subjected to a severe beating and locked away for 3 days, almost starving to death. How unfortunate that she had to inhabit this character's life. Lu Fei looked mournfully at her 3 brothers, whose appearances were of prodigious talent, yet their actions were beneath contempt. Here I am, your true sister, and yet you protect the daughter of the mistress. You truly make me feel disgusted. The disdain in her voice darkened Lu Jiamyu's expression. Initially intending to intimidate her, he now genuinely contemplated throwing her into the horde. Fei, I know you despise me, but you cannot speak of 2nd brother, 3rd brother, and 5th brother in such a manner. They only wish to protect you from making foolish decisions. Your stubbornness is well known. While your brothers are here to shield you, what will happen if you find yourself alone in the future? They do this for your own good. Moreover, I do not desire the pendant for myself. I merely thought it would be a fitting gift for father's upcoming birthday, as it could bring him peace. Lu Xue interjected, her voice tinged with feigned innocence, her lovely features and graceful form evoking a protective instinct in those around her. Lu Fei inwardly scoffed. Lu Xue's words were cloaked in pretense, ultimately revealing her true desire to claim the pendant for herself. The sycophants of the Lu family failed to see through her charming facade, each of them foolishly aiding her cause. If you want the pendant, dream on, I'll never give it to you, even if it costs me my life. Lu Fei, already aggrieved from her earlier demise, found herself further frustrated by the foolishness surrounding her. Rather than suffer the indignity of following the plot, she would prefer to die again and restart her life. Her resolute stance left the Lu brothers momentarily stunned. Typically, at this juncture, she would be crying and begging for mercy, obediently handing over the pendant. Seeing Lu Fei's unyielding demeanor, Lu Shui's eyes flickered with malice. Thought if that were the case, it would be better to eliminate her, let her be torn apart by the zombies. This would provide the perfect excuse to retrieve the pendant while claiming to collect her remains. With this thought, Lu Shui raised her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling a wrong little rabbit. Fifth brother, perhaps we should let it go. I can find something else for father. Let's not let this incident create misunderstandings between you and Fei Fei. As Fei Fei said, I am the child of the mistress and do not deserve such protection from you. Lu Shui's lips curled into a bitter smile, her feigned strength only further piercing the hearts of the Lu brothers. Lu Jiamu, while comforting Lu Shui, turned to Lu Fei and shouted angrily, Lu Fei, hand over the pendant now, or I will genuinely throw you down and ensure you have no place to rest. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui continued her charade of obstruction. Fifth brother, please reconsider. Fei Fei has been stubborn for a long time. We are family. It is nothing to indulge her a little. If we coddle her now, who will protect her later? She is family, yet she remains so selfish. What use is she to me? I, Lu Jiamu, only need one sister. With his words, Lu Shui revealed a look of gratitude, her tears cascading down like pearls, falling into the hearts of the three Lu brothers. Seeing her in such distress only deepened Lu Fei's sense of injustice. In a fit of anger, Lu Jiamu intensified the flames, ruthlessly burning the rope, not forgetting to deliver one last ultimatum to Lu Fei. This is your final chance, hand over the pendant. I refuse. Lu Fei unhesitatingly rejected him, even gifting him an exaggerated eye roll, which only stoked Lu Jiamu's fury further. Lu Fei, I see you truly wish for death. Come then, kill me if you can. You're just a mistress child. Her words were a clear insult aimed at the four on the wall, and Lu Jiamu could even hear the soft, heart-wrenching sobs of Lu Shui in his ears. His remaining rationality shattered. The flames at his fingertips spiraled out of control, severing the rope entirely, sending her frail form plummeting into the zombie horde. In that final moment, Lu Fei freed her hands from the rope and defiantly raised her middle finger towards the panicked faces on the wall. Lu Jiamu, Lu Shui, may your ancestors be cursed for 8 generations. Chapter 2, Awakening Abilities. Binding the system. Unaware of Lu Jiamu calling her name from the walls, Lu Fei plummeted directly into the horde of zombies. Her fall created a pit in the mass of undead. Instinct for survival propelled Lu Fei to rise swiftly. Lacking any supernatural abilities, she was frail from her family's mistreatment. Her body little more than skin and bones, rendering her incapable of confronting the zombies. As the zombies drew nearer, Lu Fei grasped the jade pendant from her arms and held it aloft. Under the sunlight, the pendant radiated a shimmering white light, captivating the onlookers on the wall and igniting a glint of greed in Lu Shui's eyes. Her intuition told her that the pendant was a valuable treasure that must be obtained, even if it meant ripping it from a zombie's corpse later. What on earth is Lu Fei doing? While she plotted how to manipulate the Lu brothers into slaying the zombies, a gasp from nearby cut her thoughts short. Looking up, Lu Fei shockingly stuffed the pendant into her mouth. I'd rather swallow it and let it turn into waste than give it to you, you fool. After her outburst, she burst into laughter. Being killed by zombies? As if no one has ever died before. Ugh, it's just another cycle after 18 years. From extreme fear arose an equal measure of anger and exhilaration, causing Lu Fei to overlook the fact that the pendant was dissolving in her mouth, absorbed without hindrance. Suddenly, a surge coursed through her body, a sensation both painful and tingling, making her feel as if she would collapse, her frail form appearing even more vulnerable among the zombies. Second brother, third brother, fifth brother, please save Fei Fei. She was just angry when she said those things. I truly don't mind. Lu Shui's heart burned with resentment, yet she feigned deep concern, tears streaming down her face as she clutched Lu Jiamu, pleading for them to rescue her. If only Lu Fei possessed even half your sense, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Why save her? Look at her. She has fallen without remorse. Let her die. Though Lu Jiamu voiced such sentiments, his fists were clenched tight, his gaze fixed on the horde of zombies, fearing for the fragile figure that might be torn apart. Lu Shui shook her head vigorously, dragging him and the other 2 brothers toward the city gate. We're family, even if Fei Fei hates me. I don't want her to come to harm. She has no powers. Those zombies will devour her. I don't want her to die without a trace. Hurry. Bring her back. We can retrieve the pendant from her. Covering her face to hide her sinister expression, Lu Shui's desire for the pendant flared up fiercely. Upon hearing Lu Shui's words, Lu Jiamu exhaled in relief, as if he had found a way out. I'm doing this for your sake. Otherwise, I wouldn't care if Lu Fei was torn to shreds. With that, he dashed toward the city gate, his expression tense. Just as he burst forth, he witnessed the zombies lunging at Lu Fei, their decaying, twisted limbs ready to rend her apart. Get away from her. Despite the Lu brothers wielding fire powers, the distance was still too great. The enormous fireball failed to drive the zombies away, only intensifying their eagerness to feast on the nearly unconscious Lu Fei. Lu Fei. In Lu Jiamu's eyes, the horrifying image of Lu Fei being mauled by the zombies unfolded, and he could no longer contain his scream. Though he despised her, he didn't want her to die. The vision of her being torn into pieces made his legs weak, and he stumbled. At that moment, amidst the encirclement of zombies, a faint ripple in the air emerged, growing stronger until it formed a whirlwind. At its center appeared Lu Fei's beautiful, yet icy visage. Her body had somehow transformed. No longer the emaciated figure of before, but restored to a fit and balanced form reminiscent of her pre-apocalyptic self. Her formerly dull, yellowed hair now shone a lustrous black, resembling fine silk. With a gasp and a roar, as Lu Fei opened her eyes, the zombies were repelled from her, unable to approach. Instead, they were swept up by the tempest, their decaying limbs flung haphazardly, one hand striking Lu Jiamu squarely in the face, delivering a resounding slap. Ding! Binding purification system. Initially, at level 1, universal purification, radius, 1 meter around the host. Ding! Beginner-S gift pack has been issued. Vibrant purification once. Please confirm usage. Having undergone this transformation, Lu Fei felt invigorated, the agonizing pain of moments before fading as if it were merely a dream. Upon hearing the system's voice in her mind, she understood it was related to the pendant she had swallowed. Although she was uncertain why the original story depicted Lu Shui awakening a water ability while she had bound a system, she felt an undeniable sense of superiority. Use. No sooner had she spoken than a multitude of luminous particles surged from her body, rapidly expanding like a colossal pillar. Wherever it passed, not only did the zombies disintegrate into ash, but even the bizarre, mutated plants with human-like faces vanished. This dazzling display of power attracted many to the city wall, who watched in awe as Lu Fei effortlessly obliterated hundreds of zombies, standing unharmed amidst the chaos. Goodness, everyone, look at the goddess. Is Lu Fei awakening abilities? What type is this? It's incredible! So many zombies gone. Those level 5 elites couldn't do it so efficiently. The crowd in the base gaped in astonishment, jubilantly cheering for the emergence of another powerful ally. With such formidable abilities, others from different bases would surely come to curry favor. The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. Yet, among them, Lu Shui remained not one of the jubilant. Her body trembled as she glared fiercely at Lu Fei, her once beautiful features twisted by jealousy and hatred. That wretched girl. If only she had given me the pendant sooner, I would have awakened instead. The memories of her past deeds against Lu Fei and her mother flashed through her mind, an intent to eliminate Lu Fei flickering in her eyes. As the discussion swirled, Lu Fei's radiant effect finally subsided, leaving the air feeling fresh and revitalized. System, is my purification ability really this powerful at level 1? Lu Fei marveled at the absence of any trace of zombies within 100 meters radius, feeling exhilarated by her newfound powers. Of course not, host. This is a one-time beginner-esque gift. To achieve this level consistently, please strive to upgrade your ability to level 5. Only once. Host, work hard to level up. The system mall holds many treasures waiting for you. Hearing this, Lu Fei nodded. Not only had she reclaimed her life, but she had also awakened her powers. If she didn't rise to prominence and trample the Lu family beneath her feet, it would betray the suffering of her original self. Just as Lu Fei intended to explore the system mall for treasures, she felt a sharp pain in her wrist as someone yanked her roughly. Lu Fei, who gave you the right to be so ostentatious? Don't you realize Shui hasn't awakened yet? Your actions will only deepen her sorrow. Quickly give her the pendant as an apology. Otherwise, I won't recognize you as my sister anymore. Lu Jiamu gripped Lu Fei's hand tightly. His words of concern twisted into accusations due to his pride. Just as Lu Fei was about to unleash her fury upon him, the system issued a new task. Ding. Host, do you see Lu Jiamu's face? Slap him hard, and I'll reward you with 2 bottles of stamina recovery potions. At this, Lu Fei's eyes brightened. This system was truly to her liking. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fei raised her free hand and struck Lu Jiamu sharply across the face, causing the entire world to fall into a profound silence. Chapter 3. Is this not the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt? Lu Jiamu was left with a crooked face, disbelief etched across his features. He turned his head to glare at Lu Fei, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Lu Fei, I am your brother. How dare you strike me? Are you seeking death? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Fei delivered another resounding slap. perfectly symmetrical and leaving her quite satisfied. I am your sister. Did you not throw me into a horde of zombies? We are evenly matched. What right do you have to criticize me? Lu Fei rolled her eyes dramatically, attempting to free her wrist from Lu Jiamu's iron grip. However, in his rage, Lu Jiamu not only held on tighter, but seemed intent on breaking her slender wrist. If you dare to move, it appears your claws are no longer needed. He seethed through clenched teeth, his frustration mounting as he recalled his earlier concern for this scoundrel. Just as he was about to teach Lu Fei a lesson, she seized the moment. As he opened his mouth to speak, Lu Fei swiftly kicked him below the belt. With a howl, Lu Jiamu released her, doubling over in pain. His face flushed and contorted. The sight of this spectacle sent shivers down the spines of all the men watching, instinctively tightening their legs in response to the visceral scene. Lu Fei. Lu Jiamu gasped, clutching his injury as he sank to his knees, his thoughts consumed with vengeance against her. To hell with you. The last person who spoke to me like that is still rotting in prison. Who do you think you are? Lu Fei had awakened her powers and obtained a system, rendering her no longer reliant on the Lu family for survival. Every encounter with sycophants groveling to Lu Shui and her mother repulsed her. With fury blazing in her eyes and a sharp tongue, Lu Fei's unfamiliar demeanor unsettled Lu Jiamu. Deep down, he sensed that something significant was about to change. Yet, before he could grasp it, Lu Fei had already turned to leave, intent on returning to the base. Stop. Did we permit you to leave? As your brother. How dare you lay such heavy hands on me? Lu Fei, what has become of your upbringing? Second brother Lu Qiansheng reprimanded her sternly, while third brother Lu Zimo blocked her path. If it were any other time, Lu Fei might have found their identical handsome faces pleasing. But now, when I was thrown off the city wall by Lu Jiamu, you didn't utter a word. I barely escaped with my life. And now you dare lecture me about manners? You all are fools. It would be best not to provoke me in the future, or I cannot guarantee what I might do. Having been an undercover reporter, Lu Fei had witnessed far worse than their threats. Seeing Lu Fei unafraid and unapologetic, Lu Qiansheng felt a tightening in his chest. The sensation of losing control filled him with panic, quickly turning to anger as he resolved to punish Lu Fei for her defiance. Oh, we lack the right to teach you? Very well. I shall make you see exactly what you are. Shui was indeed correct. With your disposition, if not reined in, you will become a future calamity. Lu Tianqing, a level 3 fire ability user, was determined to extinguish Lu Fei's rebellious spirit, planning to punish her severely, just as he had in the past. As he prepared to unleash his powers, intending to confine Lu Fei in flames for 2 hours, a cacophony of zombie growls and the clash of weapons erupted nearby. Turning, he saw a group of 20 or so people fleeing in chaos, a horde of zombies trailing closely behind. Damn, did they disturb a zombie nest? There are so many. The sentries on the city wall, witnessing the hundreds of zombies, felt a chill run down their spines, hastily sounding the alarm and summoning all available ability users for defense. Lu Tianqing and Lu Zimo hurriedly assisted Lu Jiamu to his feet, guiding him back to the base. Turning to see Lu Fei standing still, they frowned disapprovingly. Are you a fool? Hurry inside. If you fall behind and are surrounded by zombies, do not expect us to rescue you. Keeping you around is a waste of resources. Accustomed to scolding Lu Fei, they had forgotten that she had awakened an exceptionally rare ability. She was no longer the useless burden they once knew. Get lost. You're just an eyesore. Lu Fei rolled her eyes, continuing her conversation with the system. System, this situation isn't in the novel, is it? I remember Lu Shui obtaining the jade pendant and awakening her powers before the zombie tide occurred, and then she shone brightly, embarking on a melodramatic path. Correct, host. But the plot has deviated due to your involvement. Our role is merely to complete the tasks within this altered storyline. Ding. Newbie task. Rescue the level 5 powerhouse Guchanga during the zombie tide. Reward. 2 types of food from the system mall. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. For years into the apocalypse, not only were there zombies, but also mutated plants and animals, rendering much of the food inedible. Otherwise, the original host would not have been reduced to such a skeletal state. With food secured, she would no longer worry about starvation. However, hesitation crept in. System. Look over there. Those are hundreds of zombies, not rabbits. How do I save the powerhouse? Should I strip down and seduce him? Fear not, host. Your physique has been enhanced. You are impervious to fire and water, immune to blades and bullets, and resistant to all toxins, including the poison of zombies. Anyone who dares provoke you shall face the consequences. As you level up, you will also gain the ability to unleash electrical shocks, fire, and ice within your domain. Well, really? Then I am akin to having the golden bell shield and ironcloth shirt. No one can intimidate me anymore. This revelation thrilled Lu Fei more than winning the lottery. I ask you, are you not formidable? Anyone who dares touch my host shall face destruction. In Lu Fei's mind, a proud little honey badger appeared, adorably confident, its face emblazoned with the words top dog. With the system's backing, Lu Fei felt invincible and boldly marched toward the crowd. Lu Fei, are you insane? Come back. Lu Qiancheng's pupils constricted as he watched her venture further away, attempting to pull her back, only to be restrained by others in the camp. Not only that, but once they were inside, they firmly sealed the camp's gates. What are you doing? My sister has tea come in yet. Lu Jiama bellowed, attempting to open the door but was met with staunch resistance. Are you willing to sacrifice tens of thousands in the base for Lu Fei alone? If she chooses not to enter, do not blame the base for its ruthlessness. In a survival situation, there can be no leniency. The heavy clang of the gates closing not only severed the Lu brothers' line of sight, but also plunged the group outside into despair. It's over. They've closed the gates. We're doomed. The ragged group, clothes tattered and voices hoarse, wailed in panic as the zombies drew closer. Among them, a red-haired man wielding abilities to fend off the zombies suddenly spewed blood, pushing those around him away. With a thunderous roar, flames engulfed him, signaling an explosive surge of power. Host, do you see that fireball? That is Guchanga. Go, purify him and unlock the path to greatness. Chapter 4. She emerged from the flames, gazing upon the towering inferno. Lu Fei's lips twitched slightly. Good heavens, she mused. Even movie special effects wouldn't dare stage a spectacle of this magnitude. This isn't merely a rank 5 powerhouse, it's a walking, talking gas canister. Captain, oh Captain, Hudebeo? A strapping man of considerable height, wept as if he were a hefty fellow overcome with emotion, observing the flames engulfing Guchanga. Hold on, please. Don't succumb to madness, or all will be lost. Were they not so feeble, their captain wouldn't have been compelled to wield his abilities so frequently, preventing this dire situation. Flee. While I can still restrain these zombies, seek refuge within fiery fortress. Guchanga's hoarse voice, laced with agonizing cries, resonated from the heart of the blaze. Betraying his immense suffering, he sought to shield his comrades, offering them a chance at survival. Alas, fiery fortress is sealed. We cannot enter. Hudebeo slumped to the ground, surrounded by a throng of zombies and the impenetrable gates of the base. He and his 24 or so rank 2 and 3 companions were but small fry, their inevitable demise merely a matter of time. As Hudebeo's lamentations echoed, the morale of the group plummeted. The ever-growing horde of zombies drove some to contemplate ending their own lives, sparing themselves a gruesome end. Excuse me. Would you mind stepping aside? A melodious voice cut through the despair, drawing the attention of the group. They turned to find Lu Fei standing gracefully, her fair complexion and curvaceous figure seemingly untouched by the ravages of the apocalypse. Her serene demeanor was incongruous with the grim reality of their existence. Miss, what? What do you intend to do? Hudebeo stammered, his sobs momentarily abated. He glanced in the direction of their captain, concerned that she might venture into the inferno. Indeed, that is my destination. You are obstructing my path. Lu Fei was unable to navigate around the 20-odd individuals clustered around Guchanga. The zombies pose a grave threat. Take advantage of our protection and flee. Despite their fear, the sight of the delicate young woman steeled their resolve. They would face death rather than allow such a fair maiden to be torn asunder. Witnessing their willingness to shield her, a peculiar warmth stirred within Lu Fei's heart. Her own kin had cast her aside, yet these strangers offered her protection. Fear not, I can save your captain. Lu Fei gestured toward the blazing sphere. Your obstruction, however, will ensure his demise. Aberrant abilities often led to either zombification or self-destruction. Guchanga appeared to be on the verge of the latter. Upon hearing that Guchanga could be saved, Hudebeo rejoiced and promptly cleared a path. Our captain is a rank 5 fire-type ability user undergoing a violent surge. Exercise caution. If the situation becomes untenable, flee. Reluctant to see such a beautiful girl perish, Hudebeo offered a final word of caution. Rest assured. Prepare for battle. Once your captain is restored, you will still need to contend with the zombies. Lu Fei smiled faintly as she strode toward Guchanga. Her gait as unhurried and elegant as if she were strolling through her own verdant garden. Gazing upon the group of threadbare people, someone remarked, they appear to hail from the Hongjian base. That fiery sphere must be the work of a rank 5 powerhouse. Could it be Guchanga? Has Lu Fei lost her senses? She barely awakened her purification ability and now seeks to meddle with Guchanga. She clearly has no concept of mortality. Guchanga is on the brink of death. Lu Fei's actions will only result in her immolation or consumption by zombies. A mere purification ability is hardly a panacea. She seems to believe herself to be a savior. Indeed, such a waste of a purification ability. Had she remained docile, she might have survived. From atop the city walls, onlookers observed Lu Fei's audacious actions. The Lu family brothers clenched their fists, their knuckles turning white as they gripped the ramparts. Lu Shui, feigning concern, harbored a secret glee, her eyes alight with anticipation. Excellent. I was contemplating how to dispose of Lu Fei, and now she has willingly courted death. She has entered the flames. It is over. She will surely be reduced to ashes. The collective gasp of the crowd interrupted Lu Shui's reverie. She looked to see Lu Fei's slender form vanish within the fiery vortex. For a moment, she was completely engulfed by the flames. Brother Bao, can that young lady succeed? Yu Changa's comrades, equally anxious, watched Lu Fei disappear, their hearts pounding in their chests. A stranger is willing to risk her life to save our captain. Why should we doubt her? Prepare for battle. Hu Debao steeled his resolve, choosing to believe in Lu Fei. They would fight to the very end, honoring her sacrifice. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, her actions were being scrutinized and debated by those outside the flames. Upon entering the inferno, she discovered that, as the system had foretold, she was shielded by an invisible barrier. Aside from a mild warmth, she felt no ill effects, not even a singed hair. After traversing a few meters of fire, she reached Gu Changa, who lay in the center, barely clinging to life. He was a powerfully built man with striking red hair. Despite the blood streaming from his orifices, his handsome features remained evident. Such a handsome man. It would be a pity if he were to die, she mused. In Lu Fei's previous life, Gu Changa's appearance would have made him a star. Who are you? Gu Changa struggled to maintain consciousness, hoping to secure a chance of survival for his comrades. He had overheard Lu Fei's soliloquy, which only deepened his astonishment. The fire surrounding him, fueled by his very life force, was far more ferocious than ordinary flames. Yet, he had witnessed a woman of unparalleled beauty walk through the flames unharmed, as if the fiery tendrils were merely ethereal garments that enhanced her mystique. Your rescuer. Lu Fei approached him and knelt beside him. As she drew near, Gu Changa felt a soothing energy wash over him, easing his taut nerves. Purification. Before Gu Changa could comprehend her words, a golden light enveloped him, bathing him in a gentle power. His parched meridians were replenished, his raging abilities quelled, and even his throbbing head was instantly healed. After an indeterminate amount of time, a soft pop echoed as the sphere of light surrounding Gu Changa dissipated. He leaped to his feet, clenched his fists, and reveled in the surge of energy coursing through his veins. He had never felt so invigorated. Task completed. Reward: 200 beef buns, 200 servings of tomato and egg rice. Please continue your efforts. Lu Fei's mouth watered at the system's announcement. Her previous self had not eaten her fill in a long time, and even with her body restored, her stomach growled with hunger. She was about to slip away to devour her meal in private when she heard a thud behind her. Turning around, Lu Fei was astonished to see Gu Changa kneeling before her. Chapter 5. You are my older sister, and I am your older brother. I am immensely grateful to this young lady for her life-saving grace. From this moment forth, you shall be my half-sister. Should anyone dare to bully you, I will reduce them to ashes. But I am only 22. I don't seem to be older than you, do I? Lu Fei twitched her lips, feeling that this formidable figure was rather exuberant. Calling you sister is a mark of my respect, a term of endearment that has nothing to do with age. If you prefer, you may call me brother, and we can each stick to our titles. I am Gu Changa. May I ask your name, dear sister? Lu Fei facepalmed, thinking that Gu Changa might as well be called Gu Changqiu, as he seemed a bit simple-minded. They hadn't even been introduced, and he was already referring to her as sister. My name is Lu Fei, with the characters for fragrant grass. Please lower the firewall. The brothers outside are waiting. Remembering the team outside, Gu Changa's expression tightened, and with a wave of his hand, he extinguished the raging firewall. He had anticipated that they would encounter either zombies or the astonished faces of their teammates. Instead, upon their emergence, they were met with the sight of the Lu family brothers confronting them. Oh, look at that. I, Gu Changa, am still alive. Have you all taken leave of your senses to dare bully my people? Gu Changa sneered, exuding an intimidating aura that made the Lu brothers swallow hard in apprehension. Captain, you're really back to health. Oh, it's so wonderful. Hu Debaos rushed over, pointing at the opposition and beginning to complain. You wouldn't believe how disgusting these ruffians are. That young girl went in for just a moment, and your fire circle expanded, incinerating numerous zombies. The remaining ones just walked away for some reason. We thought it was safe, so we went in to clean up and collect the zombie cores. But the rascals from the fire base came charging out, demanding we leave and hand over the cores. As Hu Debaos recounted the tale with tears, Lu Fei and Gu Changa finally understood the situation. It turned out that the fire base had presumed Lu Fei and Gu Changa were doomed, and under Lu Shui's instigation. They had attempted to take advantage of the situation. To their surprise, Hu Debeos and the others had resolutely refused to leave without seeing Lu Fei and Gu Chang'e, resulting in the standoff. I recall the highest-ranking individual at the firebase is only Lu Juanhao, a mere level 4. If he doesn't dare speak to me in such a manner, what gives you the audacity to rob us? Gu Chang'e toyed with the flames in his hand, his icy gaze causing the firebase members to shiver in fear. Who dares to provoke me? You must be tired of living. With a furious roar, the Lu brothers were blasted back, while the rest were sent sprawling like a line of dominoes, demonstrating the insurmountable power of his abilities. Gu Chang'e, do not overstep your bounds. Do not forget that your Hongjian base still owes us supplies. What is wrong with us reclaiming some interest now? Lu Tianxing, the second brother, clutched his aching chest, attempting to sound threatening, though his tone lacked conviction. Debts are settled, but who are you, a bunch of cowards, to take advantage of us? I see you're itching for a fight. Gu Chang'e's words brought immense satisfaction to Lu Fei, who clapped her hands in applause. Exactly. What Gugu said is spot on. The people from the firebase are nothing but a bunch of curs, especially those with the surname Lu. They are ungrateful and despicable. With each word Lu Fei uttered, the expressions of the Lu brothers grew darker, until all that could be heard was the grinding of their teeth. Ignoring them, Lu Fei turned to Gu Chang'e, explaining her situation with the Lu family while recalling the moment she was cast into the horde of zombies. Lu Fei, you are also a member of the firebase. Hurry and come over here. Don't think that having Gu Chang'e backing you allows you to act so recklessly. He is merely a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect himself. Don't make me drag you over. I'll break your legs. The Lu brothers seethed with rage, feeling Lu Fei was exaggerating. Claiming she wasn't dead, how could she make it sound so dire? Before Lu Jia could finish his tirade, he suddenly spewed flames from his mouth, choking and burning his tongue. Meanwhile, Gu Chang'e played with the fire at his fingertips, his expression cold as ice. Mind your words, or next time. It won't just be your mouth that burns. Gu Chang'e then cast a glance at Lu Jia's legs, making him hastily clamp them together in fear that this powerful figure might incinerate him in a fit of rage. Ignoring Lu Jia's sullen and humiliated expression, Gu Chang'e pointed toward Lu Fei. She is my elder sister. Anyone who disrespects her disrespects me. Should you provoke me, you may yet find a way to survive. But should you anger my sister, I will sever your heads and use them as balls to play. Listening to Gu Chang'e's threats, the faces of the firebase members darkened, particularly Lu Shui, who shrank back into the crowd, her eyes flashing with envy. This wretched girl had not only survived but had also allied with the formidable figure from Hongjian base. Why did all the good fortune fall upon Lu Fei? Filled with resentment, she resolved that Lu Fei must die. With a determined bite of her lip, she stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lu Fei, feigning profound sorrow. Fei, I know you hate me, but the firebase is filled with your family and friends. How can you allow outsiders to bully you? It was merely a joke from your brothers. Why must you be so calculative? You now flaunt your power with the backing of Hongjian base. Do you not fear breaking our hearts? This familiar moral coercion was Lu Shui's forte, having honed it over the years to pit Lu Fei against her kin, inciting everyone's disdain towards her. As expected, after Lu Shui's few words, the gazes of the firebase members turned towards Lu Fei with evident hatred. Lu Fei, do not assume that you can live carefree just because you have entangled yourself with Gu Chang'e. Just wait until they leave, and we shall see how we deal with you. You are cold-blooded towards your family. It is you who has the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Indeed, siblings are connected by blood, even if family members are at fault. One cannot stand by while they are bullied. A single hand cannot clap. Lu Fei, it's no wonder the Lu family dislikes you. A person like you, I too find disagreeable. Such slander was not new to Lu Fei. The original owner had heard it countless times. With a cold snort, Lu Fei was about to rush forward and slap the speaker, demonstrating how a single hand can indeed clap. Suddenly, a great blaze erupted, engulfing Lu Shui and the gossiping individual in flames. Help! Help! Gu, please cease your powers. The gossiper, now rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames that clung to them, could do nothing but plead for mercy. Gu Chang'e's gaze was as sharp as ice, regarding the firebase members as mere ants. What is there to return to at this cursed firebase? Sister, you should come with us to Hongjian base. From now on, whatever I eat, you shall eat too, especially since you possess purification abilities. Beyond granting you the highest treatment, even if you were to relieve yourself upon our necks, we would still praise you for your smoothness. Chapter 6. Killing them is too cheap. Gu Chang'e could not fathom why such a remarkable girl as Lu Fei, endowed with extraordinary abilities, was so despised by the individuals at the fire base. If that were the case, he would not feel remorse for stealing her away. A purifying ability user. If he did not bring her back to the base, he would certainly slap himself awake in the middle of the night. The mere thought of Lu Fei's presence allowing him to unleash his powers without fear of a backlash sent a thrill through him. He could easily deal with the remaining 8 base leaders as well. "All right, I'm going," Guchanga exclaimed. "But you must accompany me to gather my things." Lu Fei had no affection for the fire base, especially with the despicable Lu family, which only made her feel more repulsed. She feared that if she lingered too long, she might lose her composure and set the entire base ablaze. "Lu Fei, you dare." Before Guchanga could revel in his excitement, the 3 brothers of the Lu family shouted in unison, "If you dare to go to the Hongjian base, don't expect to return. We will no longer acknowledge you as our sister." Lu Jiamu, still somewhat numb, threatened her with slurred words. He glared at Lu Fei, unable to comprehend her heartlessness in wanting to leave. Although they were usually strict with her, it was only out of concern for her survival in this apocalyptic world. "Lu Fei, do you think the Hongjian base is a good place? Open your eyes and see how they dress like beggars. Even if Guchanga is a level 5 powerhouse, what can he do? That shabby base is as impoverished as a sieve. As long as you are not by his side, someone could easily kill you." Lu Zmo, the 3rd brother, joined in the mockery, thinking Lu Fei must be out of her mind to want to follow someone she barely knew without considering their background. Guchanga was eager to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. When he turned to explain, Lu Fei seemed indifferent, instead crossing her arms and addressing Lu Zmo. "Oh, listen to your drivel. From your words, it seems I could live a long life at the fire base. The Hongjian base may not be a paradise, but at least I have value there. They wouldn't kill me. However, if I remained with you, I would either be killed or disgusted to death. Today, I am leaving for sure." After declaring her intent, Lu Fei paid no heed to their expressions and strode towards the base, her mind occupied with more pressing matters. Guchanga quickly summoned his brothers to follow, knowing that with Lu Fei agreeing to leave with him, her safety would be his responsibility. Should anyone dare to bully her again, they would be reduced to ashes. "Lu Fei, come back to me. If you dare to leave, I'll break your legs." Lu Zmo attempted to threaten Lu Fei as he had in the past, expecting her to submit. However, before he could finish, a burst of flames erupted from his mouth. Had he not reacted swiftly to shield himself with his abilities, he would have surely lost a few teeth. "I don't know about my sister's legs, but if you utter another word, I'll roast your tongue," Guchanga said coldly, before departing with Lu Fei, leaving Lu Zmo coughing and clutching his mouth. With a level 5 powerhouse safeguarding her, the people of the fire base exchanged glances, too fearful to utter a sound, lest they provoke Guchanga's wrath. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Fei was still a member of the Lu family, and Lu Jiamu's expression darkened ominously. A growing sense of dread filled him. A voice within whispered that if Lu Fei left this time, she would truly sever ties with the Lu family. The audacity of the Hongjian base to intrude upon their territory was a clear provocation, and allowing them to depart today would undermine the fire base's standing in this apocalypse. What did a mere level 5 powerhouse amount to? He refused to believe they could annihilate them all. Second brother Lu Tiancheng was equally infuriated, his words inciting the crowd to a fever pitch. They clamored to confront Lu Fei and Guchanga. The 3 brothers of the Lu family led the charge, ostensibly for the sake of the base and its people, but only Lu Shui, at the back, understood that their true motive was to stop Lu Fei. "Lu Fei, you truly deserve to die." Lu Shui seethed as she lagged behind, her eyes filled with unrelenting malice. After a moment's thought, she dashed in the opposite direction, disregarding the fire base's stance. Over here, Guchanga and his team were practically revered. "Sister, thank you for saving our captain. From now on, we are all your loyal subordinates. Command us as you will. If we hesitate for even a second, we are not worthy to serve you." "Sister, I see that the Lu family scoundrels dare to show you disrespect. Let us hide outside the base and wait for an opportunity to teach them a lesson and vent your anger. Why bother with that? Let our captain set them ablaze, turning them to ashes. Now that would be satisfying." The crowd buzzed with fervor, all expressing their disdain for the Lu brothers' foolishness. Observing Lu Fei's calm demeanor, Guchanga felt a sense of relief, noting she was unperturbed by familial ties. "Sister, if you wish to eliminate anyone, just say the word. These insignificant creatures from the fire base are no match for me. Killing them would be as easy as pie. It would be too lenient to simply kill them. I want them to experience the feeling of having nothing, of being scorned by others." Lu Fei smiled coldly, determined that the years of suffering endured by the original owner would not be in vain. Of course, if they were foolish enough to seek their own demise. She would not mind sending them off to the netherworld ahead of schedule. As they spoke, following the memories of the original owner, Lu Fei and Gu Chang'e finally arrived at a dilapidated area. The low, drafty houses and the filthy surroundings painted a grim picture of the lives of those who resided there. Wait, the members of the Lu family all possess abilities. Surely they should be living in at least decent homes. How could they dwell in such squalor? Our homes at the Hongjin base are far superior to this. Ah. The Lu family indeed lives comfortably, in a separate villa. My mother and I never awakened our abilities, so we were relegated to this place. Lu Fei scoffed as she pushed open the door, mocking the bitter reality. The original owner's mother was the legitimate wife. Yet they had been reduced to struggling in such a wretched place, bullied by the mistress and her daughter. Most infuriating was the fact that her 5 biological sons defended the mistress. Just the thought of it made Lu Fei want to annihilate the Lu brothers. Cough, cough. Is that you, Fei Fei? Within the humble dwelling, a frail voice echoed, prompting Lu Fei to hasten her entry, leaving Gu Chang'e and the others to tarry outside. The dilapidated and dimly lit room revealed a gaunt woman reclining on the cot. Were it not for the subtle rise and fall beneath the covers, one might have mistaken her for a mere skeleton. Mother, I've returned, Lu Fei uttered, gazing upon Chen Wanyue, the person most dear to the original host's memories. For 3 years, they had eked out an existence in the slums, relying solely on each other. Lu Fei's occasional missions afforded her sustenance, but Chen Wanyue, confined to the base, had endured hardship. Once a woman of affluence and grace, she was now reduced to skin and bones. Her 51 years etched with the semblance of an octogenarian. Yet, upon each of Lu Fei's returns, Chen Wanyue would offer her remaining rations to her daughter. When Lu Fei demurred, she would abstain from food in protest until her daughter relented. Lu Fei momentarily closed her eyes, suppressing the sorrow and resentment toward the Lu family. As she contemplated persuading Chen Wanyue to accompany her, she retrieved the stamina potion she had bartered for. In an instant, of course, rock-hard rice cake was thrust into her hand. Fei Fei, your mission must have left you famished. The supplies just arrived, and I've already eaten my fill. Quickly, consume this. Hearing Chen Wanyue's entreaties, Lu Fei felt the weight of the rice cake in her hand. Observing Chen Wanyue's feeble state and chapped lips, she knew that her mother had likely gone without food for an extended period, yet feigned satiation. Fei Fei, I'm growing old and frail. Your brothers, they are blinded by prejudice and mistreat you, swayed by Lu Shui. Were it not for their threats involving me, you wouldn't have to risk your life on these missions. Each time you return injured, my heart breaks. Chen Wanyue, having pondered for days, finally seized the opportunity to speak with her daughter. She tenderly caressed Lu Fei's face, her eyes brimming with reluctance and heartache. Listen to me, depart from here. Disregard me. My life has been a failure, and I don't wish for you to suffer the same fate. Without me, you can lead a better existence, free from this torment. Tears cascaded onto Lu Fei's hand, evoking memories of her own mother's final moments, her hand clasped in hers, imparting words of concern. The faces of the two mothers intertwined in Lu Fei's mind, causing her own eyes to well up. Mother, I shall not abandon you. Lu Fei buried her face in Chen Wanyue's neck, her tears soaking into her garments. Chen Wanyue marveled at her daughter's rare vulnerability. She knew that her daughter must be in anguish, subjected to torment by those scoundrels. A pang of sorrow pierced her heart as she embraced her daughter. And they wept together. Bathing in the warmth unique to a mother's embrace, Lu Fei felt as though she had returned to her cherished moments with her mother. Reluctant to part, after a period of weeping, they sat upright, a resolute glint in Lu Fei's eyes. Regardless, she had accepted the original host's body, and Chen Wanyue was now her responsibility. She would care for her as if she were her own mother. Mother, let us depart together for the Hongjin base. I neglected to mention that I have awakened a purification ability and befriended a level 5 grandee, who has extended an invitation for us to join him at the Hongjin base. Although conditions there may be challenging, I possess the skills and abilities to provide for us both. As she spoke, Lu Fei cajoled Chen Wanyue into drinking the stamina potion. As the potion coursed through her throat, its taste was not pleasant, yet it quickly revitalized her depleted body. In an instant, Chen Wanyue felt a surge of comfort, her eyes regaining their luster. This child, you should have reserved such a precious elixir for yourself. It is wasted on me, Chen Wanyue lamented. Sensing the improvement in her condition, Lu Fei, lost in thought as she perused the various restorative items in the system's shop, was jolted back to reality by Chen Wanyue's words. You have awakened your ability, so hasten your departure. In my current state, I shall only burden you. At the base, I would merely be used as a bargaining chip to threaten you. Fei Fei, disregard me. Chen Wanwei did not wish to be a hindrance to Lu Fei, but Lu Fei knew that Chen Wanwei had previously had opportunities to leave. But her maternal family did not favor the Lu family and demanded that she not bring any of her children. Chen Wanwei was reluctant to leave her children behind, which is why she stayed. As Chen Wanwei finished speaking, Lu Fei gazed at her with tear-filled eyes. Mother, do you still yearn for my brothers? I know that I am not your only child, but you are all I have. Lu Fei gently rested her head on Chen Wanwei's lap. Mother, could you bestow upon me a little more affection? With you by my side, I have a home. Would that be acceptable? Hearing Lu Fei's words, Chen Wanwei's tears flowed once more, her words of persuasion dissolving into silence. Seeing Chen Wanwei's expression soften, Lu Fei pressed on, recounting the events of how her fifth brother had suspended her on the city wall and cast her into a horde of zombies, while her second and third brothers stood idly by. Mother, had it not been for the grandee from the Hongjian base, I would never have seen you again. Beasts. Utter beasts. You are their own sister. How could they treat you in such a manner for the sake of a mistress's daughter? Chen Wanwei trembled with anger, clutching Lu Fei in fear, imagining the pain she would have felt had her daughter never returned. Her resentment toward her sons deepened. Seizing the moment, Lu Fei rushed to the door, beckoning Gu Chang'e and the others to enter. Without a word, she began packing their belongings, ready to depart. Seeing Chen Wanwei's frail condition, Gu Chang'e gently lifted her into his arms. Mother, rest assured, Lu Fei is like an elder sister to me, and you are as dear as my own mother. Once we arrive at the Hongjian base, we'll live a life of luxury. Anyone who dares to mistreat you will face my wrath. Chapter 8. Taking orders on Shan delivery. So, I only hit him, not you? Ah, you. Chen Wanwei was bewildered by the sudden address of mother. Watching the group of people who had suddenly barged and scurrying around the room, rendering her almost speechless. Mother, these are the people who saved me outside the city walls. Anyway, life at the Liehua base is unsustainable. Why don't we seek refuge in a better place? Lu Fei didn't give Chen Wanwei a chance to refuse, packing only their clothes and leaving everything else behind, all in the hopes of swiftly departing from this wretched place. However, as they emerged from the impoverished district, they were confronted by the Lu family's 3 sons, who had gathered a group to intercept them. Lu Fei, you are truly ungrateful. We provided you with so many supplies, yet you allowed mother to become so emaciated? I regret not having burned you alive earlier. Lu Jiamu immediately noticed his mother in Gu Chang'e's arms, shocked by her gaunt appearance, which ignited a surge of fury within him. Whenever they returned, they would instruct Lu Shui and her mother to deliver the supplies. Lu Shui always claimed that Lu Fei had received them, so how could their mother have become so skeletal? Upon hearing Lu Jiamu's words, Lu Fei rolled her eyes. So many supplies? 2 meager biscuits and a bowl of dirty water every 3 days. Is that what you call so many? Lu Jiamu. The only reason I'm not killing you now is to spare mother's feelings. But once I leave the Liehua base, our next encounter will be a battle to the death. Lu Fei, recalling the suffering endured by the original owner and Chen Wanwei, yearned to slaughter all the Lu family's ingrates. That's nonsense. How could it be so little? We always made sure to leave supplies specifically for mother, because the Lu family's 5 sons had accepted the mistress. They felt somewhat guilty whenever they saw Chen Wanwei. Over time, they simply used their busy schedules as an excuse to avoid visiting, only handing over the supplies. They probably never imagined that the virtuous and kind stepmother would severely ration the supplies intended for their own mother. Just as Lu Fei was about to reveal the truth, they suddenly heard a burst of hurried weeping. Everyone turned to see Lu Shui dragging a middle-aged woman who resembled her towards them. Unsurprisingly, it was none other than the shameless mistress, Feng Tianhe. Ding. New task received. Host, do you see that mistress? Beat her to death. Each hit grants you a bottle of stamina recovery potion. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's eyes lit up. It was as if someone had offered her a pillow when she was about to fall asleep. Ha ha ha. Stealthily rolling up her sleeves, she thought to herself, I may not be skilled in much, but I do possess some knowledge of fisticuffs. If I don't beat the mistress's excrement out of her today, I'll consider her lucky. Whoa, Fei, are you really going to leave the Lu family? You've truly broken my heart. Feng Tianhe had no sooner rushed over than she collapsed to the ground, bursting into tears. Unlike Chen Wanwei, who was reduced to a mere skeleton, Feng Tianhe not only maintained a well-proportioned figure, but also possessed a complexion that was better maintained than that of an average person, which was indicative of the privileged life she led. And these good days were attained at the expense of the original owner and her daughter. Sister, back then, you caused me to miscarry and nearly die. The children were merely speaking up for me, and you, in a fit of anger, moved to the impoverished district to humiliate the Lu family. Now that things have finally stabilized, I was even considering asking Lao Lu to bring you back. Why must you make yourself so pathetic and embarrass me so? Anyone who didn't know better would think I was withholding your supplies. Feng Tian's pitiful appearance, coupled with her aggrieved expression, caused the Lu family brothers, who had previously harbored some doubts, to now display expressions of intolerance. They recalled how Feng Tianhe had become pregnant at the beginning of the apocalypse, and the entire family had been filled with anticipation, only for their mother to cruelly cause her to miscarry. That incident had nearly caused Feng Tianhe to bleed to death, and Lu Shui had knelt outside Chen Wanyue's door, repeatedly slapping herself and begging for forgiveness. The scene from back then was still vivid in their minds, and the Lu family brothers looked at Chen Wanyue with reproach. Following the mistress's lead, Lu Shui also quickly knelt before Chen Wanyue, incessantly kowtowing. Madam, it's all my fault. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Beat me, scold me, do whatever you want, just don't take it out on my mother. Fei, you've always regarded my mother and me as thorns in your side, but you can't let Madam starve like this just to frame us. How are you any different from a beast? The mistress and the scheming green tea's combined performance provoked extraordinary anger from the Lu family and the Liehua base towards Lu Fei. To actually let one's own mother starve to the point of becoming a skeleton for the sake of personal grudges was simply outrageous. The Lu family's 3 sons were even trembling with rage. You beast! See how I deal with you. The most agitated Lu Jimu raised his hand to strike Lu Fei, only to have 2 fireballs from Gu Chang'e strike his knees, causing him to kneel down in agony. Lu Fei didn't waste such a golden opportunity, grabbing Lu Jimu by the collar and slapping him left and right. Now that the child is dead, you come to nurse it. Now that the car has crashed into a tree, you know to turn. Where was your filial piety earlier? Now you show off your mouth. All you know how to do is yap. Watch me beat you to death. The original owner's pent-up hatred and grievances over the years were now concentrated in Lu Fei's palms, and she showed no mercy as she slapped Lu Jimu. Fei, how can you hit 5th brother? If you want to hit someone, hit me. Lu Shui feigned trying to mediate, assuming that her 2nd and 3rd brothers would protect her. However, she never expected Lu Fei's slap to land on her face in the next second. So, I only hit him, not you? What right do you have to call my name, you illegitimate daughter? I've wanted to slap you for a long time, you. Lu Fei had wanted to slap Lu Shui from the start, but she had the 3 Lu brothers protecting her back then. Now, however, she was invulnerable and had the formidable Gu Chang'e by her side. If they dared to lay a hand on her, they could expect to be turned into roasted quail. Ah, brothers, save me. Lu Shui screamed as she was beaten, prompting Lu Chanqing and Lu Zimo to attempt to rescue. They just happened to run into the Hongjin base members, who were eager to repay their debt and had long wanted to teach the eldest sister's family a lesson. Brothers, what are we waiting for? It's time to repay our debt. If we don't beat these 3 into dog-brain messes, we'll all be diagnosed with muscular atrophy. Hudabeo roared as he charged forward. A swarm of people descended like locusts, dragging the kneeling Lu Jiamu along and blindly beating him. Severing the lineage kick. Monkey steals the peach. Crow takes flight. After a barrage of various moves, the 3 were left gasping for breath, their mouths swollen to an extreme degree, rendering them speechless for the next few days. On the other side, Lu Fei had almost finished her beating and grabbed Lu Shui's hair, turning to face Feng Tianhe, who wanted to come over but didn't dare. You shameless old hag. You said earlier that I deliberately starved my mother like this, didn't you? Then I can swear that if my mother and I deliberately starved ourselves like this, we'll be bitten to death by zombies, struck to death by lightning, starved to death, and have our bones collected and stewed by perverts after death. Lu Fei's oath was exceptionally vicious, causing those who heard it to feel goosebumps all over their bodies. No one dared to imagine dying in such a way, as it would be utterly despairing. In the next second, Lu Fei released her grip and pointed at Feng Tianhe. Now it's your turn. You must swear that if you deliberately withheld supplies from my mother and me and framed us, your daughter Lu Shui will be ridden by 1,000 men, slept with by 10,000, contract syphilis, and suffer a fate worse than death, and you will become impoverished. Your body will rot, and you will eventually be strangled to death by your own daughter. With each word Lu Fei spoke, Feng Tianhe's face grew paler. Just as she gritted her teeth, preparing to swear against her will, Lu Fei smirked. Allow me to remind you. If this world permits individuals to awaken extraordinary abilities and preserve a glimmer of hope, then it is indeed plausible that deities govern the sanctity of oaths. Should you carelessly make a vow, when the time comes for its fulfillment, you and your daughter may find yourselves in a regrettable predicament. Chapter 9. 50 Slaps of Fury. Kneel down, Fei. How can you force me to make such a venomous oath? Regardless of the circumstances. I have managed the Lu family with diligence over the years. Perhaps there have been oversights, but the punishment does not fit the crime. I am aware of your hatred towards me, Yet my love for your father is genuine. In matters of love, it is the unreciprocated who are the true interlopers. To hell with the unlovable. Interlopers dare not adorn themselves with false virtue. The foolish dogs of the Lu family may believe you, but I will not indulge you. Lu Fei initially intended to settle scores with Feng Tianhe before her departure, but alas, she brought this upon herself. And neglecting the task would be an affront to the system. With a swift stride, Lu Fei confronted Feng Tianhe, delivering a resounding slap to her face before she could utter another word. Help! Help! Feng Tianhe did not anticipate such a direct assault from Lu Fei. As she attempted to flee, her hair was seized, yanked back forcefully. In the past, the Lu brothers would have rushed to her aid, perhaps even reprimanding Lu Fei. However, they had been thoroughly subdued to the point of submission, leaving them no inclination to assist her. Help? We'll see who dares to rescue you today. One comes, and I will strike. Two come, and I will slap both. The original character, who cherished familial bonds, had been oppressed by Feng Tianhe and her daughter. Now, with Lu Fei's ferocity unleashed, she was determined to exact vengeance for both old and new grievances. With each resounding slap, the system in Lu Fei's mind incessantly reported. Recovery Potion 1. Recovery Potion 11. Recovery Potion 30. Ding. Host, the reward limit has been reached. Further slapping will yield no more potions. Having delivered 50 slaps to Feng Tianhe, Lu Fei received 50 bottles of recovery potions. Upon hearing the system's announcement of the limit, she reluctantly released the now disfigured Feng Tianhe. TSK, is that all? I have not yet had my fill. This is to prevent the host from exploiting the rules for endless rewards. Am I truly that kind of person? The system's remark struck a chord with Lu Fei, who had fantasized about continuously beating Feng Tianhe for a windfall of coins, perhaps even abducting her for regular bouts. Alas, what a pity. Such an effortless task has come to an end. While Lu Fei was still unsatisfied, Feng Tianhe, clutching her swollen face, could hardly muster tears. Lu Fei, you are utterly ruthless. My father will never let you off. Feng Tianhe, having lost teeth and bleeding profusely, struggled to articulate her words. With a pitiful glare at Lu Fei, she realized that as the truth had been laid bare, her suffering would only deepen the Lu family's guilt towards her, conveniently allowing her to evade responsibility. My father? What is he to me? If he were here, do you think I would let him stand unscathed? Feng Tianhe, you had better pray that you never step outside again. If I see you beyond these walls, it will herald your demise. Lu Fei's eyes glinted with murderous intent. In the original narrative, she and Lu Shui had been the perpetrators of the original character and Qin Yu's demise, with the Lu family members serving as accomplices. Anyone who had wronged the original character would find no mercy. Feeling the weight of Lu Fei's menace, Feng Tianhe trembled involuntarily, genuinely sensing a fear of death. Realizing there was no one to back her, she fell silent, weeping softly while covering her face. Yet, she forgot that her visage had become as grotesque as a pig's head, rendering her attempts at feigned fragility both laughable and repugnant. Just as Lu Fei prepared to expose Feng Tianhe's misdeeds regarding resource misappropriation, a loud grumbling emanated from her stomach. The sound of Lu Fei's hunger acted as a signal, causing the men at Hongjin base to follow suit, their stomachs echoing their own protests. We were pursued by zombies early this morning, and our supplies were discarded. However, fear not, sister. Once we exit the flame base, we shall gather resources to ensure you and your mother do not go hungry. Gu Chang'e felt a profound sense of shame, having promised to treat Lu Fei to a lavish meal, only to find her starving within a day. But observing the shabby footwear and rudimentary gear of the men from Hongjin base, it was evident that they could hardly offer much in the way of sustenance, even under normal circumstances. Seeing Gu Chang'e's embarrassment, Feng Tianhe's eyes gleamed with cold amusement as she turned her attention to the men from the flame base. You've all worked hard today. Although it was Fei Fei who stirred up trouble, she is still a member of the Lu family. Lunch will be on us. With a subtle signal to Lu Shui, who nodded in agreement, they scurried back to the Lu residence. In roughly 10 minutes, they returned with an abundance of canned meat and dried provisions, distributing a portion to each individual. Having done nothing yet receiving a meal, the crowd gleefully accepted the offerings. Oh, in my opinion, Lu Fei is simply ignorant of her fortune. The little lady of the Lu family is a wonderful person. Why does she always cause a ruckus? I believe she is intentionally stirring up trouble out of jealousy. If not for Gu Chang'e's protection, she would have been dealt with long ago. Humph. The Lu family has raised her for so many years, and now she seeks to sever ties. What a heartless wretch. Listening to their remarks, Lu Shui and Feng Tianhe's expressions softened considerably, though traces of grievance lingered on their faces. Please do not speak ill of Fei Fei. She is merely discontent. If she were to acknowledge my mother and brothers, she would still belong to our flame base. These provisions could be shared with her, but she seems uninterested. Lu Fei bit her lip, inadvertently provoking the ravenous crowd. These canned meats and rations are not desirable? Does she wish for something more? She is merely being dramatic. The men from Hongjin base will flatter her, and she will follow suit. Let us see how she stands tall after a few days of hunger. As the crowd feasted, the aroma of the canned meat wafted toward Lu Fei and her companions, igniting their appetites. Dear sister, I sincerely apologize. Had my powers not gone awry, we would not have lost our supplies, and you would not have to endure the taunts of those people. Otherwise, I would have incinerated them all, and lunch would have been ours. Upon Guchanga's words, a chorus of coughs arose, silencing those who had previously mocked Lu Fei. Fearful of incurring the wrath of the powerful. Oh, what is there to eat? One should savor warm rice bowls and large meat buns. Lu Fei had refrained from speaking for several minutes, waiting for the system to grant her the ability to procure food. At that moment, the permissions were finally activated. Lu Fei, do you truly believe you can dream of such delicacies? The men from Hongjin base cannot even provide water. And you dare wish for meat buns and rice bowls? Should you bow down and apologize, I might generously reward you with a sip of soup. Otherwise, your fate is yours alone. Lu Jiamu was still propping himself beneath Guchanga but continued to speak arrogantly. As if only by doing so could he assert his significance in Lu Fei's eyes. Just because the Hongjin base lacks provisions does not mean I do. Lu Fei rolled her eyes, disinterested in their banter. Enough boasting. If you can produce it now, I will bow and call you grandmother. As soon as Lu Jiamu's words fell, 10 boxes of rice bowls materialized in Lu Fei's hands. Here, go ahead and call. Chapter 10, The Allure of Tomato and Egg Rice Bowl. The gluttons who have turned against their own Lu Jiamu. The crowd? Is that really you, Lu Fei? Didn't she just awaken her purification ability? How could she also possess space abilities? Is she even human? Is that rice? Is that steaming hot rice? I seem to even catch a whiff of tomato and egg. As the apocalypse loomed, many plants and animals underwent mutations. Hens were no longer docile creatures but lethal weapons capable of causing death. Even when killed, their flesh was highly toxic. No one could access chicken or eggs anymore. And even rice had become a rare commodity, available only to the elite of the bases. After a separation of over 4 years, the familiar and tantalizing aroma reached them. Not only the people of Hongjin base, but even those at Lihua base, who had just eaten, felt tears streaming down their faces. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the crowd, Lu Fei fixed her gaze on Lu Jiamu. Hey, why not bow and call me grandma? I've spent my life being a grandchild. I've never experienced the feeling of being an elder. Lu Jiamu stared intently at the steaming rice bowls, practically wishing to crush them with his teeth. This must be fake. It has to be an illusion. Lu Fei rolled her eyes and turned to share the tomato and egg rice bowls with the people of Hongjin base. With over 20 people present and only 10 bowls in her hands, despite their hunger, they forced themselves to shake their heads. Big sister, this is too precious. You and your mother should eat. We can find supplies later. Hudaba squeezed his thigh hard to suppress the urge to grab the rice bowl, lamenting internally at the thought of passing up something so delicious. Big sister, please keep this. We rough men would only waste it. Guchanga swallowed hard, resolutely refusing as well. Lu Fei had expected a frantic scramble for the food but was taken aback when each person politely declined. Remembering how the original owner had painstakingly searched for water sources only to have her brothers prioritize themselves, leaving her with only muddy remnants. A sarcastic smile crept onto her lips. So what if the people of Hongjin base were impoverished? They were far better off than the Lu family. Not allowing Guchanga and the others to refuse any longer, Lu Fei directly shoved the rice bowls into their hands. They stood there bewildered, clutching the warm rice bowls, hesitating to speak. Just as they were about to persuade Lu Fei to take back the rice bowls, she suddenly produced 10 more from her empty hands. The crowd gasped in shock. No way, there is more? The canned meat in their hands suddenly lost its appeal, and they yearned for the rice bowl instead. It was utterly absurd. Not only did Lu Fei possess the rare purification ability, but she also had space abilities. Why did all the good fortune fall upon her? Rice bowls, rice bowls. It had been over 4 years since they had tasted such a delight. Ignoring the lamentations of Lihua base, Lu Fei handed a rice bowl to each person of Hongjin base. Are these really for us? Guchanga swallowed hard, realizing that such a rice bowl could fetch 100 crystal cores on the market, sparking fierce competition. Of course, you all supported me and provided a place for my mother and me. This is what you deserve. Unlike certain ungrateful souls who treat mistresses as mothers and throw their own sisters into hordes of zombies. Lu Fei cast a frosty glance at Lu Jiamu, who, for some reason, felt guilty and dared not meet her gaze. Thank you, big sister. From now on, your matters are our matters. If you instruct us to head east, we shall not stray west. If you tell us to chase the dogs, we will not pursue the chickens. With Gu Changge no longer refusing, he opened the lid and began to devour the food hungrily. The sweet, sour, salty, and fragrant flavors flooded his mouth, transporting everyone back to the days before the apocalypse. Each person could stroll freely on the streets without fearing sudden attacks from zombies. Oh, this is so delicious. This is what humans should eat. Hudaba, after a few bites, began to cry, feeling immensely fortunate. Others nodded in agreement, even Gu Changge's eyes glistened. His resolve to treat Lu Fei as a revered ancestor solidifying in his heart. As others remarked, Hongjian base was so poor they could barely survive. Maintaining basic sustenance was a blessing from the heavens. It had been an eternity since they last savored such warm and delectable food. Seeing everyone relishing their meal, Lu Fei opened a bowl for herself, sitting directly in front of the Lu brothers and eating heartily. Gulp. The rich aroma of the food made Lu Jiamu gulp. Knowing Lu Fei was intentionally teasing them, which only fueled his irritation. Good grandson, do you want to eat? If you want it, call me grandma. And I might even let you sip some soup. Lu Fei, don't get too smug. We of Lihua base would rather die than eat anything from you. Lu Jiamu gritted his teeth, attempting to show how immune Lihua base was to temptation, only to be slapped in the face the very next moment. Lu Fei, we are all from the same base. Could you spare us some? Some were unable to resist the allure and shamelessly approached to beg. Lu Fei glanced at Lu Jiamu with a satisfied gleam in her eyes. Give you? On what grounds? You didn't help me when I was in danger. You ate the mistress's food and spoke ill of me. Why should I share this delicious food with you? Upon hearing her words, Feng Tianhe and Lu Shui's expressions darkened, while the people of Lihua base turned red, filled with regret for having eaten those things. Yet, some were reluctant to part with their meals, hiding their food away. Their faces brightened as they tossed the hidden supplies back to Lu Shui and hurried to Lu Fei. If we didn't eat their supplies and didn't insult you, can we eat your rice bowls? Lu Fei glanced at the pale-faced Lu Shui and smiled. If you want the rice bowl, show me your worth, or make me happy. With that, Lu Fei's gaze swept over the three Lu brothers and the Lu mother-daughter duo. Those who approached were quick-witted and soon realized how to please Lu Fei. The Lu brothers dared not scold, but they did not hold back against Lu Shui and her mother. Feng Tianhe, you shameless vixen. Not only did you seduce someone else's husband, but you also deprived Lu Fei and her mother of their food. Someone like you deserves to be stripped bare and thrown into a horde of zombies. The person berated Feng Tianhe, their words ringing true, leaving the Lu brothers with no way to refute. Watching Feng Tianhe tremble with rage, Lu Fei generously handed a bun to the accuser, filled with beef. The bun was so soaked in oil that just holding it allowed the rich aroma to waft through the air, causing everyone to swallow hard once more. Keep cursing. You're doing great. Hearing Lu Fei's encouragement, the accuser devoured the beef bun and then turned their ire toward Lu Shui. You bastard child, clearly a love child. Yet you flaunt yourself as the daughter of the Lu family, ordinary looking and forcing us to say you're prettier than Lu Fei. You can't even compare to a single hair of Lu Fei's, always playing the victim and seeking sympathy. You'll end up just like your dead mother, an unrepentant harlot. The person, now hoarse from their tirade, took the rice bowl Lu Fei offered and gleefully scampered off to eat. The people of Lihua base, sensing the opportunity, began to join in the chorus against Feng Tianhe and Lu Shui, filled with a desire to unleash every vulgarity and insult known. Lu Fei would reward any expression of satisfaction with a meat bun or a bowl of rice. Lu Fei, although I have just berated you, I possess certain insider knowledge that could be traded for a meal. Years ago, Feng Tianhe's miscarriage was a deliberate act on her part. Upon hearing these words, Feng Tianhe, already unsteady from the scorn directed at her, appeared even more precariously balanced. Chapter 11. Confrontation with irrefutable evidence. Your accusations are unfounded. That incident occurred years ago. Your recollection is dubious at best. You are merely attempting to ingratiate yourself with Lu Fei through fabrication. Lu Shui retorted, attempting to deflect blame. The accuser responded with vehement disdain. Do you believe your actions, and those of your mother, were imperceptible? What is done in the dark will eventually come to light. Shortly after my arrival at the Inferno base, while serving as an assistant to my uncle, you and your mother furtively approached him, laden with gold and silver ornaments, seeking abortifacients. My uncle initially demurred, citing the inherent risks. However, your mother, overcome with histrionics, asserted that childbirth in this era posed even greater perils, compounded by familial disapproval. My uncle, yielding to her entreaties, provided the requested medication, Subsequently, he discovered that you exploited that unborn child to usurp the position of the legitimate wife. Lu Fei attempted further denial, but the accuser declared, "The evidence has been preserved." Racked with remorse, my uncle retained the items you offered, intending to present them to Lu Fei and her mother as atonement. Moreover, he habitually required all patients to sign a register upon receiving medication. Locating that historical record will reveal your signatures. The accuser departed with haste to retrieve the corroborating evidence. Lu Fei and Feng Tianhe attempted to impede his progress, only to be intercepted by the well-fed Hu Debao and his cohorts. What? Attempting to abscond? Not if we have anything to say about it. Despite his earlier display of emotion during the meal, Hu Debao projected an aura of lethal menace, causing Lu Fei to collapse, trembling, onto the floor. Witnessing the presentation of evidence, others seemed to unlock their memories, converging upon Lu Fei to voice their accusations. I can attest to this unscrupulous woman's embezzlement of resources intended for you and your mother. I overheard her secretly bartering supplies acquired by the Lu family for cosmetics. Subsequently, she declared that she would rather feed the provisions to dogs than allow you to partake, preferring your starvation. Indeed, I witnessed Lu Fei delivering supplies, deliberately spilling water and crushing rations, leaving only meager scraps for Lu Fei. She threatened to ensure Lu Fei's demise during a mission should she reveal these transgressions to the Lu family. Furthermore, I am aware that the concubine concealed resources within the basement of the residence, later exchanging them for various articles of clothing and cosmetics after the Lu family's departure. The accusations caused the countenances of the Lu siblings to darken. Aunt Feng, is this veracious? Lu Jimu questioned, his jaw clenched, glaring at Feng Tianhe. She had maintained that the acquired resources barely sufficed for the household's needs. Upon their departure, she had feigned self-denial, foregoing sustenance to preserve provisions for them, inducing guilt and prompting them to entrust all resources to her for equitable distribution. Now, she stood accused of hoarding vast quantities of supplies to satiate her personal desires. No, it is not true. They are fabricating these allegations. Are you willing to disseminate falsehoods for a mere morsel, heedless of potential retribution from the Lu family? Feng Tianhe denied vehemently, never anticipating such widespread exposure. Exposure would spell her ruination within the Lu family. Retribution from the Lu family? Your malfeasance bears no relation to us. You are the perpetrator of these abuses. You deny it? Who will accompany me to the Lu residence? I know where she concealed the items, having accompanied her on a delivery of cosmetics and witnessed her inventorying the supplies. One individual confronted Feng Tianhe directly, his reputation now at stake. His proposition elicited widespread enthusiasm. A multitude, including members of both the Hongjian and Inferno bases, eagerly joined the procession. Such an intriguing spectacle is not to be missed. Quickly, bring my brothers forth to witness this auspicious moment. At Lu Fei's behest, Gu Chang'e effortlessly hoisted her two brothers. Lu family members are typically of tall stature, the males reaching heights of approximately 6 feet, yet in Gu Chang'e's grasp, they appeared diminutive. Lu Jimu, less fortunate, was unceremoniously dragged by his ankles. Did you not hear the eldest sister's desire to witness a momentous occasion? Include those shameless individuals. Gu Chang'e instructed others to bind Lu Fei and her mother with ropes, selecting a reliable individual to carry Qinhuanwei. A motley procession advanced toward the Lu family villa. En route, they encountered the individual bearing the evidentiary material, who eagerly joined their ranks. As he was dragged along, Lu Jimu experienced a growing sense of foreboding as they approached the villa, as if approaching a portal to iniquity that threatened to engulf him. Release me. This constitutes trespassing. Upon my husband's return, he will exact vengeance upon you all. Feng Tianhe exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear, dreading the discovery of her transgressions. Before she could complete her threat, Lu Fei silenced her with a forceful slap. Who is your husband? Are you legitimately wed? Do you possess a marriage certificate? You and that old reprobate are merely paramours. As she spoke, they arrived at the basement of the villa. Despite their collective efforts, they were unable to breach the door. This door is designed to withstand zombies, rendering it exceptionally robust and difficult to open without a key. Lu Fei summarily searched Feng Tianhe and Lu Fei, but failed to locate the key. Fei, we are all family. Why must you exacerbate this situation? If you harbor resentment toward me, you may request that your father dismiss me. There is no need to bribe so many to harm me. I have devoted my entire youth to the Lu family, only to be repaid in this manner. Observing the impasse, Feng Tianhe resorted to histrionics, attempting to evoke sympathy. However, before she could shed more than a few tears, a resounding boom echoed as a massive fireball engulfed the door. Gu Chang'e gestured, controlling the conflagration, and soon the zombie-resistant door was reduced to ashes. Cease your lamentations and proceed. As the door disintegrated, Guchanga clapped his hands. Is this the power of a level 5 master? We would be annihilated in an instant. Why do you tarry? Proceed inside. Guchanga turned his gaze upon the immobile Lu Fei, her mother, and the Lu siblings, kicking them inside. As the group entered, Guchanga released a floating flame, illuminating the basement's contents. Good heavens, so much? Chapter 12. Feng Tianhe, a vile woman. Mother and son sever their ties. A dense array of supplies lay scattered on the ground, a chaotic collection of edibles, potables, and even medical provisions and garments, all piled haphazardly like refuse within the confines of the basement. A lifetime of accumulation for many would pale in comparison to the sheer volume of goods amassed here. No, these things are not mine. They belong to Lu Fei. She's attempting to frame me with items from the Hongjian base. Feng Tianhe retorted shrilly, vehemently denying ownership and insisting on her innocence. Lu Fei merely scoffed, casually picking up a can of preserved meat. All supplies brought back from missions are marked for distribution purposes. These bear the Lu family insignia. Besides, she added witheringly, the Hongjian base is practically destitute. Couldn't you have concocted a more plausible fabrication? With a deliberate gesture, Lu Fei feigned a slip, sending the can tumbling across the floor until it came to rest before the Lu brothers. The unmistakable emblem emblazoned upon it served as a resounding slap in the face. Each rotation a stark reminder of their folly. With the matter of the supplies now clarified, I have yet to present my remaining evidence. The individual in question produced a ledger, its pages yellowed with age. These are archival records left by my uncle, along with jewelry gifted by the little third. They corroborate my assertions. He flipped to a dated entry bearing Feng Tianhe's name, offering the book for the brothers' perusal. Why, isn't that my mother's jade bracelet? She always said she was saving it for my dowry. It was lost years ago. So, it ended up in your possession? Lu Fei exclaimed, feigning surprise. Oh, mother, look. And my coming-of-age diamond necklace. And those items I was wrongly accused of filching from those imbeciles. They're all here. How utterly droll. Lu Fei retrieved each item in turn, displaying them for her brother's benefit. She recalled how, in years past, upon discovering items missing, Lu Fei had insinuated that the original owner was attempting to frame her. During the ensuing confrontation, the original owner had lamented the disappearance of her own belongings, prompting Lu Fei to feign remorse, kneeling and striking herself in the face. She had declared her willingness to be devoured by zombies rather than suffer the stain of false accusation. Enraged, the original owner had engaged in a heated argument with Lu Fei, who had then deliberately tumbled down the stairs, sustaining injuries and inciting the ire of her 5 brothers, who deemed their stepsister excessively malicious. Subsequently, Feng Tianhe, feigning a miscarriage, succeeded in permanently expelling Qin Wanwei and her daughter from the villa. How could this be? Why is this happening? Lu Jimu, his eyes bloodshot with fury, glared at Feng Tianhe. He reflected upon the years of manipulation that had led them to mistreat their own mother and sister. The sheer volume of supplies hoarded here, while their mother languished in a state of emaciation, left no room for doubt. Feng Tianhe, you venomous harpy. How could you inflict such harm upon my mother? I shall end you. With that, Lu Jiamu lunged forward, heedless of the guards present. Feng Tianhe, her deceit laid bare and confronted with Lu Jiamu's homicidal intent, shrieked and scrambled to evade him, inadvertently tripping over an object and colliding with a wall. By sheer happenstance, the impact triggered a hidden compartment, revealing an array of high-end cosmetics and bespoke garments, meticulously arranged. In an era where sustenance was a luxury, such items were the epitome of extravagance. Feng Tianhe, in her relentless pursuit of male attention, had squandered vast resources to acquire these frivolous adornments. Still plastering on makeup at your age, dolling yourself up like a gaudy courtesan. One might think you're angling to ensnare a more affluent patron and discard old Lu Fei remarked with thinly veiled contempt. Her words served as a cue for Guchanga, who, with a mere snap of his fingers, incinerated Feng Tianhe's cherished possessions. Ah, no, my cosmetics, my clothes. Don't burn them. Feng Tianhe shrieked, desperately attempting to salvage her burning treasures, but the flames grew ever more intense, rendering approach impossible. Her agonizing cries echoed through the chamber, as if she herself were being consumed. Lu Fei cast an approving glance at Guchanga, impressed by his competence and perceptiveness. With such a discerning partner, the future promises to be far less arduous. She then issued a command. Quickly, pack up these belongings. They are rightfully ours. These are Lu family provisions. You cannot confiscate them. Lu Fei snarled, glaring at Lu Fei. She turned to her remaining brothers, those dullards. Are you simply going to stand idly by while they plunder what belongs to us? These are our rations. If they are taken, we shall starve." Before she could complete her tirade, Lu Fei delivered a resounding slap across her face. "Who granted you the audacity to refer to these as Lu family rations? They were procured with my mother's and my own lifeblood. For years, you and your mother have gorged yourselves on these provisions, while my mother and I have never known satiety. How dare you utter such words? I shall take them all, and if you starve, so be it. What concern is it of mine? I wish you would simply expire from hunger." Lu Fei waved her hand, instructing the Hongjian base personnel to continue loading. If feasible, dismantle the load-bearing walls themselves. Leave nothing for these canine creatures of the Lu family. While they were packing, Lu Fei gave each person who provided clues a box lunch with 2 buns, and those who helped scold also gave 2 buns. The recipients of this generosity expressed their gratitude profusely before departing, casting disdainful glances at the Lu family. "A collection of myopic fools," one muttered, rejecting Lu Fei, their own sister, who possesses both purification abilities and a spatial dimension, in favor of protecting the offspring of a concubine. They deserve the fate that awaits them. Indeed, another concurred. "I shall no longer associate with them. Lu Fei is destined for greatness. To offend her is to offend a multitude of level 5 powerhouses. Those magnates will undoubtedly seek to curry favor with Lu Fei by undermining the Lu family. Their halcyon days are numbered." Upon hearing this, the crowd distanced themselves even further from the Lu family, dispersing rapidly. Only the Lu family and the Hongjian base personnel remained. "Lu Qianqing, Lu Zimo, Lu Jiamu." Lu Fei began, her voice laced with glacial disdain. "Now that the truth has been unveiled, do you have any further pronouncements to make? Remember this day, for it marks the end of our association. Henceforth, we are irrevocably estranged. Should we meet again, we shall be mortal adversaries." Lu Fei's frigid pronouncements sent shivers down their spines, a sharp, piercing pain in their hearts. Only now, confronted with irrefutable evidence, did they comprehend the magnitude of their error. Gazing upon their mother, emaciated and forlorn, and their sister, utterly alienated, they were seized by an overwhelming sense of dread. "Fei, mother," Lu Jiamu pleaded, his voice trembling. "We are family. Why must we sever our ties so irrevocably? It was all Feng Tian's doing, that vile woman. Once father and brother return, we shall banish her. Now that you are both free from harm, could you not find it in your hearts to forgive us? We shall never err again." For the first time, Lu Jiamu humbled himself before Lu Fei, expecting the same capitulation that had always followed such gestures. However, he was met only with Lu Fei's sardonic gaze and the utter desolation etched upon Chen Wanyue's face. "I once believed that you were merely misled by Feng Tianhe and her daughter, that your judgment was clouded," Chen Wanyue began, her voice fragile yet resolute. "But now I see that you are no different from your father, selfish and callous. I do not begrudge you for failing to visit me when I was framed and confined to the slums. I accept that my lack of cunning made me deserving of such treatment. But Fei is your own sister. How could you mistreat her so cruelly? Suspending her from the city walls as fodder for zombies? You have disappointed me beyond measure. From this day forward, my only child is Lu Fei. Should we meet again, we shall be strangers." Having uttered these words, Chen Wanwei felt a stabbing pain in her chest. With 2 tears tracing paths down her cheeks, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 13, The Burning Villa and the Cleansing of Flora and Fauna. "Mother, we are in the wrong. Please do not leave with Fei. Are we not your children?" Lu Jiamu knelt before Chen Wanyue, remorsefully reaching for her hand, only to be rebuffed by Lu Fei's kick. "Humph, it is because only I believe in Mother wholeheartedly. You all betrayed her the moment you welcomed Feng Tianhe and Lu Xuan to this home. Over these past years, you have deliberately ignored her, never once visiting her, leading to her mistreatment by that old vixen. It was Mother's misfortune to bear sons like you. Had I been her, I would have drowned you in the toilet at birth." Lu Fei's words struck like hammer blows, tearing away the Lu brothers' facade of respectability. "No, father made those decisions. How could we, as sons, possibly interfere? We did it for the sake of the family. The apocalypse is dangerous. Should we have simply left those 2 frail women to die?" Lu Tianqing attempted to justify their actions, but Lu Fei interrupted with a derisive snort. "So, you were content to watch Mother and me, 2 weak women, perish? Ha 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 ha. That excuse only highlights your selfishness. It disgusts me. Lu Tianqing, you will face retribution. Believe me." Seeing that everything was packed, Gu Changji carefully lifted Chen Wanwei once more. Lu Fei cast one last glance at the Grand Villa, recalling her previous self's miserable departure, and left a grim smile directed at the basement before leaving. Gu Changji, too, looked back at the despondent figures, a cold glint in his eyes. As Lu Fei and her companions made their unhindered exit from the blazing fire base, the Lu family's villa suddenly erupted in flames. The raging inferno consumed everything, erasing all traces of Lu Fei and Chen Huanyue's past life there. Ah, brother, help me. The fire is so intense. Lu Shui, surrounded by flames, was not severely injured, but she was accustomed to seeking assistance. In the past, the Lu brothers would have rushed to her aid, but this time, she waited in vain. Turning to find them, she saw them glaring at Feng Tianhe with chilling gazes. The murderous intent in their eyes was amplified by the firelight, appearing both fierce and intense. No, Lu Shui's heart jolted, and she screamed, attempting to rush forward, but it was too late. The basement's crossbeams, weakened by the flames, collapsed, striking downward. Feng Tianhe, sensing the danger, tried to evade, but Lu Jiamu kicked her back into the inferno. Ah, save me, Shui, save your mother. Feng Tianhe fell into the sea of fire, writhing in agony, her piercing cries assaulting Lu Shui's ears. However, she dared not take a step forward, fearing the Lu brothers' wrath and being thrown into the fire as well. Vile woman, the good life you stole from my mother all these years must now be repaid. Lu Jiamu glared at Feng Tianhe, attributing his mother's departure entirely to her. Only when the fire had nearly engulfed the entire basement did Lu Tiancheng pull his two brothers away, their bloodshot eyes revealing the intense hatred in their hearts. Lu Shui seized the opportunity to help her disfigured mother escape. As they finally fled, the villa collapsed with a deafening roar, reduced to ashes. Yet, the neighboring properties remained untouched. This was the pyromantic prowess of a level 5 master, a profound lesson for the Lu family. Lu Shui, observing her brother's indifference and her mother lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, sensed that she was losing something irrevocably. Lu Fei ceased to concern herself with the affairs of the blazing fire base. From that day forward, she would live solely for herself and her mother. Eldest sister, let's find a secure shelter to rest for the night and then continue towards the base, Gu Changji said, holding Chen Huanyue, outlining their next steps to Lu Fei. The group was now implicitly led by her. I am not skilled in such matters. I will defer to your judgment. Also, distribute those supplies to everyone as a welcoming gift for my joining the team. Lu Fei understood that fostering good relations with them would ensure her mother's comfort at the base. The group cheered, gladly accepting Lu Fei's generosity, knowing that even a portion of the basement supplies would be a substantial boon upon their return to the base. As they prepared to resume their journey, they were startled by rustling footsteps and a faint, foul odor in the air. Something is amiss, zombies. Prepare to fight. Gu Changji, ever vigilant, quickly shielded Chen Huanyue and Lu Fei in the center of their formation. Within moments, a dense horde of zombies appeared, shambling towards them with their grotesque, jerky movements. How are there so many? Are zombie hordes being mass-produced now? Hu Debao exclaimed, his scalp prickling at the sight of the undead. Fortunately, Gu Changji was in peak condition. Several fireballs incinerated the vanguard of the zombies, and the others from the grand establishment base charged forward. Lu Fei carefully protected Chen Huanyue, shielded by her system. Impervious to harm. Fei, if danger arises, abandon me. Chen Huanyue, terrified by the relentless, unfeeling zombies, turned pale, yet her heart ached with compassion. She realized that her daughter had been risking her life all these years. This realization only intensified her hatred for the Lu family. If you say that, mother, I will be the first to die. Lu Fei sighed helplessly, then feigned sorrow, covering her face and weeping. Why am I so unfortunate? Just when I can finally live well with you, you want to abandon yourself. Woe is me. Am I truly the jinx my brothers claimed? Deserving of their abuse and mistreatment? Did they truly say such things? Those little bastards. I will slap them senseless the next time I see them. Hearing of her daughter's suffering, Chen Huanyue abandoned her suicidal thoughts, regretting her earlier fainting spell. She should have slapped each of them. Seeing that Chen Huanyue was no longer contemplating death, Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Turning back, she frowned at the dwindling number of zombies. Something is not right. These zombies were not gathered together. They seemed to be drawn by something. Hu Debao, his hands numb from slaughtering zombies, finally sensed something amiss and voiced his concern to Gu Changji. Indeed, something is wrong. The issue lies within our midst. Gu Changji incinerated another wave of zombies. A throbbing pain in his head fueling his vexation, a touch of grimness settling between his brows. Hearing Gu Changji's words, Lu Fei, for some reason, felt a sixth sense telling her that the issue stemmed from her. She quickly rummaged through her belongings, but found nothing amiss. Fei, how did you get blood on your trousers? Normally, Lu Fei was well protected and unlikely to be injured. Chen Huanyue feared that she might have started her period. Attracting the zombies, Lu Fei glanced down and noticed a hidden patch of blood on her knee. She touched it, brought it to her nose, and her expression instantly turned dark and menacing. Those bastards dared to play such a trick on me. The blood was not hers, but a specially concocted serum designed to attract zombies. It must have been smeared on her when she struck the Lu brothers or Lu Fei and her mother. The intention was to ensure that their entire group would not return. Ding. Eliminate 20 zombies to acquire the flora and fauna cleansing attribute. Flora and fauna cleansing? Does that mean they are no longer poisonous and I can eat them? Indeed. Please persevere, host. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through her body. For the sake of her future culinary desires, she charged ahead with determination. Chapter 14. The Egg Explosion Expert. Capturing Mutated Animals. Mom, you stay here. I'll go help Brother Gu. Lu Fei borrowed a dagger from the person guarding her and was about to charge out. Xinwen wanted to stop her. But realizing that these zombies were attracted by her daughter, she thought that if she didn't contribute, she would surely face complaints later on. Be very careful. If anything happens to you, I'll go with you. Xinwen Yu now lived solely for Lu Fei. If her daughter were gone, she would have no reason to live. Don't worry, Mom. Your daughter has incredible abilities. Today, I'll show you what it means for a wolf to enter a sheep's den. Howl. Lu Fei said excitedly as she dashed out, leaving Xinwen Yu watching anxiously, fearing the worst. Ma'am, don't worry. The eldest sister is amazing. Our leader is unstoppable. Her firewall is several meters deep. She can handle these zombies without breaking a sweat. The person assigned to protect them deftly reassured Xinwen Yu, vividly describing Lu Fei's heroic feats. Is she really that formidable? You aren't just trying to placate me, are you? That child is so strong-willed and never shares her troubles. If anything were to happen to her. Before she could finish, Xinwen Yu saw Lu Fei burst into the horde of zombies like a little bomb, her heart leaping into her throat. However, in the next moment, Lu Fei kicked between a male zombie's legs. Roar. Perhaps instinctively, the zombie covered its vulnerable spot, revealing its weakness. Lu Fei swiftly slashed the zombie's throat with the dagger. It was razor-sharp, and with a gentle stroke, the foul-smelling head fell. Not too difficult after all. Lu Fei licked her lips, exhilarated. In her previous life, she had endured so many injustices. Had it not been for her last shred of rationality, she would have become a psychopathic killer long ago. Now, she finally had a legitimate reason to vent her pent-up frustration, and it was sheer bliss, coupled with the agile movements honed over years of survival. Lu Fei navigated through the zombies with ease. Relying on her invulnerability, Lu Fei adopted an aggressive stance, specifically targeting the male zombies' groins with kicks, followed by swift throat slashes, which proved to be remarkably effective. By the time Gu Changge noticed Lu Fei had joined the fray, she had already dispatched over a dozen zombies. Brother Gu, burn this fabric. Lu Fei tore a bloodstained piece from her pants and tossed it to Gu Changge. Without a question, he conjured a flame that reduced the fabric to ashes. Simultaneously, the swarm of zombies seemed to lose focus, ceasing their advance in this direction. As everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they also realized Lu Fei had been ambushed. The thought of being betrayed intensified Lu Fei's resentment, causing her strikes against the zombies to become increasingly ruthless. The male team members, watching her relentlessly kick between the zombies' legs, instinctively tightened their own, feeling an empathetic pain that made them grimace. Even the emotionless zombies sensed the eerie and terrifying aura emanating from Lu Fei and scrambled to distance themselves from her. Determined to fulfill her mission, Lu Fei would not let them escape, brandishing her dagger and charging forward. You think you can run? Watch as I wipe you all out. Ha ha ha. Hearing her sinister laughter, Gu Changge and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. It was clear that the eldest sister had suffered greatly within the Lu family, or she wouldn't be this deranged. Who to bow? Watching Lu Fei kick another zombie's vital spot, nervously swallowed and resolved never to provoke Lu Fei again. The eldest sister is not dying in silence. She is exploding in silence. She has endured so much hardship over the years, all thanks to that bunch of scoundrels in the Lu family. From now on, when we encounter them, we'll give them a taste of their own medicine. If anything happens, I'll take the blame. As Lu Fei's killing spree intensified, the remaining zombies retreated significantly. When the last few stragglers were eliminated, the battle finally came to an end. After an hour and a half, they had slain over 300 zombies. Despite being exhausted to the point of not being able to lift their arms, they gritted their teeth and joyfully began collecting crystal cores. It's the new year. These crystal cores will sustain us for a long time. Once we all level up, we won't hold back the captain anymore. Indeed. And with the eldest sister here, when the base competition comes, we will soar. The group excitedly chattered, anticipating the taste of being at the top. While they conversed, Lu Fei was busy tallying her achievements with the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task and unlocked level 1 plant and animal purification. Please continue to strive forward. As the system's voice echoed, Lu Fei unlocked the ability to purify small animals. Roasted chicken, roasted duck, her heart danced with delight. However, glancing at her disheveled companions, she felt a bit embarrassed. If not for her carelessness, they wouldn't have faced this zombie wave. After some thought, she took out stamina recovery potions and distributed one to each person. Oh, eldest sister, such precious items we cannot accept. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have accumulated so many crystal cores. Instead, we have profited. Gu Changgu and the others wanted to decline, but were firmly pressed by Lu Fei. It will be dark soon. If you don't recover your stamina immediately, what will you do if you encounter zombies again? Plus, I have tasks for you. Upon hearing that Lu Fei had tasks, the group ceased their objections and drank the unpleasant potion. In an instant, their stamina was fully restored, leaving them astonished. Before long, they finished collecting the crystal cores and quickly moved to a concealed hideout to rest. What? You want us to catch mutated animals? As soon as they set their things down, Lu Fei proposed their next mission. Gu Changgu and the others widened their eyes, puzzled. Those animals are fierce and useless. Why catch them? The mountain people have their own clever plans. Just go and be safe, Lu Fei said, pondering that if they managed to capture animals tonight, they could feast on barbecue. It had been ages since the original host had tasted fresh meat, and just thinking about those delicious dishes made her mouth water. I understand. The eldest sister must want to capture the mutated animals as secret weapons. When the Lu family appears, we can throw them out. Even if we don't kill them, we'll certainly create chaos. Let us gather the zombies' rotten flesh, seal it in jars. That could be an impressive biochemical weapon. Who to bow? As if privy to some secret, excitedly suggested. Lu Fei twitched her lips, realizing that in this apocalyptic world, there was no shortage of living devils. Gu Changgu laughed and scolded them to hurry up and catch the animals. What biochemical weapon? Nothing is more potent than your stinky socks. Not only do they irritate the eyes, but they also choke the nose. Observing the harmonious atmosphere among her companions, Lu Fei felt incredibly relaxed. The ambience here was 100 times better than at the fire base, and she knew she had made the right choice in leaving. Hey, Brother Gu, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell again? Turning her head, Lu Fei noticed Gu Changji's weary facade, which he tried to mask with a facade of ease. As a purifier, she was particularly sensitive to their abnormalities. Today, I used my abilities a bit too much. But it's not yet time for me to go berserk. There's no need for you to exert yourself to purify me. Before he could finish, Lu Fei had already walked over and placed her hand on his chest. Purification. With a soft pop and an invigorating fragrance, the energy within Gu Changgu, which had been on the verge of going haywire, was entirely cleansed. He felt as if he could plow 20 acres of land without breaking a sweat. Wow, how amazing! So this is the power of purification. Incredible. The others marveled, and even Shun Wan Yu couldn't believe how formidable her daughter's awakened abilities were. Amidst the shower of compliments directed at Lu Fei, a sudden cacophony of disputes erupted from the outside. Chapter 15. Demanding half your supplies. Can animals be purified too? Are you lot from Hongjin Bay staffed? Daring to touch these mutated creatures, aren't you afraid of turning into zombies? A group of individuals, seemingly from an unknown origin, clashed with the patrolling team, resulting in a heated argument. What's it to you? We painstakingly captured those 2 chickens, and you lot just blasted them to smithereens with 2 shots. Are you mental? The Hongjian base members, clutching the severed wings of the fowls, their faces and bodies splattered with blood and gore, were incensed. Having been rescued by the esteemed Lu Fei and showered with supplies, they couldn't even procure a few mutated chickens and ducks for her, leaving them feeling utterly incompetent. Hey, we were only trying to help, yet you show such ingratitude. You deserve to be devoured by these mutated creatures, retorted a burly, bearded man, his voice booming with menace. As the tension escalated and a brawl seemed imminent, Gu Changgu intervened. Hold on, everyone. Frowning, he recognized the insignia of the Bumper Harvest Phoenix base, with whom they occasionally sought assistance during dire times. I am Gu Changgu from Hongjin Base. What seems to be the issue? Upon hearing Gu Changgu's name, a figure known across all 9 bases, the bearded man was taken aback. We are from Phoenix Base, resting at a nearby shelter. During our patrol, we saw them catching mutated chickens and assumed you were starving. So we intervened. Turns out, our kindness was unappreciated. Lu Fei approached, expressing her gratitude for their concern. Her refined and exquisite beauty stood out amidst the desolation. The Phoenix Base members were astonished to discover such a captivating beauty residing within Hongjin Base. Before Gu Changgu could dissuade Lu Fei from consuming the mutated creatures, the bearded man scoffed. You intend to eat mutated chickens? Ha 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 ha. Gu Changgu, Are you truly that destitute? If you can't survive, seek refuge with us at Phoenix Base. Considering your status as a level 5 expert, we can at least guarantee you won't starve. Guchanga, about to retort, was stopped by Lu Fei, who, with arms crossed and a playful smile, challenged the bearded man. Oh, does Big Brother not believe we can consume mutated animals? Nonsense. Even the children in the base know that consuming mutated animals is akin to consuming zombies. You're practically courting death, the bearded man sneered, his gaze filled with disdain. In that case, Lu Fei proposed, how about a wager? You retrieve a few mutated animals, chickens, or ducks, and if we consume them without consequence, you hand over half of your supplies. Half. Lu Fei was being lenient, considering their initial intention to help. Otherwise, she would have demanded all their supplies. All right. And if you lose? If we consume the mutated animals and die, the remaining supplies are yours. The bearded man, unimpressed with Hongjian Base's meager possessions, agreed without hesitation, envisioning the group's demise. Don't you dare regret it. As the bearded man and his crew departed, Guchanga anxiously questioned Lu Fei. Elder sister, please don't be impulsive. Those things are truly inedible. Others may not be able to, but I am not them, Lu Fei assured, her confidence unwavering. Before anyone could dissuade her, the bearded man returned triumphantly with 3 mutated chickens. These chickens, 3 times their normal size, possessed sharp teeth and carried the zombie virus. Here, let's see you eat them. After you die, we will ensure you receive a proper burial and prevent your corpses from being devoured by zombies. The bearded man sneered, closely observing their every move. Elder sister, please refrain from eating them. If anyone should, it should be us. As long as you can keep our captain safe, our deaths would be insignificant. Hudebeo pleaded, stepping forward to sacrifice himself. Touched by their loyalty, Lu Fei gently pushed Hudebeo aside and approached the mutated chickens. Purify. With a soft poof and a fragrant aroma, the mutated chickens underwent a remarkable transformation. Their sharp teeth fell out, their blackish-green skin reverted to its original state, and their murderous gazes softened. All right, let's bleed and pluck them. We'll have roasted chicken tonight, Lu Fei announced. Her actions left everyone utterly dumbfounded. What did you do? You purified the mutated chickens? The bearded man exclaimed, his voice shrill. You possess purification abilities? The legendary purification abilities. Meanwhile, the Hongjian base members were equally astonished. Elder sister, you can purify not only people but also animals? Why not? It's the same principle, Lu Fei shrugged innocently, basking in their admiration. Let's get to work. Everyone must be famished. Understood, elder sister. Leave everything to us, Guchanga and the others replied, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. In less than 10 minutes, the chickens were prepared. Guchanga transformed into a human oven, roasting the chickens to perfection. Soon, the aroma of roasted chicken permeated the air, tantalizing everyone's senses. The bearded man and his crew watched with envy as the chicken slowly turned golden brown. Brother Hu, this roasted chicken smells divine. We want to eat too. The companions of the bearded man were on the verge of drooling, and as he turned his head, he shot them a fierce glare. Eat, eat, eat. I see you resembling a roasted chicken. Hurry and flee, or we shall have to forfeit half of our supplies. Just as the bearded man was about to lead his subordinate away, Guchanga placed a hand upon his shoulder. Where do you intend to go? The bearded man, upon gazing at Guchanga's ominous countenance, swiftly kicked his subordinate away. Quickly, summon the captain to rescue me. Chapter 16. During the day, slaying zombies. At night, selling one's body. Revised. The burly man roared as he turned to embrace Guchanga, drawing everyone's attention and allowing his subordinates to flee. Lu Fei, who had intended to return to check on her mother, hurried over upon hearing the commotion, just as Guchanga was fuming over the man's beard. Sister, this scoundrel is trying to escape, and I've managed to hold him down. Guchanga gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that the Phoenix base is so affluent and we rely on them, I would have reduced this fellow to ashes long ago. Lu Fei sneered at the sight of the scruffy man, his stubble barely concealing the disdain in his eyes. Is that so? You even take your excrement home with you. No wonder the Phoenix base is so wealthy. It seems you've mastered the art of defaulting on debts. Bullshit. I have not defaulted. You deceived me, pretending to be weak to provoke me. How could I have fallen for it otherwise? The burly man, now to be referred to as Hu Xingwang, refused to yield, shouting accusations of cheating at Lu Fei and her companions. Provoking? With your primitive brain, do you think you are worthy of such tactics? We merely desired to consume the mutated chickens, and you insisted on imposing yourself. Now you claim we deceived you, while you prance around in circles? Lu Fei's words reddened Hu Xingwang's already dark complexion. Though he was too proud to acknowledge it, He knew that the people from the Hongjin base were not entirely blameless. Yet he adamantly refused to concede, as half of the supplies belonged to him. If he were to relinquish them, he would be torn to shreds by the captain. I may be without money, but I still have my life. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. Hu Xingwang tilted his head defiantly, adopting the attitude of a dead pig unafraid of boiling water, believing that if he could just hold out until the captain arrived, these impoverished souls could not truly harm him. Guchanga was incensed, ready to unleash her fury upon him, but her subordinates quickly restrained her. They knew that the Hongjin base could not provoke the Phoenix base. Otherwise, they would find themselves with no escape during extreme heat and cold. As Guchanga seated, Lu Fei found amusement in the situation. It has been quite some time since I encountered such shamelessness. Hu Xingwang, I have met many like you. Even if you have no money, I can still extract something from you. Hu Xingwang scoffed at her words, dismissing her as a delicate girl who could only purify. You're merely coddled. Otherwise, you wouldn't know how to survive. Brother Gu, I see this fellow has some strength. Why not have him work during the day slaying zombies, and at night, he can peddle his body, perhaps even sell himself. Though he may not be handsome. There are those with peculiar tastes. Besides, a mask would remedy that. As Lu Fei described the scenario, Hu Xingwang's eyes widened in horror, staring at her as if she were a demon. You vile woman. Even in death, I will not allow you to tarnish my pure body. Clearly, Hu Xingwang had yet to fully grasp Lu Fei's nature. After a series of curses, he continued, when he can no longer entertain guests, he should sell his organs before he dies. The corpse can be used to lure zombies, allowing us to profit one last time. Such a hodgepodge of ideas might just offset our losses. Lu Fei regarded Hu Xingwang, her eyes glinting with the allure of wealth, causing him to tremble involuntarily. This woman seems serious. My captain will come to rescue me. If I were you, I wouldn't be so optimistic. You lost a gamble and now refuse to acknowledge your debt, hoping to bully others and escape responsibility. Even if we suffer a loss today, I will ensure that the 9 major bases hear of it. Let them all know what kind of scum the Phoenix base harbors. And it will be your doing that brings their disgrace. As Lu Fei's words sank in, Hu Xingwang's face grew increasingly grim until he let out a final anguished scream and fainted. Seeing him collapse so easily, Lu Fei scoffed derisively. With such pitiful combat prowess, he dares to argue with me? What a little trash. Bind him and await reinforcements. We shall continue our revelry. The time wasted by Hu Xingwang meant that the roasted chickens were now cooling. Guchanga swiftly handed the 2 largest chicken legs to Lu Fei, who took them to her mother and distributed the rest among the others. At first, Chen Wanwei hesitated to eat, but Lu Fei disregarded her objections, tearing into the food and shoving it into her mouth. Good girl, give me a kiss. Watching Chen Wanwei devour the entire chicken leg, Lu Fei beamed at her affectionately, feeling a wave of relief. Thankfully, the recovery potions provided by the system were effective. Otherwise, her delicate stomach could not handle such fare. You silly girl, I'm full now. Hurry and eat. Chen Wanwei, amused by Lu Fei's antics, wiped her mouth and gently nudged her away. Noticing Chen Wanwei's drowsiness, Lu Fei laid down her clothing on the ground, waiting for her to fall asleep before stepping out. As she munched on a chicken leg, she discovered that the 3 roasted chickens had already been devoured by Guchanga and the others, some even fighting over the bones. The Hongjin base was truly impoverished. They would exchange even expensive canned meat for cheaper goods to ensure their people were fed. For years, they had not tasted meat. Yet today, thanks to Lu Fei, they had enjoyed a meal of tomato and egg rice, followed by roasted chicken, better fare than what the leaders of other bases typically consumed. All things considered, they were indeed better off than those in charge. This chicken is so delicious. Oh, it's just too little. Everyone feasted, their mouths greasy with delight, nearly moved to tears. Even the previously fainted Hu Xingwang was roused by the aroma, watching hungrily and swallowing repeatedly. If I had known, I wouldn't have spoken so thoughtlessly. Perhaps a few kind words would have earned me a bite, even just a chicken bone. You can catch more upon your return. I will assist in purifying. After finishing a large chicken leg, Lu Fei found herself satisfied but amused by their lingering appetites. Captain, can we go catch more chickens? Hudaba and the others cheered excitedly, yet still hesitated to take the initiative, turning to seek Guchanga's approval. If you wish to eat, you must trade something with the sister. Abilities have their limits. While we can ask her for purification in times of need, who will assist her when she requires help. The sister is kind-hearted, sharing her chicken with us, but others often treat their subordinates as tools. You must all be grateful, understood? Guchanga's words prompted solemn nods from the group, leading them to venture out for a few more chickens, but they were instructed not to overdo it, lest they tire Lu Fei. Brother Gu, I'm fine. Lu Fei wanted to express that this little purification was less exhausting than running an 800-meter dash. Sister, those little monkey brats need some discipline. Otherwise, they will dare to act out. If you purify for me, I cannot let you waste your strength without compensation. When we return to the base, I will give you all my possessions. Lu Fei gazed at Guchanga's striking red hair. He appeared rough and rash. Yet he possessed a keen sensitivity to others' feelings. Collaborating with someone like him was not only comfortable, but also maintained a sense of propriety. Unbeknownst to her, she had already begun to regard him as an ally. Brother Gu, we will rely on you for our journey. I am immensely grateful for a safe haven for my mother and me. How about this? In the future, I will purify for you free of charge. But when I purify for others, you help me raise the price, and we'll split it 80-20, with you receiving the larger share. Though Guchanga was inclined to refuse, he realized the many mouths at the base awaited sustenance and could only nod in agreement, albeit with some reluctance. Rest assured, I will certainly assist you in promoting, propagating. As the two conversed, they were suddenly interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Turning around, they saw over 30 men clad in the emblematic attire of the Phoenix base approaching. At the forefront stood a tall, slender man with flowing aquamarine hair, his strikingly handsome face marred by an inexplicable restlessness and gloom. On a typical day, Guchanga might have felt a twinge of caution, but today, he instantly broke into a grin and leaned towards Lu Fei, winking mischievously. Sister, look, the fat sheep has arrived. Chapter 17. The tragic fate of the cannon fodder antagonist. Does the Hongjin base devour its own? Minor revision. That was Lu Fei of the Phoenix base, a level 5 water ability user. Previously, I had sensed a hint of his powers spiraling out of control, and this time, it seemed even more severe. Sister, haven't we already taken half of their supplies? I'll make sure to claim the rest of their resources shortly. Guchanga whispered to Lu Fei, and the two began plotting to strip the Phoenix base bare. Upon hearing Lu Fei's name, Lu Fei's eyes suddenly sparkled with recognition. Oh, isn't he the first major antagonist in the novel? The unfortunate soul who later became the food supply for the protagonist, Lu Shui? The book described how, after awakening her powers, Lu Shui attracted a horde of zombies due to her arrogance and cunningly sought refuge at the Phoenix base. When Lu Fei ventured out to scout the terrain, the remaining combatants were not formidable. Upon his return, he found his teammates reduced to mere dismembered limbs and tormented faces. Enraged, he unleashed his powers in a fit of fury. Following the trail left by the zombies, he sought vengeance and ultimately tracked down Lu Shui, who was reveling in the accolades she received for pilfering supplies from the Phoenix base, utterly oblivious to the lives she had cost. Witnessing the remnants of his comrades only fueled Lu Fei's wrath, transforming him into a monstrous state, determined to take them down with him. As a level 5 powerhouse, he single-handedly decimated dozens from the Lihua base. Just when the tide turned against him, Lu Shui, exploiting the powers of her jade pendant, launched a surprise attack. Not only severing Lu Fei's head, but also usurping his powers, skyrocketing her from level 2 to the pinnacle of level 5, with aspirations of surpassing it. Thus, Lu Fei and numerous teammates unwittingly contributed to Lu Shui's rise as a hero of the Lihua base, establishing her reputation among the top leaders. What a tragic flower. Lu Fei mused as she discussed the storyline of Lu Fei with the system, her gaze filled with unusual sympathy. Such a remarkable individual, reduced to a zombie by Lu Shui, was a pity, especially with such a sculpted physique and striking features. Return my team members, Lu Fei said, furrowing his brow as he looked at Guchanga, the persistent headache shadowing him amplifying his agitation. The pallor of his handsome face hinted at an impending outburst. Why should we return them? You lost our bet, and now you wish to renege on it. So, the illustrious Lu Fei intends to bully us poor souls today? Is that it? Guchanga, unperturbed, crossed his arms and regarded Lu Fei with mockery. This was a prime target. He could not let him escape. You expect us to part with half of our supplies for merely a wager? Your appetite is quite insatiable. Are you not afraid of bursting? Since his arrival, Lu Fei felt a burning gaze upon him. Looking up, he was met with the sight of an extraordinarily beautiful girl. He had often been scrutinized by the opposite sex, yet none had ever looked at him with such a blend of pity and compassion. This realization only heightened his irritation. All he wanted now was to retrieve his teammates and leave. Fair is fair. If you dare to gamble, you must accept the consequences. If you insist on reneging, then perform 3 bows and proclaim that the Phoenix base is filled with cowards. We'll chalk it up to bad luck. Don't push your luck. A flicker of cold light flashed in Lu Fei's eyes. I will give you no more than a quarter. Take it or leave it. Lu Fei's abilities clashed with Guchanga's, and their initial meeting had already filled him with frustration. Now, he had no patience for further quarrels. Enduring an agonizing headache, he radiated an increasingly frigid aura, declaring his limits before instructing his team to set the supplies down. Sensing Lu Fei's imminent eruption, Lu Fei knew that if left unchecked, it would only be a matter of months before chaos ensued. Ding! System task. Please purify 3 level 5 ability users. Reward: 1 random unlimited food item. Lu Fei. She had been fretting over what to do once her buns and rice bowls ran out when suddenly unlimited food materialized before her. To satisfy her future cravings, she could not let Lu Fei escape. As Lu Fei and Gu Chang'e faced off, the atmosphere tense and ready to erupt into violence, a sudden crisp voice broke through. Hold on. Brother Gu, come over for some roasted chicken. Lu Fei's melodious voice, akin to refreshing summer soda, diffused the tension between the two, calming their escalating tempers. Gu Chang'e, suddenly all smiles, darted towards Lu Fei, eager to indulge. Lu Fei, momentarily interrupted from his murderous intentions, turned to see Lu Fei beaming as her teammates returned with a mutated chicken. The team instinctively placed the chicken down, stepping back to allow Lu Fei to work her magic. Lu Fei, intrigued by their sycophantic demeanor, found himself drawn closer, curious about Lu Fei's mysterious abilities. The members of the Phoenix base, equally baffled, watched with keen interest, wondering how they managed to consume mutated chicken without succumbing to poisoning. As they craned their necks to observe, Lu Fei confidently stepped forward. Purification. With a soft pop, a gentle golden light emanated, accompanied by a soothing aroma that enveloped the 30-odd mutated chickens, restoring them to their original forms. The fragrant breeze wafted towards Lu Fei, inexplicably calming his previously agitated spirit. His murderous gaze softened, and he looked at Lu Fei with astonishment. Observing her finish the purification and yawn, ready to return to her slumber, he hastily followed. Miss, could you assist me with purification? Lu Fei gazed upon the exceptionally handsome man before her, his eyes brimming with urgency, clearly tormented by the turmoil of his unleashed powers. Nearby, Gu Chang'e noticed Lu Fei blocking Lu Fei's path and hurriedly rushed over to push him aside. Why should I purify for you lot who refuse to honor your debts? Do you think my sister's abilities come without cost? I will adhere to our wager and provide you half of the supplies, but I admit my earlier impulsiveness and offer my apologies. Lu Fei, suppressing his agitation, gently apologized to Lu Fei, displaying a commendable sense of situational awareness. That's what you owe us. If you desire my sister's purification, you must also provide the other half of the supplies. At last, Gu Chang'e relished a moment of triumph before Lu Fei, exuding an air of superiority. No problem. Hearing Lu Fei's swift agreement, Gu Chang'e slapped his thigh, his face contorted with regret. Darn it, I should have asked for more. Chapter 18. Crystal Core Exchange Points. My life is quite valuable, I misspoke. The resources you possess are insufficient for purification. Who is unaware that you, Lu Fei, stand as the backbone of the Phoenix base? Should you lose control, the base would likely suffer even greater losses. Gu Chang'e's intentions were clearly to demand exorbitant prices. Observing his smug demeanor, Lu Fei felt an urge to dismiss him, but took a deep breath to temper his emotions. So, how much do you desire? In the interim, the personnel from Hongjian base brought forth their crystal cores and valuable items. Sister, this is all we have on hand. Once we return to the base, we shall compensate you further. The crowd displayed utmost respect, presenting their offerings with gleaming eyes to Lu Fei. She understood they were attempting to save face for themselves and accepted their gifts without hesitation. Host, zombie crystal cores can be exchanged for points, enabling purchases in the system mall. Gold, silver, and jewels are also acceptable. This system accepts anything of value. In her mind, the little honey badger, adorned with a tuft of white fur, nodded its paws eagerly. You accept this too? Indeed. Our system has assessments. The annual best will receive a splendid physical form. The system rolled about in her mind playfully, causing Lu Fei's heart to melt. She resolved to amass points for her little buddy, aspiring for it to become an exemplary employee. With a wave, hundreds of crystal cores transferred to the system, and the honey badger joyfully embraced them for exchange, occasionally sneaking a few to munch on when Lu Fei was distracted. Lu Fei exhibited immense patience towards her little system. After all, what was a bit of pilfering? Once more crystal cores were acquired, it could feast freely. As she pondered, a rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air once again. The roast chicken was nearly ready. Not only the personnel from Hongjian base, but even those from Phoenix base were salivating. They glanced hungrily at the chicken, then at Lu Fei, their eyes shimmering with desire as if they could illuminate the night sky. Captain, that roast chicken looks utterly delectable. Despite the wealth of the Phoenix base, such indulgence was rare. Throughout the apocalypse, they had mostly consumed canned meat. The enticing scent of roasted chicken made them yearn to pounce upon it. At that moment, the bound Hu Xingwang, unnoticed by anyone, hopped over to Lu Fei like a bug, whispering conspiratorially, "Captain, it's not impossible to give them our supplies. We could ride along with them, enjoying the roast chicken and benefiting from their purification in the process. Perhaps later, you could employ your charms to bring her back to our base, and see if Gu Chang'e dares to persist." Listening to Hu Xingwang's incessant chatter, Lu Fei felt the irritation he had just quelled bubbling back to the surface. Yet, he could not deny the kernel of truth in the proposal. Recalling the alluring fragrance emitted by Lu Fei earlier, his resolve strengthened. "If she can purify for me, I would grant you anything you desire. To express my earlier apology, I shall provide you with 20 bottles of water as compensation." "Captain, no. You cannot use your abilities so frequently," Hu Xingwang exclaimed in alarm. He intended for the captain to accept purification, not to exacerbate his potential for losing control. Had the captain's condition worsened, rendering him incapable of rational thought? Ignoring his team's protests, Lu Fei summoned the personnel from Hongjian base to bring forth water containers. Channeling his powers, a stream of crystal-clear water flowed from his fingertips. Before long, the containers brimmed, yet Lu Fei's complexion grew increasingly pale. Shadows of despair flickering in his eyes, Lu Fei discerned that his condition was not much better than Gu Chang'e's, who was on the brink of self-destruction. "The apologies have been extended. I have instructed them to deliver the supplies. Can we not remain?" Lu Fei wiped the cold sweat from his brow. His gaze fixed intently on Lu Fei, his eyes betraying a deep yearning. This gaze reminded Lu Fei of a stray kitten she encountered on a rainy day, timidly hiding in a corner and emitting faint cries for help. Despite Lu Fei's formidable strength, Lu Fei could not help but associate him with that vulnerable kitten, causing her resolve to soften. "You may stay, but we discovered this shelter first. Should you wish to settle here, crystal cores must be exchanged. Should you capture mutated chickens, I shall exchange 100 crystal cores for each. As for you, a level 5 ability user is considerably more challenging than those mutated chickens. What do you believe your worth to be?" Lu Fei did not refuse, eliciting jubilant cheers from the Phoenix-based personnel as they hurriedly gathered their crystal cores. Eager to satisfy their cravings, Lu Fei, too, emptied his pockets of valuables, crystal cores, firearms, daggers, and even a telescope. Ah, indeed, the Phoenix base is affluent. These items are not easily acquired. Gu Chang'e, beaming, toyed with the handgun and telescope, both rare commodities for Hongjian base. "I only brought these with me. If you trust us, we can accompany you back to the base, and I will share my savings with you." This time, Lu Fei was astute. Ignoring Gu Chang'e's incessant prattle and focusing solely on Lu Fei, fearful that a moment's displeasure might jeopardize his purification. He understood all too well that should he miss this opportunity, a dire fate awaited him. Whether as a zombie or in self-destruction, neither was his desired outcome. "Can you procure firearms and ammunition?" Through the memories of the original host, Lu Fei learned that although the Phoenix base was not the largest, it was the most prosperous, thanks to its abundant resources. Given that Hongjian base was impoverished, acquiring firearms and ammunition could serve as a bargaining chip, ensuring a stable life for her mother and herself. "Of course, my life is quite valuable. As long as you provide purification, I can offer you 50 handguns and 1,000 rounds of ammunition." Gu Chang'e, sister, I believe the firearms are not the crux of the matter. Rather, our willingness to assist is paramount. Lu Fei was fully aware of Gu Chang'e's excitement. Hongjian base had never experienced such wealth. Motivated by such generous rewards, Gu Chang'e prepared to forgive Lu Fei for his earlier rudeness. Lu Fei, recognizing the opportune moment, indicated her intent to conclude the negotiations, for she still had a mission to fulfill. Purification. Upon noticing Lu Fei's silence, Lu Fei initially assumed her dissatisfaction and was about to raise his offer when suddenly he felt enveloped by a wave of warmth. The familiar fragrance enveloped his senses. Banishing the torment of the past 6 months, the persistent headache and murderous impulses vanished, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of lightness and fullness. Wow, is this the power of purification? How incredible! The personnel from Phoenix base exclaimed in awe, rushing over to witness Lu Fei's transformation. As the golden light dissipated, they found their captain not only revitalized, but even more handsome. Feeling the refreshing sensation coursing through him, Lu Fei gazed at Lu Fei with sparkling eyes, as if he had discovered a treasure. "Are you not concerned I might renege on our agreement?" In response to Lu Fei's question, Lu Fei offered a gentle smile. I advise you not to test me. Otherwise, the next lesson may be painfully enlightening. Chapter 19. Wealth and Power, the Fire Base. Lu Ju and how Lu Fei would never divulge that she possessed not only purification abilities but also the power of reverse purification. The chaotic abilities she absorbed were formidable, tucked away within her system. Should anyone foolishly attempt to harm her, they would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Lu Fei could distinctly sense the chill that flickered in Lu Fei's eyes and hastily assured her that he would not default on their agreement. Conveniently, their journey back to Hongjin Base would lead them past Phoenix Base. They would collect their rewards and secure a vehicle for their return. Upon hearing they could ride back, the personnel from Hongjin Base lit up with excitement. As the apocalypse began, resources such as fuel became exceedingly scarce, confined solely to 2 bases. Those who desired it had to either purchase it at exorbitant prices or barter with zombies. As for the Hongjin Base, its impoverished state meant that while there were many vehicles, none were operable. Eventually, they were all dismantled to reinforce the city walls. The inhabitants could only travel to other bases to work off their debts, spending the rest of their time on the 11th bus route. How fortunate it is to have wealth. Gu Chang'e glanced at Lu Fei with a mixture of envy and admiration, but upon seeing Lu Fei, he felt a surge of pride. No matter how affluent the Phoenix Base may be, their Hongjin Base had a big sister. With a wink, today they could acquire handguns. Tomorrow gasoline, and perhaps, in a few days, even helicopters. While he was lost in such daydreams, the people from the Phoenix Base had already procured 10 mutated chickens. With a swift motion, Lu Fei purified them in an instant, effortlessly collecting 1,000 crystal cores, causing the eyes of onlookers to glisten with envy. Feel free to do as you wish. I shall return to rest, she yawned, heading back to her shelter. After a grueling day of battling and traveling, exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. She casually draped a garment over herself and lay beside Chun Wanyue, resting her forehead against her mother's back, feeling the rhythm of her heartbeat, which finally allowed her to drift into a peaceful slumber. As Lu Fei slept, the others instinctively lowered their voices, walking cautiously, even stifling any sounds, fearful of waking their big sister. The residents of the Hongjin Base, having eaten their fill, were lulled into sleep by the aroma of roasting chicken, while those from the Phoenix Base enjoyed their meals outside, blissfully unaware of the time. Captain, that Lu Fei is undoubtedly remarkable. Her purification skills are extraordinary. If she were to join our base, it would be a tremendous boon, Hu Xingwang remarked, reluctantly savoring the last piece of chicken bone, unwilling to discard it. For the first time, he found himself envying the impoverished folk of the Hongjin Base. He turned to his captain, who was as handsome and charming as a tall tree, possessing both wealth and stature, convinced he could surpass the brutish Gu Chang'e. As we accompany them, let us show Lu Fei the utmost respect and obedience. Anyone who dares to defy this will be expelled from the Phoenix Base. Lu Fei recalled the subtle, serene fragrance that enveloped Lu Fei during her purification, and an overwhelming desire to be near her surged within him, compelling him to stay close. The apocalypse had always been a time of fierce competition, and it remained uncertain which base Lu Fei would ultimately choose to stay with. A glint of determination flickered in Lu Fei's eyes as he did not divert his gaze from Lu Fei's direction throughout the night. When Lu Fei and her mother awoke, breakfast was already prepared, thanks to the 20 bottles of water contributed by Lu Fei the day before. The Hongjin Base generously served chicken porridge. Lu Fei and Qin Wanwei received the thickest bowls, while the others joyfully slurped up the remaining broth. Are you all eating so little? How can you withstand hunger? Qin Wanwei observed the meager portions of her companions, feeling a twinge of sympathy, yet they laughed with delight. Auntie, we used to skip breakfast entirely. Ever since we had our big sister, we've had several consecutive hearty meals, Hu Debeos innocently blurted out, only to be swiftly silenced by Gu Chang'e's kick. Big sister, don't listen to his scare tactics. Even if the Hongjin Base is poor, we can ensure you and your mother are well fed. Once we return, I will clear out a place for you both to stay. The cautious demeanor of Gu Chang'e reminded Lu Fei of the ridicule directed at the Hongjin Base while at the Flame Base, where they were said to go 3 days without food. It seemed that such exaggerations were, in fact, grounded in reality. Rest assured, I will not look down upon the base. The Flame Base, while considered average, left my mother and me starving to the bone. The Hongjin Base cannot be worse than that, can it? Of course not. I guarantee you and your mother will be well fed and taken care of, Gu Chang'e assured her, thumping his chest with confidence. Lu Fei burst into laughter, and as they chatted, she prepared to set off. Stepping outside, they found the Phoenix Base fully equipped. with a display of genuine firearms and bulletproof vests that dwarf the modest offerings of the Hongjian base. We do not envy them, with our big sister. We shall possess such luxuries in due time. Hu Debeos consoled himself and his companions, who stood tall, resembling proud roosters, determined not to be outdone by the Phoenix base. Lu Fei, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, appeared even more striking in his combat attire, especially with his water-blue hair glistening under the sun. It was then that Lu Fei realized the brooding handsome man from yesterday had transformed into a strikingly aloof yet captivating officer after purification. Noticing Lu Fei's admiring gaze, Lu Fei flashed her a fleeting smile, enchanting in its brevity. Ahem, time is of the essence. We should hasten our journey, Guchanga thought to himself. Chastising Lu Fei for being a charming rogue, quickly stepping between them to shield Lu Fei from further distraction, fearing that this handsome fellow might charm his big sister away. With renewed confidence, he lifted his chin, jesting that his own striking appearance was not inferior to that of Lu Fei. A group of 60-odd individuals marched toward the Phoenix base, bolstered by 2 level 5 experts and the advanced weaponry of the Phoenix base. Even if they encountered a horde of zombies, they would be able to handle it with ease. When had the Hongjian base ever fought such a prosperous battle? Each member felt a rush of excitement, their faces flushed with anticipation as they charged into battle, eager to collect crystal cores and feast on roasted chicken. At noon, the group took a break. Hu Debeos, weighing his supplies, volunteered to catch some mutated chickens to enhance their meal. Lu Fei, unwilling to settle for bland, dry rations, nodded in agreement, offering to purify 1 chicken for each of their 2 teams if they succeeded. Excitement surged as they rushed out, eager to capture the very creatures they had once avoided. Strange, it's been half an hour. Why haven't they returned? Guchanga frowned, noting that mutated chickens were supposed to be abundant and easily caught. Lu Fei also frowned, as his team had yet to return. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding passed between them, indicating something was amiss. Just then, Hu Xingwang rushed back, breathless. Captain, it's bad. The people from the Flame base are trying to seize the spoils from the Hongjian base. You must hurry, or there will be nothing left but corpses. Upon hearing Flame base, Lu Fei instinctively looked up. Do you know who from the Flame base is involved? Lu Fei inquired suddenly. Hu Xingwang paused, then recalled the captain's instructions from the previous day and responded respectfully. It's the level 4 ability user, Lu Jianhao, from the Flame base. Upon hearing that name, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Lu Fei's eyes, and a bloodthirsty smile graced her lips. It was her beloved older brother, and she had not expected to encounter him so soon. As a sister, it felt imperative to greet him. In an instant, as soon as Hu Xingwang finished speaking, Lu Fei darted in the direction he indicated. Chapter 20. The sibling confrontation. I refuse to converse with the foolish one. Instead, I shall follow my elder sister and eliminate that detestable group. Guchanga closely trailed behind, instructing others to carry Qinwanyu as they pursued Lu Fei. The Phoenix base remained oblivious, but they were acutely aware of the Lu family's extreme mistreatment of Lu Fei, akin to that of sworn enemies. It was unacceptable to meet today without drawing blood. Persuasion would not suffice. They excelled in combat. So, it turns out that he is the elder brother of my sister. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let us gather our weapons and see what unfolds. The residents of Hongjian base surged forward with fervor, as though energized by a potent elixir. Lu Fei's eyes glimmered as he signaled his team, swiftly preparing their gear and arming themselves for the impending conflict. Before they even reached the battleground, the sounds of clashing weapons reached their ears. Fiery Flame base, do not overstep your bounds. We were the ones who vanquished these zombies. On what grounds do you claim them? Hu Debeo's voice, laced with indignation, spurred her to quicken her pace. What you vanquished matters little. We were the first to spot them. Enough chatter. Surrender your crystal cores, or none shall return unharmed. The opposing voice was audacious, clearly accustomed to such highway robbery. Lu Fei recognized the voice as that of Renzhong, Lu Shui's sycophant, who had previously resorted to underhanded tactics during the original protagonist's missions. Were it not for her own cleverness, she would have fallen victim to Renzhong's schemes multiple times. The thought of the original protagonist's suffering darkened Lu Fei's expression, and upon finally spotting the adversary, she raised her handgun without hesitation. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck Renzhong's shoulder, causing him to recoil in pain. This provided a moment of respite for Hu Debeos and the others. The sudden gunfire drew everyone's attention, revealing Lu Fei standing there with an air of defiance. This astonished the members of Fiery Flame base, particularly Lu Jianhao, who questioned how she had changed and why she was not at the base. Before he could voice his inquiry, Renzhong, having realized it was Lu Fei who shot him, cursed vehemently while clutching his wound. Lu Fei, are you blind? How could you hit me, you worthless fool? Indeed, I am quite blind, Lu Fei readily admitted. After all, I aimed for your head. Zhong's breath hitched. The words he wished to unleash caught in his throat, only to be stifled by the sight of Lu Fei's gun raised once more. Lu Fei, are you out of your mind? Why point your weapon at me instead of those beggars? Captain, it seems she has been spoiled. You should discipline her. Lu Juanhao frowned at Lu Fei, his eyes reflecting familiar disdain and contempt. Lu Fei, your audacity knows no bounds. Not only have you harmed a comrade, but you also fled the base with a stolen weapon. Kneel and apologize immediately, or I cannot protect you. Do you hear that? Your brother has spoken. Hurry and bow to me in repentance. With a scoff, Lu Fei retorted, we are both sisters, yet Xue is obedient and understanding, while you are venomous and vile. I cannot comprehend how you are of the Lu family. Perhaps your mother had an affair to bear you. Before she could finish, Lu Fei once again squeezed the trigger. Were it not for Lu Juanhao's quick reflexes activating his abilities, the bullet would have surely pierced Zhong's skull. Zhong, if you survive today, I shall perish. Lu Fei's eyes blazed with murderous intent, regarding Zhong as though he were already dead. Lu Juanhao had also been incensed by Zhong's words, yet upon witnessing Lu Fei's ferocity, he felt an inexplicable twinge of fear, and found himself uttering words of reprimand instead. Lu Fei, lower your weapon while I am still patient. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our blood ties. Upon hearing Lu Juanhao's words, Lu Fei could not help but laugh derisively. Blood ties? Where are they? I see none. If you truly regarded me as a sister, you would not allow this imbecile to demean me, nor would you obstruct me from avenging my mother's honor when he slandered her. Oh right, my memory fails me. You have already acknowledged a mistress as your mother, so you are no longer my mother's son. Spare me your false kinship. I refuse to converse with this fool. Outrageous. Lu Juanhao was utterly incensed, unleashing a torrent of flames, intending to discipline his rebellious sister as he had in the past. However, the anticipated fear and pleas for mercy did not materialize. Instead, he was met with a contemptuous smile from Lu Fei. Boom. A larger fireball erupted within Fiery Flame Base, sending Lu Juanhao and Zhong flying several meters before crashing to the ground. As they reeled in confusion, pondering how Lu Fei could possess such formidable powers, Guchanga's striking red hair came into view. I see you are the one being audacious, living recklessly, daring to rob my people and disrespect my elder sister. Your elder sister? Lu Fei? Lu Juanhao, clutching his injured arm, furrowed his brow as he glanced between Lu Fei and Guchanga, baffled by their acquaintance. Oh, you are unaware, are you? My sister has officially severed ties with Fiery Flame Base and joined us at Hongjian. Henceforth, when you see her, remember to bow in respect, or I shall burn you each time I lay eyes on you. Hearing that Lu Fei had left Fiery Flame Base, Lu Juanhao's expression darkened further. Lu Fei, is what he says true? The last three words were spat out through clenched teeth. Of course, if Fiery Flame Base cannot accommodate me, I must seek refuge elsewhere. Shall I wait for you to conspire to have me killed for the sake of a mistress's daughter? Lu Fei rolled her eyes, puzzled by the apparent ignorance of her family, questioning how her beautiful and dignified mother had ended up married into such a cursed household. Lu Fei, you shall not insult Xue. It is your mother who has usurped her mother's position. Otherwise, she would not be a bastard. Cease flaunting your so-called legitimate daughter status. Were it not for your body, how could you have entangled yourself with Guchanga? You and your mother are equally despicable. Zhong, still lacking awareness, continued to slander Lu Fei and Shenwan Yu. Guchanga could no longer tolerate it, igniting a blaze upon him. In an instant, he was engulfed in flames, writhing on the ground in agony, yet unable to die immediately. The fire illuminated the surroundings, reflecting in Lu Fei's eyes, enhancing their brilliance. Captain, save me. Help. Zhong howled in torment, while Lu Juanhao yearned to rescue him. However, Guchanga's abilities surpassed his own, and upon using his powers, he suffered backlash, enduring excruciating pain. Behold, this is what you call sibling affection. Lu Fei scoffed disdainfully at his attempts to demean her and her mother. You do not wish to eliminate him, yet you seek to save him. Perhaps, in your heart, you agree with her? Hearing Lu Fei's words, Lu Juanhao felt a sudden unease, as if her response determined his fate. He opened his mouth to deny it, but, upon witnessing Zhong's horrific fate, realized he could not embolden Lu Fei's arrogance. Even if Zhong erred, it is I who shall administer punishment. What qualifications do you possess to do so? Furthermore, had you not behaved so recklessly, fleeing the base and associating with Guchanga, you would not be in this position. Why can you and your mother not emulate Aunt Feng and Shui Shui? If only you possessed half the sense, you would not have been cast out from the Lu family. Lu Juanhao believed that his scolding would prompt Lu Fei to recognize her mistakes. Yet, the very next moment, Chen Wanyu appeared, trembling with rage as she regarded Lu Juanhao. Mother, what are you doing here? If I weren't here, would I have heard you express such fondness for Feng Tianhe and desire to be her son? Chapter 21. Lu, your father's fate. Malicious intent. No, Mom. It's all a misunderstanding. I never thought like that. Lu Juanhao attempted to clarify, but his previous words had deeply wounded Chen Wanwei's heart. She gently raised her hand to silence him. There is no need to speak further. Since you said that, it only proves that you've contemplated this countless times in your heart. It isn't a misunderstanding at all. Indeed, you resemble your father more. Selfish and cold-hearted like that scoundrel. From now on, consider Feng Tianhe your mother. You and I are no longer mother and son. After uttering these words, Chen Wanyu seemed to have exhausted all her strength, gasping heavily, clearly furious. Lu Fei glared fiercely at Lu Juanhao and hurriedly provided her with a recovery potion, lest her frail body succumb to faintness from such intense emotions. Mom, why are you behaving like Lu Fei? Can our mother-son bond be severed so easily? You are being unreasonable, and you follow her into folly. It's dangerous outside. Come back with me. I don't wish to be embarrassed in front of others. Lu Juanhao felt increasingly troubled, sensing that things should not have unfolded this way. Lu Fei ought to be under his control, though stubborn. She should not dare to defy him. TSK, your reputation matters more than your mother's honor. That fool has insulted both me and Mom. And you only care for your own image. I truly wonder if the nurse discarded you at birth and handed my mother the placenta instead. Otherwise, how could she have raised such a wretched creature like you? His words struck Lu Juanhao with such force that his face turned ashen, as if he had just consumed something repugnant. Lu Fei ordered someone to take Chen Wanyu farther away. After all, the ensuing scene might turn bloody, unfit for someone as kind-hearted as her to witness. Our personal grievances can be resolved later. But you must reckon with the fact that you dared to rob the crystal cores. Upon mentioning the robbery, the people from the fire base scoffed disdainfully. What is there to reckon? If one is lacking in skill, one must heed the words of the strong. Guchanga. Don't think that just because you are a level 5 ability user, you can act with impunity. Do not forget, your Hongjian base still owes us supplies. We come to collect debts, and you try to bamboozle us with a heap of scrap. Consider this crystal core as interest. Otherwise, next time, you may find yourselves kneeling before the fire base, and not even a grain of food will be offered to you. Meanwhile, Renzhong had been severely burned. The flames extinguished, leaving him charred. The horrific sight made the fire base personnel uneasy. They sought to intimidate Gu Chang'e with their previous debts. For who did not know that Hongjin base was heavily in debt, surviving only through humanitarian assistance during extreme conditions? In the past, Gu Chang'e might have hesitated. But circumstances had changed. They now had a big sister, and with Hongjin base on the rise, it was no longer a matter of simple leverage. However, Gu Chang'e's movements were still somewhat sluggish. Just as Lu Fei was still chattering away, she stepped forward and fired 2 shots, sending Renzhong to meet his doom. Lu Fei. Lu Juanhao roared, furious that she had struck him a blow to his pride. You wretched girl, not only do I wish to kill him, but you shall not escape either. Lu Fei contemptuously cleared her ears and aimed 2 shots directly at Lu Juanhao without a trace of hesitation. Had it not been for Lu Juanhao's quick reflexes, his brain would have been splattered 2 meters away by now. As he witnessed Lu Fei aiming to shoot him again, Lu Juanhao finally realized that this sister genuinely intended to end his life. Lu Fei, what has caused you to change so drastically? Lu Juanhao could not comprehend how, after merely half a month apart, they had become adversaries. I have not changed. I simply refuse to endure any longer. As for the detailed reasons, you shall learn when you are fortunate enough to return alive to the fire base. Lu Fei relentlessly pursued Lu Juanhao, firing 17 shots, not out of lack of compassion, but because she had reached the limit of her magazine. What are you waiting for? Go save the captain. If he dies at the hands of that wretched girl Lu Fei, how will we ever survive? The people from the fire base looked down on Lu Fei, naturally showing no respect in their words. Gu Chang'e snorted coldly, leading his team forward. For the sake of the dignity of manhood and the reputation of their big sister, they had to annihilate them. Despite being outnumbered, with Gu Chang'e, a level 5 powerhouse, and Lu Fei, the expert in explosives, in their ranks within 10 minutes, those who had just boasted about strength and weakness lay moaning on the ground. Lu Fei, you are betraying your own. One day, you will regret this. Lu Juanhao grimaced, clutching his injured shoulder, glaring at Lu Fei with a desire to shred her with his gaze. Rest assured, I will not regret. Remember, from now on, the people of the fire base will kneel before me, and I shall offer no assistance. This is your retribution. Lu Fei's foot pressed harshly onto Lu Juanhao's wound, and witnessing his pain-twisted face filled her heart with a sense of vindication. For all the despair endured by the original owner and her mother during these apocalyptic years, she intended to return it all. Just as she contemplated whether to further injure Lu Juanhao's other shoulder for symmetry, Lu Fei and the others finally arrived. Captain, they not only intended to destroy the evidence, but, upon seeing us, also aimed to kill us. I overheard them discussing using our bodies to frame the Hongjian base. At that time, no one would know it was their doing. Earlier, they had split into two groups to catch mutated chickens, and upon hearing the sounds of fighting, they came to investigate. They chanced upon the fire base committing murder, and, upon seeing the excellent equipment of the Phoenix base personnel, evil thoughts took root. Thinking there were only a few of them, they decided to eliminate them, knowing that no one would discover it, and hoping to reap a windfall. However, they did not expect that the Hongjian base folks, though poor, were truly resilient. They not only covered the escape of the Phoenix base personnel, but also held out until Lu Fei and Guchanga arrived. Lu Fei listened to Hu Xingwang's embellished account, his murderous intent intensifying. With a wave of his hand, the people from the fire base found themselves surrounded by a massive wave, thrashing like drowning turtles in vain. As they struggled, nearing the point of unconsciousness, Lu Fei finally released his ability. TSK, you are truly in a dire predicament. Guchanga folded his arms, reveling in their misfortune. Considering you are the debtors of the Hongjian base, I shall kindly dry you off. With a snap of his fingers, a burst of flames engulfed them once more, causing the fire base personnel to roll on the ground in agony. Lu Juanhao, relying on his level 4 abilities, managed to stay safe, but was still in a state of panic from the relentless pursuit. Lu Fei, Guchanga, if you truly kill us, the fire base will not spare you. Do you wish to shatter the hard-won peace once more? Lu Juanhao bellowed amidst the flames, perplexed as to how those who typically had nothing to do with one another could cooperate so seamlessly. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, realizing that they could not brazenly kill them. Just as they contemplated releasing them, Lu Fei interjected. Brother Gu, we truly cannot eradicate them completely. That would be too cruel. Yes, we all know that if you kill us, it would violate the base's covenant. Lu Fei, quickly order them to cease fire. If you behave well, we at the fire base can still accept you without holding grudges. Listening to the condescending tones of the fire base personnel, a malicious smile flickered in Lu Fei's eyes. Chapter 22. Extracting all valuables. Burning the members of the fire base is not as effective as seizing all their supplies as compensation for our brother's mental anguish. After all, their skills are inferior. Even if they report us to the heavens, they have no grounds to complain. The phrase Lu Fei's skills are inferior was uttered by the people from the fire base just moments ago, and now it is thrown back at them, nearly causing their eyes to bulge with rage. Lu Fei, do not go too far, someone shouted, and Lu Fei's expression immediately darkened as she coldly snorted at them. Well then, let's just kill you all. Brother Gu, make the fire burn hotter, turning them to ash so that recognition becomes impossible. Once they are burnt to nothing, if they stubbornly deny it, who would dare to say it was the fault of the Hongjian base or the Phoenix base? Guchanga loudly agreed, casting a smug glance at Lu Fei, reveling in his fire abilities, which were simply indispensable for both home and travel, as well as for committing murder. In high spirits, he exerted more power into the flames, much to the torment of those trapped by the fire, who cried out in despair, pleading for mercy. We won't do it again. We promise, please spare us. The members of the fire base knelt on the ground, fervently bowing their heads, while only Lu Juanhao gritted his teeth in defiance. Staring fixedly at Lu Fei, I would like to spare you, but your captain seems rather unconvinced. If he fails to recognize his mistakes, what if he seeks revenge later? I am but a weak woman who cannot fend for herself. Lu Fei's words enraged the members of the fire base. Weak? How could she be weak if she shot Renzhong dead? How could she be weak if she could kick several men where it hurt? But no matter what they said, it was futile. Their lives were in her hands, and they could only swallow their anger. Captain, do you really want everyone to die before you were satisfied? If it weren't for you, and Renzhong insisting on coming to blows, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Hurry up and kneel. The group's dissatisfaction with Lu Juanhao reached its peak. In a life-or-death situation, they still cared for their pride. Lu Juanhao's expression grew increasingly grim as he clenched his teeth in silence. Lu Fei snorted coldly and exchanged a glance with Guchanga. With a snap of his fingers, the flames intensified. The burning individuals could no longer withstand it. Enraged, They rushed towards Lu Jianhao, knocking him down, with several people piling on him, begging for mercy. "Let go of me." With Lu Jianhao's furious roar, he was forced to bow repeatedly, and Lu Fei stood before him, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Seeing them so compliant, Lu Fei instructed Guchanga to release them. The moment the fire circle vanished, the members of the fire base collectively sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. "What are you still waiting for? Empty your pockets of valuables. Are you hoping for another round of ice and fire?" Lu Fei coldly scoffed, causing the members of the fire base to tremble in fear, quickly shaking their heads, not wanting to experience that again. One by one, they shakily began to relinquish their belongings, their backpacks having long since been confiscated. Lu Jianhao still wanted to resist, but he was forcibly searched by the members of the fire base, nearly stripped of his underwear. Looking at the pile of weapons and supplies, the Hongjin base members felt envious. "So many treasures. We hardly exerted ourselves this time. Just give us 30% of the supplies, and you can keep the rest." Luo Feiyu found the amount insufficient and made a concession, hoping to leave a good impression on Lu Fei. Indeed, Lu Fei smiled at him. "Next time, I'll give you a discount on purification." Luo Feiyu received the affirmation, his thin lips pressed together, revealing a slight dimple, which masked his subtle elegance with a hint of youthful charm. Before long, the members of the fire base were thoroughly stripped of their possessions, and Lu Fei waved her hand, dismissing them. "This time, I shall let you off. Our next meeting will not be so courteous." Lu Fei left each of them with a dagger, allowing for a sliver of mercy, hoping for a future encounter. The members of the fire base dared not express their anger, leaving in utter humiliation with faces turning purple, while Lu Jianhao shot a fierce glare at Lu Fei, as if he wished to tear her apart. Just as they had not gone far, Lu Fei quietly asked if anyone had anything to attract zombies. Luo Feiyu produced a small bottle, containing the substance previously smeared on Lu Fei by Lu Shui. "Is there a way to discreetly apply it to Lu Jianhao?" Lu Fei whispered, ensuring Chen Wanyue would not hear. After all, he was her biological son. No matter how heartbroken she was, if she knew he was in danger, she would worry. Of course, Luo Feiyu wrapped the bottle in water and tossed it towards Lu Jianhao's direction. Suddenly, a torrential downpour fell, drenching him as the members of the fire base ducked for cover, completely unaware that the substance had adhered to their target. Those over there remained oblivious, continuing on their way, while Lu Fei smirked with derision. This was merely the beginning. The original protagonist's 5 brothers all deserved to die. As the eldest, Lu Jianhao, instead of protecting his younger sister, acted as if he were their father, prioritizing the family's reputation and forcing the original protagonist and their mother to endure. Ultimately, it was with his tacit approval that the other 4 brothers neglected to visit their mother, leading to Qin Wanwen nearly starving to death. Furthermore, each time they undertook a mission, he insisted on using the original protagonist as bait to demonstrate the fairness of the Lu family. If she did not perform perfectly, she would face either a severe reprimand or be encircled in flames. He dictated when she would kneel and beg for mercy, and when she would be released. The most egregious incident was when Lu Shui insisted on following. Lu Jianhao ordered the original protagonist to protect her and later to escape from zombies. That wretched girl sustained a minor injury. Without a second thought, Lu Jianhao broke the original protagonist's arm, nearly causing her to perish from a high fever after returning to the base. Each of these grievances was etched in Lu Fei's heart. Allowing Lu Jianhao to die easily would be too lenient. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard the sound of a car engine and looked up to see the fire base vehicle approaching. Lu Fei's keen eyesight quickly spotted Lu Xun, the patriarch of the Lu family, in the passenger seat. The architect of this tragedy. How could he remain so leisurely? "Brother Gu, do you see that car ahead? Blow it up." Though Gu Chang'e did not understand Lu Fei's motive for blowing up the car, it did not hinder his obedience. With a snap of his fingers, the previously stable jeep erupted into flames, exploding with a resounding boom in a mushroom cloud. Not far away, Lu Xun hurriedly used his abilities to roll out of the vehicle, quickly escaping the burning site with the driver. He was bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and before he could comprehend the situation, the downpour soaked him to the bone. With no other option, he could only cover his head and seek shelter from the rain. Lu Fei watched as Luo Feiyu cleverly lured Lu Xun towards Lu Jianhao, giving him a thumbs up in approval. "Let us take a moment to rest, and then we shall express our gratitude for nature's gifts." Chapter 23. Hand over the crystal cores. Old Bai, if you say another word, my mother will crush you. A wave after wave of zombies gathered, densely surrounding the members of the fire base. They had already been exhausted from the preceding turmoil and now fought with the last of their strength, driven by the instinct to survive. Damn it. Why are there so many zombies? Are we really going to die today? Someone lamented in despair. After using fire to repel a wave of zombies, Lu Juanhao's face was equally grim. Being defied and insulted by his usually obedient sister had dealt a blow to his pride, and he unleashed his fury on the zombies with unexpected ferocity. In a moment of distraction, a zombie tore his shirt to shreds, and with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, he launched a massive fireball, incinerating several zombies to ashes. Exhausted and breathless, he was overwhelmed by a splitting headache from excessive use of his powers, exuding an aura of desolation and gloom. Suddenly, he noticed that the zombies were slowing down, and their numbers were dwindling. Brothers, hold on. We can survive this. Someone had disowned the change in the zombies, reigniting the morale of the group, who fought with renewed vigor. Lu Juanhao's eyes flickered. He sensed that the situation was not merely coincidental. Midway through the battle, Lu Lao arrived to join them. After all, Lu Zhan was also a level 3 fire ability user, and his assistance alleviated much of the pressure on everyone. Finally, after 2 exhausting hours, the zombies were eradicated, and the group collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. I thought we would perish here. Lying on the ground, they lacked the strength even to lift a hand. Yet the thought of having slain hundreds of zombies and the resources they would gain from the cores brought a measure of solace. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Quickly gather the cores. They can help compensate for our losses. Robbed? How could you have been robbed? Lu Zhan furrowed his brow at his son. Although he was not a level 5 powerhouse who could swagger about unabashedly, with his level 4 strength and such a large group, they shouldn't have been easily robbed. Lu Juanhao bit his lip, a shadow of gloom deepening on his brow. Before he could formulate a response, his father continued, "Today has been quite unfortunate for me. The car suddenly exploded. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have perished. And on such a fine day, a torrential rainstorm." Upon hearing his father mention the downpour, Lu Juanhao's brows knitted even tighter, a realization poised to surface. The others, oblivious to the conversation between the father and son, shakily began to collect the cores, their faces reflecting the joy of having survived. After spending another half hour, they finally finished gathering the last core. "All right. Everyone tidy up and rest a bit before we head back to the base." Lu Zhan felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelid. Something ominous was afoot. "Dad." Lu Juanhao pondered for a long while before deciding to reveal the incident of Lu Fei's defection. However, before he could speak, Lu Fei's infuriatingly languid voice interrupted. "Ah, finally, you're all done. You're so slow, I was almost dozing off." The others jumped at the sound of Lu Fei's voice, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. Indeed, she was grinning as she polished her handgun, her smile radiating with unsettling brightness. "Come on, hand over the course. We are here to rob you. Lu Fei, don't go too far. You nearly got us killed earlier, and now you dare to rob us? Do you have no humanity?" The members of the Blaze base could no longer tolerate this. The cores held significant value and resources, and they could not bear to see them easily taken by Lu Fei. "Huh? What humanity are you talking about? You have 2 choices. First, obediently hand over the cores. Second, we kill you all and take the cores." As Lu Fei finished speaking, Gu Chang'e ignited a ball of flames at his fingertips, signaling that they were ready to incinerate them at any moment. The Blaze base members were furious, their teeth nearly grinding in frustration. They wanted to retaliate, but found themselves powerless. "Those zombies were brought here by you." Lu Juanhao glared at Lu Fei, asserting, "And the car incident was also orchestrated by you." His tone was definitive, devoid of any doubt. All the coincidences, coupled with Lu Fei's timely arrival, left no room for misunderstanding. Without hesitation, Lu Fei nodded in affirmation. "Are you happy? Surprised? I actually wanted to make it a bit more challenging for you, but I feared it might be too much, so I reluctantly settled for a beginner's level. It's no wonder the Lu family is plagued by misfortune. If they weren't following you, they wouldn't be enduring such calamities." Lu Fei feigned a sigh, and Lu Juanhao instantly felt numerous hostile gazes directed at him. He gritted his teeth and questioned Lu Fei about her motives. "Why? Of course, it's tit for tat. Your precious sister treated me this way as your elder brother. You ought to receive the same retribution." Lu Juanhao instinctively wanted to refute her assertion, claiming that Lu Shui was not so malicious. However, before he could speak, Lu Zhan erupted in fury, pointing a finger at Lu Fei. "You wretched beast! How dare you lay a hand on your own father and brother? Have the years of my raising you gone to waste? Humph! It must be that wretched Chun Wan Yu instigating you. If you had even half the decency of Tianhe and Xue, I would not have had to drive you away. You should perish outside." A gunshot echoed, the bullet narrowly grazing Lu Zhan's ear, silencing his tirade. "If you utter another word, I'll blow your brains out." Lu Fei glared at Lu Zhan. devoid of the respect or affection a daughter ought to have. You old fool, dare to insult my mother? If my mother hadn't brought a hefty dowry when she married, would you, a mere leech, have been able to manage the Lu family? She continued. For so many years, she bore you children and managed the household, only for you to betray her and abandon her after fathering an illegitimate child. A fool like you is unworthy of being her husband, let alone my father. Lu Fei revealed Lu Jun's past, exposing how he had schemed to approach Chen Wanyu, the heiress of the Qin group. She had severed ties with her family for Lu Jun, only to meet with such a tragic outcome. The more Lu Fei thought about it, the angrier she became, wishing to eliminate Lu Jun on the spot. You ungrateful wretch. Lu Jun trembled with rage, struggling to articulate his words. Yet, Lu Fei remained unfazed, her eyes glinting with derision as she looked at Lu Junhao. What are you staring at? Hurry and throw the cores over. I'll count to 3. If you don't move, we will take action. Lu Fei aimed her gun at Lu Junhao's eyes, while Gu Chang'e and Luo Feiyu readied their abilities, creating a tumultuous atmosphere of contrasting temperatures that sent shivers down the spines of everyone from the blaze base. 3, 2, 1. Don't attack. We'll give them to you. We'll give them. In the final moment, the blaze base members relented, hastily tossing the hard-earned cores at Lu Fei's feet. Lu Fei picked them up, counting them with satisfaction. Not bad. A bountiful harvest. It was worth the wait. You've shown good sense this time. I'll spare you. Lu Fei waved her handgun, and Gu Chang'e and Luo Feiyu reigned in their powers. Remember, the next time I see a member of the Lu family, I'll strike them. If you wish to avoid any repercussions, stay far away from them. As for the reason, you'll learn when you return to the base. With that, Lu Fei laughed arrogantly and departed, leaving behind a group of exhausted and irate individuals cursing in frustration. As she left, Lu Fei glanced towards the blaze base, hoping Lu Shui and Feng Tianhe would appreciate the gifts she had bestowed upon them. Chapter 24. The tragic Lu family. Lu Shui commits matricide. Lu Fei returns with her entourage, laden with spoils, while the members of the fire base endure unimaginable suffering. They must not only guard against the undead, but also make their way back to the base without any supplies. After a day and night of arduous travel, they finally behold the gates of the base. A collective sigh of relief escapes their lips as they call out loudly beneath the city gate, drawing the attention of several patrollers. Hey, weren't you all off to Hongzhen base for supplies? Why do you return empty-handed? The guards atop the walls engage them in conversation while opening the gates. Don't even mention it. This time we were cursed. We encountered Lu Fei on the way. She attacked us like a mad woman, stealing everything we had, and even tricked us into attracting a horde of zombies. The group curses and laments. And upon entering the city, they notice the pitying and knowing glances from others. Once inside, the brethren of the base kindly enlighten them. They recount how Lu Jiamu and his companions had hung Lu Fei from the city wall, how Lu Fei awakened her purification powers, and how they discovered that Feng Tianhe and Lu Shui had been hoarding supplies meant for her and her mother. They even vividly described the accusations of miscarriage against her. Thus, Lu Fei absconded with the hidden supplies of the old mistress and casually set fire to the villa. The scene was quite a spectacle. A little advice from me: steer clear of the Lu family. Lu Fei has become incredibly powerful. Should you encounter her outside, she could easily dispose of you. One brother warns. The crowd speaks animatedly, disregarding the expressions of Lu Jun and Lu Junhao. You're talking nonsense. It's all lies. Lu Junhao refuses to believe their words. For years, he had channeled his anger over the disintegration of his family towards Lu Fei and their mother. But now everyone tells him he is mistaken. A strong sense of guilt and anguish compels him to deny the truth outright. His hypocrisy elicits mocking laughter from the crowd. Believe it or not, the only ones who cherish the mistress and the illegitimate child are your family. Quite impressive, indeed. TSK, Lu Fei is far too soft-hearted. If I were her, I'd have the big shots eliminate them all. Over the years, the Lu brothers had relied on their powers to bully others at the base, earning considerable resentment. Now, witnessing their downfall, the crowd revels in their misfortune. A bunch of petty people reveling in their success. What does my family matter to you? Keep talking nonsense, and don't blame us for being unkind. Unable to bear the gazes of the crowd any longer, Lu Jun threatens harshly and drags Lu Junhao home, intent on uncovering the truth. Yes, hurry home and see what has become of your once beautiful mistress. Ha ha ha, be careful not to soil your pants from fright. The laughter grows louder, further agitating Lu Jun, who quickens his pace. After a while, they finally reach their doorstep, only to find the site of their villa reduced to ruins. Exactly as the others had said, it had indeed been set ablaze. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Lu Xun exclaims in fury, his yells attracting the attention of those nearby in tents. The three Lu brothers emerge, their eyes red-rimmed upon seeing their father and elder brother return. Elder brother, you've finally come back. The trio, visibly battered by the recent events and disheveled, cling to Lu Juanhao's arm like children seeking reassurance, eager to understand what has transpired. What on earth happened? Spare no details, Lu Juanhao demands. He suspects the base members are merely envious of the Lu family, intent on spreading malicious gossip. However, he is unprepared for Lu Jiamu, biting his lip, to reveal the entire harrowing tale. As Lu Jiamu recounts the stockpile of supplies hidden in the basement, his anger boils. Mother has become nothing but skin and bones. Feng Tianhe actually traded away our rations for cosmetics and clothing. Moreover, the items we lost were all pilfered by Feng Tianhe and Lu Shui, who framed Mother and my little sister. We were foolish enough to believe them. Upon finishing, Lu Jiamu slaps himself twice, his already swollen face resembling that of a pig. Listening to his brother, all of Lu Juanhao's last vestiges of hope dissipate. No wonder his little sister could be so ruthless. He cannot even begin to fathom the life their mother and sister have endured these past years. No matter what, that little wretch should not have acted so cruelly. She has tarnished the Lu family's reputation. Lu Xun refuses to accept any responsibility, believing Lu Fei's actions to be utterly blasphemous. At that moment, a faint voice emerges, and Lu Shui timidly appears from the nearby tattered tent. She has lost all her previous charm. Her eyes are swollen, her hair a tousled mess, and she still wears the attire from the day of the fire, resembling a beggar. Daddy, elder brother, you're back. Boo-hoo, I'm so scared. Lu Shui attempts to grasp Lu Juanhao's arm, but is evaded. Stopping in her tracks, she rushes to Lu Xun, weeping profusely. Daddy, elder brother, second brother, third brother, fifth brother. I truly did not know about those events. I admit that I lied to you and Mother, leading to Fei and Eldest's departure. But that was only because we loved you too much. I envied the days when my brothers cherished me. But after that, I never did anything to wrong you. Please, don't dislike me. Lu Xun kneels on the ground, fervently bowing her head to them. The other four remain silent, their expressions inscrutable. But Lu Xun softened slightly. That rebellious daughter nearly brought him to ruin. Yet this daughter appears tender and fragile, relying entirely on him, making him feel stronger. He pretends to pat Lu Shui gently, inquiring about Feng Tianhe's whereabouts. Lu Shui's expression falters, her stammering betraying her hesitation. Eventually, as Lu Xun's anger mounts, she points towards the adjacent tent. The more she hesitates, the more curious Lu Xun becomes. Whenever he returned home, Feng Tianhe would cling to him. Why is she absent now? Could she truly have sustained severe injuries? Lu Xun strides over and lifts the tent flap, only to be greeted by the sight of a charred, grotesque figure. Feng Tianhe, unable to speak, can only emit meaningless sounds. She resembles a tormented specter, causing Lu Xun to recoil in horror. Get this monster away. The Lu family shall never allow her to cross our threshold. Seeing Lu Xun's cold demeanor, Lu Shui wishes to plead for her mother, but is met with his warning, chilling her heart. I have no fondness for disobedient children. Should you choose to defy me, you will be cast out of the fire base alongside your mother. I do not believe you can awaken powers like Lu Fei. Lu Shui's complexion drains of color. Understanding that this is an ultimatum, if she does not abandon her mother, she too shall be forsaken. Unfazed by Lu Shui's feelings, Lu Xun turns to seek a new residence from the base leader. Regardless of the circumstances, all 6 men of the Lu family possess combat prowess. Even if they are not well-liked, no one would dare to offend them too gravely. After Lu Xun departs, the 4 Lu brothers follow suit. Needing to procure supplies to survive, they direct their ire at Lu Shui and Feng Tianhe. Had it not been for them, the Lu family would not have fallen to such depths. In the end, only Lu Shui remains outside the tent, her expression a complex mixture of resentment and hatred. Time passes, and she finally slips into the tent, gazing at the feeble Feng Tianhe, slowly extending her hand. Mother, you once told me that to rise above others, one must be ruthless. You can no longer be healed, and the Lu family has abandoned you. Living now is mere suffering. Why not grant your daughter this favor? As she speaks, Lu Shui's hand tightens around Feng Tianhe's throat. Cough, cough. Feng Tianhe's eyes widen in shock as she looks at her daughter, raised like a precious jewel, now attempting to strangle her, desperately clawing at Lu Shui's hand. However, this did not soften Lu Shui's heart. It was only when Feng Tianhe finally breathed her last that she gasped and released her grip. Mother, rest assured, I shall avenge you by killing Lu Fei. Please bless me. Chapter 25. I'm not some syrup to be chased after. Lu Fei learned of the troubles at the Lihua base through her small system. Upon discovering that Lu Shui had forcibly logged off Feng Tianhe, she returned to the Lu family in astonishment. Wow, the protagonist of this book is utterly depraved. And yet the plot remains intact? It is precisely because the protagonist's character has been ridiculed to the top of the Rotten Banana leaderboard that the host is tasked with reversing the plot. So, fret not about the story collapsing, just act. In Lu Fei's mind, the little honey badger rolled around in a pile of gold and silver treasures, shaking its white mane in a display of avarice. The storyline had completely diverged. Not only had Lu Shui lost her chance to awaken her abilities, but even the sycophants had diminished in number, leaving Lu Fei feeling remarkably refreshed. Lu Fei, have some water. As Lu Fei was lost in thought, a water bottle suddenly appeared before her. Luo Feiyu, after offering his attentions to Lu Fei, cast a provocative glance at Gu Chang'e. The future remains uncertain. Until Lu Fei reaches the Hongjian base, Luo Feiyu believes he still has the opportunity to make his move. He is not convinced that, upon reaching the Phoenix base, with such a favorable environment, he will be unable to retain individuals. Gu Chang'e, seething with anger at Luo Feiyu, snatched the water bottle from his hands. With a flick of his powers, the water transformed into warm liquid in mere seconds. Sister, it's better to drink some hot water. After speaking, Gu Chang'e too shot a challenging gaze at Luo Feiyu, the tension between them palpable. Throughout their journey, the two captains had been at odds, a dynamic the others had grown accustomed to, all too engrossed in the roasted chicken over the campfire. Since Lu Fei had purified their food, the group no longer settled for ordinary fare. They understood that, besides crystal cores, gold and silver trinkets could also be bartered. Each time they passed dilapidated malls or jewelry stores, they scavenged eagerly. This mutually beneficial situation had visibly plumped them up. Captain, enough playing around, it's time to eat. Hu Debeos excitedly waved a skewer of roasted chicken, encouraging Gu Chang'e to join him. However, the next moment, a yellow shadow darted past him. Huh, was that a large yellow rat? Hu Debeos scratched his head, thinking he had imagined it, but suddenly realized something was amiss. Captain, my chicken is gone. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Hu Debeos, who blushed as he comprehended what he had just exclaimed. Embarrassed, he clamped his legs together, pointing at his empty hand with a bewildered expression. What are you all looking at? I meant the roasted chicken in my hand. It was snatched by that yellow rat. Stop your nonsense. You clearly wanted to hoard it for yourself. If you don't reveal that chicken, we'll roast your own. Laughter erupted among the group, leaving Hu Debeo's face flushing like a carnival ride. Yet, the mirth quickly faded when they discovered that everyone else's roasted chicken had also vanished. Goodness. It's true, Captain. My chicken is gone too. It was a huge piece. In a world where meat was worth more than life itself, having one's roasted chicken stolen was akin to having one's spouse taken or parents murdered. The group armed themselves, ready to seek the culprit, but half an hour later, not only had the roasted chicken disappeared, but they were also exhausted from the fruitless chase. Sister, please stay close to us. Gu Chang'e and Luo Feiyu sensed something was amiss. Their instincts told them that the large yellow rat was no ordinary creature, fearing for Lu Fei's safety. Lu Fei nodded obediently, positioning herself between the two. But as she glanced at the distraught team members wailing over their lost food, she sighed with resignation. If you go and catch some mutated animals, I will purify them for you. But this time, it will be free. At the mention of free, the group's despondency vanished, and they scattered eagerly, returning less than half an hour later, their arms laden with spoils. Each one looked at Lu Fei with eager anticipation, as if waiting for a large dog to be fed. Purification. With a flash of golden light, the mutated chickens returned to their original forms. Despite having witnessed this transformation many times, the wonder remained, especially with the enticing aroma wafting through the air, invigorating everyone's spirits. All right, hurry and roast them. Before Lu Fei could finish her sentence, she felt a tightening around her neck, as if she were a chick being seized by the scruff. The swift movement left her eyes squinting against the wind, and when she finally adjusted, she gasped in shock. What kind of large yellow rat is this? It's clearly a leopard. Lu Fei's mind froze for 2 seconds. Unable to comprehend how a leopard could be roaming here, was it intent on devouring her or suffocating her to hang her from a tree as provisions? Time passed. And just when Lu Fei felt she would become the first unfortunate soul to be hanged by a leopard, they finally halted. Cough, cough, cough. Finally able to breathe freely, Lu Fei barely regained her composure when a tongue, covered in small barbs and humid warmth, licked her face. Lu Fei, startled, stumbled back, gazing at the massive, grayish-white leopard before her, feeling a wave of dizziness. Is this the end of my life? Host. He is a rare animal type ability user currently in a rampaging phase. If you can purify him, one person will be stronger than 6, and you can complete the task. The little honey badger in her mind spun in excitement. If it were not a virtual entity, it would have leapt out to confront the great leopard. Lu Fei felt relieved. If she could purify this being, not only would her life be spared, but she could also acquire boundless resources. Thus, she promptly reached out to purify the leopard, only to find that it was acting like a lunatic, refusing to cooperate. They engaged in a game akin to a cat teasing a mouse, leaving Lu Fei utterly exhausted, having not touched a single hair of the leopard, let alone purify it. Is he out of his mind? I'm trying to purify him. Why is he running? Worn out, Lu Fei collapsed on the ground, unable to rise, while the leopard nearby wagged its tail, seemingly waiting for her to approach. Its golden coat gleamed in the sunlight, driving Lu Fei to near madness. This ability user has lost all rationality. His current mindset is that of an animal. He likely thinks you are playing with him. Play with him? I won't purify him if he keeps this up. Enraged, Lu Fei stood, turned, and attempted to walk away, only to be snatched back by the leopard. Refusing to be defeated, she tried again, only to be pulled back once more. This back and forth left her utterly exasperated. Though impervious to harm, she could not outmatch the foolish beast, feeling trapped like a turtle under a pot. In frustration, she grasped her hair and shouted madly. I am not some syrup to be chased after. What are you pursuing me for? Are you insane? As Lu Fei hopped about, cursing at the leopard, it tilted its head for a moment, and the next second, a warm roasted chicken dropped by her feet. Seeing the food, Lu Fei suddenly remembered her own hunger, and her complaints ceased. Sitting down, she imagined the chicken as the leopard and devoured it fiercely. She wondered if her mother would worry, or if anyone would find her. Had she known, she would not have purified those chickens. Suddenly, Lu Fei had a flash of inspiration, and looking at the roasted chicken in her hand, she burst into laughter, realizing she had found a way to escape. Chapter 26, The Ultimate Secret Technique. Is that thing a major general? Hee. I refuse to believe that the leopard can catch me this time. Lu Fei devoured 2 roasted chicken legs, then poured the liquid that attracted zombies from her pocket onto the remaining food. No matter how formidable the leopard was, I doubt it could break through a horde of zombies. Excited, Lu Fei scratched her backside, contemplating how the leopard would be besieged by the zombies, when suddenly her cheek felt warm again, as if being licked. Startled by the unexpected moist sensation, she nearly dropped the chicken, seizing the moment to catch the leopard's large head. Purification. She intended to give it one last try, but the leopard dashed away again, evading her grasp. Watching the dissipating light in the air, her patience finally waned. Serves you right for turning into a zombie. I'm done with you. She tossed the roasted chicken near the leopard, who sniffed it curiously. Perhaps detecting an unpleasant odor, a clear look of disgust appeared on the leopard's face, and it raised its paw to swat it away. Sitting down, it tilted its head to observe Lu Fei, its grayish-blue eyes sparkling with interest, as if it had "Come chase me" written on its forehead. Lu Fei rolled her eyes dramatically, and the pair engaged in a standoff from several meters apart. Hiss. A few minutes later, Lu Fei distinctly heard the unique footsteps of zombies approaching, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Pretending to play with the leopard again, she chased it around, and more zombies gathered. A zombie lunged forward first, reaching for Lu Fei, but she swiftly kicked it in the groin, causing it to tremble and kneel. What are you grabbing at me for? Go after that foolish leopard. Lu Fei pointed irritably at the leopard still dawdling nearby. I'll kick your nuts off. Whether it was her earlier brutal actions or not, the male zombies trembled in fear, obediently moving toward the leopard. Lu Fei, impervious to harm and unafraid of the zombie virus, stood comfortably among the throng of zombies. Anyone daring enough to approach her would receive a swift slap, and they soon learned she was not to be trifled with, opting instead to settle accounts with the leopard. At that moment, the zombies were visibly filled with resentment, their combat capabilities slightly enhanced. Hee, foolish leopard, enjoy your playtime. I'm leaving now. Watching the leopard being encircled by zombies, Lu Fei felt immense satisfaction as she stuck her tongue out at it and turned to flee in the opposite direction. The leopard's threatening growl echoed close behind her, but Lu Fei paid it no heed. With so many zombies, it would have its fill. She ran ahead, covering a considerable distance before glancing back to see how the leopard fared. Turning her head, she was almost startled into cursing. Lu Fei had thought no matter how powerful the leopard was, it would be trapped. But lo and behold, it moved like a flash of yellow lightning, weaving through the zombies, leaving a mist of blood in its wake. Hundreds of zombies fell like blades of grass, and it was only a matter of time before it broke free from the encirclement. Whose subordinate is it? I thought LV Bu was already invincible. That line echoed in Lu Fei's mind, and without a second thought, she turned to flee. Ha! The leopard, seeing Lu Fei's retreating figure, was evidently enraged. A fire flickered in its grayish eyes, and it attacked the zombies with renewed ferocity. In an instant, dozens more zombies fell, finally tearing a gap through which the leopard charged toward Lu Fei. Host, the leopard is coming. The honey badger in her mind extended its sharp claws and gleaming white teeth, warning Lu Fei with fervor, eager to leap out and confront the leopard. Lu Fei cursed under her breath, knowing she couldn't outrun the beast, her eyes quickly scanning for a hiding spot, and she spotted an open sewer. With a swift motion, Lu Fei slipped inside, just as the leopard leaped to the same spot. The leopard's head poked into the sewer, desperately trying to drag Lu Fei out. But she stubbornly crawled deeper, her movements agile like a lively cockroach. Did you expect this? In my previous life, I was adept at navigating sewers. Lu Fei scurried quickly, soon disappearing into the depths of the sewer. Having once been an undercover journalist, she had honed her skills for escaping pursuers, even if it was sometimes through the foulest of places. Though it stank terribly, it was a means of survival, and now, she found it useful in this world. The leopard watched helplessly as Lu Fei escaped, its large body unable to fit through the opening, and it grew frustrated, pushing its rear into the sewer. However, Lu Fei did not take the opportunity to flee. Instead, she crawled through the pipe and emerged from a nearby exit. Since you wish to enter, I shall assist you. She glanced at the remaining half of the leopard's body, a wicked glint flashing in her eyes as she executed a swift maneuver. A long wail pierced the air as the leopard's form vanished into the sewer. Lu Fei deftly replaced the cover, her movements precise and efficient. Farewell. In high spirits, Lu Fei headed back and activated the signal flare given to her by Gu Chang'e. Despite her low combat prowess, she possessed numerous little treasures gifted to her for protection. After walking cheerfully for a few minutes, the roar of engines broke the air as several off-road vehicles sped toward her, seemingly spotting her figure. And they accelerated directly towards her, skidding to a halt in front of her. Cough. The sudden stop kicked up a cloud of dust, causing Lu Fei to cough violently. Once she regained her composure, she found herself face to face with a dozen men in military uniforms. Miss, please don't be afraid. We are from the Central Military District. Have you seen a leopard? Upon hearing they were searching for the leopard, Lu Fei's lips twitched. She had indeed seen it, and even sent it into the sewer. Yes, just now many zombies surrounded it, and it got scared and hid in the sewer. Lu Fei spoke half-truths, pointing toward the battle site, knowing that the military personnel were not fools, and the signs there were too evident. The soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions serious, and hurried over. Lu Fei once again concluded that the leopard was troublesome, and she quickly turned to flee. Fortunately, she had not run far when she spotted her rescuers. Gu Chang'e and Luo Feiyu, upon seeing Lu Fei unscathed, breathed a sigh of relief, especially Chun Wanyue, who was in tears, fearing for her daughter's safety. Mom, I'm fine. Let us go. Lu Fei felt an unease about the leopard, believing it to be a ticking time bomb. The further away, the better. Although her companions did not understand her anxiety, they complied and ran back. However, they were not quick enough. With a loud explosion, the sewer covers behind Lu Fei blew off, and an enraged, frenzied leopard leaped out. Roar. Its eyes had turned entirely gray, its once relaxed demeanor replaced by the emotionless visage of a zombie beast. Major General. Upon hearing the soldiers' cries, Lu Fei nearly collapsed. Realizing that the leopard was a major general, no wonder it was such a nuisance, she urged everyone to hurry and escape. Major General, wake up. It's us. The soldiers fought bravely against the leopard, their eyes filled with sorrow. The leopard, however, displayed no emotion, and after several rounds, the soldiers lay injured on the ground. Just as the leopard approached the nearest soldier, ready to bite, a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a delicate fragrance. A flicker of clarity crossed the leopard's eyes, and it abandoned its intended prey, turning to rush toward Lu Fei. Chapter 27. Embracing the leopard's head and gnawing, dressing the leopard in shorts host. The leopard is chasing you again. The system's warning left Lu Fei exceedingly exasperated. She resentfully inquired whether the little honey badger mall had any items to deal with the leopard. To her surprise, there was indeed a solution, a binding item that could be exchanged for 2,000 points, capable of momentarily immobilizing the beast for a fleeting second, sufficient for Lu Fei to purify it. Little system, why don't you seize it? A mere second for 2,000 points? Host, it's impossible. He's a level 5 powerhouse, a rare superhuman with formidable strength. That single second is incredibly precious. The system sweetly fluttered its tiny paws in Lu Fei's mind, having already deducted a significant portion of her points. Frustrated, Lu Fei gritted her teeth but was left with no choice but to redeem the item. Just then, the leopard lunged at her from behind. Its body reeking of zombie blood, dark red drool nearly dripping onto her head. Get out of the way. By the time Guchanga and the others realized what was happening, it was too late. In the time it took to shout, the leopard opened its gaping maw, poised to bite Lu Fei. A chill coursed through everyone's veins, and Qin Wanwei fell to her knees, howling in despair. Just when they thought Lu Fei would meet a gruesome end, the leopard inexplicably halted midair for a brief moment. Purification. A melodious shout resonated, and golden specks of light enveloped the leopard. A fragrant aura wafted through the air, stirring an exhilarating sensation within the onlookers. They felt an overwhelming comfort coursing through their limbs. The leopard, having undergone purification, experienced an immediate transformation. Its murky eyes cleared, revealing bright clarity, and its golden fur shimmered brilliantly, reflecting the sunlight. With a soft pop, the glow dissipated, and the leopard gracefully landed on the ground, stretching languidly. Its demeanor now far removed from the savage predator it had been moments earlier. Major. The soldiers, who had been knocked down, scrambled to their feet, astonished at the leopard's sudden calmness. Just as they dared to approach, a slender figure leaped onto their major's head. Planning to abduct me? Trying to prevent my purification? You think you're so impressive, huh? Well, look who's caught now. Lu Fei, lamenting her lost 2,000 points and recalling the ordeal she had endured to escape, felt a surge of anger. Without hesitation, she mounted the leopard and began to slap its face and gnaw at its head. Gnaw, gnaw, gnaw. Lu Fei imagined herself as a stapler, biting down wherever she could, pulling at the leopard's scalp until its eyes squinted into triangular shapes. Ow, ow. The leopard, feeling as though its very brain was being extracted, experienced a twinge of pain, yet was utterly enamored by the human scent, unwilling to toss her off. Instead, it lay down and rolled around, playfully resisting. Hey, you all, get over here and take this thing away. Once Lu Fei had her fill, she stood up, waving at the bewildered soldiers while spitting out the fur she had bitten. Having vented her frustration, Lu Fei opted to ignore the bothersome leopard. As she urged everyone to depart, her mind buzzed with questions for the system. System, why is he still a leopard after my purification? Surely, you haven't made a mistake? Not at all, host. His violent outburst was too severe, and being an animal type, you will need to purify him twice to restore him to human form. Upon hearing the system's evasive explanation, Lu Fei finally comprehended why it had claimed that purifying the leopard would complete the task. In reality, the number of required purifications had not diminished. With a cold huff, she resolved to act swiftly, only to discover that the leopard had a unique constitution, necessitating a wait of 3 days before the second purification could occur. Otherwise, even 100 purifications in a day would not suffice for restoration. Just as Lu Fei contemplated her frustrations, she felt that familiar sensation of suffocation around her neck. Before she could utter a word, the leopard had whisked her away once more. Major. The shouts grew louder and more frantic behind them, and the leopard sprinted faster, carrying Lu Fei along. When it finally stopped, she felt as if she might faint from the pressure. Damn it, I'm not a cat. Do you think I'm in critical condition? Regaining her breath, Lu Fei caught sight of the leopard's excited expression and, in a fit of rage, leapt onto its head once more, gnawing away. If it enjoyed carrying her, then she would let it experience the sensation of being carried as well. Lu Fei sank her teeth into the back of the leopard's neck, and rather than retaliate, it obediently lay down, curling into a ball and emitting soft, cat-like murmurs, clearly relishing the attention. When the others arrived, they beheld the 2-meter-long, 200-pound leopard pinned to the ground, being gnawed on by Lu Fei. While Guchanga and the others were unfazed, the soldiers turned pale, rushing over to pull Lu Fei away. Roar! Just as they reached her, the leopard suddenly sprang up, arching its back and threateningly hissing at the soldiers, making it clear that it would not allow anyone to touch Lu Fei. Having vented her frustration, Lu Fei spat out the fur in her mouth, preparing to leave without needing the soldiers' input, but the leopard had other ideas. It either tugged at her collar to pull her back or followed closely, nuzzling its massive head against her body, resembling a giant cat. Madam, you are a purification-type superhuman, are you not? We are grateful for your calming influence on our major's rampage. Given his reliance on you, why not accompany us? The soldiers, unable to separate the two, had no choice but to concede. Lu Fei was reluctant, finding the leopard a nuisance. Of course, we will compensate you for your purification services, and provide care for the next few days. 1,000 crystal cores and 10 barrels of fuel. Lu Fei, it was tea greed. The offer was simply too generous. After some negotiation, she secured an additional 50 handguns, 20 AK-47s, and 2,000 rounds of ammunition, leaving Guchanga and the others in ecstatic disbelief. Having accepted the payment, Lu Fei allowed the leopard to remain by her side, awaiting the completion of the second purification in 3 days before parting ways. After establishing their agreement, several soldiers departed to relay the message and collect the reward, while the others remained to ensure the leopard's safety. Guarding was perhaps not the right term, as the leopard's sole focus was Lu Fei, treating her like a human-sized catnip. It constantly sought to snuggle against her, its large body ever eager to burrow into her embrace. Each time the soldiers witnessed this, their expressions mirrored those who had just tasted something foul. Do you think that once the Major returns to human form, he will remember his experiences as a leopard? If he does, will he be so mortified that he might contemplate suicide? I can't say if he is contemplating suicide, but we witnesses might not survive. Who could have predicted that the stoic, icy genius Major Chao Jiangyu would end up like this? Had they not feared retribution from the Major? They would have loved to capture these moments to share with their comrades in the military district, as it would have been quite the spectacle. However, they dared not, suppressing their eagerness to gossip while enduring the sight of the Major in such a compromising position. Hey, how about you use my shirt to make some shorts for the little one? Lu Fei glanced at the leopard, now preoccupied with grooming its hindquarters, and realized it was time to consider privacy. The soldiers' lips twitched uncontrollably, their hearts crying out in despair. This was it. They had not only witnessed their Major transformed into a playful creature, but had also seen him in leopard form wearing shorts. Would they truly survive the aftermath? Chapter 28. We don't lack gas canisters at home. Why seek your attention? Kitty, come here. Smile for the camera. The incessant clicking of shutters rendered the surrounding soldiers numb to the absurdity of it all. Yesterday, they contemplated surreptitiously capturing a photograph to show to the military district personnel. Today, however, the camera was discovered by Lu Fei, who directly inquired if she might borrow it to take a few pictures. Given the rarity of such cameras, she expressed her desire to capture memories with her companions and promised to reimburse them for the film. As a journalist, Lu Fei held an immense fondness for cameras. Despite it being a Polaroid, she was utterly enchanted. Initially, the soldiers thought little of it. After all, it was merely a few sheets of film, and it was rather advantageous for Lu Fei to owe them a favor. After taking numerous photographs with her companions, she surprisingly captured an image of their own Major General in his undergarments. The large leopard beside Lu Fei was comfortably rolling on its back, its camouflage green shorts clinging to its essential areas. Despite the incessant clicking of the camera, it paid no mind, instead indulging in playful antics. Hey, look here. Yes. Lick your paw for a shot. Haha. Scratch your ear for another. Lu Fei exclaimed, snapping away. After a frenzy of photography, she concealed the images, eagerly anticipating the moment the leopard would revert to its human form to settle the score. The soldiers nearby were at a loss, wanting to uphold their Major General's dignity. Yet, after spending the day together, what they initially perceived as a feeble support-type healer had imparted a profoundly educational lesson. Setting aside the sporadic encounters with zombies, she boldly charged ahead, delivering a series of strikes and kicks that left the undead incapacitated, ultimately blowing their heads off to extract their crystal cores. Moreover, she purified mutated animals, providing them with long-forgotten fresh chicken, earning her the status of a revered ancestor among them. Thus, a dozen soldiers, caught in a whirlpool of conflicted feelings, actively joined in collecting crystal cores and searching for treasures to exchange for roasted chicken for Lu Fei. Being young, they seamlessly integrated into camaraderie. The only imperfection lay in the leopard's erratic behavior, often leading Lu Fei to feel discontented if she spent too much time with Guchanga and the others. In a fit of jealousy, the leopard would snatch Lu Fei away, sprinting ahead to create a private world for the two of them, only to return her when the others caught up. At first, Lu Fei would angrily gnaw at the leopard, but she soon grew accustomed to this peculiar form of affection. This time, the leopard whisked her away again, and Lu Fei skillfully tossed out a small stuffed toy her mother had made, prompting the leopard to excitedly retrieve it. This playful exchange continued until Lu Fei, having exchanged for a strength-enhancing potion from the system, hurled the toy to a spot invisible to the naked eye, causing the leopard to dash off without a second thought. Just as Lu Fei relished the prospect of a moment's respite, 3 jeeps came barreling towards her, dragging behind them a dozen ragged individuals bound by ropes. The vehicles, indifferent to their cries and pleas, careened wherever they pleased, leaving a trail of crimson blood as those unfortunate souls were dragged along, barely able to rise. Lu Fei frowned at the sight, yet, lacking clarity on the situation, hesitated to intervene. Before she could act, one of the vehicles screeched to a halt right before her, kicking up a cloud of dust that further sullied her perception of the situation. "Hey there, beautiful. What are you doing all alone? Why not join us for some fun?" The jeering voices belonged to a group of rotund young men who, upon spotting Lu Fei, leapt from their vehicle, whistling in a lewd manner, their eyes shamelessly roaming over her figure. "Leave while you still can, before I unleash my wrath," Lu Fei retorted, wishing to distance herself from these imbeciles as she turned to seek out the foolish leopard. However, the men were unwilling to let such a stunning girl slip away. "Don't go. You've stood here to catch our attention, haven't you? Now that we're here, why the attitude?" One rotund man, towering at 5 feet tall and weighing around 200 pounds, gazed up at Lu Fei as if he could read her thoughts. "Even if you are poor and lack a mirror, I am not here to seek your attention," Lu Fei replied, her biting words darkening the man's expression as a sinister glint flickered in his eyes. "Do you know who I am? Well, I am in a good mood. Why not come over and please me? Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to toss you into a horde of zombies, leaving no trace behind. I care not for your identity. What I know is that you are merely a cowardly bully," Lu Fei shot back defiantly. As she spoke, 2 more jeeps rolled up, and out stepped 4 alluring young women clad in scanty attire. Upon seeing Lu Fei, they exchanged wary glances, fearing that if she captured the affections of the young masters, their own fortunes would dwindle. In unison, the girls formed a united front, determined to make Lu Fei's life miserable. "Who do you think you are, country bumpkin? You don't even recognize the likes of young Master Wang, young Master Dong, and young Master Chen from the central base. They hold immense wealth, enough to sustain you for a lifetime," one girl exclaimed, clinging to the arm of the so-called young Master Wang, her soft body rubbing against his bulk. Lu Fei felt a wave of nausea rise in her throat, repulsed by their antics. Young Master Wang, enraged by her disdainful expression, had never encountered such insolence before. "You foul wench. You'll regret this slight. Capture her, boys. Let us see if her bravado holds against my strength." The men, leering with perverse delight, closed in on Lu Fei, their intentions clear. With no reservations, Lu Fei launched herself at young Master Wang, delivering a resounding slap that sent him flying, his substantial weight momentarily suspended in the air before crashing to the ground. "Now, it's your turn," she declared, flexing her limbs and casting a wicked smile at the approaching thugs. Chapter 29. Bury them in the earth and sing Pleasant Goat once more. Stay back. If you come any closer, I will fire. Seeing Wang Shao being hurled into the air, the onlookers were left aghast, their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. How could a hefty man weighing over 200 pounds be sent soaring like that? A man with dark bags under his eyes, resembling a gourd, brandished a gun, his hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. "Look, an airplane." Suddenly, Lu Fei raised her hand, causing the man to instinctively glance upward. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Fei effortlessly snatched the gun from his grasp and delivered a resounding slap to his face, sending his 2 front teeth flying. He collapsed beside Wang Shao, joining him in defeat. In less than a minute, 2 lay incapacitated while the remaining spectators trembled in fear. The girl who had earlier been so brazenly flirting fell to her knees, frantically bowing her head before Lu Fei. "I'm sorry. We were wrong. Please, don't kill us. Whoa. I was just spouting nonsense." Tears and snot streamed down her face as she sobbed, striking her own cheeks with fervor. Her once pretty face now swollen like a pig's head, reflecting the intensity of her self-inflicted punishment. Lu Fei was not one to bully the weak, witnessing their cowardly apologies. She found it difficult to act against them. "Release those people and get out of here. I never want to see you again." Feeling disinterested in their plight, Lu Fei resolved to free the unfortunate individuals who had been tied up, considering it a good deed. "Thank you, O great hero." The group felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily releasing the captives from the back of the vehicle before starting the engine. "Run, run, little girl. Hurry. They're going to run you over." Suddenly, one of the freed individuals shouted at Lu Fei, just as the roar of a massive engine filled the air. The faces of those entering the vehicle twisted into grotesque expressions of terror. "You dare to bully us? I'll turn you into mush." The man behind the wheel glared with madness in his eyes, while the woman in the passenger seat screamed that she would run Lu Fei down. Despite having just begged for mercy, the Jeep revved to life, surrounding Lu Fei in a triangular formation, as if fearful she might escape. "With a path to heaven before you, why do you insist on crashing through the gates of hell?" Lu Fei shook her head in resignation, gesturing to the alerting bystanders to find safety. "I'll be fine. Ding. The system has issued a mission. Bury the villains in the earth and make them sing Pleasant Goat 100 times. Reward, Level 1 Land Purification Ability. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was about to dispose of these miscreants, and burying them in the earth seemed a fitting task. The prospect of gaining the ability to purify land, allowing her to cultivate crops, filled her with exhilaration as she gazed at them like treasures. Let the storm come with even greater ferocity. I have long been yearning for this. With a fierce yell, Lu Fei charged forward, not retreating from the oncoming jeep, but instead gripping the bumper with both hands. The tremendous force propelled her backward, leaving deep grooves in the ground beneath her feet. Die, you filthy wench. The man pressed the accelerator, watching in amusement as Lu Fei seemed like a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree. He laughed arrogantly, even taking a moment to grope the woman beside him, who appeared as lifeless as a corpse. But soon, their laughter turned to horror as Lu Fei not only ceased her backward motion, but steadied herself and flashed them a grin. It's impossible. How could she block a speeding car? As the duo screamed in disbelief, Lu Fei gathered all her strength and flipped the car over. The occupants tumbled together, rendered unconscious upon impact. Monster. She's a monster. Kill her. The remaining two vehicles, paralyzed by fear, dared not approach any closer. Instead, they emerged from their windows with machine guns, intent on turning Lu Fei into a sieve. Fearing that Lu Fei might upend their vehicles again, they relied on erratic movements to shoot her down. However, their lack of training rendered their shots ineffective, missing Lu Fei entirely and instead causing one of them to become nauseated and vomit profusely. The vomit trickled down the windshield, obstructing the driver's view, compelling him to use the wipers while the foul odor permeated the cabin, causing others inside to gag as well. What a bunch of fools, Lu Fei thought, rolling her eyes. Engaging with you is beneath me. Let my pet, Mimi, handle you. You arrogant wench. Don't get too cocky. Even if it's some ridiculous pet, I'll still take you down. The gunman finally ceased retching, his anger flaring at Lu Fei's mockery of their predicament. But in the next instant, a flash of yellow light blinded him, and a massive leopard, clad in green shorts, landed atop his head, its dark, imposing eyes reflecting the gunner's foolishness. Leopard, get that monster off me. You're dancing on the roof while I'm about to be thrown off. The driver, hearing his companion's frantic cries, was infuriated and shouted back, only to freeze in terror at the sight above. There's a leopard. Drive, for heaven's sake. The man on the roof turned pale as he let out a scream that finally roused his dazed partner, who slammed the accelerator in a desperate attempt to shake off the leopard. To their shock, the leopard remained steadfast on the vehicle, while the man on the roof was flung off. With a fierce growl, the leopard narrowed its eyes, having witnessed these nuisances bully its little human, extending its sharp claws. The leopard attacked the driver's seat, causing the man to scream in terror and desperately swerve the steering wheel to dislodge it. As fate would have it, one of the vehicle's wheels struck a protruding rock, causing it to lose balance and flip over. The leopard landed gracefully, trapping the occupants inside. Such a good kitty. Go deal with those over there. I'll handle this one. Lu Fei affectionately patted the leopard's head, her praise prompting it to wag its tail in delight before it darted towards the last remaining vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, it leaped onto the Jeep's hood and shattered the windshield with its claws. Roar. In this encounter, the cowardly occupants, 1 man and 3 women, screamed in terror as if they had encountered a dolphin. The leopard, now irritable from the noise, revealed its murderous intent, swatting them away effortlessly. Once the chaos subsided, it casually took the driver's seat, steering the vehicle in pursuit of the terrified figures it had just dispatched. Lu Fei tied up those who were incapacitated and called upon those who had fled in fear. Come here. If you wish to live, start digging. Otherwise, I'll have my cat take you for another spin. The once arrogant individuals now panted as if they were elderly and exhausted, their expressions reflecting confusion and stupidity as they looked at their empty hands. What are you staring at? Do I have a shovel on my face? If you lack tools, use your hands. I'll see who dares to slack off, or I'll let my Mimi run you around a bit longer. Please, we'll dig. We'll dig. With no means of escape and no chance of fighting back, they reluctantly knelt to the ground and began to dig. Meanwhile, Lu Fei took the opportunity to gather the victims, inquiring about their identities and the reasons for being tied to the vehicle. Little did she know, the answers would infuriate her beyond measure. Chapter 30. The Withered Chrysanthemum and the Deep Wounds. I have a brilliant idea. I am a physician at the central base, but due to offending the mistress of a certain Wong, I have been framed for leaking classified information. My expertise lies in agronomy, and my groundbreaking research was on the verge of success when it caught the attention of a woman pursued by Dong. She demanded that I surrender all my data, and when I refused, my entire family was slaughtered. My brother, a mere attendant at the central base, accidentally soiled Chen's shoes, resulting in his limbs being shattered and him being discarded among the zombies. My parents went to report the incident, only to meet their demise as well, leaving me utterly alone. In total, there were 16 victims, all ensnared by these debauched scions, from the elderly in their 60s and 70s to children as young as 12. The most despicable aspect of their cruelty is their indiscriminate lust for violence. Some victims were abducted, subjected to humiliation and torture. And when their secrets were at risk of exposure, they were fed to the zombies. My son, who was to wed the very next day, was taken and has never returned. A man in his 50s weeps as if he were a child, mourning not only the loss of his son but the torment inflicted by these fiends. You old fool, stop your blathering. I have had countless men and women approach me willingly. It was your son who pursued me. Ah, you only sought to exploit your son for profit and now come to slander me. Speak more nonsense, and I shall ensure your body is torn to pieces. Wang, having just regained consciousness, overhears disparaging remarks about him and threatens the elderly man with a scowl. Yet, in this dire situation, the victims fear him not. They boldly step forward to testify against him. You beasts, relying on your wealth and power, have brought ruin to countless lives. The central base has a waste disposal site where bodies are carelessly discarded, either devoured by zombies or left to die. A mere scratch of the surface reveals remnants of the deceased. Wang and his ilk dismiss these accusations with contempt. Their deaths merely signify their frail existence. What concern is that of ours? They are but a means to amuse us, and our interest in them is a stroke of fortune for them. Do you not recognize your own wrongdoings? Lu Fei coldly glares at these scoundrels, who remain brazen even in such circumstances. What error have I committed? Do you grasp the value of my life? You lowly wretches are born to serve me. You wretched woman, you better release us quickly. Otherwise, when my subordinates arrive, I shall have you taken back to the base, subjected to 1,000 men, and reduced to the lowest of the low. Wang had never before faced such humiliation and vented his fury at Lu Fei. However, in the next moment, he found himself yanked by his hair. Lu Fei's icy gaze radiating brutality. Since you relish playing with lives, allow me to let you experience the same. Lu Fei turned away to shield the underage from the scene and casually stripped Wang of his trousers. Humph, wretched woman, do not assume that by offering yourself to me, you can be spared. Even if you kneel and serve all of us, it will be of no use. I want, even in such dire straits. Wang foolishly fantasizes about Lu Fei's submission, only to find himself forced to kneel, a cold barrel pressed against him. The agony was unbearable. And despite his cries akin to a slaughtered pig, Lu Fei showed no mercy, her foot firmly pressing down on the gun's butt, rendering him powerless to escape. Eventually, the pain overwhelmed him, and he fainted. Lu Fei let out a cold laugh and approached the one known as Chen. Please, no. In Lu Fei's eyes, they were no different from chicks. In less than 10 minutes, 4 bare men lay moaning on the ground. Each intruder needed to endure for 2 hours. Should they dare to exit prematurely, they would find themselves impaled. Lu Fei exchanged for a whip dipped in iodine and began to strike them. No. Help. I am dying. The young men, now not only singing but also beaten to the point of blooming injuries, experienced excruciating pain with each crack of the whip. The victims cheered her on, and soon, she handed the 4 fools over to them, instructing them to refrain from death, as it would delay her mission. Are you digging pits, or merely slacking off? Is it just because they are being penetrated and not you that you feel lonely? Lu Fei glared at the 4 women, who were equally vile. Upon their initial encounter, they had attempted to incite the others to kill her. Heroine, we are also coerced. Please spare us. The women who had previously boasted of wanting Lu Fei dead were now trembling in fear, begging for mercy. You lie. This entire time, it has been you, the viper, tormenting us. There were other girls, all of whom you have led to their demise. These youthful lives were snuffed out because of her malice. The lies were publicly dismantled. And the woman's face turned pale as she attempted to feign unconsciousness, only to be startled back to awareness by Lu Fei's words. If you lose consciousness, I shall feed you to my feline. My leopard delights in human flesh. The leopard, licking its paw, disdainfully regarded the women, and, upon seeing the grotesque men, let out a low growl. I will not faint. Please do not kill us. The women, realizing their appeals were futile, frantically dug pits. Once they had excavated sufficiently, they dragged the nearly lifeless men into the holes and buried them. Finally, they leapt in themselves, leaving only their heads above ground. Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction. Now, sing joyfully for me. What? You have never heard it? You cannot learn? A bunch of worthless fools. Lu Fei cracked the whip, circling the heads of those buried, compelling them to sing. If they could not remember the names of the sheep, they were punished. If they sang off-key, They were punished if they sang on key. They were still punished. Ultimately, everything was measured by Lu Fei and the victims. You shall count for them. Only after singing 100 times may you cease. By the time Guchanga and the others arrived, the singers had lost their voices but dared not stop. Before Guchanga could speak, Lu Fei gestured for silence, allowing the military personnel to identify whether the buried were truly the offspring of the wealthy. The plump man indeed belonged to the Wang lineage, albeit a side branch, relying on his family's name to intimidate others. The others were similarly individuals who merely lived off their family's fortunes. Yet, despite their status, killing ordinary people was as trivial as child's play. Lu Fei recounted the events, inciting Guchanga's fury nearly to the point of incinerating them, but he was restrained. A direct execution would be mundane. It was far more entertaining to torment them. I have a brilliant idea, Lu Fei thought, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she donned attire from the previous fire base, stepping before those assembled. Chapter 31. The Downfall of Lu Shui. Dogs bite each other, scoundrels like you ought to be devoured by zombies, yet I, out of mercy, refrain from taking lives. However, sparing you is quite suffocating. What should I do? Lu Fei squinted at the disheveled Wang Xiao, whose arrogance had been stripped away after hours of torment. They were no longer haughty, but merely wished to survive and return home. Hero, do as you wish. My family is wealthy. I can offer you a fortune, be it crystal cores or food. Indeed, we have a plethora of handsome men of every style to cater to your desires. Lu Fei cast a cold, sinister glance at Qin Xiao, who tried to charm her with promises of beauty. A smirk crept upon her lips. Compared to being the subject of your desires, I prefer to be the one in control. Why not stay and serve me? At the mention of this, the four men frantically shook their heads and pleaded for mercy. Their lower bodies felt as if they had been run over by a truck, and should they truly fall into Lu Fei's hands, they would likely not survive 2 days. It was the first time the group had heard such lewd remarks from Lu Fei, and Guchanga cleared his throat, awkwardly joining the conversation. Shue, stop fooling around. I think it would be better to kill them. Otherwise, if discovered, our base could be implicated. Upon hearing Guchanga's words, Lu Fei stamped her foot in frustration. I have told you before, do not call my name outside. What if someone discovers our base? Liwa, quickly covering her mouth. She shot an irritated look at the buried individuals, her eyes flashing with murderous intent, only to be replaced by a smile moments later. I know you are all intelligent. You understand what should and should not be said. As long as you sing the happy sheep song 100 times, I shall see to your release. After all, I am benevolent. Upon hearing Lu Fei's proclamation, the 8 buried individuals twitched their lips. She was becoming a living embodiment of the king of hell, and yet dared to claim kindness. Guchanga feigned disapproval, insisting they should be killed, and others echoed his sentiments, except for Shue, who insisted on sparing their lives. Wang Xiao and his cohorts nervously sang the song until they were finally unearthed. All right, you may leave, Lu Fei waved her hand, and Wang Xiao and the others, filled with joy, rushed towards their vehicle only to be halted. Did you not hear me? I said you can leave. Lu Fei glared at them fiercely. Literally, but that car is ours. Wang Xiao protested, bewildered. Before he could finish, Lu Fei struck him down with a whip. It is mine now. You have 3 seconds to leave. If you do not, my brother will turn you to ash. The faces of those released turned green with rage. Without a car or weapons, they were mere defenseless fools, awaiting a gruesome fate at the hands of zombies. Before they could plead for mercy, Lu Fei began counting down, and Guchanga obligingly ignited flames at his fingertips. Either run out to be devoured by zombies or be turned to ash right now. Wang Xiao and his companions gritted their teeth and supported one another as they fled. Letting them go so easily felt too lenient. The victims felt a sense of injustice. Those scoundrels deserved 1,000 tortures for their deeds. Do you know what it means to be cut with a dull knife? It is to give them hope time and again, only to extinguish it, forcing them to turn on one another for survival. That is true torment. Lu Fei had intentionally let them go, eager to witness more thrilling spectacles. After hearing her words, the victims finally acknowledged her cunning. This girl was not only sharp-tongued but also ruthless, a true mastermind of chaos. Guchanga, curious about their actions, volunteered to follow them with a few others while the rest stayed behind for the night. As usual, they captured mutated chickens to purify for Lu Fei. And when the victims beheld the warm, fragrant chicken meat in their hands, their eyes nearly fell out in astonishment. You can purify? My goodness. If you were at the central base, how many would fight to hide you? Such a miraculous ability was coveted by many prominent families. At that moment, Lu Fei was exchanging rewards with the system, merely smiling modestly, which further impressed the victims with her calm demeanor. This child would undoubtedly achieve greatness. In truth, she mused, I have made them sing the song 100 times. Where is my reward? Host, the reward request has been submitted. It will take a moment for review. Do not worry. Should they dare deny you, I will eliminate them all. The little system in Lu Fei's mind revealed a row of sharp little teeth. And the whole world knew, do not provoke the head-shaving brother, and the same applied in the realm of systems. Lu Fei smiled at her diligent little assistant, promising to reward it with more delicious crystal cores later. As night fell, Guchanga finally returned, cheerfully detailing the events. As Lu Fei had anticipated, the group appeared harmonious. Yet when trouble arose, they quickly fragmented. Not long after, they encountered a few low-level zombies. To save themselves, they pushed 2 girls out as bait. When faced with a larger horde of zombies, they even resorted to dismembering one girl to use her remains as a distraction, hoping to buy time for their escape. The girl who had been the loudest in her bravado ended up surviving the longest, having killed Wang Xiao, providing ample sustenance for the zombies and allowing others to flee further. In the end, I tossed some items to attract the zombies. Guchanga chuckled. That scene was quite the spectacle. Dozens, if not hundreds, of zombies quickly gathered, leaving only 4 individuals to fend for themselves. The malicious girl found herself trapped by men, unable to move, drawing the zombies' attention while the others took the opportunity to escape. By the time the zombies had devoured the girl, they turned their sights on the fleeing group. As Guchanga departed, he noticed the patrol team had passed by, seemingly rescuing one, though her limbs had been torn off. It was uncertain whether she lived or died. The group felt no fear. Even if there was a survivor, she would be crippled, and besides, Shiwei from the Lihua base had offended them, which mattered little to Lu Fei of the Hongjin base. Knowing the tragic fate of those individuals, the victims initially laughed heartily, only to break down in tears afterward. The instigators of their tragedy were dead, and their homes lay in ruins. Just as Lu Fei sighed, contemplating how to comfort them, the group suddenly approached her, kneeling in unison. Benefactor, our lives belong to you from now on. We wish to follow you. Gazing into their tear-filled eyes, Lu Fei felt a pang of compassion and turned to Guchanga, about to offer to take care of their provisions, but he laughed heartily and accepted them outright. Though the Hongjin base was not affluent, it would ensure no one starved. As long as they did not slack off or betray their companions, they were welcome. Hudaba and the others hesitated, but ultimately chose silence. Ah, now we have a dozen more mouths to feed. The base will become even poorer. At that moment, a system notification chimed, announcing the arrival of rewards. Lu Fei could purify the land. Everyone, if you wish to follow me, be prepared to endure hardships. If you want food, you must learn to cultivate. Big sister, our Hongjin base has no arable land. All plants have mutated due to radiation. And even if we manage to grow something, it would be toxic. Hudaba thought Lu Fei was unaware and quickly explained, but she smiled confidently. Just because others cannot does not mean I cannot. With that, she waved her slender fingers over the barren ground, and the once parched, clumpy soil transformed into soft, moist earth in an instant. Chapter 32. The chaos approaches. If persuasion fails, resort to seduction this soil. An elder agronomist rushed over, excitedly scooping up the dirt into his palms, rubbing it diligently and inhaling its scent. The elderly gentleman mused, is it now possible to cultivate crops on this land? Indeed. Indeed. Anything can be grown here, exclaimed the agronomist, his hands trembling as he stuffed the soil into his pockets, urging others to help excavate the earth. This piece of land was worth more than gold. In today's apocalyptic world, finding arable land was more challenging than a man giving birth. The small harvest from this land could sustain several lives. Upon hearing the agronomist's words, everyone hurried to assist in digging, thoroughly clearing the mere square meter of soil. Each person proudly filling their pockets with dirt. My dear, wherever you go, I shall follow. I will ensure this land is cultivated with utmost clarity, the agronomist declared, cradling the soil in his hands, hope illuminating his previously despondent eyes. Though the world had disappointed him, his sense of duty forbade him from squandering such fertile ground. Of course, all of you must accompany me. The purified land will be entrusted to your care, for your survival depends on it. Lu Fei's words instilled a newfound sense of responsibility in the previously apathetic victims. They had been saved by a benefactor and felt compelled to repay her kindness. The base provided them shelter, and they must reciprocate wholeheartedly. Rest assured, we will work diligently, they solemnly promised, earning a nod of satisfaction from Lu Fei. People could endure injuries, but a lack of motivation to survive was far more daunting. Giving them purpose, she hoped time would eventually ease their grief. Beep. System task. The host must purify 1,000 square meters of land. Rewards include 3 random seeds. Beep. System task. Please purify 10 rampaging ability users. Rewards include unlimited water resources. Tasks can be undertaken simultaneously. The system encourages the host to persevere. The system promptly issued tasks that aligned with Lu Fei's desires, filling her with renewed vigor. In stark contrast to Lu Fei's burgeoning hope, the members of the Pangtouge base were embroiled in turmoil. "Captain, what should we do? The young master from the central base has come to visit, and we've only managed to rescue half of his group. How are we to explain this to the Wang, Dong, and Chen families?" The crew cursed their incompetence, recalling the orders to bring sufficient manpower but instead heeding the whims of a few women who sought excitement, leading to their current predicament. Fearful of the central base's wrath, they scrambled to understand the situation. Li Lang frowned, glancing at Chen Xiao, who was left without limbs. Merely a torso after treatment. The team doctor had grimly stated that his chances of survival were slim, with his awakening now hinging on sheer willpower. Just as Li Lang contemplated excuses to face the central base's inquiries, Chen Xiao suddenly regained consciousness. "It hurts, so much." His voice was hoarse, prompting Li Lang to rush to him. "What happened?" "The Liwa base. That wretched woman, Shui, she caused this, along with a leopard." Chen Xiao's fragmented speech gradually revealed the clues. "You mean to say you encountered a woman from the Liwa base named Shui, and she is responsible for your dire situation? And there was a leopard with her, wearing shorts?" Chen Xiao nodded repeatedly, clinging to the desire for vengeance that sustained him in his weakened state. I have serum in my pocket that could save my life. If you inject me, I promise that if I survive to return to the central base, my family will not pursue accountability for your negligence." A cold glimmer flickered in Li Lang's eyes as he weighed the pros and cons of keeping Chen Xiao alive. Ultimately, he decided that having a survivor to divert the anger of the three families was the best strategy. He feigned respect as he administered the serum, witnessing a visible improvement in Chen Xiao's condition, silently admiring the resources that powerful families possessed. They carefully lifted him into the vehicle and sped toward the central base, hoping this unfortunate soul would endure the journey without implicating the Pangtouge base. With the upcoming base competition, this incident will surely create chaos, Li Lang thought, unaware that the turmoil would be far more profound than mere disorder when the day arrived. As the sun rose punctually, casting light upon a world rife with sleepless souls, Lu Fei awoke to the affectionate licks of a leopard. Roused, she instinctively swatted at the pile of mutated chickens that had been devoured, seemingly urging herself to purify them. "Oh, my powers have advanced. How did I progress without even consuming any crystal cores?" She marveled, while others noted their own remarkable changes, especially those from the Hongjin base, each experiencing growth. Even the military personnel who accompanied them sensed a slight enhancement in their abilities. "It must be thanks to our elder sister. Her purified chickens have allowed us to advance painlessly," one mused. Though abilities appeared to be a self-salvaging gift from the heavens, they were but a double-edged sword. Rapid advancement required consuming more crystal cores, yet overindulgence risked losing control, transforming into mindless beasts. Since Lu Fei's arrival, their struggles with crystal cores had vanished. Even the lingering side effects had dissipated. "Captain, we will reach the base tomorrow. Tonight is our last chance. I will distract the others, and you should seduce Lu Fei. If persuasion fails, then charm her. With your broad shoulders and slender waist, surely she will succumb," Hu Xingwang urged, fearing the loss of the delectable roasted chicken post-separation. Luo Feiyu nearly choked on his words at Hu Xingwang's suggestion, finally regaining composure, his face tinged with a slight blush, his dark eyes shimmering with a mixture of desire and restraint. "Are you sure I should seduce her, rather than her being the one to overpower me?" They had witnessed the unfortunate fates of the previous young masters, emerging in a state of disarray, while Hu Xingwang considered the possibility of Lu Fei having particular proclivities. He weighed the immense benefits she could provide. It's normal for capable individuals to possess quirks. Besides, you are a man. If she were to remain at the Phoenix base for you, it would be a tremendous advantage. Sacrificing your modesty would benefit thousands in the base. It's a fair trade. Luo Feiyu, infuriated by Hu Xingwang's suggestion, unleashed his powers to send him flying. Yet, he soon spotted Lu Fei playfully teasing the leopard, her exquisite face radiating warmth and joy, her eyes sparkling as if filled with sunlight. Meeting her gaze brought an inexplicable warmth to his heart. Upon reflection, seduction might not be entirely out of the question. Luo Feiyu was startled by his own thoughts of self-sacrifice, but ultimately held back. His pride wouldn't allow it. Nor did he believe Lu Fei was easily swayed. Yet, unbeknownst to him, before he could muster the courage to approach Lu Fei, someone else had already seized the opportunity. Chapter 33, Leopard to Man. An unexpected turn. Since Lu Fei had become attached to the leopard, she found herself embraced by him every night. enduring the occasional shedding that tickled her nose, but mostly relishing in his warmth. As she drifted to sleep, she mused about the prospect of purifying the leopard and restoring his human form, lamenting the loss of her furry blanket. The following morning, she awoke to an immense weight pressing down on her, as if a mountain had settled upon her chest. "Mimi, scoot over. I can't breathe," Lu Fei grumbled, reaching out to shove the burdensome leopard aside. However, her hand encountered a warm, firm texture. Mistaking it for Mimi's belly, she playfully pinched, intending to prompt him to move. Instead, she was met with a deep, masculine voice. "Whoa, who's there?" Lu Fei immediately sensed something amiss and jolted awake. Her eyes beheld not the mischievous leopard, but a handsome, ebony-skinned man with golden hair, completely nude. Adorning his head were two furry ears and a long tail coiled around Lu Fei's arm. Struck by utter shock, her hand remained clasped on the man's prominent pectoral muscle. "You pervert!" Lu Fei roared, her voice shattering the morning calm. She lunged to kick the rogue between his legs, but the man, who had been seemingly asleep, swiftly opened his amber eyes and seized her ankle. "Who sent you to scheme against me?" he demanded, his gaze piercing Lu Fei with murderous intent, as if daring her to utter a single false word. "That's what I want to know. A naked man in my bed first thing in the morning. Have you no shame? Release my leg at once, or I'll ensure you have no progeny," Lu Fei retorted, her anger reaching a fever pitch. Thankfully, she had asked her mother to sleep further away, fearing the leopard's nocturnal antics. Otherwise, such a sight might have caused her to faint. As the two glared at each other, a flurry of footsteps approached. The onlookers' pupils constricted upon seeing the nude man, and they charged forward, sleeves rolled up, ready for a brawl. "Damn it, where did this wild man come from? Daring to lay a hand on our boss? I'll beat the crap out of him. Yeah, our captain hasn't even had a chance to charm her yet. And you waltz in like a dark horse." The two factions, typically at odds, united in their determination to thrash the interloper, exerting every ounce of their strength. However, the man possessed unexpected agility. Using Lu Fei's blanket to conceal his privates, he deftly maneuvered through the crowd. While the others collapsed from exhaustion, he remained standing unscathed. "My patience is wearing thin. Tell me who you are, why am I here?" And the man stood motionless, allowing Lu Fei to fully appreciate his towering stature. He was easily over 6 feet tall, with a muscular build. His close-cropped golden hair only accentuated his feral charm, and his amber eyes held the captivating intensity of a predator locking onto its prey. Even the ears atop his head twitched with his movements and emotions, radiating raw power. Under normal circumstances, Lu Fei might have whistled in appreciation of his striking appearance. But witnessing his agility, she couldn't help but feel wary. "How would we know why you're here?" "We're not your parents," Lu Fei retorted, her brow furrowed as she stared intently at the man. She frantically communicated with the system, seeking a tranquilizer gun or some other tool to subdue him. "Host, there's no need to be nervous. Don't you find his appearance peculiar?" The system hesitated. At first, Lu Fei felt as though she was on the verge of understanding something. But before she could speak, more footsteps approached. "Hold it," Zhao Gang exclaimed, bursting in with a mutated chicken, panting for breath. His eyes lit up upon seeing the man. "General, you're finally awake." "General? Leopard?" Everyone stared in disbelief. Lu Fei, mouth agape, scrutinized the impossibly handsome man. He was the leopard that had clung to her for 3 days? "System, that's not right. You said I had to purify him for him to regain his human form. How did he do it on his own?" "Host, your purification ability is essentially a passive skill. Some of it seeps out with your emotions, actions, and even your breath. That's why those with abilities feel comfortable around you. Since the leopard was constantly by your side, it had a similar effect to you directly purifying him." Lu Fei understood. She had become a walking charger, and the leopard had inadvertently charged himself to the required level. While everyone was still reeling from the revelation, Zhao Gang recounted the events to Chao Zhengyu. Upon learning that he had gone berserk, turned into a leopard, and clung to Lu Fei, a hint of embarrassment flickered across his handsome face. "That's impossible," Chao Zhengyu declared. He would sooner believe he had turned into a zombie than accept that he had become a woman's pet, one that couldn't be driven away. "Ah, I knew you men were all the same. Surprise, surprise, I had a backup plan." Lu Fei cackled, pulling out a thick stack of photos from her jacket. She presented them to Chao Zhengyu one by one. "Here's one of you licking your butt and getting a mouthful of poop. Here's one of you choking on a chicken leg. Here's one of you getting pecked on the butt by a mutated chicken." Lu Fei recited the stories behind the embarrassing photos, each word darkening Chao Zhengyu's expression. "Shut up. Give me those photos." Chao Zhengyu exploded, enraged that he had committed so many undignified acts while unconscious. He lunged to seize the photos and destroy the evidence. But Lu Fei had anticipated his move. She swiftly stuffed the photos into her shirt and puffed out her chest. "Come and get them." I dare you. I'll scream assault. And everyone will see what kind of rogue the Central Military District's General Chao is. Chao Zhengyu ground his teeth, his amber eyes blazing. But he couldn't bring himself to act. Lu Fei smirked triumphantly, then, as if struck by an idea, she placed her hand on Chao Zhengyu's pectoral muscle. Purify. Although Chao Zhengyu had regained his human form, his berserk value was still high. Lu Fei was a firm believer in finishing what she started. So she intended to purify him regardless. As the familiar fragrance enveloped him, a wave of warmth washed over Chao Zhengyu, clearing his mind of all turmoil. He felt nothing but pure bliss, his body relaxing completely. When he came to, he realized that the blanket around his waist had fallen, exposing everything to the onlookers. Lu Fei, standing directly opposite him, had a clear view. Raising an eyebrow, she whistled. Not bad. Your future girlfriend is a lucky woman. Hearing Lu Fei's teasing, Chao Zhengyu's face flushed crimson. He hastily wrapped the blanket around his waist and fled, as if determined to run headfirst into a wall. Chapter 34. Infinite Resources, Potatoes. Me offering myself? Never. Where's the pervert? Who dared bully my boss? I'll burn him alive. Gu Chang'e exclaimed upon returning, only to find the aftermath of the incident. The stunned faces of the others, and Lu Fei being punished by Chen Wanyu to stand in the corner. Hu Debao pulled Gu Chang'e aside and recounted the events. Gesticulating wildly, his excitement palpable. That long, huh? How long? Ahem. Why is the boss standing there? Sister. Due to her unrestrained remarks. She had been reprimanded by her aunt. She. Hu Debao's murmured, reiterating Lu Fei's reckless words, prompting Gu Chang'e to reflect on her fortitude. Lu Fei squatted in a corner, oblivious to the impact her demeanor had on others, having traversed numerous professions in her past life. She had even been an undercover agent in H. Venus, witnessing firsthand the stark reality of the corridors. Thus, despite her lack of romantic experience, her understanding of matters between men and women was far from superficial. Her earlier comment had merely been an expression of sentiment. Yet it was overheard by the mother of a distinguished young lady. What a miscalculation that was. Before breakfast, Lu Fei finally apologized and placated her mother. As they emerged from their hiding spot, they spotted Chao Zhengyu standing there, clad in Gu Chang'e's clothes, a striking figure amidst the crowd. Gu Chang'e, a robust man towering at over 1.8 meters, appeared diminutive next to Chao Zhengyu. The clothes clung to Chao Zhengyu's form like a second skin, accentuating his muscular physique. Particularly his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs, prompting Lu Fei to whistle in admiration. Perhaps due to his prolonged transformation into a leopard, his ears were retracted, yet his tail swayed behind him, creating a charming juxtaposition with his cool demeanor. Look who has dressed up, Lu Fei teased, but before she could finish, her mother pinched her waist, silencing her with a pout. Chao Zhengyu's handsome face flushed at her jest. He contemplated shooting her a glare but recalled her role in his purification and refrained, lest he transform into a mere shadow of his former self, clearing his throat. Chao Zhengyu approached Lu Fei, rummaging through his pockets to produce a few pieces of candy. After years of hardship in the apocalypse, candy had become a luxury, not something one could easily share. Lu Fei glanced behind him, noting Zhao Gang's reluctant gaze, realizing these treats were freshly acquired as a token of gratitude. Thank you for your help during this time. Farewell, Chao Zhengyu said, eager to depart. Lu Fei discerned the unspoken words that followed, that it would be best if they never met again, lest they dredge up past embarrassments. Unfortunately for him, escape was not an option. Thinking of leaving? You must fulfill your promises first. Otherwise, I will ensure you experience what you have done to me in reverse. Lu Fei remarked with a cold smile, a flicker of dark energy emanating from her fingertips. Though seemingly small, it filled the air with an ominous sense of danger, causing those nearby to feel inexplicably irritable. It dawned on Chao Zhengyu that, in addition to purifying him, they still owed Lu Fei a substantial amount of supplies and firearms. With a resigned grimace, he decided to accompany her to the Phoenix base, knowing that only upon the completion of their transaction could he truly leave. Once Chao Zhengyu regained his human form, he significantly bolstered the team's combat capabilities, swiftly returning with several mutated chickens. Not only did he efficiently dispatch them, but he also brought out Zhao Gang's share. Occasionally overhearing, Lu Fei learned that those few pieces of candy were exchanged for the sustenance they had enjoyed these past days. As the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, she realized she had grown weary of the same fare. After placing a piece of candy in both her mother and her own mouths, she pondered how to procure some different food. Beep. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You are rewarded with a random permanent food item, potatoes. The system's sudden announcement illuminated Lu Fei's eyes. Potatoes. fries, chips, baked potatoes, potato flour, mashed potatoes. Just the thought of it made her mouth water. Cultivating potatoes in the apocalypse had proven exceedingly difficult, and possessing such a resource could save countless lives. Brother Gu, shall we roast some potatoes? Gu Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, pondering where to find potatoes. Only for Lu Fei to wave her hand, conjuring a pile of round potatoes from the ground. The crowd was left agape, exclaiming, "Oh wow! Is our sister a potato fairy?" The agronomist, Do Yuanhua, excitedly rushed over, his hands trembling as he grasped the potatoes. Such an excellent variety, such substantial size. If they could sprout for planting, the yield would be remarkable. Observing the old man nearly lost in obsession, Lu Fei assured him, "Feel free to eat these potatoes. Once we reach the base, I will have plenty reserved for seeds." Hearing her promise, the old agronomist reluctantly set the potatoes down. "Why are you all just standing there? Roast the potatoes. Or do you think there aren't enough? I can conjure more if needed." Lu Fei realized everyone was staring at her in astonishment, confusion evident on their faces. Suddenly, Hu Debeos rushed over, hugging her leg and sobbing uncontrollably. "Sister, you are my lifelong sister. You are my deity. If you do not settle in the Hongjin base, I will hang myself before you." Previously, Lu Fei's ability to purify had already drawn admiration. Now, with her newfound powers to purify animals and land, and her ability to summon coveted potatoes, she had become an object of desire. Such a remarkable figure, forget aligning with the base, she could establish her own without difficulty. "I must speak with the captain. We should appoint her as the base leader, otherwise, should someone else offer a greater temptation, her departure would be an immeasurable loss." Observing Hu Debeos take the lead, Hu Xingwang regretted his indecision, turning to his captain. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward, tugging at his captain's shirt buttons, revealing his well-defined chest and abs, and pushed him toward Lu Fei. "Sister, in our Phoenix base, not only can you choose any benefits you desire, but you also have a handsome captain like him by your side. Just look at his looks and physique. He can grace the halls and manage the kitchens, cooking for children and preparing meals with ease." As Hu Xingwang enthusiastically extolled Luo Feiyu, Lu Fei felt an uncanny resemblance to the characters portrayed in television dramas. Before she could voice her thoughts, the two bases erupted into a quarrel over her allegiance. The previously harmonious team was now on the brink of chaos. Chao Zhangyu, initially oblivious while enjoying his roasted chicken, was nudged by a subordinate. "Major General, you must recognize Lu Fei's value. With her presence, we need not fear threats from powerful families. You will no longer be coerced into unleashing your powers." Even without his subordinate's urging, Chao Zhangyu had already perceived Lu Fei's uniqueness. "Do you expect me to self-recommend for a place in their beds?" "Absolutely not." Chao Zhangyu was not the sort to bow for mere trifles. "What is this? As long as you are charming, your subordinates are enamored by you. And if you become her favored one, who would dare challenge us in the military district?" His subordinate fantasized about a bright future, only to feel the weight of Chao Zhangyu's murderous gaze. "I would rather starve or exhaust myself than sell my dignity. If you wish for my submission, it would be better to kill me." To preserve his final shred of dignity, Chao Zhangyu resolutely refused. However, as evening fell, the group finally arrived at the Phoenix base. Upon entering through the main gate, they were met by a bloodied cousin. Upon seeing Chao Zhangyu, Chao Kai's eyes lit up. If the beastly transformation could be purified, then his father would surely be saved. "Zhangyu, quickly, take me to that purification master. My father has lost control and is currently imprisoned in the base. If he is not purified soon, he will." Upon hearing about his uncle's turmoil, Chao Zhangyu's pupils constricted, and he swiftly turned to drag Lu Fei along. Hey, what are you doing? Let me down." Lu Fei, bewildered by the situation, found herself hoisted by Chao Zhangyu as he charged towards the base's prison, fully armed. When they arrived, she nearly retched, after barely recovering. She was ordered to perform a purification. "Are you commanding me or pleading with me? What if I refuse to purify?" Lu Fei's lips curled slightly as she glanced at Chao Zhangyu, just in time to catch the moment when he declared his intentions. Chao Zhangyu, hearing the anguished cries of his beloved kin, cast aside all notions of dignity and innocence. Gritting his teeth, he tore open his shirt and grasped Lu Fei's hand, pressing it against his chest muscle. "As long as you save my uncle, I am willing to do anything." Chapter 35. This prison is full of cannon fodder. Exhausting every means at our disposal with the firm and robust physique beneath her palm, Lu Fei could not resist giving it a few squeezes, her fingers sinking into the supple flesh, a testament to its alluring quality. Listening to the anguished cries from within, she recognized they had reached their limit. Therefore, she ceased her playful torment of Chao Zhangyu and turned towards the depths of the prison. My father is almost devoid of reason now and does not recognize anyone. Once we restrain him, you may enter, she instructed. Chao Kai, bloodied and pale, understood the arduous journey they had undertaken. Yet for the sake of his father's life and the safety of the striking girl before him, he steeled himself for what lay ahead. He summoned Chao Jiangyu and a few soldiers, preparing to subdue the individuals inside as soon as the door opened. Logically, these individuals were all level 4 or 5 ability users, renowned for their prowess. Yet, as they faced the imposing door, a palpable tension caused them to swallow nervously. My father possesses a level 5 mental ability. He can manipulate thoughts, forcing enemies to harm themselves or even take their own lives. Now, in his current state of madness, he attacks indiscriminately, Chao Kai explained patiently, noticing Lu Fei's confusion. Host, inside is the formidable mentalist Chao Huai. In the original narrative, the male protagonist took advantage of his rampage to eliminate him while feigning loyalty to infiltrate the upper echelons of the military, ultimately leading to the demise of many soldiers for the sake of Lu Shui, that treacherous woman. This resulted in numerous innocent lives lost during the forthcoming zombie tide. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei could not help but curl her lips in disdain. Goodness, in this book, characters are either the female lead sycophants or the male lead stepping stones. There isn't a single normal person among them. Nevertheless, it only fueled her determination to ensure this man did not perish. As long as he remained alive, the male lead would not rise, and the female lead Lu Shui would be in even greater peril. Just as Chao Kai and the others were poised for action, the locked iron door suddenly swung open. Lu Fei, undeterred, stepped inside, leaving Chao Jiangyu no time to intervene before witnessing her slender figure vanish. His pupils constricted. Envisioning the scene of Lu Fei being killed by his uncle, he hurriedly followed her. To his surprise, Lu Fei stood calmly, raising her hand to initiate purification against the oncoming assault from Chao Huai. Golden motes danced through the air as Chao Huai's gray-blue eyes gradually transformed into a clear hue, even his pallid skin regaining a healthy tone. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance, dispelling the stench of decay, prompting the others who entered to inhale deeply. All done. This purification, which took a tad longer, concluded after 10 minutes, during which Chao Huai finally opened his eyes to behold a lovely girl feasting on tomato rice. He blinked in surprise as his son, with a worried expression, leaned in close. Father, you are finally awake. I was so worried. Chao Kai, nearly losing his father, felt tears welling as he witnessed Chao Huai's revival. Chao Jiangyu, equally anxious, carefully supported Chao Huai as they exited the cell. Little you, are you all right? Chao Huai recalled that his nephew had lost consciousness while valiantly protecting the elite youths, which had pushed him to the brink of madness. I am fine. It was she who saved me. Despite his reluctance to revisit the past, Chao Jiangyu could not deny Lu Fei's role in saving both him and his uncle, awkwardly recounting the events, which left Chao Huai marveling at her abilities. Thank you, Miss Lu, for your life-saving grace. Without you, our Chao family would be in grave danger. Chao Huai and Chao Jiangyu bore a striking resemblance, both handsome men exuding a rugged charm seasoned by time, unlike the proud demeanor of a leopard. In Lu Fei's imagination, her father should resemble this figure. Alas, the original owner of her body had been associated with a scoundrel. A fleeting glimmer of admiration and appreciation crossed Lu Fei's eyes, leaving Chao Huai slightly perplexed. This was not the gaze of a younger generation towards their elder, but bore an inquisitive quality. Chao Jiangyu, frowning slightly, obstructed Lu Fei's view of his uncle, feeling inexplicably uncomfortable, as if he had an itch he could not scratch. This prison is dreadfully dull. Let us depart. Having assessed the situation, Lu Fei picked up her meal, consuming it as she walked. After a few steps, a loud grumble echoed, not coming from just one person. Turning her head, she found the renowned generals of the Central Military District, clutching their stomachs in embarrassment. Chao Huai's side was understandably preoccupied with concern for his life, leaving no appetite for food. Meanwhile, Chao Jiangyu and his comrades had fasted since noon to hasten their journey, and now hunger gnawed at them. Recognizing this, Lu Fei waved her hand, producing her stored meals. I have rice, 2 crystal cores for a serving, first come, first served. The Chao family members were momentarily taken aback. Initially, they merely gazed longingly, but when their stomachs audibly protested, they unexpectedly found a delightful opportunity. 2 crystal cores per serving were practically a steal. They rushed forward, frantically exchanging their crystal cores with Lu Fei, devouring the rice without a care for the prison's unpleasant aroma, relishing a taste they had longed for. The aroma of the rice wafted into the depths of the prison, enticing the waiting souls to open their eyes in curiosity. One by one, They peered through the meal slot, watching the frenzied consumption with longing, their mouths watering. Could you spare me a portion? I have crystal cores. A hoarse voice called from the depths of the cell. Lu Fei turned to see a pale hand emerging from the meal slot, its nails completely gone, suggesting a fate akin to that of Chao Wai waiting here to meet death, unable to control their abilities. Yet, the calmness in his voice intrigued Lu Fei. She approached, peering through the meal slot to discern the figure before her, who bore a striking resemblance to a zombie, the only distinction being his ability to speak. Host. This is a level 6 wind ability user. Lu Fei had thought level 5 was the pinnacle, only to discover that level 6 existed. These individuals possess exceptional talents. The male and female leads often require powerful figures to face and create opportunities, you understand. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Fei comprehended that this individual would likely transform into a formidable zombie, serving as a stepping stone for the male and female leads. A wave of sympathy washed over her for the inmates of this prison. Truly, they were all mere cannon fodder. In pursuit of her objectives, and to undermine Lu Shui, Lu Fei generously purified the food she delivered, bestowing a final act of kindness upon the dying man. In Sheng, intent on indulging before his demise, was unexpectedly purified. The once gray hand transformed to a healthy hue within minutes, as golden light scattered throughout the cell, lightening his burdensome existence. It felt as though he had taken a soothing bath, and once the fragrance dissipated, he experienced an unparalleled clarity of mind. Although Chao Wai had previously undergone purification, witnessing it from a third-person perspective still struck him as miraculous, his eyes gleaming as he regarded his nephew. This girl, employing every possible means for our benefit. Chao Wai then recalled his nephew's aloof demeanor and turned to his son. Chao Kai, you should get closer to her. Whatever she desires, fulfill it. Chao Jiangyu pressed his lips together, his expression inscrutable, concealing his thoughts, though his tail flicked behind him with an audible thud, betraying a hint of agitation. Just then, footsteps approached. Lu Feiyu had arrived with his men. You have gone too far. How could you bring Lu Fei into the prison so recklessly? Are you not aware of the dangers? Lu Feiyu frowned, directing his gaze at Chao Jiangyu. The two remarkable men exchanged glances, their meeting an intellectual duel. As tensions escalated and confrontation seemed imminent, a cheerful voice suddenly broke the standoff. Is it Chao Feiyu? Hurry and let me out. Lu Feiyu, upon hearing the familiar voice, was taken aback, his body trembling in surprise. Soon, disbelief filled his eyes, which turned red with emotion. He rushed to the front of Yin Sheng's cell, and, upon seeing the person inside restored to his former self, he trembled with excitement. Uncle Sheng, is it really you? Have you recovered? Chapter 36. This dramatic plot Chao Feiyu. What has you so agitated? Have you been up to no good again? Yin Sheng, having been released, affectionately ruffled Lu Feiyu's hair. To Lu Fei. This esteemed figure seemed barely in his 20s. How could he possibly feel like a generation apart? Uncle Sheng, please don't mock me. I have long ceased my mischief. Lu Feiyu replied, his eyes reddening. Hearing Yin Sheng's familiar teasing made him want to cry. The man he revered most had truly returned. 6 months prior, the Phoenix base had announced that the base leader, Yin Sheng, was gravely ill, with all affairs managed by the vice leader. Everyone had assumed it was a power struggle, but it turned out he was merely waiting to die in prison. Meanwhile, Lu Feiyu, who had once been protected, matured significantly overnight due to this turmoil. He risked everything, absorbing crystal cores to swiftly ascend from level 4 to level 5, undertaking missions with his team to gain recognition, all to safeguard the Phoenix base from those with ulterior motives. Listening to their reminiscing, Lu Fei sighed internally, realizing that the seemingly glorious Phoenix base harbored its own undisclosed struggles. Miss Lu, I am profoundly grateful for your intervention today. Henceforth, the Phoenix base shall heed your every command. Yin Sheng earnestly attempted to bow in gratitude, only to be gently halted by her. You overestimate me, base leader. Now that I have awakened my purification abilities, it is only natural I contribute to humanity's survival. Your deference would only make me uneasy, Lu Fei responded. Hearing her words, Yin Sheng's eyes gleamed with approval. With such extraordinary powers, she still maintained her composure. Look at this child, truly remarkable. Little Feiyu. You must take good care of Miss Lu. She is quite delicate and should not be bullied. Yin Sheng's words caused Lu Feiyu's lips to twitch. Who would consider this delicate lady, who had bested for burly men and navigated through hordes of zombies without shedding a drop of blood, as fragile? Miss Lu, which base do you belong to? Do you have a boyfriend? What do you think of my Feiyu? As Lu Feiyu momentarily zoned out, he heard Yin Sheng whimsically trying to play matchmaker, his handsome face turning a myriad of colors. He desperately wished to inform his uncle that he and Miss Lu shared a commonality, both were entangled in the same predicament. Lu Fei maintained her ladylike smile, unaware of Lu Fei's thoughts, and simply informed Yinsheng that she had no intention of pursuing romance at the moment. Men would only hinder her swiftness in drawing her blade, and with countless handsome men available, she had no desire to hang her hopes on a crooked tree. Let us hasten outside. Weren't you eager to inspect the supplies? Just as she exchanged a few words with Yinsheng, Chao Jiangyu approached and pulled Lu Fei away, his dry yet warm hand enveloping her securely. Lu Fei, being dragged along, had no choice but to run after him. The others could only follow suit. While a flicker of amusement danced in Chao Huai's eyes, his nephew, long regarded as a weapon of humanity, finally exhibited a reaction befitting an ordinary person, quite amusing indeed. Upon exiting the prison, Lu Fei felt utterly exhausted. Once she freed herself from Chao Jingyu's grasp, she leapt up and playfully struck his chest. Have you lost your mind? Why did you pull me out like that? If you dare touch me recklessly again, I shall never purify you again. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with indignation, her face flushed, and her petite lips unleashed a torrent of words akin to a machine gun directed at Chao Jingyu. Previously, you clearly permitted me to touch you, and even suggested we share a bed. Chao Jingyu tilted his head, somewhat perplexed. Flickering images of himself in leopard form playing and sleeping with Lu Fei occasionally crossed his mind, leaving him in a state of confusion, unaware that his words could be misinterpreted. Just then, Chao Huai and Yinsheng emerged, their expressions varying. The former discreetly gave his nephew a thumbs up, noting how swiftly the Chao family's offspring acted, while the latter looked at Luo Feiyu with disappointment. Others have already shared a bed. What are you still hesitating for? Why not seize the opportunity to gain some advantages for the Phoenix base? As Lu Fei was about to argue with Chao Jingyu, she heard her mother calling. Turning, she saw her mother anxiously approaching, accompanied by Gu Chang'e and others who cautiously shielded her. You child, why did you disappear without informing us? You worried your mother sick. Chen Wanyue scolded, having recovered some strength after several days of recuperation, looking somewhat like her former self. Lu Fei obediently accepted her mother's reprimand, shooting a fierce glare at Chao Jingyu, the root of her troubles. The usually stern Major General Chao, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose and stood beside Lu Fei, listening to the lecture, genuinely apologetic and resembling a well-behaved child. Once her mother finished speaking, Lu Fei promptly clung to her arm, seeking to divert her attention. Mom, this is Uncle Chao Jingyu's elder uncle. He just saved him. Before Lu Fei could finish, she noticed the peculiar look in Chao Huai's eyes directed at her mother. Shock, nostalgia, and perhaps attraction? You are Chen Wanyue. You recognize me? Chen Wanyue regarded Chao Huai with a flicker of familiarity, though she struggled to place him. Chao Huai smiled and nodded, recounting an incident from 30 years prior when he had passed by a burning shopping mall during a mission and spotted a frightened little girl pleading for help, who was about the same age as Lu Fei. I remembered your name when you cried. Chen Wanyue, you can make it out alive. Hearing this, Chen Wanyue swayed in disbelief, muttering, Impossible. Just when everyone thought she had forgotten, she rolled up Chao Huai's right sleeve, revealing a gruesome burn. How can it be that you saved me? It was clearly Lu Jin who was burned. The nurses said he was the one who rescued me. Chen Wanyue laughed and cried, seemingly on the verge of madness, while Chao Huai frowned in confusion. After I saved you, you were taken away by an ambulance. When I returned to check on you after tending to my wounds, a man approached and handed me 10,000 yuan, saying it was from you, urging me not to harbor any inappropriate thoughts of gratitude. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei grasped the situation, cautiously describing Lu Jin's appearance to Chao Huai, confirming their alignment. This dramatic plot is utterly ridiculous. Lu Fei facepalmed, realizing that the cliché tropes often reserved for protagonists had been unwittingly applied to her mother. No wonder her mother was so devoted to that scoundrel Lu Jin. She had been clinging to a misguided sense of gratitude, only to discover that her heartfelt devotion was misdirected. I am truly sorry. I had no idea it was you who saved me. I thought it was Lu Jin. I never uttered such words. Chen Wanyue wept for her misplaced youth while apologizing to Chao Huai. Chao Huai sighed and shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. Observing the atmosphere between the two, Lu Fei quietly leaned towards Chao Jingyu, beckoning him to lower his head. Is your uncle currently single? Chao Jingyu twitched his lips, fully aware of Lu Fei's playful demeanor. My uncle and aunt divorced 20 years ago. He has remained single ever since. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then why not consider my mother? What do you think? Chapter 37. Reluctance to let mother remarry far away. Competing for talent with Hongjian base. Ahem, it all depends on whether my uncle likes it or not. Lu Fei whispered into Chao Jingyu's ear, her warm breath accompanied by a faint fragrance, causing him to blush inadvertently, his heartbeat becoming somewhat erratic. I feel the same way. If your family has no objections, let them develop freely. Lu Fei did not wish for Chen Wanyu to immediately take a liking to Qiao Huai. Rather, she hoped that in a normal romantic context, Wanyu could regain her confidence and sense of respect. This failed marriage, filled with scheming and oppression, had long stripped Chen Wanyu of her former pride, and Lu Fei wished for her to rediscover herself. Since Uncle Chao saved my mother previously, we should express our gratitude. How about we share a meal together? Upon mentioning a meal, Yinxing perked up, promptly suggesting they eat at his place as a gesture of thanks to Lu Fei. That day, the commander of the Phoenix base returned, and the entire base was in celebration. Lu Fei had become their benefactor, and many approached her in the banquet hall, hoping to toast her. Among them were numerous young talents, each dressed in their finest, but all were intimidated away by Chao Jingyu's oppressive gaze. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, his mere presence instilled a sense of pressure, and his amber eyes made anyone feel a chill, as if their life was at stake in the next moment. They all cast resentful looks at Lu Fei, questioning why such a person stood beside her. Meanwhile, Lu Fei was oblivious, preoccupied with inquiring about Qiao Huai's background. Learning that he was a commander in the military district and had been stationed in the central military district for a long time, she mused that without the recent anomaly, he might not have had the chance to come out at all. With a pout, Lu Fei thought to herself that Hongjian base was too far, and she did not want her mother to remarry far away, lest she be bullied without knowing. Mom, I do not accept your long-distance relationship. Her abrupt statement left Chen Wanyu embarrassed and annoyed, giving her a light punch. What nonsense are you spouting? I am simply grateful for Uncle Chao's life-saving grace. As for love, I shall not entertain it any longer. Pain flickered in Chen Wanyu's eyes. Lu Zhen had wounded her deeply, and she no longer wished to foolishly rely on men. The less you engage, the better for me. I can support you for a lifetime. And we can live together. How wonderful that would be. Seeing her mother sad, Lu Fei quickly switched to a playful tone, and their intimate mother-daughter interaction brought smiles to everyone around. My dear niece, we have brought the purified resources for Jingyu. As for my... Qiao Huai began to speak, but Lu Fei, thinking he was short on resources, waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was unimportant, as he had previously saved her mother, which was sufficient compensation. That won't do. As a commander in the military district, it would be embarrassing if my life were not worth even a penny. Instead, let us just give you double what Jingyu receives. Lu Fei thought to herself, this is not just a commander, but my fortune. While she was internally celebrating, Yinsheng was not to be outdone, quickly bringing over an array of items, from food and clothing to weapons and ammunition, nearly encircling her. Miss Lu, I heard Feiyu mention you plan to go to Hongjian base. May I inquire about your reasons? If you merely seek a place to stay, I hope you will consider our Phoenix base. I assure you, the privileges I offer are unmatched by any other base. Just as Yinshin finished speaking, Gu Changge, who had been devouring food, suddenly flared up, tossing his chopsticks aside and rushing over. Old Yin, are you not even avoiding people while poaching? The elder sister clearly stated she wishes to join our base. Your methods are disgracefully underhanded. Yinxing smiled, unperturbed, looking at Gu Changge as one would a child. A wise bird chooses its tree. Miss Lu is an intelligent individual. I trust she has her own considerations. Hongjian base is the poorest among the 9 major bases. During the most challenging times, your commander must go out to earn resources, correct? Moreover, your base has many elderly, weak, sick, and disabled individuals with limited combat capability. If someone covets Miss Lu's abilities and intrudes, how long can your base hold out? With each of Yinsheng's words, Gu Changge's expression darkened, eventually leaving him dejected and unable to raise his head. Observing Gu Changge's demeanor, Yinxing's smile grew warmer as he turned to Lu Fei, promising her not only the best housing conditions, but also the finest resources. The purified resources from their base would be hers without charge, and they would provide her with 1,000 crystal cores monthly for her cultivation. Such conditions would make even Chao Jingyu from the central military district feel tempted. Indeed, the Phoenix base was truly overflowing with wealth. Changge, I understand that Hongjian base faces hardships, and the extreme heat will soon arrive in 2 months. This year, our Phoenix base shall cover your resources. Yinxing clearly presented a dilemma for Gu Changge, seemingly confident that he would lose. He smiled slyly, tossing the challenging choice to Gu Changge, knowing that whichever path he chose would be difficult. Gu Changge gritted his teeth, staring at the old fox. Realizing why Luo Feiyu was so cunning, the roots lay here. Elder sister has stated her intention to return to our base. She belongs to us. Hongjian base may be impoverished, but they would not abandon anyone, unless the elder sister herself wished to stay. Otherwise, he would not give up. After speaking, Gu Changge anxiously looked at Lu Fei. Elder sister, Hongjian base is indeed poor, and you have witnessed the hardships along the way. If you do not wish to follow, I have no complaints. The days spent with you have been the happiest in our lives. With so many present. Gu Changge straightened his back, his gaze sincere, and bowed deeply to Lu Fei. The people from Hongjian base, who had been eating, stopped to stand behind him, bowing in unison to Lu Fei. In that moment, the spacious banquet hall fell silent, all waiting for Lu Fei's decision. She sighed softly, and Gu Changji's heart sank, self-mockery flashing in his eyes. Indeed, how could such a poor base deserve a golden phoenix like her? Elder sister, you need not feel burdened. Staying here is also quite good, and it's close to Hongjian base. We will visit whenever we pass by. Gu Changge forced a smile, contrasting sharply with his usual cheerful demeanor, resembling a forsaken dog in the rain. What burden could I possibly have? Lu Fei's words elicited a victorious smile from Yin Shang, and even Luo Feiyu's eyes sparkled. However, the next moment, their expressions froze. I possess a unique purification ability. Who can guarantee they will not seek me out for a lifetime? Wherever I am, it will become a coveted place. Do you still think Hongjian base will remain poor? Do you look down on me, or do you look down on yourselves? Gu Changge gazed at Lu Fei in disbelief, his robust figure visibly reddening, his lips trembling in speechlessness. Elder sister, do you mean you will return to our base with us? Hu Debayos had already cried, snot and tears flowing as he had begged Lu Fei to return, yet had not spoken a word earlier, fearing it would influence her judgment. Now, hearing her choose Hongjian base, he could not contain his joy. You offered me the first kindness, standing unconditionally behind me. We share a bond of life and death. How could I abandon you? Do not underestimate the ties that bind us. Lu Fei raised her head, adopting a dramatic expression, causing the people from Hongjian base to weep tears of joy, rushing forward to embrace her. Just as they were about to reach her, Xiao Zhengyu suddenly hoisted her onto his shoulder and strode out. After we finish eating, we will tally the resources and depart tomorrow. Chapter 38. The tale has its own thoughts. The stick insect has transcended Xiao Zhengyu. If you do not set me down soon, I shall unveil all those unflattering photos of you, and I assure you, your shoulders will not fare well. Lu Fei was entirely unprepared as Xiao Zhengyu hoisted her up, causing her to flail about in panic, struggling to escape his grip while pinching the flesh on his back. Yet, he refused to let go and instead revealed his sharp little white teeth, playfully nipping at her. Are you a dog? Always biting? Recalling a previous moment when he had transformed into a leopard and she had nibbled at his neck, Xiao Zhengyu felt his handsome face flush, even his usually cool amber eyes softening with warmth. He himself found it perplexing why he had so uncontrollably carried her away just moments ago. Upon seeing Lu Fei surrounded by a throng of men, a tightness gripped his heart, compelling him to take her back to his nest and hide her away. As night fell, the Phoenix base remained as bright as day, a luxury not afforded by other bases. When Xiao Jingyu finally placed Lu Fei onto their pickup truck, his back bore the marks of teeth and scratches resembling a ruffled cat. Stop biting. I have something to show you. The truck was filled to the brim with supplies and firearms. Upon seeing this treasure trove, all of Lu Fei's grievances vanished, and she transformed into an ecstatic little mouse, eagerly opening one box after another. When she spotted an AK-47, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she delicately caressed it, having only ever handled a handgun. She was unfamiliar with such weaponry and its operation. Observing her, Xiao Zhengyu extended his long arm, took the weapon from her, and expertly loaded it, ensuring it was safe before guiding Lu Fei on its use. This gun has recoil. You must brace your shoulder, spread your feet, and engage your core. As he adjusted her stance, he suddenly realized how intimate their position had become. Lu Fei was nearly leaning into him, her sweet fragrance enveloping him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Hey, what is scratching my leg? Lu Fei, lost in excitement, felt a tickling sensation on her calf and looked down to find Xiao Zhengyu's furry, slender tail. The owner of that tail was obliviously serious as he helped Lu Fei adjust her posture, appearing utterly earnest. Only when he sensed her peculiar gaze did Xiao Zhengyu glance down, discovering that his tail had wrapped around her leg and was inching upwards, threatening to slip beneath her clothing. In an instant, Xiao Jingyu's face turned crimson as he took a step back in disbelief, attempting to retract his tail, utterly speechless under Lu Fei's mischievous gaze. No, my tail is usually well behaved. It is beyond my control. I truly do not know. Ah, yes. Lu Fei, unable to resist, reached out to seize the errant tail. As Xiao Jingyu grappled with a wave of sensations emanating from the tip of his tail, coursing through his spine, abdomen, heart, and mind. He struggled to retract it. But Lu Fei held on firmly. "Let go," he implored, feeling the skin on his face burn, knowing full well it had turned a deep shade of red. "I won't. You carried me out without my consent, and clearly, it was your tail that provoked me first. What harm is there in a little playful tugging? You're just being stingy." In truth, Lu Fei was deliberately seeking revenge for being carried away, but she couldn't deny that his tail felt delightful. Noticing Chao Jingyu's discomfort, she tightened her grip, causing his previously straight back to bend, cold sweat breaking out upon him. With each wave of stimulation from his tail, Chao Jingyu gasped, finally managing to utter, It has a mind of its own, beyond my control." With that, he yanked his tail away with a swift motion, disappearing in an instant, leaving no trace behind. However, Lu Fei paid him no mind. After all, this leopard had always exhibited peculiar behavior, so her expectations were not particularly high. "Sister, is this our supplies? Wow. An AK-47. My heavens, when did we ever engage in such prosperous warfare? So many bullets, we needn't engage in hand-to-hand combat with zombies anymore. Ha ha ha. Come see. So many compressed biscuits, we shall never fear starvation when we venture out again." Hudabeo and the others approached, brimming with joy, each cradling an AK like a beloved spouse, showering it with affection. As for Gu Chang'e, he was preoccupied, reveling with Yin Sheng while organizing supplies in the banquet hall, thus missing the excitement. However, one could easily surmise that upon learning of Lu Fei's intention to head to the Hongjin base, he would not rest until he had vented his earlier frustrations. "From this day forth, our Hongjin base shall rise. Ha ha, let anyone who dares call us poor think twice." Hu Debao exclaimed, unable to contain his exuberance, only to be met with derisive laughter from a nearby group. Turning to investigate, they saw a dozen young men and women adorned with Tingshi insignias approaching, led by a gaunt man with prominent cheekbones and narrow eyes, resembling a stick insect that had come to life. He was accompanied by a provocatively dressed girl, her garish makeup failing to mask her sharp features. "Oh, I thought I heard a dog barking. Turns out it's just the beggars from the Hongjin base. What is the matter? Is your base facing famine and begging for food?" The Tingshi members erupted in haughty laughter. "We're not begging from your Tungshi base. We wouldn't deign to accept your filthy money." Hu Debao retorted angrily. What did it matter if they were poor? They stood tall in their integrity. Unlike the scoundrels from Tungshi base who engaged in despicable acts, to curry favor with the powerful in the central base, they resorted to burning, killing, and pillaging in other bases, even abducting attractive girls for sacrifice. Who would spit in disgust upon hearing such tales? Our money, however tainted, is far superior to your delusional state. Look at you now, so poor you're seeing things, rampaging in the central military district's vehicles. Best get down before they come over and put you down with a few bullets. The sycophants around the stick insect were undeterred, quickly retaliating with their own barbs. "Look at your attire. Even our dogs are better dressed than you. You ought to change your name from Hongjin base to the Beggar Gang. It suits your current plight perfectly." Before the words could fully escape his lips, a gunshot rang out, a bullet whizzing past the man's ear. The acrid scent of gunpowder and the thrill of life and death rendering him speechless, even causing him to wet himself in fear. Enough of the barking. Lu Fei exhaled, cooling the barrel of her gun, her eyes flashing coldly. "What a pity you lot are from the Earthworm base. No wonder you've chosen such a foolish name. Each of you, tall or short, fat or thin, is so mismatched that one might mistake you for a horde of insects that have come to life from the mountains." Lu Fei, possessing a sharp tongue, unleashed her venom upon those she detested, inciting them to draw their weapons. However, when the stick insect caught sight of Lu Fei's stunning visage, his eyes widened in astonishment, his lecherous expression momentarily replaced with one of dazed admiration, nearly drooling at the sight. "Who would have thought that within your beggar's den, there would be such a beauty? I truly underestimated you." The stick insect leered at Lu Fei's exquisite and enchanting face, forgetting everything else as he leered at her with a lascivious grin, surveying her with unabashed desire. "My dear, you would be better off following me than them. As long as you serve me well, I shall indulge you with delightful feasts and pleasures. You could even accompany me to the central base to cater to the wealthy, ensuring that your future is far superior to the miserable existence shared with those wretched beggars." Upon hearing these words, Lu Fei smiled slightly and strode confidently towards the stick insect. Hudaba had just informed her of the stick insect's role. He was responsible for delivering beautiful girls to the central base. Should he encounter someone appealing, he would seize them regardless of their consent, enjoying them for a time before passing them on to others for their amusement, ultimately delivering them to the central base for the pleasure of the affluent. He bore the weight of countless lives upon his shoulders. Such a man deserves no pity. As Lu Fei approached, the stick insect remained blissfully unaware of his impending doom, grinning widely and opening his arms to welcome the beauty. A wise choice to follow me instead of those foolish fools. Soon, dear, I shall let you experience the utmost joy of this world. Before he could finish, Lu Fei stood before him, offering a faint smile. Seizing the moment while he was lost in infatuation, she pressed a gun against his most vulnerable part. With a deafening bang, accompanied by the stick insect's agonizing scream, chaos ensued. In an instant, he was rolling on the ground, clutching his shattered anatomy, as the other men present trembled in fear, their legs instinctively clenching. She truly spares no mercy, swiftly rendering him powerless? Foul wench, what are you waiting for? Kill her, kill her. The stick insect, writhing in pain, glared at Lu Fei, wishing to tear her apart. The people from the Tingsha base finally snapped out of their shock and raised their guns to shoot Lu Fei. But who could have anticipated that the bullets would simply fall to the ground upon striking her? As they emptied their magazines, the barrels grew too hot to handle, while she remained unfazed, as if untouched by the chaos around her. Monster, what is this? The Tingsha base personnel abandoned their earlier intentions of killing Lu Fei, screaming in terror as they fled. To be impervious to bullets, what could this be if not the work of a demon? I intended to leave peacefully, but it appears fortune does not favor the kind. Lu Fei scoffed, raising her gun to shoot indiscriminately. Some took advantage of the chaos to escape, while others lay on the ground, moaning in agony from their wounds. Should I spare you? It is not entirely out of the question, for I am not one to relish in bloodshed. Those on the ground believed she was about to release them, only to be swiftly bound to nearby pillars by Hudaba and his companions. With potatoes atop their heads, beads of sweat trickled down their faces. Had they not been firmly tied, they likely would have collapsed in fear. Do not move. My aim is not precise. Should I accidentally blow your brains out? Do not say I did not warn you. Lu Fei squinted one eye, casually aiming her gun among the group, including the stick insect, who was nearly delirious from pain yet unable to lose consciousness. Foul wench. Do not think we will allow you to do as you please just because we are in your grasp. The Tingsha base will not forgive your affronts to us. As the words left his mouth, a sharp crack echoed as the potato atop the stick insect's head shattered, silencing him. Do not associate me with the Tingsha base. I am Lu Shui of the Lihua base. In this world, I will not allow anyone to be more arrogant than I. The Tingsha base is but a trifling matter. I can easily handle the central base's shortcomings. I shall summon my elder brother to reduce you all to ash. Upon hearing Lu Fei's declaration, the people from the Hongjin base understood her intentions. They promptly turned to flatter Lu Shui, eager to extol her virtues. The people of the Lihua base are indeed warm-hearted. And Miss Lu Shui is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, truly a role model for us all. In the future, our Hongjin base shall present a banner in her honor. Lu Fei waved her hand proudly, continuing to aim her gun haphazardly, causing the Tingsha personnel to shriek in terror, some even soiling themselves in fear. Captain, they are the ones who bullied our Tingsha base. We merely cautioned them about their inappropriate handling of the Central Military District's resources, and that foul wench opened fire. A heavily made-up woman dragged a burly man over. Upon seeing his comrades in such a pitiful state, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. My lady, do you not fear the consequences of your arrogance? You risk the safety of your Hongjin base. Bai Tao glared at Lu Fei with a chilling intensity, an oppressive aura surrounding him as if he would tear her apart in an instant. In response, Lu Fei rolled her eyes, utterly unfazed. Your Tingsha base is inconsequential. A bunch of fools seeking favor through debauchery. You should fear the day when time catches up with you. To me, all bases are mere refuse. Only our Lihua base is worthy of praise. Her words left the crowd in shock. Even passers-by turned to glare at Bai Tao and his associates, their expressions filled with disdain and contempt. You dare insult me? I shall put an end to you. Bai Tao, unaccustomed to such humiliation, roared and aimed to shoot Lu Fei. But in the next moment, a massive fireball exploded, sending him flying and knocking out 2 of his front teeth upon landing. Who dares to harm my sister? A tall man adorned in the Lihua base insignia approached, his face concealed but the weight of his presence palpable. Elder brother, you have arrived. Lu Fei hurriedly joined Gu Chang's side, adopting a melodramatic tone reminiscent of Lu Shui. These Tingsha base ruffians sought to intimidate us and falsely accused me of stealing weapons from the military district. We simply purchased these to deal with such fools. Humph. They had it coming when I shot them twice. Did I not do well? My sister is indeed formidable, as expected of a daughter of the Lu family. Gu Changa played along. Since they have provoked you, they shall all perish. Listening to their exchange, Bai Tao's expression grew increasingly troubled. Are you not from the Hongjin base? Humph. As if they could afford such weapons. We procured these directly from the military district. Do not presume Tingsha base can ascend to the central base's heights. Our Liwa base is far superior. When the great base competition arrives, we shall trample all others beneath our feet. Lu Fei reveled in her domineering and capricious demeanor, intent on tarnishing the reputations of both Lu Shui and the Liwa base. Once the animosity had reached a peak, Guchanga suppressed his powers to level 4. More than enough to handle such incompetent fools. Before long, the Tingsha personnel were engulfed in flames, their cries echoing in the night. Just as they were about to meet their demise, Lu Fei intervened. Elder brother, I cannot bear to see anyone die before my eyes. She tugged at Guchanga's sleeve. Let us strip them of their possessions and cast them out of the base. Bai Tao and the others were on the verge of being incinerated, nearly choking on their own blood at her suggestion. This is crueler than simply killing us. But Guchanga merely smiled fondly, stroking Lu Fei's hair with a brotherly affection. My sister is kind-hearted. Since you have suggested it, we shall abide by your wishes. With that, Guchanga turned to glare menacingly at Bai Tao and his companions. Did you not hear my sister? Hurry and leave your clothing and supplies behind, or shall I incinerate you all? As the last words left his mouth, flames erupted around Bai Tao and his associates, leaving them with the grim choice of either perishing in the fire or becoming prey for the zombies. No one wishes for death when life remains, yet they are compelled to abandon their belongings and garments. The men donned merely shoes and a pair of shorts, while the women wore an additional tank top, emerging from the base in a state of utter nudity. From the fire base, they declared, if we survive and return, the next time we meet will mark your demise. Before departing, Bai Tao cast a menacing glare at Lu Fei and Guchanga. I shall not alter my name nor my lineage. I am Lu Jiwenhao, and this is my sister, Lu Shui. You, worthless scum, be gone. He directed a contemptuous gesture towards the individuals from the Tingsha base, as Guchanga and Lu Fei laughed haughtily while making their way back, while Lu Fei rejoiced exuberantly. Bai Tao and his companions, filled with trepidation, finally encountered members of the Tingsha base after 2 harrowing days, urgently seeking assistance. Coincidentally, they met Li Lang, who had just returned from the central base. Observing the disheveled state of his comrades, he inquired about the situation. It was the fire base, Lu Jiwenhao and Lu Shui's, who have brought us to this plight. Upon hearing Lu Shui's name, Li Lang's expression grew increasingly grim. Chapter 40. This comes at a different price. Ah, how delightful it is. I have long wished to confront those scoundrels at the Tingsha base, and today, my sister's triumph has brought me immense joy. The people from the Hongjian base returned to the banquet hall, their laughter ringing with unrestrained exhilaration. For years, they had endured ridicule and bullying due to their poverty, but for the sake of their comrades, they bore it silently. Now, with my sister's presence, they witnessed her effortlessly dealing with their adversaries. Sister, do you think they will recognize you? Hudebao chuckled. Yet a hint of fear crept into his voice as he worried about being targeted by those unscrupulous individuals from Tangsha, who had no moral compass whatsoever. The ones who dealt with them were Lu Shui from the Liehua base. What connection do I, Lu Fei, have with that? Even if they were to recognize me, what could they do? I am impervious to harm, untouchable by fire or water. Can they outlast me in a battle of endurance? Lu Fei's audacity left the crowd momentarily speechless, their mouths agape in agreement. Today, they had witnessed her extraordinary purification abilities. She had even blocked bullets. Was this not akin to divine intervention? Insheng regarded Lu Fei with approval on his face, but felt a twinge of regret in his heart. How wonderful it would be if this girl were part of their base. He would be the happiest old man alive. As he pondered, Lu Fei approached him, her bright eyes fixed upon him, curiosity gleaming within. Uncle Ian, I heard from Feiyu that you are already 45 years old. How do you still look like someone in their 20s? Is it hereditary? Or do you have some secret method? I'd be willing to exchange my purification ability for that. When Lu Fei learned of Yin Sheng's age, she was astonished. If there were a secret to rejuvenation, wouldn't it be a blessing for her mother as well? Yin Sheng twitched his lips, so this was her intention. But then, his eyes lit up as he raised his head to present himself from his most flattering angle, revealing his youthful visage to Lu Fei. Miss Lu, what if I were to offer you this secret in exchange for you staying here? Not possible. That comes at a different price, Lu Fei decisively refused, causing Yin Sheng's expression to stiffen momentarily. Yet, he quickly regained his gentleness and revealed his beauty-enhancing secret. I possess wind-based abilities, allowing me to manipulate the wind to lift and tighten my skin, which is why I do not age. Lu Fei gasped in admiration, realizing the brilliance of Yin Sheng's approach. While others resorted to Botox and hyaluronic acid, he applied a physical lift. Wrinkles were no concern for him, as the wind could smooth them away. Impressive. Had I known, I would have awakened wind abilities as well. Imagine at 80, looking like a young girl in her 20s. and witnessing the astonished expressions of others. What a thrill that would be. Indeed, it took me considerable effort to devise this method. It is truly one of a kind. Yinsheng replied proudly. However, Lu Fei promptly doused his enthusiasm. So, your rapid aging is a result of this, then? Yinsheng's expression faltered, and he awkwardly averted his gaze. He would rather perish than be ridiculed. This topic reminded him of the other nearly ranged ability users still imprisoned, and he turned serious as he addressed her. Dear niece, given your bond with Feiyu, I have a favor to ask. We have several ability users in prison on the brink of losing control. Could you purify them? Of course, you will be compensated handsomely. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow. It seemed as if an opportunity had presented itself. She needed 8 more individuals to complete her task. Since Uncle Ian has mentioned it, I cannot refuse. However, I prefer to keep this discreet. I dislike excessive publicity regarding such matters. Yinsheng immediately understood, recognizing her ability as a precious asset. Given her current strength, there was no opportunity for coercion. He could only seek to foster goodwill with her. Fearing a return onslaught from the Pangtouge base, Lu Fei resolved to act swiftly. She ventured deep into the prison, where individuals from the 9 major bases congregated, unwilling to succumb to mindless zombiehood and meet a nameless demise. They sought refuge there, at least having sustenance and the assurance of their remains being collected before their inevitable end. Most within were formidable level 5 ability users, with a few level 4 users who had succumbed due to physical limitations. Lu Fei approached as if she were shopping, engaging with one cell after another. Within minutes, those individuals began to recover. The astonishment on their faces was palpable, with some so moved they bowed to her in gratitude. Among them was Su Su from the Liehua base, the elder brother of the base leader, who had arrived 6 months prior. After Yinsheng introduced him, Lu Fei noticed that Su Su's outstretched hand was withdrawn. The Liehua base is on my blacklist. Even if their entire base were to perish, I would not intervene. Hearing this, Su Su felt a flicker of despair at having just regained hope. I have already detached from the Liehua base. Please save me. From now on, my life belongs to you. If I encounter anyone from the Liehua base, I will assist you in dealing with them. I assure you, I am capable of fighting. I am a metal-type ability user. I can transform into blades and various forms of cover. Upon hearing this, Lu Fei reconsidered her initial retreat. She assessed Su Su, who had nearly succumbed to zombification, weighing the truth of his claims. To prove his worth, Su Su gritted his teeth and expended the last remnants of his rationality to conjure a sharp dagger. Just as he extended it, he began to convulse and scream, his eyes glazing over as he teetered on the brink of complete transformation into a mindless beast. Lu Fei did not rush to purify him. Instead, she tossed the dagger to Gu Chang'e for inspection. After a thorough examination, he confirmed its quality with a nod. Since you are so eager to volunteer, I suppose I cannot forsake a life. After all, I am benevolent. Indeed, my sister is both beautiful and kind-hearted. If it were me, I would not save anyone from the Liehua base, not even the base leader's brother, let alone an ancestor. Amidst the flattery, Lu Fei finally extended her hand to purify him. In mere moments, Su Su was restored to his former self. Before he could revel in his recovery, a contract was thrust into his hands. Sign this contract, and you shall become my employee, thereby severing all ties with the Liehua base. Su Su stared at the 20-year contract, his mouth twitching. 2 minutes for 20 years. What a bargain. Following Lu Fei would not only guarantee continued purification, but also offer generous compensation, far superior to what he could expect at the Liehua base. Miss Lu, are you not concerned I might flee? A level 5 ability user escaping was no trivial matter. A mere contract could not bind him. Lu Fei smiled, her previously warm fingertips suddenly exuding tendrils of dark mist, a palpable sense of danger enveloping the vicinity. This was the essence of a rampaging ability, capable of devouring all. She could store the purification energy, a truly terrifying prospect. I can grant you life, or I can take it away. I trust you do not wish to experience such a fate, do you? In the eerie glow of the dark mist, Lu Fei's expression flickered ominously, looking down upon Su Su like a merciless reaper poised to claim his life. From now on, I, Su Su, shall obey Miss Lu's commands without question. He understood that any hesitation could be seen as a grave insult to his own existence. Lu Fei smiled in satisfaction, proceeding to the next cell. With Su Su on her side, the next encounter with the Liehua base promised to be quite the spectacle. Chapter 41. Infinite water resources. I am merely changing my approach out of boredom. With a notification chime, the system announced, task completed. Reward, infinite water resources. To avoid arousing suspicion, the system will provide you with 5 underground water veins. Once installed, The host cannot relocate them. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lu Fei was elated. In this era, having water was akin to having power. With land and water, she could elevate her status to that of an ancestor. System, can I use it freely? After all, I need to move around. While other systems may not allow it, this one does. Anyone who disagrees shall face the consequences. The fierce demeanor of her little honey badger made Lu Fei grateful for having such a combative system. Had it been a coward, she would have suffered as well. Thus, she resolved to accumulate more points to enhance her system's performance, planning to redeem a physical form for it to play with by year-end. Hearing Lu Fei's thoughts, the little honey badger was so moved that it frantically made heart signs, its fluffy tail nearly spinning like a propeller. Rest assured, host, I will strive to secure more benefits for you. After declaring this, the little system vanished, seemingly off to fight for its rewards. Lu Fei felt a wave of comfort as she observed the respectful demeanor of the powerful figures behind her. It felt splendid to bask in such admiration. Thank you, Miss Lu, for your life-saving grace. Anyone in need of assistance from the Tsangyu base may seek me out, and we shall have no further disputes. At the Qing'an base, Miss Lu will be treated as an esteemed guest. For prominent figures hurried back, leaving behind tokens of their bases, agreeing to deliver the promised rewards to the Hongjin base before departing. Two others, originally from the Phoenix base, celebrated their recovery by rushing out. In the end, only Su Su and a lone wanderer decided to accompany Lu Fei to the Hongjin base. In less than a day, Lu Fei had healed 10 influential figures, preserving significant combat power for humanity, an unparalleled achievement. As praises flowed from the crowd, Lu Fei felt herself growing increasingly esteemed, almost like a savior of humanity. In times of turmoil, we must support one another to survive. She feigned a solemnity that elicited further admiration from those around her. Even Lu Fei, with her thick skin, felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She shyly waved goodbye as she made her way toward the cell door. Just as she reached it, however, her legs suddenly weakened, and she staggered. No one anticipated her fall as they were all at a distance. Sister, Miss Lu. Amidst the gasps, a shadow descended from above, reaching out to catch her. However, Lu Fei, propelled by the momentum of her fall, performed a forward roll. As she attempted to rise, she realized her legs lacked strength. System, what is happening? Host, you have overexerted your abilities today, resulting in your current weakness. Would you like to spend 2,000 points to regain your strength? It's quite affordable. The little honey badger, returning from its battle, still bristled with energy, relentlessly enticing Lu Fei to spend her points. 2,000? Why don't you just take it? Lu Fei gritted her teeth, deeming her points more valuable than the embarrassment of her fall. Can I even get up? Chao Jingyu, witnessing Lu Fei's pained expression, felt a twinge of schadenfreude, thinking, so, you've met your comeuppance for treating me poorly. Though he spoke with such thoughts, concern for Lu Fei's condition lingered in his heart. His amber eyes had not strayed from her since she entered the dungeon, allowing him to react swiftly. That wretched woman, who had been so domineering moments ago, now found herself in such a predicament. Each time she received praise, it seemed she would almost offer her heart in return, neglecting to conserve some strength. Just as he contemplated lifting her, Lu Fei shot him a fierce glare. Humph, what retribution? I simply found walking too dull and wanted a change of pace. After saying this, she greeted the bewildered onlookers and, in the next moment, pushed herself up on her arms, dragging her legs as she swiftly crawled away. Ah. You wish to see me humiliated? Perhaps in another life. For you shall never taste my downfall, you pathetic leopard. Like a Komodo dragon, Lu Fei soon vanished into the night, leaving the crowd in disarray. Chao Jiangyu stared at her retreating figure, lost in thought, his amber eyes flickering with an indecipherable light. He occasionally wished to twist that insolent woman's head off, curious to see what nonsense filled her mind, especially as she flaunted her confidence despite her awkwardness. His expression appeared unchanged. Yet the tail that had yet to fade thrashed against the ground, revealing his irritation. The opinions of others were inconsequential to Lu Fei. When she finally crawled back to her room, she was utterly exhausted. Yet, at that moment, she gradually regained her strength and control over her body, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. I shall avoid arrogance in the future. Until my level increases, I will purify only 5 individuals a day. After tidying herself up, Lu Fei rolled into bed and fell into a deep slumber. Perhaps due to sheer exhaustion or the comfort of a bed for the first time since her arrival, she slept soundly without dreams. The next morning, Lu Fei sprang back to life, appearing vibrant and energetic, as though the exhausted individual from the previous day was a different person. Upon noticing Chao Jingyu's tail had vanished, she felt a tinge of regret, wishing for more chances to touch it, as its soft texture was incredibly soothing. Chao Jingyu, uncomfortable under her gaze, frequently adjusted his grip on his tailbone, fearful it might slip out without his consent. This was the first time his tail had been so unruly since his powers had awakened. It had taken him until the late hours of the night to rein it in. Ahem, you are leaving? With so many supplies, surely others will covet them. If you merely request my assistance, I shall escort you. As he watched Lu Fei busily gathering supplies, appearing ready to depart, Chao Jiangyu blurted out this statement, immediately regretting it. What a ridiculous excuse. Just as he felt embarrassed and considered leaving, he was halted by Chao Wai's grip on his collar. My dear niece, my nephew has never had many friends or family to care for him. Having spent his life in the military, his manner may be a bit brash. So please do not take offense. I have also heard that you all have had a delightful journey. Since Jiangyu currently has no tasks, why not let him accompany you for a while? Consider it a favor for your Uncle Chao. Chao Wai watched his nephew's bashfulness with a sense of nostalgia, relishing the fact that he finally resembled a normal person. For years, the boy had grown up neglected by his parents and thrown into military life, surrounded solely by men, never having seen even a female mosquito. Now, he was clearly experiencing the stirrings of young love, and as the doting uncle, he felt compelled to create opportunities for him. Yes. Lu Fei, you have nothing pressing and can join you, returning just in time for the base tournament. Yin Xing was equally eager, nudging Lu Fei forward while giving him a knowing look, indicating they were on a mission. Uncle, I do not require rest. What will you do alone? Chao Jingyu frowned, concerned that his uncle might tire himself out. Yet, his eyes unconsciously flickered toward Lu Fei, his amber gaze sparkling with anticipation. Who would dare consume me in the military? No matter how significant the military is, it pales in comparison to my dear niece. Upon my return, I shall summon other capable soldiers to purify, and of course, we will compensate them. Jingyu, you are to stay by your niece's side and coordinate. That is an order, and you shall not refute it. Chao Huai, still oblivious to his nephew's proud disposition, promptly presented a military order, which led to a reluctant agreement. You see, it's not that I wish to accompany you, rather. Chao Jingyu attempted to feign reluctance, striving to appear composed. However, upon turning his gaze, he found that the others had already taken their places in the lead vehicle, completely disregarding him. Brother Gu, drive us home. Lu Fei's jubilant voice floated from the car, infusing the entire convoy with exuberance, while the Hongjin base erupted in cheers. The caravan thundered away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. As Chao Wai watched the vehicles vanish into the distance, a sense of reflection crossed his mind. His son had finally grasped the significance of pursuing Lu Fei, and it was time to prepare a betrothal gift. Chao Commander, why don't we place a wager? Yin Sheng's eyes sparkled with mischief as he regarded Chao Huai, reminiscent of a cunning fox. What sort of wager do you propose? Chao Huai narrowed his eyes, exuding an aura akin to a fierce tiger preparing to descend from the mountain. Let us bid on which of those two rascals can remain by Lu Fei's side the longest. The winner shall have the other promise to fulfill a task of their choosing. Yin Sheng grinned at Chao Huai, recognizing the virtues of the young man he had raised honest, kind-hearted, composed, and far more appealing to the ladies than the proud little leopard. Chao Huai nodded in agreement, stipulating that they adhere to principles of morality and refrain from any malevolent deeds. They sealed their agreement with a firm handshake before parting ways, one returning to the base and the other boarding a vehicle back to the military district. Once they had left the confines of the Phoenix base, Chao Huai unceremoniously shoved his son out of the car. Go and tell that rascal he must remain by Lu Fei's side, even in death. If he dares let me lose, I shall pluck every last bit of catnip from his collection. Chao Kai, clutching his sore backside, stared bewilderedly at the receding vehicle. Dad, do you think I'm some sort of fool? Why did you leave me behind? His voice was drowned out by the roar of the engine, a silence echoing the melancholy of the evening, much like the mood that now enveloped him as he limped toward the Hongjin base. Had he known it would be better to board the car, he would have done so without hesitation. Meanwhile, Lu Fei remained unaware of the wager as the vehicle arrived at the much-anticipated Hongjin base by evening. Hurry, open the door, we're back. Gu Chang'e exclaimed excitedly as he leapt from the car to greet the two guards at the entrance. The two gaunt men, resembling skeletal figures, were beside themselves with excitement, hastily pulling open the door and banging on a rusty pot nearby. Chang'e is back. He has returned with supplies. As the last words left his lips, a throng of people emerged from various corners of the base, each one, young and old, frail and sturdy, surrounding him. Chang'e, you're back. Oh dear, you've lost weight. Quickly. Ani has some rations for you. Uncle Gu, are you hurt? Let me blow on it. It won't hurt anymore. Has everyone returned? No one is missing, right? Thank Buddha, you're all safe. We were so worried. A group of emaciated individuals encircled Gu Chang'e, scrutinizing him with concern, their attention momentarily diverted from the supplies. Hu Daba also rushed over to assure them he was unharmed, his face beaming with warmth. Auntie, we struck it rich this time. Not only have we brought back plenty of supplies, but we also brought back a treasure. With her, we shall enjoy endless blessings. With that, Hu Daba introduced Lu Fei, animatedly recounting the adventures of their journey. When the others learned that Lu Fei not only saved Gu Chang'e, but also returned with an array of supplies and talents, their gratitude overflowed, leading them to kneel before her in reverence. Oh, what are you doing? Please rise. This is not good for my longevity. With so many people, I might lose a few hours of my life. Listening to Lu Fei's humorous remarks, the somber atmosphere lifted, laughter replacing the earlier tension. However, a few elderly individuals discreetly wiped away tears, continuously expressing their gratitude to Lu Fei. Child, thank you for coming to Hongjian Base. Chang'e and the others are truly good kids. If it weren't for our burdens, they wouldn't have to endure such hardship. As the elderly woman spoke, Lu Fei surveyed the surroundings of the Hongjian Base. The sturdiest structure visible was the perimeter wall. All else consisted of low, dilapidated buildings, barren land, and residents clad in rags, emaciated figures. If one were to encapsulate the scene in a single word, poverty would suffice. It was the kind of destitution that brought tears to a rat's eyes, wherein even a thief would feel compelled to leave $200 behind. From the memories of her predecessor, Lu Fei recalled that the Hongjian Base had long been synonymous with poverty, and the subsequent narrative involved the female protagonist, Lu Shui, retreating here after an argument with the male lead. Despite the residents' destitution, their kindness shone through as they embraced Lu Shui. However, once the male protagonist discovered this place, he threatened everyone to compel her return. Initially resolute in her refusal to leave, Lu Shui witnessed him murder one person per minute, leading to the demise of every individual here. In a fit of rage, she slapped him, and amidst the corpses, they reconciled. Ultimately, he set the Hongjian Base ablaze, erasing the weight of his transgressions, while Lu Shui regarded him as domineering and powerful, having long forgotten those who perished for her sake. Oh, is this not a gathering of cannon fodder? Lu Fei sighed resignedly, realizing the heavy responsibilities that lay ahead. Regardless of the circumstances, she needed to convey to them that they must never open their doors to strangers. Sister, our base leader has not returned from his ventures, but I have already disposed of his belongings. Henceforth, you shall reside with mother in his quarters. Gu Chang'e spoke with such nonchalance, as if it were a matter of little consequence. Lu Fei's lips twitched, contemplating whether the base leader would be exasperated upon his return. However, before she could voice her refusal, Gu Chang'e had already organized people to begin unloading supplies. The elderly and children carried lighter items while the young adults managed the heavier loads. Observing the frail individuals, Chao Zhengyu and Luo Feiyu could no longer bear to watch and joined in to assist. Lu Fei wished to help but was gently pushed aside by the others, who were reluctant to let their benefactor toil. Thus, she could only observe the environment while discussing plans for revitalizing the base with her mother. These houses need significant renovation. Otherwise, they will pose dangers during extreme weather conditions. We must cultivate the barren land and plant potatoes in the future. Anyone wishing to eat potatoes will have to purchase them from our base. Just thinking about it brings me joy. As Lu Fei shared her vision, Xin Wanwei became equally enthusiastic, brainstorming the necessary improvements. We also require clothing, shoes, bedding, and medical supplies. What we brought back is insufficient for so many mouths to feed. The Hongjian Base housed thousands of individuals, which sounded considerable, yet a significant portion were elderly or disabled, incapable of combat. If they ventured out, they would merely serve as fodder for the zombies, not to mention the numerous abandoned orphans left to fend for themselves. The survival of the Hongjian Base to this day was solely due to the tireless efforts of Gu Chang'e and his companions. Thus, Lu Fei felt an even deeper appreciation for Gu Chang'e's unhesitating invitation during their first encounter. It's all right, mother. We have weathered the most challenging times. This minor hardship is but a trifle in your daughter's eyes. Despite the poverty, Lu Fei felt an inexplicable sense of belonging. From this moment onward, the Hongjian Base would be her home. Come, children, let us explore the vicinity. Soon, I shall perform magic for you, enabling the land to yield crops. How does that sound? Since Lu Fei could not assist with the unloading, she decided to purify the land instead. Upon hearing of Lu Fei's intention to purify the soil, the agronomist Dou Yuanhua hurriedly trotted alongside her, eager not to miss this miraculous moment. Upon hearing Su Su's words, he became quite curious. Before he could catch up, Lu Fei had already crossed the crowd to look at him. You shouldn't be idle either. Give me 100 hoes, 100 axes, and 100 plows for tilling the land. Don't worry about any abilities going haywire with me around. It will be absolutely fine. As long as we don't work ourselves to death, we will work ourselves to the bone. In Chapter 43, the bolder the person, the greater the yield. Minor revision, leopard details. There happened to be at the base. While Susu busily crafted hoes and other farming tools, the other individual was responsible for conjuring wooden handles, matching the pace of a production line. As he transformed the farming implements, he watched Lu Fei purify the land, drawing cheers from the crowd, who even produced potatoes to serve as seeds. Observing the hopeful faces within the base, Susu truly believed Lu Fei when she claimed she could lead everyone to revitalize the base. What an impressive young lady she was. While Susu marveled, Hudabeos let out a cold grunt. Of course, our elder sister is exceptional. Unlike you people from the fire base, who are blind to the pearls amidst the fish eyes, mistaking a wild chicken for a phoenix. Susu could distinctly sense the animosity from the Hongjin base towards him. Or rather, towards the fire base. Confused, he inquired with Hudabeos, and after learning the details, he nearly snapped the axe he had just conjured in anger. Damn it! This group of little bastards from the fire base has managed to create such a mess in just over half a year since I left. If only they had kept Lu Fei here, I wouldn't have to suffer through this miserable task of crafting farming tools. As a formidable level 5 iron ability master, I am accustomed to being treated as a guest wherever I go. I shouldn't have to endure this humiliation. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Susu resolved that should he encounter anyone from the fire base in the future, he would give them a proper lesson. Regardless of Susu's anger, the members of the Hongjin base were so moved by Lu Fei's immense power that they felt compelled to kneel before her. With fertile land and seeds now available, they no longer had to fear starvation. Listen to me, everyone. The Hongjin base is our home, and it requires the contribution of each member. Starting today, aside from allocating resources as needed, we will also provide additional rewards for those who work harder. We will clear land, build houses, lay roads, and even construct walls. Choose what you can do, report to my mother, and then wait for your assignments. As long as we all put in our best efforts, the Hongjin base will surely become the largest and wealthiest base in the future. Do you have confidence? After purifying an area of 100 square meters, Lu Fei felt a bit fatigued and paused to rally everyone's enthusiasm. The crowd was cooperative. But when she proclaimed her intention to make the Hongjin base the largest and wealthiest, they all looked up at the sky, wondering how such nonsense could be uttered. Yes. To avoid dampening Lu Fei's spirits, they responded, albeit half-heartedly. Displeased with the atmosphere, Lu Fei slammed her thigh, startling them all. The bolder the person, the greater the yield. We must stand firm. Don't be fooled by the flourishing appearances of other bases. In times of great disaster, they might stab each other in the back. But we are different. Though we may be poor, we are united as one. The current situation is the worst it can be. From here, it can only improve. At that moment, everyone fell silent, staring blankly at Lu Fei, their slightly trembling bodies betraying their inner excitement. Seizing the moment, Lu Fei asked again, "Do you have confidence?" Yes. This time, everyone shouted with vigor, their spirited voices almost breaking through the clouds. Lu Fei nodded in satisfaction, instructing the energized crowd to rush to Chunwanyue to sign up for work assignments while she continued to purify the land. The Hongjin base was desperately impoverished. She needed to establish its foundation before the extreme heat arrived. Beep. System task. Host must complete the basic setup for the Hongjin base. Reward. 1 randomly generated unlimited self-service vending machine. Lu Fei, excited. A vending machine is excellent. It can be placed outside for everyone to use. And it won't require restocking. Host, you must do your best. I've wagered with the neighboring system that I will be the best by the end of the year. You need to give me a boost. Absolutely, I will soon go rob. Cough. Seek out the elite to purify, and then exchange points for you. The little honey badger in her mind, delighted by Lu Fei's assurance, began to act adorably and express affection, using every trick in the book to win her favor. With a smile gracing her lips, Lu Fei continued purifying the land, her stamina gradually depleting amidst the continuous praise from those around her. After purifying 500 square meters, her vision blurred, and she nearly collapsed. However, before she could transform into a Komodo dragon, a sturdy arm lifted her effortlessly and slung her over a shoulder. Recognizing the familiar scent of grass, Lu Fei knew without opening her eyes that it was Chao Zhengyu. "Put me down," she protested, feeling uncomfortable with her head down. She began to pound her fists on Chao Zhengyu's back. Yet, He seemed oblivious, striding forward with purpose. Let me down. I'm about to be sick. Can't you change your position? Lu Fei's claws twitched restlessly. If he didn't set her down soon, she would claw at him. I carry my teammates like this in the military. It's efficient and doesn't impede movement. Qiao Zhengyu's words made Lu Fei roll her eyes. Those men were all muscles, making it easy for them. But she was just a delicate girl. How could she endure such treatment? Either put me down or carry me properly. I can't stand being pressed against your collarbone. Hearing Lu Fei's weak protest, Qiao Zhengyu realized that this position was indeed uncomfortable for her. So he shifted to carry her on his back instead. Lu Fei lay against him. His steady strides, combined with the scent of grass, almost lulled her to sleep. Once they reached her dwelling, Qiao Zhengyu unceremoniously tossed her onto the simple wooden bed. Sleep, he said coldly. Don't think I'm concerned about you. I'm merely worried you will disturb those purifying in the military area. Lu Fei rolled her eyes, uninterested in his words. Especially since he was the one who insisted on piling blankets on her. She thrashed about on the bed like a carp flopping around, prompting Qiao Zhengyu to pin her hands above her head and lean over her. Sleep. If you don't behave, I will fill in the land you've purified. Qiao Zhengyu's menacing tone made Lu Fei realize he was serious. Irritated, she shot him a glare, but ultimately complied and lay still. Perhaps she had not slept well the previous night, or perhaps the journey had exhausted her, or maybe it was the after-effects of overexerting her abilities. In less than 2 minutes, she fell into a deep slumber, even while being pressed down by Qiao Zhengyu, listening to Lu Fei's even breathing. Qiao Zhengyu's amber eyes flickered as he gazed at the sleeping figure, lost in thought. Her delicate wrist was so slender and soft that he could easily control it with one hand. He found it perplexing how a body that could be easily broken with force could exhibit such vitality at all times. Elder sister, are you all right? Just as Qiao Zhengyu was about to poke Lu Fei's cheek, he heard Guchanga's anxious voice and quickly straightened up, removing her shoes in the process. As he finished these tasks, Guchanga and Luo Feiyu entered the room, their expressions varying upon seeing Qiao Zhengyu sitting by the bed. Luo Feiyu glanced at Lu Fei's serene sleeping face and then at Qiao Zhengyu's nonchalant demeanor, his expression noticeably less warm than usual. Since Fei Fei is asleep, the Major General should leave with us. After all, it is inappropriate for men and women to be too close. The Major General is accustomed to interacting with men, but it could tarnish her reputation if word gets out. Qiao Zhengyu lifted his gaze to meet Luo Feiyu's eyes, and an electric current seemed to pass between them. Humph. Only those of narrow-mindedness would assess a person's character based on their reputation. You are no exception. Nevertheless, despite his words, Qiao Zhengyu rose to his feet, his towering figure making the small room feel even more cramped, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Just as the two were on the brink of confrontation, a young boy suddenly rushed over. Uncle Gu, there are 2 people outside the base who have fallen. Should we help them? Chapter 44. Isn't that my 4th brother? He wishes to remain? He should implore me. Alas, the child is truly pitiable, with a fractured leg and a sizable contusion upon his head. Verily, had we not intervened, he would have perished. Upon awakening, Lu Fei overheard the gossiping of passing matrons and promptly inquired as to the commotion. It transpired that during her slumber, the bastion had once more taken in 2 souls. The use of once more stemmed from the fact that a considerable portion of the inhabitants had been similarly rescued. Lu Fei cautiously inquired whether the newcomers were male or female, and upon learning they were both male, she breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate it was not Lu Shui. Had she arrived, Lu Fei would have entertained no qualms about expediting her ascent to the celestial realm. Given the arrival of fresh faces, Lu Fei resolved that a visit was in order. En route, she was met with effusive greetings from all she encountered. Each individual was diligently engaged in their respective tasks, their eyes gleaming with purpose, a testament to the efficacy of Lu Fei's previous discourse. The habitable space within the bastion was finite, and without explicit guidance, Lu Fei swiftly located the quarters of the injured. Esteemed sister, you have arrived. These 2 were discovered prostrate outside, in a most lamentable state, and we thusly brought them within. One suffers a fractured leg and a cranial contusion, while the other has sustained 2 broken ribs, Guchanga announced, greeting Lu Fei and elucidating the condition of the wounded. Are they conscious? Do we know from whence they hail? Lu Fei inquired. One has regained consciousness, but we have yet to ascertain their origins. As they approached the bedside, the warmth in Lu Fei's countenance abruptly dissipated, replaced by an icy demeanor upon beholding the occupant of the bed. Ah, if it isn't the esteemed and haughty Special Forces operative, Lu Xiaoyang. Pray tell, which benevolent angel was it that shattered your leg? I must extend my gratitude anon. Lu Fei, what are you doing here? Lu Xiaoyang retorted, instinctively furrowing his brow. Shouldn't you be within the bastion? Why are you gallivanting about? Ultimately, It will fall to us to escort you back. He paused, then commanded, cease your dawdling, assist me in sitting upright, and fetch me a draught of water. Lu Fei's smile grew ever more sardonic at Lu Xiaoyang's imperious tone. Truly, all signs of the Lu lineage were devoid of intellect. The water was well within Lu Xiaoyang's reach, yet upon seeing Lu Fei, he insisted that she deliver it to him, as if she were still the pitiable creature of yore. Suppressing Gu Chang's intended interjection, Lu Fei scoffed, seizing the cup, and, under Lu Xiaoyang's expectant gaze, proceeded to drain it entirely. She had initially contemplated flinging the contents upon his face, but reasoned that such a precious resource should not be squandered upon such a dolt. Better to imbibe it herself and later offer it to him in a different form. Lu Fei, you are insolent. Lu Xiaoyang bellowed, incensed at the loss of his water. In the subsequent instant, a hand clamped down mercilessly upon the wound in his leg, causing him to gasp and nearly lose consciousness. Lu Xiaoyang, I perceive you have yet to grasp the situation. This is my domain, and you, a languishing wretch, dare to challenge me? Do you truly believe I am still the pitiable creature of yesteryear? Lu Fei tightened her grip, causing Lu Xiaoyang's freshly bandaged wound to rupture anew. The crimson ichor trickling through her fingers, yet she found it strangely exhilarating. Lu Fei, I am your fourth brother. How can you treat me thusly? Lu Xiaoyang. Writhing in agony, his eyes reddened, his vision blurring, the veins in his neck throbbing, his countenance contorted, his eyes burning with malevolence, as if they would leap from their sockets. When my arm was fractured by our eldest brother, resulting in a fever that nearly claimed my life. Did you not drag me from my sickbed to serve as bait for the undead? Now you speak of familial affection? Is that not a tad hypocritical? With that, Lu Fei yanked Lu Xiaoyang from the bed. Such a fine resting place was far too good for him. Elder brother Gu, if I may be so bold, we must refrain from indiscriminately admitting every Tom, Dick, and Harry into our bastion. This is a veritable treasure trove. Should we attract unwanted attention and be infiltrated, this collection of the infirm and elderly would be at the mercy of those who would strip us bare and bleed us dry. Lu Fei earnestly entreated Gu Chang'e, her words causing Lu Xiaoyang's face to turn a shade of green. Lu Fei, I am, at the very least, your own brother. Even if I have been harsh towards you in the past, it was because you were selfish and insubordinate. Why do you not reflect upon your own failings and emulate Shueishue's compassion? Lu Xiaoyang, as was his wont, prepared to engage in psychological manipulation. But before he could complete his sentence, two resounding slaps echoed through the room. Lu Fei, seizing his hair, struck him repeatedly, left and right, until Lu Xiaoyang's face was swollen and bruised. The vaunted Special Forces operative was now a mere shadow of his former self. To hell with your self-reflection. Why don't you consider what manner of creature you are? Now that you are in my grasp, you dare to berate me? Lu Xiaoyang had not anticipated that Lu Fei would resort to physical violence. Eventually, even her feet joined the fray, leaving him seeing stars. Finally, Lu Fei, having vented a modicum of the original owner's resentment, seized him by the collar and dragged him towards the exit. One as noble as yourself would surely disdain to remain in our humble bastion. As your sister, I shall not inconvenience you. I shall escort you hence. Lu Fei, heedless of Lu Xiaoyang's injuries, dragged him towards the door. Gu Chang'e, seeing this, wasted no time in seizing one of his legs and hauling him out, his speed remarkable. Soon, the bastion gates came into view. Beyond the portal lay certain death. Lu Fei, I am your own brother. You cannot be so heartless. Are you not afraid of retribution? Retribution? When my mother and I were falsely accused and evicted from the villa, you offered no solace. Instead, upon hearing Lu Shui lament the loss of her necklace, you seized all my valuables. During missions, even when all others had provisions, you would withhold half of my rations, only deigning to toss me scraps when I begged like a dog. Have you forgotten all of this? The mere thought of the torments endured by the original owner filled Lu Fei with a desire to flay the Lu family alive. But to simply kill them would be too merciful. She would instead destroy all that they held dear, causing them unimaginable anguish. By now, onlookers had gathered, their faces etched with indignation as they listened to Lu Fei's dispassionate recital of her past sufferings. What manner of heartless creature could inflict such treatment upon their own sister? Chen Wanwei was among the crowd, her heart aching as she listened to her daughter's emotionless account of the hardships she had endured. For so many years, it was only for her sake that her daughter had suffered such humiliation. Her sons, each and every one, had tormented their sister as if she were their sworn enemy. She, as their mother, had failed them. Tears welled in her eyes as Chen Wanwei hastily departed, feigning ignorance of Lu Xiaoyang's presence, lest her daughter temper her actions out of consideration for her. From this day forward, she would have but one daughter, Lu Fei. Lu Fei, of course, had noticed Chen Wanyue's presence and had been observing her reaction. If her mother still harbored tenderness, she would have to act discreetly in the future. Thankfully, her mother was clear-headed. She could now act without restraint. Lost in thought, Lu Xiaoyang had already been dragged to the gate by Guchanga. On the verge of being cast out, he clung desperately to the gate, his eyes pleadingly fixed upon Lu Fei. Lu Fei, do not cast me out. It will mean certain death. I was wrong before. I should not have treated you so harshly. To survive, Lu Xiaoyang had no choice but to submit. Lu Fei raised an eyebrow and tapped her ear, feigning nonchalance. You wish to remain? Then beg me. I beg you. Lu Xiaoyang spat the words through gritted teeth, his eyes brimming with humiliation. I can't hear you. Have you not eaten? You don't seem particularly eager to live. Lu Fei waved her hand, signaling Guchanga to proceed with the ejection. Lu Xiaoyang, enraged, could only shut his eyes and bellow with all his might. I beg you, spare me. It was all my fault. The sound of his entreaties reverberated throughout the bastion. Only then did Lu Fei deign to nod her head. Ah. Since you sincerely admit your transgressions, I shall allow you to remain. It is simply my nature to be benevolent. With that, Lu Fei gestured towards a makeshift shed constructed of wooden planks in the corner. From now on, you shall reside here. Chapter 45. Your retribution is me. A pitiful little lackey, Lu Fei, do not overstep. Lu Xiaoyang glared at the shabby little shelter that resembled a doghouse, her teeth clenched in anger. How could she humiliate herself in such a manner? I am not a sewer. How could I possibly wallow in filth? Conversely, you made me stand guard in the pouring rain during a mission, leaving me drenched like a drowned rat. Compared to you, I have displayed a saintly heart. What is the matter? You don't wish to stay? Then get out. As Lu Fei raised her hand to have Guchanga throw him out, Lu Xiaoyang quickly fell silent and limped into the dilapidated shelter. Witnessing the once formidable Special Forces soldier reduced to such a state brought Lu Fei immense satisfaction. Such scum, had it not been for his decent combat skills, would have perished long ago. Now that he was in Lu Fei's grasp, he was about to learn the meaning of retribution. A glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes as she disregarded Lu Xiaoyang and stepped back into the room. She needed to ascertain the identity of the unconscious individual. If he was associated with that fool, he would be thrown into the doghouse. Upon entering the room, she found the young man on the bed had awakened. He appeared to be merely 18 or 19, with a pale face and a lack of expression. His features exquisitely delicate like a porcelain doll. His eyes were a striking azure, clear as the sky and the sea, captivating all who met his gaze with their beauty. You are awake. What is your name? Which base are you from? Lu Fei asked with a faint smile. The boy remained silent, simply staring back at her. As they locked eyes, his brow furrowed tighter. Are you deaf? Can you hear me? Lu Fei raised her voice, only to see his brow knit even more. I can hear you. My name is Mou. Mou? Lu Fei raised an eyebrow in surprise, marveling at the serendipity of fate. In the novels, this Mou possessed the ability to read minds, capable of seeing through people's hearts and occasionally glimpsing future events. After awakening his powers, he was confined in the central base's secret chamber, used by those in power. When he eventually escaped, he was saved by Lu Shui, and due to her jade pendant. He could not hear her thoughts, only feeling that she was special, leading him to develop a crush on her. Ultimately, he became Lu Shui's loyal lackey, predicting the future and discerning people's true intentions. Even when Lu Shui married, he silently watched over her, only to be deemed an eyesore by the male lead, who found a reason to blind him. With his sight gone and rendered useless, Lu Shui merely sighed in regret and left him to fend for himself. A truly pitiful little lackey. System, can he read my mind? Of course not. I am an omnipotent little system. How could I allow such abilities to penetrate? The little honey badger in her mind raised its head haughtily, its tail flicking with pompous pride. Lu Fei let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate, for she would have felt quite embarrassed if an 18 or 19-year-old boy had witnessed her thoughts filled with vulgarities and a plethora of profanities. Why did you and Lu Xiaoyang feign at the entrance of our base? Do you know him? Mou could clearly sense that Lu Fei's gaze upon him was peculiar. Yet he could not read her mind, leaving him puzzled about her true intentions. I do not know him. It was merely a coincidence that we both fainted in the same place, Mou replied, lowering his gaze to his fingers. Someone told me that running here would allow me to survive. Evidently, Mou was unwilling to disclose his mind-reading ability, and Lu Fei pretended to be oblivious. However, to ensure that Lu Shui had one less powerful ally in the future, Lu Fei decided to keep this young man around. With a warm smile, Lu Fei carefully offered him a cup of water. Rest assured, you are safe here. Although our Hongjian base is the poorest, it is also the kindest. As long as you do not engage in any activities that threaten the base, We will not expel you. Lu Fei thought to herself that if Mo dared to leave, she would have him crippled. Once he entered this place, he would not be allowed to meet Lu Shui again. Having suffered 2 broken ribs, Mo had nowhere else to go, so he readily accepted her offer. Even the poorest conditions here were preferable to being confined in a dark room as a lie detector. He subtly raised his gaze to Lu Fei, the setting sun casting a warm glow upon her fair face. As she drew nearer, a soothing fragrance wafted through the air, calming Mo's restless heart. And before he knew it, he had drifted off to sleep. After leaving the infirmary, Lu Fei instructed Gu Chang'e to ensure Mo was well taken care of, divulging no further details to prevent Mo from reading her mind. After 2 days of diligent effort, they had finally purified 3 acres of land. Although it was not a large area, it was enough to astonish everyone. Old Do Yuanhua personally took up a hoe and refused to let anyone else help. In recognition of her successful purification task, Lu Fei received 3 random seeds: corn, chili peppers, and cabbage. These were all useful items. And when Lu Fei presented the seeds to Old Do, he wept with overwhelming gratitude, assuring her he would tend to the land diligently. Upon hearing that there would be corn, chili peppers, and cabbage to eat, everyone rejoiced, showering Lu Fei with expressions of gratitude. Humph, it's merely a ruse. If you're so capable, why didn't you show it back at the fire base? Clearly, you were selfish. Lu Xiaoang could not help but scoff, unable to bear seeing her sister, long oppressed, receiving praise. As the crowd prepared to retort, Lu Fei interjected. Indeed, what is it to you? Can you kill me? She rolled her eyes, casting a cold smile at Lu Xiaoyang, who seemed to be seeking scorn. Why not go work instead? Get up and move the building materials. Then reinforce the city walls with cement. But I'm injured. You are too cruel. Lu Xiaoyang pointed at her wounded leg, accusing Lu Fei of being heartless. In response, Lu Fei rolled up her sleeves, revealing the ghastly scars on her arms. When I broke my arm. Did you not say that young people must work harder to recover quickly? Stop resting, get up, and work. If I catch you slacking off, I'll whip you. Lu Fei brandished a whip from the system and swung it at Lu Xiaoyang. He clumsily dodged, getting struck several times in the cramped shelter before being dragged out by the base members to work. Having witnessed Lu Xiaoyang's previous mistreatment of Lu Fei, the members of Hongjian base treated him with disdain. They showed no concern for his injuries. The women worked like men, and the men labored like beasts. Lu Xiaoyang was treated like a forklift, tasked with all heavy and exhausting chores. Lu Fei seemed to have eyes on him, for whenever Lu Xiaoyang contemplated taking a break, the whip was ever present. You eat my food, stay in my shelter, use my resources, and still dare to be lazy? Just wait until I beat you to death. You, a fool like you, deserve to be dealt with harshly. If it weren't for me, who would bother with you? Lu Fei swung the whip with no finesse, only vengeance, causing Lu Xiaoyang to roll on the ground in agony, while those around them cheered. In just a few days, Lu Xiaoyang was worn to a frazzle. Having lost considerable weight, he rose earlier than roosters and slept later than dogs, consuming the worst food and sleeping in the most rudimentary conditions. Each time he opened his eyes, it was to work, and now, upon seeing Lu Fei, he instinctively felt pain all over. His eyes were filled with hatred and fear. Yet seeing him in such a state bored Lu Fei, prompting her to send someone to the fire base to deliver a message. Having sheltered him for so long, it was time she saw some return on her investment. Chapter 46. With your empty head, you might as well be a waste container, sister. Our project is monumental. It seems we might be running short on time to complete the residential area before the extreme heat sets in. Since Gu Chang'e returned, he has been diligently working, moving wherever needed, much like a seasoned workhorse. Despite their best efforts, the construction of the civilian houses is progressing slowly, especially with thousands of individuals at the base. A significant portion being the elderly, weak, or infirm. I understand that it's not a significant issue. Assistance will arrive in a couple of days. Lu Fei smiled at Lu Xiaoyang, knowing that this bait would surely draw the foolish members of the Lu family. The thought of having the opportunity to exert her will over them brought a beaming smile to her face. Moreover, even if she did not venture out, some individuals would inevitably come seeking her. Not long after her conversation with Gu Chang'e, a pickup truck halted outside the base. Reportedly introduced by Yinxing from the Phoenix base, filled to the brim with supplies. After years of borrowing resources from other bases, it was a first to see someone come knocking, and Hu Daba was overwhelmed with emotion, no longer treated like a beggar. He found it surreal that upon opening the door, someone offered him a pack of compressed biscuits. It was indeed a feeling of rising fortunes. As Hu Daba reveled in excitement, the vehicle entered the base, and 2 individuals emerged. Qiu Huai, a level 5 Earth ability user, had notified his good brother Yinxing immediately upon his recovery, knowing that Lu Fei's side was in dire need of assistance, and instructed him to bring ample supplies to curry favor with the future overlord. "Wow, this place is quite impoverished," exclaimed Xiao Wu, Qiu Huai's driver, as he stepped out and observed the shabby state of the base. He wondered what the purification expert was thinking in choosing to settle here. Qiu Huai merely nudged him with his foot to silence his muttering. "We need to find someone to ask for directions," he said, surveying the bleak surroundings where it was impossible to discern which building housed the influential figures. Xiao Wu glanced around and spotted a man struggling to drag a piece of wood forward, hastily approaching him. "Excuse me. Could you tell me where the purification expert in your base is located?" Lu Xiaoyang, exhausted beyond measure, instinctively turned upon hearing someone speak, only to find a young man staring at him expectantly. "You call me Grandpa?" "Me?" Lu Xiaoyang's face twitched uncontrollably. "I'm only 24. Are you blind?" "Oh, you're only 24? Goodness, you look much older." Xiao Wu blurted out, further infuriating Lu Xiaoyang. "Do you know where the purification expert is?" "How would I know about any purification expert? This hellhole of a base would send even a rat running. There are no experts here," Lu Xiaoyang scoffed. Considering Xiao Wu a fool, not only were purification experts mere legends, but even if they existed, they wouldn't be found lingering in such a desolate place. "Wait. I distinctly heard that the expert resides here," Xiao Wu pondered, scratching his head, perplexed by the conflicting information from the Phoenix base's leader. Seeing Xiao Wu floundering, Lu Xiaoyang smirked coldly. "If there were a purification expert here, I'd gladly pull my head off and let you kick it like a ball." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear female voice chimed in. "Forget the ball. Seeing your empty head, it might as well serve as a waste container." Lu Fei, accompanied by Lu Fei, had arrived just in time to overhear Lu Xiaoyang's remark and retorted without hesitation. "Your ignorance does not imply the absence of expertise here. A good-for-nothing like you has no right to speak to others. Have you considered your own worth? If you scare away our guests, can you bear the consequences? Now hurry back to work on the site." With that, Lu Fei lashed her whip against Lu Xiaoyang's back, causing him to flinch in pain. Over the past few days, Lu Xiaoyang had endured torment at her hands, wishing he could tear her apart. However, upon noticing her apparent interest in the two newcomers, a glint of hope flickered in his eyes. Feigning a fall, he clung to Xiao Wu's leg and pointed at Lu Fei, starting to incite distrust. "Little brother, there is no purification expert here. It's all a ruse by Lu Fei. I'm her own brother, and if she can do this to me, you can only imagine what she would do to you. She is just trying to lure you here to steal your supplies and dispose of you. You must flee while you can." Lu Xiaoyang lamented Lu Fei's unscrupulousness, claiming she had deceived many into coming here, only to have them killed and their bodies hidden within the walls. He revealed that he had been crippled for knowing too much, and he only hoped that if they escaped, they would inform his family of his plight. Surprisingly, Lu Xiaoyang's performance was convincing enough to leave Xiao Wu momentarily dazed. He turned to seek guidance from his base leader, who was engaged in a pleasant conversation. "Uncle Qiu, I knew you would come." Lu Fei introduced the two, saying, "This is the purification ability user, Lu Fei. Lu Fei, this is Mr. Qiu Huai, the leader of the Cangyu base. Thanks to Lu Fei, I was saved during my abilities rampage, and since the base has been quiet lately, I came to lend a hand." Upon hearing about the Cangyu base, Lu Fei raised an eyebrow, realizing it was the legendary arms base, the source of nearly all military supplies among the 9 major bases, an irreplaceable existence. "Hello, Mr. Qiu. Please just call me Lu Fei. I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is truly an honor that you have graced the Hongjin base with your presence." Lu Fei and Qiu Huai exchanged a gentle handshake, and at the moment their skin touched, he felt an inexplicable comfort wash over him, his taut nerves relaxing. In that fleeting instant, he knew he had found the right person. "It is I who am honored to offer you purification." Qiu Huai gestured toward the truck filled with supplies. "This is my contribution: clothing, medicine, food, and, oh yes, 2,000 crystal nuclei. Is this sufficient? If not, I can arrange for more." Lu Fei, inwardly ecstatic, the god of wealth has arrived. "Have you all lost your minds? She was a worthless being at the Liehua base, incapable of even killing zombies. How could she possibly purify anything? I see now, you're not here for purification at all. Lu Fei must have seduced you wealthy gentlemen, using a facade of righteousness to engage in disgraceful acts." Before he could finish his tirade, 2 water blades pierced his arms, pinning him firmly to the ground, blood streaming from the wounds. Before he could scream in pain, a flurry of punches rained down upon him. "Lu Xiaoyang, you seek death." Lu Fei's eyes blazed with fury as each strike landed mercilessly, leaving Lu Xiaoyang battered and bloodied. "Haha, did I hit the mark? Lu Fei is a worthless individual. And without our Lu family, She is nothing. You protect her so fiercely. Could it be that you are also one of her underlings? She has served so many men. Aren't you disgusted? He screamed madly, his expression reflecting reckless abandon. Just as Lu Xiaoyang was about to be lifted and throttled by Lu Fei. A brilliant light suddenly enveloped Lu Fei. Purification. Chapter 47. Pigs cannot become human, yet you have transformed. How is that possible? She is nothing but a waste. Lu Xiaoyang's eyes bulged from asphyxiation, his face turning purple as Lu Fei tightened her grip around his neck, forcing him to witness Lu Fei's purification process more clearly. A flash of golden light illuminated the air, leaving behind a fragrant aroma, causing those around, who had awakened their abilities, to unconsciously relax their expressions. Lu Fei hadn't even touched Qiu Huai's body, yet he wore a look of utter contentment. What more was there to understand? Lu Fei truly possessed the power of purification. This undeniably dealt a severe blow to Lu Xiaoyang's pride, as he gazed in disbelief at the scene before him. How could Lu Fei, who had relied solely on the Lu family's support before he left the fire base, have transformed into this? Impossible. This must be an illusion, Lu Fei. How could you awaken your abilities? Lu Xiaoyang roared in frustration, unable to accept that his despised sister had surpassed him. Even more intolerable was the sight of those lofty individuals currying favor with her. It was utterly inconceivable. Pigs could not become human, yet here she was, thriving. How does it feel to witness my brilliance? Jealous? Angry? Unable to accept it? Ha ha ha, it must infuriate you. Lu Fei remained unfazed by Lu Xiaoyang's vile words. Recalling her former life as an undercover journalist, where she had heard far worse, even receiving her own posthumous photograph and wreaths. And so what? She had mocked those individuals when they were imprisoned or bankrupt, relishing their humiliation. I will kill you. Let us settle this one-on-one. Lu Xiaoyang screamed in a fit of rage, completely oblivious to the fact that his life was precariously held in Lu Fei's hands. Lu Fei did not indulge him. Instead, she brandished a whip and struck him relentlessly. Look at you now, a pitiful wretch. Why do I strike you and not others? Because you are despicable. Because you are guilty. Only through suffering can you atone for your sins. If it weren't for your reckless decisions back then, how could those hostages have perished? How could your entire team have been wiped out? It is all your fault. A person like you does not deserve to live a normal life. As Lu Fei lashed at Lu Xiaoyang, she indoctrinated him, just as he had done during the original host's moments of despair. Back when Lu Xiaoyang was a special forces soldier, he led a team to rescue hostages, but his arrogance led to their location being compromised, infuriating the kidnappers. 4 innocent hostages were shot, and 20 of his rescue team members were blown to bits, leaving only this fool alive. Were it not for the apocalypse, he would have faced a military tribunal long ago. These events were deep scars he could never touch, known by the Lu family yet never spoken of, allowing Lu Xiaoyang to believe he had forgotten. But Lu Fei, with malicious intent, brought them up daily, tormenting his mind and body repeatedly. No, it's not like that. Lu Xiaoyang, bleeding profusely and battered by Lu Fei's relentless strikes, could no longer muster the strength to evade, resorting to a feeble defense. Lu Fei paid him no mind, instructing Lu Fei to pin him against the wall. Did he not claim that the wall was lined with bones? Then let him experience it firsthand. Once he was dead, he would truly be bricked in. Why complicate matters? Suddenly, Qiu Huai, who had remained silent, spoke up. With a casual wave of his hand, the ground rose in a mound, enveloping Lu Xiaoyang and transporting him to the wall, where he was stuck, unable to be removed. What is that ghostly thing? Hu Daba, who was on guard, exclaimed. Watching this unfold, Lu Fei remarked, Isn't this a ready-made wall worker? After dealing with the insufferable Lu Xiaoyang, Lu Fei collected the crystal cores, instructing everyone to unload the remaining supplies. She then took Qiu Huai and Xiao Wu to explore the vicinity, greeted warmly by everyone they passed, regardless of age or gender, all showing immense respect for Lu Fei. Miss Lu is truly talented and destined for greatness. It's merely a chaotic endeavor. In these troubled times, ordinary people are often at the mercy of the powerful. I merely seek a place to settle. While the two exchanged pleasantries, 2 children ran up to them. Sister Fei Fei, Grandpa Do wants you to come water the plants. The cafeteria is out of potatoes. Lu Fei affectionately ruffled the hair of the 2 children and invited Qiu Huai to join her. This was a splendid opportunity to promote their own cultivated land, likely to attract future clients. Qiu Huai was equally curious about what Lu Fei could achieve in such a barren base, following along with Xiao Wu. What? Is this farmland? Qiu Huai's eyes widened, his heart racing. He hadn't seen fresh soil in years, astonished to find it here. Xiao Wu, equally amazed, exclaimed and rushed to scoop up a handful of soil, urging Qiu Huai to touch it. Base leader, this soil can truly be cultivated. Had it been a few years ago, Chiu Huai would have had no interest in even looking at it. Now, however, he gingerly touched it as if it were a treasure. Before they could finish their astonishment, Lu Fei had already reached the cultivated land, and as she touched the ground, water began to flow, nourishing the earth. The soil absorbed the water voraciously, brimming with vitality, leaving Chiu Huai genuinely astonished. Miss Lu, you possess dual abilities? In all his time during the apocalypse, he had never encountered someone with dual powers. Oh, no. I can only summon water. I have no other abilities, Lu Fei humbly smiled, leaving Chiu Huai speechless. Realizing that even this single ability could send all bases into a frenzy, there were more subtle ways to flaunt it. After irrigating the farmland, Lu Fei led everyone to the cafeteria. Upon entering, they spotted a tall, muscular man squatting on the floor, peeling potatoes. Hearing their footsteps, he turned, and his distinctive amber eyes and golden buzz cut startled Chiu Huai, making him lose his breath. Major General Chao? Chao Jingyu. Acknowledging Chiu Huai's recognition with a stoic nod, let out a disdainful snort when his gaze landed on Lu Fei, returning to his struggle with the slippery potatoes. What is Major General Chao doing here? Chiu Huai had heard rumors of Chao Jingyu's powers going awry, fearing for his well-being. He never expected to encounter him here. Military order. The way Chao Jingyu uttered those words was almost through gritted teeth. Here was a war machine, revered by all, reduced to this wretched state. Not treated as a guest, but rather as a laborer, a handyman, a cement worker, even tasked with peeling potatoes. He was so fed up with potatoes that he felt as if he was sweating starch. I want meat. I want roasted chicken. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Standing before Chiu Huai, his towering figure cast a shadow over Lu Fei. Though he appeared authoritative and imposing to Lu Fei, he resembled a disgruntled cat seeking small fish treats. Perfect timing. A distinguished guest has arrived today. Take a few people to fetch some mutated chickens for dinner. How does roasted chicken and chicken stew with potatoes sound? Really? I'm on it. Upon hearing this, Chao Jingyu's eyes lit up, and before Lu Fei could respond, he dashed off, leaving only a blur that left Chiu Huai bewildered. Lu Fei chuckled at his retreating figure, busy with the base's construction. The food situation had indeed been poor lately. Despite his bad temper, this leopard was incredibly useful. She couldn't let such a foolishly cheap asset slip away, and she had to pamper him when necessary. Observing their interaction, Chiu Huai's eyes sparkled. This girl was no ordinary individual. She could make the untouchable Major General Chao obediently peel potatoes. Base leader, there are so many potatoes. All potatoes, Xiao Wu exclaimed, his eyes wide at the sight of the potatoes on the ground. It had been ages since he had eaten any. The thought of chicken stew with potatoes made his mouth water uncontrollably. Were it not for the presence of onlookers, he would not hesitate to sully the reputation of the Tsanyu base by stealthily pocketing a couple. Although Chiu Huai did not exhibit the same fervor as Xiao Wu on the surface, he could not conceal his astonishment, turning to glance at Miss Lu. Miss Lu, might I inquire if you are selling these potatoes? Chapter 48. Doubting Lu Fei's pretense. Yet lacking evidence, of course, it was sold. Uncle Chiu, how much do you want? I can only give you a maximum of 2 tons, as anything more is beyond my means. 2 tons? Xiao Wu's mouth gaped in astonishment, resembling a rectangular shape. I also feel it's a bit insufficient. But we have to consider that our base needs to sustain itself as well. In a few months, when the harvest comes in, we could sell a few more tons. Lu Fei's modest demeanor left Xiao Wu speechless, his lips twitching in disbelief. He reasonably suspected Lu Fei of posturing, yet he had no proof. However, considering if he possessed such a bounty of potatoes, he would likely be even more boastful than Lu Fei. What price do you seek? 2 tons may not seem much, yet it would provide a delightful change for the base, especially for those who haven't tasted potatoes in a long time. Lu Fei was uncertain about the pricing, so he decided to defer the matter to Chiu Huai, allowing him to set the terms. After all, if the price was too low, they could simply refuse to sell to them in the future. As Chiu Huai contemplated the appropriate price, Lu Fei's gaze fell upon Gu Chang'e, who was transporting logs. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Uncle Chiu, instead of focusing on the goods, why not barter with labor? She gestured towards the housing area under construction and the need for reinforcement of the city walls. If you send 20 able-bodied men to assist us for a month, I will provide you with 5 tons of potatoes, with all their meals included here. If they wish for meat, they can catch mutated chickens, and I will purify them. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chiu Huai's eyes lit up. This was indeed a feasible arrangement. Given the abundance of personnel at the base, it would be easy to gather 20 for the task. They could exchange labor for potatoes, a mutually beneficial arrangement. The two reached an agreement, planning to finalize the details after their meal. Before long, Qiao Jiangyu returned carrying over a dozen mutated chickens, his attire resembling a Christmas tree. The 10 individuals who followed were equally laden, their faces brimming with excitement at the prospect of meat. Watching the pile of mutated chickens, Lu Fei couldn't help but smirk. It seemed they had captured every last one in the vicinity. Purification. With a flash of golden light, the mutated chickens reverted to their original forms. The crowd eagerly descended upon them, plucking feathers and preparing the birds with seamless efficiency and joyful collaboration. Qiao Jiangyu even took 2 freshly prepared chickens to Gu Chang'e, asking him to roast them for a taste. The cafeteria buzzed with life, and the jubilant atmosphere spread outside. Everyone knew there was chicken for dinner, and excitement filled the air, invigorating their spirits. As evening fell, a rich aroma wafted through the air above Hongjian base. Each resident felt their mouths water in anticipation, longing for the meal to commence. Many casually strolled by the cafeteria entrance, inhaling the delightful scent, feeling as if they could soar with happiness. Let us finish our work quickly and line up for our meal. Miss Lu Fei has improved our rations tonight by purifying several mutated chickens, allowing us to enjoy meat. I never thought I would eat meat in my lifetime, truly. The heavens have been kind to me. What does this have to do with the heavens? It's Miss Lu Fei's capabilities that matter. Just look. Does any other base dare consume mutated chickens? It is her purification that enables us to feast. Instead of thanking the heavens, we should express our gratitude to Miss Lu Fei. Yes, I was foolish. When we collect our meals, I will surely thank her properly. The workers beneath the city walls inhaled the enticing aroma, expressing their gratitude towards Lu Fei. Their words reached Lu Xiaoang, who was suffering in silence. His body ached, and he had not had a drop of water all day. His lips were cracked and parched. As he inhaled the delicious scent, envy filled his eyes. Why had he fallen to such a state? Why did the useless Lu Fei receive such adoration? He was unwilling to accept this fate. Yet, despite his resentment, Lu Xiaoyang could only hang there, while others finished their tasks and eagerly rushed to the cafeteria. Even though they had brought back numerous mutated chickens, with thousands of people, each would only receive a small portion. Regardless, everyone remained content, savoring the potatoes soaked in chicken broth, each bowl a source of pure comfort. As a guest, Xiao Huai received more chicken than the others, yet he still found it insufficient. If he had not eaten for so long, it would be one thing. But now that he had tasted meat, anything less felt unsatisfactory. Gazing into his empty bowl, he smacked his lips and suddenly stood up, hurriedly taking Xiao Wu with him. Seeing this, Luo Feiyu quickly followed, thinking they were leaving. However, after more than half an hour, they returned, accompanied by over a dozen mutated chickens. He had gone hunting himself. Oh, if only we could raise mutated chickens. With big chickens producing little chickens and eggs, we would never have to worry about a meat shortage again. Hu Debeos casually remarked, and Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, why not? Because mutated chickens are fierce, everyone kills them immediately. But what if we captured them alive? After purification, wouldn't they simply become ordinary poultry? I have an idea. I'm not sure if it's feasible. As soon as Lu Fei uttered this, the others understood. Qiao Jiangyu dashed out first, followed closely by Gu Chang'e and Luo Feiyu, abandoning their usual composure in a sprint. That night, the leaders of Hongjin base were on the move, and throughout the night, the sounds of beasts roaring and fierce battles echoed outside the base. By dawn, as the base inhabitants rose, they discovered a large chicken coop by the edge of the vegetable patch, containing over 100 plump, round Luhua chickens. Ah, chickens. So many chickens. Someone exclaimed, their voice piercing the air, and within an hour, nearly all the residents had gathered around, marveling at the lively, oversized Luhua chickens with glimmering eyes. Miss Lu Fei has truly purified the mutated chickens. This means we can enjoy chicken eggs and meat in the future. And we can even hatch chicks, our progeny will be endless. Indeed, we have arable land and can raise chickens. Our future days will only improve. Cheers and laughter erupted, and many rushed to Lu Fei's door, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. After a long night of work, Lu Fei had just fallen asleep when she was roused by knocking at her door. Drowsily, she prepared to answer, only to be startled by the roar of a beast, sending everyone fleeing. Then, a nimble figure leaped through her window, the soft, furry touch bringing her immense comfort. She happily embraced it and quickly drifted back to sleep. It was until Gu Chang'e knocked and mentioned that someone from Liehua base came to redeem Lu Xiaoyang that she awakened, only to find a wild yet handsome face before her. Qiao Jiangyu, you scoundrel, how dare you climb into my bed again? Chapter 49. Our base's latest guardian deity after a considerable delay of a full hour. Lucilla finally graced her 3 brothers from the Locke family with her presence at the base entrance. Well, fancy meeting you again. Did you bring what I asked for? In stark contrast to Lucilla's nonchalant demeanor, Julian, Terence, and Jareth Locke were visibly worn. Their faces were gaunt, their chins shadowed with stubble, and their clothes bore the unmistakable signs of neglect. "Lucilla, don't you think you're going too far?" Julian began, his voice heavy. "He's still your fourth brother. Yet you treat him as a hostage to barter for supplies." "I don't think you grasp your position," Lucilla retorted, feigning disinterest as she cleaned her ears. "That wretch may be kin to you, but he's not to me. I provide him with food and shelter. If it weren't for me, he'd be zombie fodder by now. You should be grateful instead of barking at me. If you can't bear it, then leave. Your presence is an eyesore." Lucilla turned to leave, her words cutting. Julian, despite his simmering rage, was powerless to act. "Wait. The supplies are in the vehicle. Open the gate, and we'll hand them over." Only after Julian displayed the goods did Lucilla grant access to the base. As the vehicle entered, the brothers' attention was immediately drawn to Lawrence Locke, barely clinging to life on the ramparts. "Lucilla, you fiend. He's your own brother. How could you do this?" Julian exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at his once valiant brother, now resembling a discarded rag doll against the wall. He fought the urge to strangle Lucilla. Lucilla merely laughed, pointing at Lawrence without an ounce of remorse. "What do you think? Our base's latest guardian deity. At a bargain price, you can take him home." Noticing Julian's agitation, she baited him further. "Are you envious? Perhaps you'd like a turn up there?" Julian's face contorted in fury. He raised his hand to strike her. But before his palm could land, a burst of flames erupted, sending the muscular man flying several meters. His two stunned companions rushed to his aid, casting resentful yet fearful glances at Cyrus, who stood behind Lucilla. "Anyone who dares to lay a hand on my sister will be incinerated," Cyrus declared, his eyes burning with malice as he regarded the three Locke brothers. "Lucilla, enough is enough. You've already brought us to ruin. Why must you be so merciless?" Terence added, his voice laced with resentment. Thanks to Lucilla, their once privileged lives had become a source of scorn and alienation. Had it not been for their family's collective abilities, they would have been exiled from the base. Now, to gather the ransom, they had drained their resources and were forced to work without pay for a year to settle their debts. Spare me the theatrics. I warned you last time that we would be mortal enemies upon our next encounter. I've shown restraint by not ending you. Perhaps you'd like to discuss it with those behind me? As Lucilla spoke, Cyrus, Philip, and a somber Conrad, his face bearing the mark of a shoe print, approached. The presence of 3 level 5 ability users made them a force to be reckoned with, even in the central base, let alone before the Locke brothers. Julian, realizing the futility of resistance, suppressed his anger and urged his 5th brother, Jareth, to retrieve Lawrence from the wall. Terence helped his elder brother to his feet, and they retreated towards the gate. Lucilla, sensing something amiss, scrutinized their movements before a cunning smile spread across her face as she gestured towards the supplies in the vehicle. "Since you're here, don't rush off. Let's inventory the goods first." Before the words had even left her lips, Lawrence was freed and carried towards the vehicle by a visibly guilty Jareth. A surge of water crashed against the 4 men, sending them sprawling against the gate. The resounding clang drew onlookers, exposing their disheveled state. "Come one, come all. The fiery flame base is filled with ingrates," Lucilla announced. "I selflessly saved their lives, and they can't even provide a proper thank you gift. They dare to shortchange me. I've never seen such depravity. From now on, I'd rather save pigs and dogs than anyone from the fiery flame base." Lucilla's loud proclamation exposed the Locke family's misdeeds and incited animosity towards the base, drawing condemnation from the crowd. Jareth, witnessing the transformation in his sister, was consumed with frustration and resentment. "Lucilla, even if we misunderstood you in the past and made mistakes, we're still siblings. Why must you be so heartless? Or do you think this is the only way to get our attention and earn our approval?" Before he could finish, Lucilla lashed out with her whip, the sting making him shudder. "Spare me your sentimental drivel. I don't need your attention or your approval. If you don't provide the full amount of supplies today, not only will Lawrence stay here, but so will you." With a sharp crack, Lucilla's whip left a mark on the ground, causing Lawrence to flinch. Without allowing them to argue, Lucilla summoned Samuel, who fitted the 4 men with rose gold bracelets and anklets, thoughtfully linking them together for a touch of elegance. Learning that these were the men responsible for Lucilla's exile from the fiery flame base, Samuel was overcome with rage. Knowing the suffering she had endured, he kicked each of them before departing, vowing to exact revenge on the Locke family at the first opportunity. Upon inspection, it was discovered that half of the promised supplies were missing, replaced with stones and worthless junk. The Locke brothers' pretense crumbled, and Lucilla's anger flared. "Is this what you call brotherly affection? You dare to skimp on a life?" Lawrence, it seems your status in the Locke family isn't so high after all. If you can be replaced with trash today, tomorrow you might be chopped up and fed to the zombies. A tragedy of humanity, a moral abyss. Lucilla's taunts, though transparent, were enough to sow discord among the self-centered Locke family. Lawrence, with his egocentric nature, would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards his brothers, planting the seeds of future conflict. Seeing that her machinations had taken root, Lucilla instructed Cyrus to assign them the most strenuous and degrading tasks, with the threat of severe punishment for any sign of laziness. In mere hours, the 4 Locke brothers were exhausted, their hands trembling uncontrollably. Witnessing the other base members feasting on a hearty potato meal while they were given only 2 simple coarse grain cakes, they finally snapped. Julian threw his dry rations to the ground. Lucilla, even pigs wouldn't eat this. You're clearly trying to humiliate us. Lucilla, observing Julian's rage, smirked. You think this is humiliating? My mother and I ate this for 3 years. When I mentioned our poor diet before, you accused me of being dramatic. How is it humiliation when it's you? Hearing Lucilla's words, the 4 brothers averted their gaze, guilt washing over them. How could they have imagined that the venomous Fiona would treat their sister and mother so cruelly? Before they could conjure a response, Lucilla approached, grinding the coarse grain cakes into the dirt before picking them up. Someone, hold them down. If they refuse to eat, then let me, as their sister, have the pleasure of feeding them. In Chapter 50, as long as the money is in place, I'll sleep on the construction site. Catching the excrement thieves, the people at the base had long heard about the Lu family's mistreatment of Lu Fei. They had previously subtly caused them trouble. And now they finally had the opportunity to act openly, rushing forward one by one. Lu Jiamu and the others initially resisted, attempting to use their abilities. But Guchanga guarded them, threatening to burn them all if they dared to use fire. They could only grit their teeth and hold back. Lu Xiaoyang had a broken leg and 2 holes in his shoulders, practically crippled with only a thin layer of skin remaining, rendering him incapable of fighting. The other 3 were similarly overwhelmed, quickly subdued. Lu Fei, clutching a coarse grain cake covered in mud, began with Lu Juanhao. He always liked to act like the eldest brother, half the head of the family, putting on airs. Every time the original owner sought his help, he would feign scolding before telling her to understand the family's difficulties and not be capricious. Despite the original owner being so thin, he remained blind to it, still feeling that Lu Shui was at a disadvantage. People like that would never understand unless they experienced it themselves. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Lu Fei grabbed Lu Juanhao's hair, forcing him to lift his head, and stuffed the coarse grain cake into his mouth. The cake, mixed with mud, was impossible to swallow, choking him with blood and causing him to roll his eyes. If you dare spit these cakes out, I'll make you eat 10,000 more. My mother and I ate this for 3 years. Why can't you eat it? As long as you're at the Hongjin base, you'll only eat this every day. After force-feeding the 4 brothers, Lu Fei felt exceptionally satisfied as she watched them bleed from their mouths. Lu Juanhao and the others glared at her with hatred. Lu Fei patted his face triumphantly. I love that you can't stand me but can't do anything about it. Work hard, or I have plenty of strength and methods. After dealing with the 4 of them, Lu Fei turned to see Chiu Wei and Xiaowu bidding farewell, saying they were going back to fetch supplies to trade for potatoes. Uncle Chiu, now that you're here, stay a few more days. Leave the message to Brother Wu. Chiu Wei felt a chill at Lu Fei's smile. Just as he was about to refuse, Lu Fei began lamenting the difficulties of the Hongjin base. Everyone was unfortunate, barely having a place to settle down. However, the walls were not high, and the equipment was not sophisticated, relying entirely on enthusiasm. They didn't know when the city would fall, and they would die. It doesn't matter if I die, but if important figures like Uncle Chiu are left without purification, it would be a great pity. Lu Fei looked at Chiu Wei with expectant eyes. Having said this, it would be impolite not to respond. The Hongjin base does need more help. Miss Lu, how can I assist? Seeing Chiu Wei's cooperation, Lu Fei smiled even more happily, quickly saying that they needed a powerful Earth-type ability user like him to reinforce the walls and add sturdy walls to the built house frames. I would like to help, but excessive use of my ability. Uncle Chiu, don't worry. As long as you work for our base, I'll give you free purification before you leave and even let you take away 20 purified mutant chickens, alive. Hearing about the free purification, Chiu Wei was already tempted. Plus, giving the base 20 live chickens meant that the Songyu base could have chicken and eggs in the future. Thinking of the little ones at home who hadn't eaten chicken or eggs, Chiu Wei finally agreed. It's just being a construction worker. As long as the money is in place, I'll sleep on the construction site. Brother Wu, please bring the people from your base. Choose young, strong, and diligent workers. If we complete the task ahead of schedule, I'll give you an extra roast chicken. Hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes lit up instantly, his mouth involuntarily salivating. Oh, I don't care about roast chicken. I just like helping others. Xiao Wu, thinking about enjoying a whole roast chicken, wished he had 2 wings to fly back. Before Qiu Huai could tell Xiao Wu to bring him some clothes, he drove off. Watching Xiao Wu leave him for a roast chicken, Qiu Huai wanted to curse. After the car left the base gate, Qiu Huai resigned himself to work. Who would have thought that a big shot who used Earth-type abilities to kill people would one day be doing wall plastering work, as expected of a level 5 ability user? The damaged city wall, which usually took a dozen people 2 or 3 days to repair, was completed by him in one afternoon. Lu Fei was generous, providing roast chicken, French fries, and tomato and egg rice, even setting up a separate bathroom. Anyone who contributed to the base could use it. In a world where water resources were so scarce, many people hadn't showered for a year or 2 unless they had water abilities. But Lu Fei dared to do it, filling 2 large water storage tanks, allowing people covered in sweat to take a refreshing shower. This reward excited everyone, crowding around the huge water storage tanks, eager to perform well. This series of actions dispelled the last bit of resentment in Qiu Huai's heart, coupled with the constant flattery from the Hongzhen base. His smile was hard to suppress. Seeing the base leader of the Zhongyu base working so enthusiastically, what reason did they have to be lazy? Brothers, let's work hard. The Hongzhen base, as if injected with chicken blood, worked enthusiastically, forming a sharp contrast with the Lu family. They endured bitterly, finally reaching the evening when the entire base fell into silence. Except for the occasional patrol, no one would notice the 4 people living in the kennel. It's almost time. Let's go. Lu Juanhao spent a lot of effort to break the handcuffs and shackles of the 4 brothers. Looking at the sparsely guarded base gate, his eyes were filled with gloom. He didn't expect Lu Fei to be so ruthless, really making them do hard labor. If they stayed any longer, they would lose even more face. If they didn't leave today, they wouldn't be able to leave when the people from the Zhongyu base arrived. The 4 quietly avoided the patrol and sneaked to the jeep. Lu Juanhao had the car keys. He asked his 2 younger brothers to open the gate while he tried to start the car secretly. But what they didn't expect was that the moment they touched the gate or the car door, foul-smelling things suddenly fell from the sky, all over their heads. Damn! Someone is stealing fertilizer from the base. Catch the thieves! Lu Fei's high-pitched shout alarmed the entire base. Many people ran out in a panic, and Gu Chang'e ignited many fireballs in the air, illuminating the sky. What they saw was the 4 covered in feces, vomiting on the ground. Ugh! Why did they steal fertilizer? Are they sick? Yeah, even stealing poop. Are they desperate? Hearing the mocking voices, the 4 brothers knew that Lu Fei was doing it on purpose. They turned their heads hatefully. Lu Fei looked at them with contempt. You think you can escape? Do you think I'm stupid enough not to guess? Uncle Qiu, please hang the 4 of them on the city wall so everyone can see what these excrement thieves look like tomorrow. Chapter 51. The arrival of the Bull Demon King. The bustling night has passed, leaving the 4 brothers of the Lu family hanging on the city wall, reeking of foulness until dawn breaks. Lu Xiaoyang, covered in wounds and tainted by excrement, has begun to develop a fever and festering sores, mumbling incoherently by the time others rise to labor. However, not a single soul in the base expresses sympathy for their pitiful state. In fact, as they pass by, some even spit and curse at them. Lu Fei, having finished her meal, saunters over to check on the 4 brothers, wondering if they have perished. Lu Fei, killing is but a matter of a mere nod. Do you not fear divine retribution for such humiliation? Lu Juanhao's voice is raspy, his eyes bloodshot, likely pondering the reasons for their current predicament throughout the night. If divine wrath is to be invoked, it should fall upon you first. I recall a prior mission when Lu Shui lost the protective bracelet you were given, and you cast me into a pile of rotting flesh. You wouldn't let me out until I found it, and I emerged infected with corpse poison, nearly losing my life. Lu Fei's tone is flat, yet it strikes Lu Juanhao's mind like a heavy hammer, resurrecting forgotten memories that seem to echo with truth. Those were merely the remains of zombies. How can you compare them to excrement? Moreover, how long ago was that? Why do you hold on to grudges so tightly, rather than reflecting on his own faults? Lu Juanhao turns to blame Lu Fei, but her mocking expression leaves him speechless. You are the beneficiary of the situation. Of course, you would forget. I endured a day and night of despair within, a memory that will haunt me until death. Undoubtedly, I shall remember today as well. I will forever recall your foolishness, laughing each time I think of it. Ha ha ha. Lu Fei's laughter is wild, leaving Lu Juanhao with no recourse but to grit his teeth. Just then, Lu Feiyu approaches, brandishing a high-pressure water gun. The 4 on the wall are doused as if tossed into a car wash, cold water relentlessly flooding their eyes and noses, causing them to cough in agony. Only when they are deemed clean does Lu Fei instruct Lu Fei you to stop. If it weren't for the guest arriving today, your rancid appearance might tarnish the base's image. I would have let you hang there. The water used for your cleansing will be deducted from 3 days of your labor. Lu Fei's words nearly choked the 4 brothers, leaving them to ponder that she ought not to bear the surname Lu, but rather Zhou, akin to Zhou Ba Pai. Regardless of their desire to strangle Lu Fei, she remains in high spirits, delighting in the lively chickens in the coop before cheerfully purifying the land. Initially, she could purify only 1.5 acres a day, but as she grew more adept, her physical endurance increased, allowing her to now purify 3 acres daily. Observing the base expand to over an acre, she feels an immense sense of accomplishment. While Lu Fei purifies the land, the elderly Dou Yuanhua cultivates and plants. Eventually, fearing his health might falter due to the overwhelming tasks, she insists on assigning him 3 helpers. Sister, the people from Songyu base have arrived. Just as Lu Fei finishes irrigating the land, she hears Hu Dubeo's call out and hastens to the base's entrance. Once again, Xiao leads the group, waving eagerly at Lu Fei, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Following him are 20 robust men, their impressive physiques causing Lu Fei's eyes to gleam. Welcome, welcome. I trust Brother Wu has informed you of your tasks. Although Hongjian base is impoverished, we shall not treat you unfairly, as long as you refrain from laziness and deceit. I guarantee unlimited drinking water daily, and you may bathe at night. Any mutated chickens you hunt will be purified for you. While the initial conditions do not stir much excitement, the mention of consuming mutated chickens causes their mouths to water. To validate Lu Fei's claims, they even produce a few mutated chickens from the vehicle. Lu Fei does not hesitate, purifying them immediately, prompting cheers from the crowd. We can truly eat them. Let us hunt more. You all get to work, and soon we'll feast. Seeing Lu Fei's promises materialize as Xiao Wu described, the hesitation dissipates, and 10 men set off to hunt, while others deposit their belongings in the base. Although they had heard about Hongjian base's environment from Xiao Wu, witnessing it firsthand evokes a sense of disbelief. It is indeed destitute. They cannot fathom why so many resources are being poured into a base filled with the elderly, weak, and sickly, questioning the necessity of fortifications. As the 10 men reach the modest accommodations prepared for them, they find the low-roofed buildings unappealing due to their tall statures. Hey, Feiyong, why so quiet? Are you intimidated by this dismal situation? It's amusing since the Chen family is wealthy and powerful. Such sights must be new to you. Chen Feiyong, deep in thought, is nudged by a companion, but merely nods absently, his brow furrowed as he recalls Lu Fei's complex gaze. Before they can settle in, a series of knocks resound at the door. We are here for aid, not to sell ourselves. Is there really such urgency that we can't even catch our breath? One complains, mumbling as he opens the door. What are you knocking for? Not even a moment's respite? You think we can't afford to? The voice abruptly escalates, culminating in a strange shout. Base leader? Hearing the mention of the base leader, the others rush over, their eyes widening in alarm at Qiu Huai's enigmatic smile at the door. Rest is over. Time to get to work. With the base leader's command, the men dare not linger, each bowing their heads in submission as they file out. Upon reaching the construction site, they witness the missing Su transforming steel bars, the base leader crafting concrete, Gu Chang'e utilizing his abilities to mold bricks and cut glass, and the renowned military district major general hauling timber. I reckon even the bull demon king would have to plow 2 acres before departing, one quips. Indeed, I suspect even celestial beings would be enlisted for labor here. Well, since so many esteemed figures are laboring diligently, what excuse do we have to procrastinate? Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. The members of Songyu base resign themselves to their fate, eagerly joining in the labor. After some time, Chen Feiyong notices the 4 Lu brothers hanging on the wall, and his curiosity intensifies. Unable to resist, he approaches a member of the base to inquire. Ah, you've come to the right person. I've been privy to all the gossip. Finally, a source of information emerges, and the base member eagerly shares the saga of Lu Fei and the Lu brothers' enmity. As Chen Feiyong learns that Lu Fei escaped the fire base with her mother and has vowed vengeance against the Lu family, his eyes seem to shine with intrigue. Chapter 52, The Snack Vending Machine. Lu Xiaoyang's revenge. The Lu family is truly despicable, for the sake of an illegitimate daughter. They have brought such ruin upon their own flesh and blood. TSK, they deserve to be hung on the city wall. It is often said that women are soft-hearted, but if it were me, I would have them chopped into pieces and fed to the zombies. Just as the people from Songyu base finished speaking, Lu Fei approached, whip in hand, glancing at the exhausted Lu brothers, and without hesitation, began to strike them. The crisp sound of the whip echoed throughout the base, causing the four men to stifle their groans, their discomfort palpable. Did you not see the guests arriving? Why are you not smiling? As the guardians of Hongjian base, you ought to present a cheerful facade, not sulk like that. Smile for me. If you cannot manage a smile today, I shall beat you to death. Previously, when Lu Fei snatched the necklace that my mother gifted me, you not only refused to assist me, but also forced me to present it with a smile. Now, why the long faces? Are you inherently incapable of joy? You were all smiles while groveling to Lu Fei. Lu Fei continued to lash out until Lu Xiaoyang fainted from the pain, only then ceasing her actions and dousing him with a bucket of dirty water to bring him back to consciousness. It is a tremendous fortune that you are allowed to rest against the wall. Should you dare feign unconsciousness and irritate me further, I will sever your legs and toss you out to be devoured by zombies. Upon hearing this, all the men present felt an inexplicable chill. The man who had just claimed that Lu Fei was too merciful awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that her supposed softness was merely a facade, a slow and torturous method of execution. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, Lu Fei was merely fulfilling her daily quota of punishment, feeling quite elated as she continued to purify the land. A week swiftly passed, and one side of the base had been entirely transformed into arable land. The seeds sown earlier were beginning to sprout, and with chicken manure as fertilizer. Everyone was optimistic about a bountiful harvest. Not only was the land flourishing, but with collective effort, the residential area of the base was finally completed. Even the dilapidated city wall was reinforced, rising an additional 3 meters, complete with machine gun positions. They no longer feared the onslaught of zombies, as this group of the weak and infirm would no longer rush out to meet their demise. As they gazed upon the rows of tidy houses and the neatly paved roads, the inhabitants of the base were overcome with emotion. They were survivors of the apocalypse, fortunate to be sheltered by Hongjian base, clinging to life, and never expected to one day reside in such fine accommodations. We are eternally grateful to Miss Lu Fei. Without you, we could not enjoy such a splendid life. Indeed, without you, we would have no meat to eat, no water to drink, nor crops to cultivate. With heartfelt gratitude, they bowed before Lu Fei, who was startled and retreated, ultimately climbing onto the roof. This base is the result of everyone's collective effort. It could not have been achieved by me alone. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards yourselves for not abandoning hope in life. Lu Fei's words were also meant for her original self, who endured relentless oppression from her family yet persevered for the sake of a hopeful future. However, when her brother bound her to the city wall to feed her to zombies, despair had consumed her. She could not understand why, as the true sister, her brothers disregarded her safety at the behest of an illegitimate daughter. Unable to see a future or hope, she surrendered to her fate. Now, Lu Fei not only sought her own happiness but also wished to reignite hope in those similarly despondent. Upon hearing her words, the crowd felt invigorated. Yes, this base was built brick by their hands, now that they could reside in comfortable homes. They might indeed realize Miss Lu's vision of becoming the largest and most prosperous base. Long live Miss Lu. Long live Hongjian base. They cheered joyously. Even those who were not inhabitants of Hongjian base were swept up in the fervor. Even the typically stoic Chao Jiangyu allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, for he too had contributed to this base. Jiao Huai, having weathered numerous storms, wore a proud smile as well, though he managed Songyu base. The true essence of construction lay within Hongjian base. The walls, the houses, the concrete roads, each bore his mark. Despite many areas of the base still in disarray, the semblance of a grand base was evident, and everyone was filled with determination. Even Mou, who had remained hidden, silently observed from a corner, his expression a blend of confusion and complexity, before returning to his usual cold and refined demeanor. Beep. Host has completed the foundational construction task for the base. Reward: 1 snack vending machine. It contains lollipops, chocolates, jellies, spicy strips, potato chips, and crispy rice, each requiring 1 crystal core for exchange. Once the vending machine's location is determined, it will not change. Please choose wisely, host. The voice of the system echoed in Lu Fei's mind, bringing her great delight, as these were all her favorite snacks. Heaven knew that since arriving here, her taste buds had grown weary. Now, she could finally indulge in treats. Feeling elated, Lu Fei decided to take action. She realized the area outside the base was quite barren. Why not purify some land to plant flowers or even potatoes? Without hesitation, she instructed everyone to rest before resuming their work, while she ventured outside the base to purify the land along the city wall. Fearing for her safety, Chao Jiangyu and Luo Feiyu followed closely behind her. For the first time, the rest of the base's inhabitants witnessed the gates wide open. Emboldened by the presence of their leaders, and cautiously stepped outside to behold the long-forgotten scenery. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected event was about to unfold. Just as Lu Fei finished purifying the surrounding land and wiped the sweat from her brow, she noticed someone sprinting towards her from a distance, weaving in and out. Ah, what a familiar figure, she mused, squinting to get a better look. Unlike Lu Fei, who was still trying to figure it out, Chao Zhengyu, with his keen animalistic vision, quickly identified the newcomer. It was none other than his cousin, Chao Kai. Chao Kai, spotting Chao Zhengyu, was overcome with excitement and shouted a warning. Quick, return to the city. I have a fugitive on my tail. As he spoke, several suspicious figures appeared behind him, launching fireballs, water bullets, and wind blades, leaving him scrambling for cover. Seeing his cousin in peril, Chao Zhengyu swiftly transformed into a leopard and rushed to provide support, while Guchanga and Lu Fei also sprang into action. And the defenders of Tsangyu base armed themselves and joined the fray. They managed to rescue Chao Kai just before disaster struck. Recognizing her own lack of strength, Lu Fei hastily retreated with the other ordinary citizens back towards the city, leaving the battlefield to the capable fighters. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyang unexpectedly appeared at the entrance. Upon spotting Lu Fei, a malevolent glint flashed in his eyes as he summoned all his strength to shove her outward. Die. All these days of enduring humiliation have been for this moment, to rid myself of that wretched Lu Fei. What nonsense sisterhood. She has brought me nothing but disgrace. She is my sworn enemy. Lu Fei was thrust far away, landing painfully at the edge of the battlefield just as a desperate fugitive, overwhelmed and unable to defend himself, caught sight of the woman who had fallen at his feet. Oh, well now, thank you, Mother Nature. Don't move. Anyone who dares approach her will meet their end. Chapter 53. Did you expect this? I can electrify. Scoundrel, let her go. As the battle raged on, the crowd suddenly noticed Lu Fei being held hostage by the fugitive, their faces paling as they collectively prepared to take action against him. Song Meng let out a wild laugh, glancing at Lu Fei's beautiful face in his grasp, and immediately understood the gravity of the situation. I'm afraid this woman is your little lover, isn't she? It's good that you know how to feel pity. Hurry and provide us with a vehicle and a month's worth of supplies, or I will kill her right now. No, this won't do. Chao Kai's expression tightened. His molars clenched. They are the fugitives who previously massacred teams from various bases. The number of people who died at their hands is no less than 80. Moreover, they're utterly deranged, reveling in torture. Anyone who falls into their grasp meets a grim fate. We cannot allow them to take Lu Fei away. If she is taken, given her beauty, her fate is all too predictable. Upon hearing Chao Kai's words, the eyes of the crowd grew increasingly cold, especially Chao Zhengyu, whose amber eyes suddenly lightened. And the hair on his hands began to show, revealing the distinct patterns of a leopard. Ha ha ha, rest assured, with a beauty like her, we would never dream of killing her. My brothers and I will ensure she experiences ecstasy beyond imagination. Song Meng pressed the blade of his knife against Lu Fei's neck and even lewdly sniffed behind her ear, causing her skin to crawl. It seemed that Song Meng's companions realized Lu Fei's high status, and they ceased their attacks, gathering around him, laughing and clamoring for the vehicle and supplies to be delivered swiftly. I advise you to move quickly. My brother's patience is wearing thin. If you do not wish to witness this delicate young lady being torn apart, do not provoke me. In Song Meng's dead fish eyes lay a wealth of malice, and he even reached out to touch Lu Fei's face. Lu Fei remained remarkably calm, but the opposing party was on edge. At this moment, Chao Zhengyu's fangs emerged, and a pair of beastly ears sprouted from his head, his golden eyes fixed menacingly on Song Meng's hand, the killing intent palpable enough to pierce through his claws. Guchanga's hair stirred as if caught in a breeze, and the surrounding air grew heated. At this juncture, Chao Kai wished fervently for his father to appear. With his mental abilities, it would be an easy task for him to incite these scoundrels to turn on one another. Hidden among the crowd, Chun Feiyang closely observed Song Meng and his group, quietly placing his hand on the ground. Green vines rapidly burrowed into the earth, growing wildly towards Lu Fei. Just as everyone contemplated how to rescue Lu Fei, Lu Xiaoyang stumbled forward, maliciously fanning the flames. Brothers, do not give them any more time to think. Those few are 5th-level ability users. Any mistake on your part could lead to your demise. I suggest we cripple that little lady's leg, rendering her unable to flee, thus keeping her firmly in your grasp. Lu Xiaoyang's words served as a reminder to Song Meng and the others. Indeed, the woman in their possession was a hostage, and if she managed to escape, it would spell doom for them. Yet, Song Meng remained skeptical of Lu Xiaoyang, sensing something amiss with his sudden appearance. Sensing Song Meng's doubts, Lu Xiaoyang pointed at his numerous wounds, glaring at Lu Fei and the surrounding individuals. All these injuries were inflicted by that vile woman. These people are her accomplices. I would gladly feast upon her flesh and drink her blood. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyang's words, Lu Fei smirked derisively. Indeed. The original owner of this body had a fourth brother who was a self-serving lunatic. He reveled in seeing Lu Fei in captivity, finally releasing the pent-up rage within him. His blood-red eyes glinting with madness. Do not be deceived by her pure facade. She is more depraved than anyone here. All the men here have had their way with her. If I were you, I would simply deal with her right here. Watching these lofty figures witness their beloved woman being toyed with would surely be exhilarating. Before he could finish, Chao Jiangyu teleported and struck Lu Xiaoyang away. His grip tightening around his neck before he could even hit the ground. You are doomed. Wait. Just as Chao Jiangyu was about to strangle Lu Xiaoyang to death, Lu Fei suddenly intervened. Don't kill him just yet. I want to play with him later. Lu Fei's nonchalant demeanor greatly displeased Song Mang, who forcefully gripped her chin and pressed the knife's edge harder against her throat. You shameless harlot, even facing death you dare to flirt before me. Truly. You are a wanton creature. Since you were so insatiable, let my brothers relieve you first. After speaking, Song Mang lowered the blade, easily slicing open Lu Fei's collar, revealing her delicate, fair collarbone. Such exquisite beauty before him made Song Mang salivate, his eyes filled with lewdness, as the blade threatened to expose Lu Fei completely. The onlookers tensed, furiously demanding that he cease. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lu Fei's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the purification task. You have now ascended to level 2 purification abilities, with a purification range of 5 square meters and an added lightning attribute. Within this domain, you can eliminate enemies. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lu Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was invulnerable to blades and firearms but could not break free. Just as she contemplated whether to exchange for a powerful pill to dispatch those fools, the system upgraded itself. In high spirits, Lu Fei couldn't help but laugh, leaving Song Mang utterly astonished, prompting him to laugh more lewdly. Ha ha ha, indeed a wanton woman. Hearing me say I would strip you bare only excites you further. In that case, let everyone witness your debauchery. After Song Mang spoke, his underlings prepared to exert force, but in the next second, Lu Fei grasped his knife blade. Witnessing this action, everyone gasped in disbelief. Did she truly wish to lose her fingers? Release my cousin. Seizing the opportunity while Song Mang was distracted by Lu Fei's boldness, Chen Feiyang shouted, causing several vines to surge from the ground, swiftly entangling the limbs of those men. Simultaneously, Lu Fei wasted no time, activating her barrier to envelop the desperate men, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Heaven's punishment. Snap! Snap! The monotonous sound held no fluctuations. Yet with the simultaneous descent of several bolts of lightning, the previously arrogant men were instantly charred, convulsing on the ground. The onlookers widened their eyes, witnessing Lu Fei dispatch her adversaries in an instant, left speechless. Though those men were not top-tier experts, their combat experience was formidable, and even 5th-level ability users like them could not have so effortlessly eliminated them. Yet, Lu Fei, without uttering a word, had annihilated them. Surprised, aren't you? I can unleash electricity. You'll meet your end, you worthless fools. Lu Fei cast the knife aside, gazing at the still-twitching Song Mang without a hint of hesitation. Heaven's punishment. Snap! Snap! Lightning struck the most vulnerable points of the men, and even with the barrier shielding them, the air was permeated with the scent of charred flesh. You wanted to play with me, didn't you? I have rendered your tools useless. Let's see how you boast now. With Lu Fei's voice ringing out, the lightning within the barrier surged relentlessly, illuminating the faces of the onlookers like a strobe light. This cycle continued several times, until the only remnants left within the barrier were blackened ashes, after which it finally ceased. Ah, what a relief! Lu Fei stepped out of the barrier, casting a wicked smile at Lu Xiaoyang, whom Chao Jiangyu had immobilized. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 54. There are many who wish to kill me. Who do you think you are? Impossible. Why won't you die, Lu Fei? You are a monster. A monster. Lu Xiaoyang had initially believed Lu Fei was doomed, but who could have anticipated that those fools would be reduced to ash? Watching Lu Fei approach, he saw no trace of familial affection in her eyes, not even hatred. For witnessing death requires no such emotions. Unfathomably, Lu Xiaoyang felt an unprecedented terror swelling within him. Do not come any closer, you monster. Lu Xiaoyang roared. I am Lu Fei's elder brother. She could kill me without hesitation, and you shall not fare any better. She is merely exploiting you. Once you lose your value, you will meet the same fate as I, humiliated and discarded. Hurry and eliminate her. As Lu Fei approached, her mind conjured several methods of dispatching him. Strangulation, a slow death by a dull blade, hanging him among the zombies like bait, or forcing him to consume sand until he suffocated. Perhaps she might even try each method before finally ending his life. The thought of Lu Xiaoyang's terrified screams brought a smile to her lips, a sight that would appear to him like that of a vengeful specter. "Don't come closer, Lu Fei. You cannot kill me, for I am your fourth brother. If you do, you will be reviled by all. Should I perish, I will haunt you even in death." Before Lu Xiaoyang could finish, Chao Jingyu, having lost his patience, furrowed his brow and exerted force, the sharp crack of breaking bones echoing as the once loud man fell silent. Enough of this noise. Chao Jingyu disdainfully discarded Lu Xiaoyang's lifeless body to the ground, akin to tossing aside a mere refuse bag. "How could you kill him?" Lu Fei stared at Chao Jingyu in disbelief. "What, do you mourn for him?" Chao Jingyu's words elicited a scoff from Lu Fei, who promptly spat in disdain. "Do not utter such revolting phrases. I had already envisioned 10 ways to end his life, and was just about to execute my plan when you stole my opportunity. Oh, I could just gnaw my way through you." Lu Fei felt as though a carefully prepared midnight snack had been snatched away by Chao Jingyu, inciting her fury as she leaped onto his back, attempting to bite his head. Chao Jingyu, while outwardly calling her a madwoman, firmly supported her legs, fearing she might fall. He even managed to exchange a glance with Gu Chang'e, signaling him to dispose of the corpse. Fourth brother. The remaining 3 members of the Lu family finally arrived, their faces stricken with shock upon seeing Lu Xiaoyang's lifeless form. They stumbled forward. But the moment their fingers grazed his body, a massive fireball erupted, sending Lu Juanhao flying 2 meters away, his hair and eyebrows singed in an instant. No. Fourth brother. Lu Juanhao, ignoring the searing pain coursing through him, stared at the burning remains of Lu Xiaoyang with bloodshot eyes. "Lu Fei, you beast. He is your fourth brother. How dare you kill him?" As Lu Fei savored her moment of chaos, she heard Lu Juanhao's accusations and let out a cold snort. Ready to retort, only to have her mouth covered. "Are you blind? I was the one who strangled Lu Xiaoyang. Lu Fei had nothing to do with it. Where were you when he was out causing harm? You tacitly allowed him to attack Lu Fei, and now you turn around to blame her for his demise. How utterly repugnant." Mr. Leopard, usually succinct with his words, astonished everyone by offering such a lengthy tirade, especially Chao Kai, whose jaw nearly dislocated from disbelief. "Goodness. Is this truly my cousin who rarely speaks a word throughout the year? I never imagined he could articulate so fluently in Lu Fei's presence. Indeed, one is influenced by their company." Lu Juanhao glared at Chao Jingyu, his heart brimming with animosity. "Chao Jingyu, do not think your rank as a major general will shield you from our wrath. One day, I shall see you dead." "Huh, many have sought my demise. You are but a mere footnote," Chao Jingyu replied with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, clearly dismissing Lu Juanhao's threats. Lu Fei paused in her assault on Chao Jingyu's head, silently applauding him. Well done. Your sharp tongue reflects my own past prowess." Lu Juanhao recognized that the 3 of them together could not overpower Chao Jingyu, especially with so many formidable 5th-level elites and high-powered team members from Songyu base present. Ultimately, he bit down on his rage, shedding his coat to collect the ashes of Lu Xiaoyang, his trembling hands and reddened eyes suggesting deep sorrow. However, Lu Fei understood that the men of the Lu family were cold and unfeeling. If Lu Xiaoyang's death were to drag them down, they would cast him aside without hesitation. Feeling annoyed by their presence, but unwilling to let them depart without settling accounts, Lu Fei addressed Gu Chang'e. "Please escort these 3 to the fire base and ensure they return what they owe us. Should they dare to renege, incinerate them to ashes. Rest assured, I know precisely what to do." Gu Chang'e, who had been by Lu Fei's side for the longest time, nodded in understanding. With Su Su brought in to provide sturdy handcuffs and shackles for the 3, a team of members set off towards the fire base. "Lu Fei, I will not let you off easily." Lu Juanhao glared at her fiercely before departing. "You think I would spare you? Were it not for the necessity of giving Mother time to adjust, you believe you would still be alive? Consider who among you will be next to perish. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your wishes, for I am quite benevolent." Lu Fei's words nearly drove Lu Juanhao to the brink of apoplexy. But the vehicle had already begun to move, and all his curses dissipated into the air, with the troublesome presence gone. Lu Fei intended to return to the base when suddenly a light bulb flickered in her mind. She felt she had forgotten something. Casting her gaze around, she spotted the unconscious Chen Feiyang and recalled his earlier shout. Hastily approaching, Lu Fei knelt beside Chen Feiyang, who had been remarkably low-key since his arrival, rarely speaking and maintaining a minimal presence in her vicinity. Were it not for his abduction, she might never have realized he existed. Chen Feiyang possessed delicate and refined features, his eyes resembling those of Qin Wanyu, exuding an air of gentlemanly gentleness. His plant-based abilities were rare in this post-apocalyptic world, easily coveted by others. And even the Sangyu base members were scarcely aware of his awakening. It seemed that he had only revealed his powers to save Lu Fei. Purification. The system's lightning power should enhance her purification abilities. Indeed, as the golden light dissipated, all of Qin Feiyong's wounds healed, and he felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. As he slowly regained consciousness, the first sight he beheld was Lu Fei's magnified face. Hello, cousin. Chapter 55. The Past of Chao Jingyu. The allure of the snack vending machine. Qin Feiyong blinked in surprise at Lu Fei's sudden enthusiasm, unable to fathom how she recognized him. Cousin, I truly apologize for earlier. I didn't expect you to intervene, and I inadvertently caused you to be shocked as well. Lu Fei offered a sincere apology. Completely devoid of the coldness she had shown towards the Lu family brothers moments before. It's nothing. Qin Feiyong was uncertain how to respond to his cousin, especially since his grandfather had warned him against showing kindness to any member of the Lu family. However, he had observed that Lu Fei was different. Lu Fei was aware of her maternal grandfather, Qin Juinji's, prejudice against the Lu family, which had even led to his daughter being forsaken. Therefore, Qin Feiyong hesitated to act rashly. She helped him to his feet and called for everyone to return to the base, as there were duties to attend to. And she still needed to inform Qin Wenyu of the tragedy. Recently, with the arrival of the Lu brothers, Qin Wenyu had not stepped outside her room and was blissfully unaware of the harrowing events that had transpired. At that moment, she was busy mending clothes for the base residents and was genuinely surprised to see her daughter, who was usually occupied during the day. Mom, Lu Xiaoyang is gone. Upon hearing this, Qin Wenyu paused, then smiled faintly. If he's gone, then good riddance. I prefer not to see them at all. No. It's not just that he's gone. Lu Xiaoyang is dead, reduced to ashes. Lu Fei stated flatly, recounting the earlier incident with an emotionless demeanor, almost as if she were an observer. When Qin Wenyu heard of Lu Xiaoyang's demise, it struck her like a stab to the heart. She recoiled, trembling and bringing her fingers to her mouth, unable to articulate a sound. Mom, I once told you that I would not spare any of the Lu family. Even if I did not kill Lu Xiaoyang, his death is still a consequence of my actions. If you think me cruel or regret coming out with me, I shall send you to your grandfather at Sangyu base. After saying this, Lu Fei knelt beside Qin Wenyu, ready to accept her judgment. What nonsense are you speaking? Qin Wenyu gazed at Lu Fei with reddened eyes. How could I blame you? I blame myself. I regret being unable to discern character and marrying that scoundrel. And the sons I bore him are no better. It is my failure to raise them that has brought you to this point. It is all my fault. Oh, how I lament. Qin Wenyu embraced Lu Fei, her cries filled with anguish. She had always known her daughter harbored intentions to kill members of the Lu family. Yet she had not anticipated it would come to pass so swiftly. Despite her profound disappointment in her sons, she could not extinguish the bond formed through carrying them for 10 months and enduring the pains of childbirth, especially with Lu Xiaoyang, who had caused her considerable suffering during delivery, and she had nearly lost her life afterward. He had once sweetly called her mother and shared his favorite candies with her. But as he matured, he became increasingly like Lu Zhan, cold and indifferent. Lu Fei held her mother gently, allowing her to release her emotions until she was spent, finally offering her a vial of restorative liquid before taking her leave. As she reached the door, she encountered Chao Jingyu standing there. Has your mother blamed you? Let me explain. Lu Xiaoyang was killed by me. Lu Fei grasped Chao Jingyu's hand and shook her head. There is no need for that. My mother does not blame me. Even a dog develops feelings over time, let alone flesh born from her own body. She merely feels guilty. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Chao Jingyu's eyes, and he confirmed, you truly need not worry. Your mother does not blame you. I should thank you. For I understand you killed Lu Xiaoyang to spare me from difficulty. In truth, I care little for others' opinions. I do not rely on them for my existence. However, Chao Jingyu shook his head, cautioning her that while she might not care now, the growing tide of public opinion could become a weapon that would pierce her in time. If it were indeed Lu Fei who had slain Lu Xiaoyang, the label of fratricide would haunt her for life. As for Qin Wenyu, she might not blame Lu Fei now, but who could say what the future would hold? Lu Fei fell silent for a moment, taken aback by how perceptive this foolish leopard truly was. Regardless, I have killed many. One less Lu Xiaoyang is inconsequential. Let me be the one to bear this burden. You are indeed meddlesome, Lu Fei remarked, her gratitude sincere yet tinged with exasperation. But thank you. Chao Jingyu looked at her, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. You cannot fathom the pain of being hated by one's own mother. Having spoken, he seemed to fear her inquiries and hastily departed, leaving her in a state of confusion. A victorious general in the military would be hated by his own mother? What enmity could exist to create such a rift? Curiosity piqued, Lu Fei sought out Cao Kai, and under the pretense of purifying 5 mutated chickens for free, he divulged details about Chao Jingyu's background. Chao Jingyu's parents had entered into a marriage of convenience, devoid of affection, and it could even be said they loathed one another. Following his birth, they pursued their separate lives, never once embracing their roles as parents. The child grew up in solitude, his demeanor frigid, retreating into the shadows, untrusting of anyone. At the age of 13, he was cast into the military, where he endured trials and tribulations that gradually sculpted him into a semblance of a human being. A few years prior, Chao Jingyu's uncle had been arrested for betraying state secrets, an act he himself had facilitated. When the apocalypse struck, zombies stormed the prison, devouring the inmates, including his uncle. Since that day, Chao Jingyu's mother had succumbed to madness, resenting him for failing to rescue her brother and for sending family to prison. Though Jingyu may seem tough and ill-tempered, he struggles to express his feelings. Since meeting you, I sense he has begun to change. You cannot fathom the life my cousin has led. Not only must he guard against zombies and internal threats, but he must also be wary of his mother's attempts on his life. Daily, she curses him, wishing him dead, poisoning him, even stabbing him with a dagger. It was only after his powers awakened that she began to label him a monster. Listening to Cao Kai's account, Lu Fei envisioned the torment Chao Jingyu had endured at the hands of his own mother. The thought of Chun Wanyu erupting in a fit of rage, cursing her to death, made her heart ache, especially knowing Chao Jingyu had suffered this for 4 years. No wonder he took it upon himself to kill Lu Xiaoyang. No wonder he had spoken so much earlier. It was merely his desire to prevent Lu Fei from treading the same path. I share this with you. But you must not tell Jingyu. He would seal my lips shut. He detests being viewed with pity. Cao Kai, with a mischievous glint in his eye, slipped away, casting a glance back at Lu Fei, who appeared deep in thought and smirked in satisfaction. Hey, cousin, should you and Lu Fei succeed, remember to thank me for my support. After that day, Chun Wanyu fell ill, her ailment persisting for an entire week. Besides Lu Fei's frequent visits, Chen Feiong also came to converse with her. Perhaps due to the presence of family, Chun Wanyu finally managed to rise from her bed on the 8th day. During those 8 days, the base underwent a transformation. The once disheveled homes were now tidy, the streets clean, and sturdy walls erected. The residents organized into cleaning squads, taking responsibility for the upkeep of their surroundings. Hongjian Base was no longer a place where survival was contingent upon charity. Hey, when did those soldiers arrive? At the construction site, alongside the residents of Tsangyu Base, there were now several men in military uniforms, their imposing presence markedly distinct from the rest. Oh. They came to seek my purification services, Lu Fei remarked, guiding Chun Wanyu around the base. Since they expressed no hurry to leave after purification, I suggested they help out, which conveniently offsets their meal expenses. A soldier passing by involuntarily twitched his mouth upon overhearing. It was not their desire to remain, but rather the commander's orders to wholeheartedly assist the Major General in winning over Lu Fei's heart. However, during their stay, they only witnessed Major General Cuckoo laboring diligently, showcasing his culinary skills, resembling the rough men at the village's head, and it seemed an arduous task to capture Lu Fei's heart, let alone that of the elderly lady. If this continued, it was likely that by the time Lu Fei's children were running about, my cousin would still be languishing in his current state. Cao Kai, observing both Chao Jingyu and Lu Fei immersed in their own tasks at the construction site, felt a deep frustration. Recently, in his efforts to support that foolish cousin, he had lost count of how much hair he had shed. Contemplating the mission bestowed upon him by his father and witnessing his cousin's newfound persona around Lu Fei, Cao Kai anxiously slapped his own rear, urging himself to devise a strategy quickly. Unbeknownst to Lu Fei, Cao Kai's concerns were overshadowed by the collective efforts of the team, which succeeded in completing the construction of the Hongjian Base just in time for the upcoming grand competition. As everyone gazed upon the revitalized Hongjian Base, smiles of wonder and appreciation graced their faces. To celebrate the rebirth of the Hongjian Base and to express gratitude for everyone's assistance, Lu Fei declared that today, water would be unlimited. Whatever amount they could fetch, she would provide. With those words, cheers erupted from the crowd. This bold proclamation was one that even the highly skilled Lu Fei would hesitate to guarantee, yet she had the audacity to make it. Amidst the astonished and excited gazes of the crowd, Lu Fei chose a convenient spot to plant a water vein. In no time, a steady stream gushed forth from the pit. The surrounding onlookers gasped in disbelief. Water? Was it truly water? Was she some kind of deity, possessing knowledge of the hidden resources in this place? She was our goddess. How could she not be considered divine? Everything we have now is thanks to her arrival. and from now on, she shall not merely be my sister. She shall be our ancestor. The sudden emergence of water left everyone utterly astonished. Even the seasoned Qiu Huai could not suppress his racing heart. In this apocalyptic era, everyone understood the preciousness of water resources. Yet Lu Fei had miraculously unearthed a water vein for the Hongjian base, not to mention the vast expanse of arable land. Qiu Huai thought excitedly. Perhaps he was truly witnessing the rise of a premier base. Lu Fei was the first to drink from the newly available water, as she needed to assure the others of its safety. We have water. Our base now is water. The people of Hongjian base danced with joy, their eyes sparkling with tears of elation. If someone had told them 2 months prior that they would live without worry, inhabit spacious houses, and have an endless supply of water, they would have thought that person was delusional. Yet, here they were, this group of barely surviving individuals, now blessed with so many good fortunes. The inhabitants of the Tsanyu base and the military district watched this scene with envy. Oh, had Lu Fei arrived at their base, military district, how cheerful and joyous their boys would be. Sensing their gaze, Lu Fei strolled over. Thank you all for your efforts in constructing the Hongjian base. I have decided that, in addition to providing you with free purification for the mutated chickens, I will also offer you additional benefits. Oh, this is merely our duty. There is no need for such generosity, dear niece. Qiu Huai had already transitioned from addressing her as Miss Lu to Lu Fei, and now to dear niece. It was likely the next step would be to call her goddaughter. Before he could finish his thought, a familiar yet foreign object appeared before him. Does the Tsanyu base not need snacks? I was planning to generously distribute some, thinking everyone had been working hard. Since you don't require them, I shall retract my offer. Oh, when did I say we don't need them? I merely meant that dear niece need not fear. We won't take them from you. Qiu Huai's eyes widened at the sight of the snacks in the vending machine. In this post-apocalyptic world, goods in the markets had long expired, even if one were tempted. They were inedible. Resources were scarce, and aside from a select few individuals who could enjoy rare delicacies, most had not tasted such treats in ages. As soon as Lu Fei unveiled the vending machine, everyone rushed forward, unable to contain their drool as they gazed at the items inside. Is that spicy strips? My favorite. Chocolate. My son adores it. I must bring some home for him. Potato chips and crispy rice. My absolute favorites. No one dare snatch them from me, or I shall bite. Before Lu Fei could utter a word, they had already begun to divide the snacks among themselves. If it weren't for the glass barrier, they might have already thrust their heads inside. Is dear niece truly giving us this vending machine? Qiu Huai's words made Lu Fei twitch her lips. How extravagant such words were. The vending machine cannot be given to you, but the items within are available for purchase. 1 crystal core per item, without limit, and in the future, the Tsanyu base shall have priority access to purchase from the base. What? 1 crystal core? Initially, the crowd felt disheartened upon hearing Lu Fei's refusal to give the vending machine to the Tsanyu base. But once they learned that a single crystal core could procure snacks unattainable in this world, they erupted in sharp gasps of excitement. Oh my heavens! This is akin to being given for free. Miss Lu Fei, you are my goddess, my ancestor. The speaker was so overwhelmed with emotion that he pulled out a small bag containing about 50 crystal cores, depositing them into the exchange slot, and selecting his desired snacks and quantities on the screen. A series of gurgling sounds followed as snacks began to tumble from the dispensing area. The man eagerly retrieved his bounty, tearing open the chocolate packaging and stuffing it into his mouth. So delicious. The muscular man, overwhelmed by the taste of chocolate, contorted his face in delight, inspiring others to join in the frenzy. They could truly redeem items. It was genuinely unlimited. Clear the way. I'm first. I don't have any crystal cores. Who will lend me one? I want some spicy strips. Who will team up with me to hunt zombies for crystal cores? I want to sleep until I get my hands on those chips. In no time, those with crystal cores rushed to redeem snacks, while those without formed teams to venture out. With so many exceptionally powerful abilities among them, they eradicated nearby zombies, forcing the creatures to flee further away. Thus, for an extended period, the area surrounding the Hongjian base remained exceedingly secure. Lu Fei observed the vibrant and bustling atmosphere of the base, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. With this vending machine, the people of Tsanyu base would continuously visit, ensuring the safety of the Hongjian base. Consequently, she could confidently prepare for the upcoming competition among the bases. Chapter 56. My lips are sealed. When the wind blows, things go smoothly, Fei Fei. Do you really have to participate in this grand competition? It's fraught with danger, what with capturing zombies and pitting strength against one another. The anticipation surrounding Lu Fei's participation in the base competition was palpable, yet only Qin Wanyu harbored concerns. While it was commendable for her daughter to grow stronger, Chen Wanyu yearned for her to lead a life of tranquility and happiness. Mom, there's no need to worry. Have you forgotten that I am impervious to harm? The one who can end my life has yet to be born. It is I who will deal with him. Lu Fei embraced Chen Wanyu. Aware of her mother's sorrow over Lu Xiaoyang's death, after much effort to regain her composure, the thought of her daughter's safety weighed heavily on her heart. Mom, I'll be gone for just a month and will return before the heat wave. I promise to stay by your side afterwards. The impending heat wave, lasting a month, often claimed many lives. However, this year, Lu Fei had arranged for a water vein, ensuring their survival. On this expedition, she intended to scour resources from other bases. Lu Fei needed only a few changes of clothes. The rest would be taken by Gu Changgu and the others. Representing Hongjian base were Lu Fei, Gu Changgu, Hu Debao, Su Su, Chao Jingyu, Chao Kai, and the enigmatic Mou, who wore a blindfold. Yes, that astonishingly handsome boy was also going, though Lu Fei initially wished to prevent his participation. What if he encountered Lu Shui and became ensnared in the original plot, turning into a lovesick fool? To her surprise, he was quite stubborn and insisted on joining. Someone told me that following you would lead to significant events, Mou stated. His gaze piercing through Lu Fei as if he could see the cycles of life and death, his calm demeanor belying the tempestuous emotions within. What if I refuse to take you? Lu Fei, filled with defiance, felt even less inclined to acquiesce since the boy was a mere sycophant of Lu Shui. I can read minds, Mou replied, noting Lu Fei's unchanged expression, suggesting she had sensed his ability. If you allow me to participate in the competition, I will reveal their plans to you. I can even disclose where their hidden stash is kept. Lu Fei thought, this ISNT mind reading, it's a pathway to wealth. Oh, you speak as if it's an obligation. Since you've entered the gates of Hongjian base, it's only fitting you contribute. Very well. You may accompany us. However, aware that Mou's ability to read minds might lead to complications, Lu Fei decided to exchange for a blindfold for him to wear, removing it only when necessary. When the others learned that Mou would be joining, they expressed their disapproval. The boy, despite his striking looks, was as slender as a reed. His legs were no thicker than their arms. Mou merely shot them a glance. You dreamt of kissing a woman last night and ended up with a foul sock in your mouth this morning. Hu Debao exclaimed, nearly popping his eyes out upon hearing Mou's revelation, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. You envy Chao Jingyu's muscular physique and have been secretly training. Even documenting your measurements, you were thrilled to discover a 0.5 centimeters increase this morning and indulged in 2 extra bowls of rice. Gu Changgu, initially skeptical, couldn't he help but wince as his guilt surfaced. You pilfered roasted chicken from the cafeteria and buried the bones. Chao Kai, who had been grinning, suddenly fell silent at Mou's accusations. Mou articulated the inner thoughts of those who doubted him, silencing them with fear of further exposure. When he turned his gaze to Chao Zhengyu, he raised an eyebrow in surprise, but before he could speak, his neck was seized. Shut up if you value your life. Chao Zhengyu's eyes glinted with menace, leaving no doubt that a single word from Mou would lead to his demise. Mou, sensing the genuine threat, blinked and turned to Lu Fei. Sister, he is bullying me. His cerulean eyes welled with tears, and the soft, pleading utterance of sister made Lu Fei's heart soften, especially when paired with his otherworldly beauty. Ahem, you're an adult now. No more acting cute. Lu Fei, unable to bear the sight of those beautiful eyes brimming with tears, reluctantly intervened despite her feigned annoyance. This time, we're all on the same side. So you may act freely, but outside, you must refrain from being so blatant, or you may not live to tell the tale. Lu Fei admonished Mou sternly, then leaned in to whisper, next time you uncover explosive thoughts, discreetly inform me. My lips are sealed. Observing Lu Fei's playful demeanor, Mou smirked. Everyone claimed to have a tight-lipped disposition. As Lu Fei and Mou engaged in their hushed conversation, appearing close, a dangerous glint flashed in Chao Zhengyu's eyes. The more he observed, the more irksome he found the pretty boy. Accompanying them was a good opportunity. He would find a chance to dispose of him. Mou, keenly aware of Chao Zhengyu's threatening gaze, felt no fear. Having gleaned the latter's vulnerabilities, he found the situation increasingly amusing. After meticulously arranging everything and soothing her mother's worries, Lu Fei finally departed the base, leaving behind wistful glances. Among those accompanying her were Luo Feiyu and individuals from Songyu base, all heading to the base competition. Big sister, with just this handful of us, should we recruit more? Gu Changgu, driving, expressed his unease. Given their base's recent upgrades, enlisting a few strong allies should be feasible. We prioritize quality over quantity. Bringing in a crowd could turn into a burden. Do you remember our goal for the base competition? To strive for first place, of course. Hu Dabao shouted, startling Lu Fei, who promptly delivered a playful smack to his head. Do you think this is a sports meet? We aim for the base competition, where they will undoubtedly showcase their best resources. At that moment, he will strike stealthily, taking advantage of every opportunity. Did you hear that? While the base competition would influence resource allocation, Lu Fei intended to stir the waters, creating chaos from which she could emerge victorious. Ah, big sister. Your brilliance knows no bounds. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. Hu Dabao lauded Lu Fei, but suddenly he spotted thick smoke ahead, suggesting a fierce conflict was underway. I'll check it out, Gu Changge declared, but Lu Fei called out to halt them. We cannot ascertain what lies within. Let us wait a moment. The perils of the unknown in this post-apocalyptic world were too great to risk. As if sensing Lu Fei's caution, the smoke began to drift lazily towards them. Once it drew near, the occupants of the vehicle could finally discern the scene within. Goodness, what a small world. It's truly the protagonist's halo at work. She remains unscathed. Chapter 57. Has Lu Shui turned into a stink badger? If you're going to target someone, target me. As Lu Fei spoke, everyone noticed a slender, graceful figure amidst the smoke, closely guarded by several men. It was none other than the protagonist of this tale, Lu Shui. Having already deprived her of the chance to awaken her powers, Lu Fei was astonished that Lu Shui could still prance about. Truly a testament to the protagonist's aura. Over there, someone's in trouble. We must help. Though Lu Fei had no intention of intervening, Lu Shui had already spotted their vehicle and rushed towards them, her eyes lighting up with hope. However, the smoke relentlessly pursued her, intent on engulfing them all. Quick, drive away. We must avoid that jinx. Lu Fei felt an intense urge to eliminate Lu Shui, but the current situation was not worth the risk. Gu Changge wasted no time and swiftly pressed the accelerator, reversing the car with great speed, distancing herself from Lu Shui before she could arrive. Fearing her presence like a contagion, Lu Fei could clearly see the stunned and furious expression on Lu Shui's face, which instantly brought her amusement, prompting her to burst into hearty laughter as she vigorously tapped Mou beside her. Did you see that? Such a woman is a harbinger of misfortune, wherever she goes. Calamity follows. We must remain vigilant, lest we be sold out and count the coins for someone else. With thoughts of Mou's infatuation, Lu Fei spared no effort in indoctrinating him. Rest assured, my loyalty lies solely with my sister, Mou replied, blinking his innocent blue eyes. Resembling an angel fallen to earth, his exquisite beauty striking a chord in Lu Fei's heart, he was a veritable enchantress, just as she was lost in her daydream. Her vision was suddenly obscured, as Lu Fei found herself enveloped in a warm embrace imbued with the scent of fresh grass. Is sister a title you bestow so casually? Chao Jiangyu glared at Mou, an inexplicable pang of jealousy rising within him, his wild eyes filled with wariness. I am younger than my sister, hence I must call her sister. In truth, she is both beautiful and youthful. Calling her younger sister wouldn't be out of the question, Mou provocatively responded, harboring a grudge that would not easily fade. As the tension between the two escalated, a sudden explosion echoed, the tire bursting with a resounding pop, causing the vehicle to lose control. Gu Changge hastily slammed on the brakes, the screeching sound piercing the air. Lu Fei, initially pulled into Chao Jiangyu's protective embrace, remained unharmed due to his sturdy physique. Unfortunately, Mou was not so fortunate. Having offended a certain leopard, he found no assistance and was tossed about, desperately gripping the steering wheel, striving to maintain his balance. At long last, when the vehicle stabilized, Mou was the first to fling open the door and collapse onto the ground, retching violently. What on earth is happening? Lu Fei exclaimed as she broke free from Chao Jiangyu's hold, noticing Gu Changge's tense expression, sensing that this was no mere accident. It was that wretched woman who caused the tire to burst. Gu Changge seethed, gritting his teeth. Had it not been for my experience, this car would have flipped. I swear I'll send her to the underworld right now, he declared, storming out of the car. Lu Shui, initially delighted to see the vehicle come to a stop, was immediately engulfed by panic upon recognizing Gu Changge as he emerged. With a thunderous crash, the smoke-shrouded figure was suddenly engulfed in flames, the wails from within growing louder, providing Gu Changge a modicum of satisfaction. No, please, how could you be so cruel? There are living souls inside, Lu Shui cried, her voice laced with despair. How can you vent your anger on others because of a vehicle malfunction? Oh, what should I do? Big brother, second brother. As she wept pitifully, collapsing beside Gu Changge, her exaggerated display of distress only served to repulse him. Gripping Lu Shui by the neck, he hurled her back into the smoke-filled chaos, exclaiming, Get lost. Listening to Lu Shui's panicked shouts, Gu Changge felt a sense of relief wash over him. The world finally appeared tranquil. following the commotion. All the vehicles that had accompanied them came to a halt, their occupants bewildered by the sudden appearance of smoke, especially since this season was not known for dust storms. Lu Fei, equally perplexed, decided to inquire with her small system. The revelation was shocking. Despite Lu Fei swallowing the jade pendant, Lu Shui had awakened a unique ability. Fortuitously or unfortunately, Lu Shui had awakened a rare gaseous ability, enabling her to launch attacks using gas. The silver lining was that such abilities were incredibly rare. The downside, however, was that the source of her gas was none other than her posterior. So you're saying that for Lu Shui to attack, she has to let one rip? My goodness, so breaking wind isn't just a figure of speech, she'll essentially become a skunk. Lu Fei laughed uncontrollably, marveling at how the protagonist seemed to draw the favor of fate. Awakening such an absurd ability. Indeed, she doesn't wish to use it, yet she cannot bear to forfeit the opportunity to shine in the competition, thus revealing her newly awakened powers. This incident occurred because she hurriedly provoked a lone wolf, only to discover he was a formidable level 5 smoke ability wielder, ready to deal with them all. The system explained succinctly, and the thought of Lu Shui's predicament brought amusement to Lu Fei's mind. Despite the chaos, Lu Shui's protagonist aura remained intact. Even with the combined might of the level 5 smoke ability and Guchanga's fire ability, she emerged relatively unscathed, albeit a bit disheveled. As the thick smoke dissipated, the individuals inside became visible. To Lu Fei's surprise, all 4 of the Lu family's fools had arrived, including Lu Xun, adorned with insignias from both the fire base and the free base. Just as Lu Fei recognized the familiar faces from the free base, Lu Shui suddenly lunged towards a young man, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Mingyuan, you scared me to death just now. I thought you were in danger. It's all my fault. If I had persuaded Fei Fei to help, we wouldn't have suffered so. Lu Fei, you truly remain as malicious as ever. Why do you always seek to harm Shui Shui? Who is so good? I was the one who broke off the engagement with you. If you wish to settle scores, come at me, not her, you vile woman. As Lu Fei faced the man yelling hysterically at her, she finally recalled his name, Hua Mingyuan. Not only was he the original protagonist's fiancé, but in the narrative, he was also Lu Shui's devoted admirer. After Lu Fei's engagement with Hua Mingyuan, Lu Shui had deliberately approached him, ensnaring his affections and leading him to become utterly devoted. He followed Lu Shui's instigation, creating numerous obstacles for the original protagonist, tormenting her and publicly humiliating her. In the story, Hua Mingyuan squandered his fortune for Lu Shui, even sustaining multiple gunshot wounds while saving her, ultimately becoming disabled and unable to rise again. After Lu Shui's injury, she never returned to see him. And when the camp retreated, Hua Mingyuan was left behind, meeting his end at the hands of zombies, concluding his tragically misguided life of servitude. The memories of this pair's cruel dominance over the original protagonist flooded Lu Fei's mind, and witnessing Hua Mingyuan's current demeanor, akin to a foolish fowl, snapped the last thread of her rationality. Is everyone listening? He asked me to hit him, so I shall not hold back. Lu Fei rolled up her sleeves and charged forward. Chapter 58, Retribution and Rebuke. Lu Fei, a veritable firecracker, charged toward Hua Mingyuan, seizing his collar and delivering a flurry of slaps to his face. Her words were as sharp as her blows. You repulsive excuse for a man. I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole. You're perfectly suited for a conniving shrew like Lu Shui. She's a jinx. And you're blind as a bat, a match made in hell. Before anyone could react, Hua Mingyuan's face was a swollen mess. Lu Shui, seeing her chance, rushed to Lu Fei, clutching her legs and pleading, release my Mingyuan. If you must strike, strike me. It's not his fault. Though my mother is to blame, I, as her daughter, must atone for her sins. Tears streamed down her face like a broken string of pearls. Lu Fei, amused by this display of self-sacrifice, released Hua Mingyuan and regarded Lu Shui with a mischievous grin. Well, if you insist on offering your face, who am I to refuse a few more slaps? Lu Shui, caught off guard by Lu Fei's audacity, gasped and tried to flee, but Lu Fei seized her hair and dragged her back. Having felt unsatisfied with their previous encounter at the Liehua base, Lu Fei was determined to make Lu Shui pay in full. The sound of slaps echoed once more. Hua Mingyuan, weakened by smoke inhalation, could only watch helplessly as Lu Shui's face transformed into a grotesque mask. Lu Fei, release Shui Shui. Strike me instead. No need to be modest. I can accommodate both of you, Lu Fei declared. She instructed Guchanga to bind the pair together, side by side. This way. One slap serves two, efficiency at its finest. Lu Fei, you murdered your 4th brother. Now you assault your sister? Are you planning to kill your own father next? You are a monstrous ingrate. I regret the day you were born. I should have strangled you at birth. Lu Xun roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. The sight of Lu Fei, trampling upon the reputation of the Liehua base, pushed him beyond reason, seemingly erasing the memory of their last encounter. His words, however, reminded Lu Fei that she had yet to deal with the old man. Abandoning her current targets, she turned toward Lu Xun, whip in hand. "Spare me your sanctimony. I emerged from your loins, did I? You contributed for a mere 2 seconds and then abdicated all responsibility. What right do you have to say you should have strangled me? You're like a toad at a bar, ugly and trying too hard." I curse myself. "And when lightning strikes, I'll drag you down with me. We'll die together." With each curse, the whip landed, sending Lu Xun sprawling. His undignified flailing was reminiscent of a fish out of water. Initially, he hurled insults, but the pain soon reduced him to whimpers. When Lu Fei finally relented, Lu Xun was barely clinging to life. "TCH, such pathetic combat skills. And you dare challenge me?" Lu Fei scoffed, kicking him. "Don't provoke me. I'm capable of self-destruction." Turning to the incapacitated Lu family members, she flashed a saccharine smile. "It seems the Lu family's stupidity knows no bounds. Bringing the whole clan to such a dangerous event as the base competition? You're practically begging to be wiped out." Lu Fei cracked the whip, the sound eliciting involuntary shudders from Lu Jianhao and his brothers, who were reminded of the days when Lu Fei subjected them to daily beatings. You struck father. You can't strike us. We didn't insult you this time." Lu Jiamu pleaded, conflicted. Despite Lu Fei's murder of their fourth brother, he couldn't bring himself to hate her, remembering their past mistreatment of her. "Please, striking you is merely a matter of convenience," Lu Fei retorted, brandishing the whip. "The reason I single you out is that you deserve it. Don't think I'm unaware of your desire for my demise. Even thinking about it is a crime." The members of the Liehua and Zhou bases watched in silence as Lu Fei unleashed a torrent of blows upon the Lu family, effectively silencing any thoughts of intervention. They were not foolish enough to involve themselves in a family feud. After dispensing her brand of justice, Lu Fei felt a sense of liberation. She shadowboxed, unleashing a series of wild punches at the sky. "Satisfying. Considering you're here for the base competition, I'll spare your lives. After all, I am benevolent. However, your presence has soured my mood, so you must compensate me for emotional distress." Lu Fei gestured for Guchanga and the others to confiscate the belongings of those who had wronged her, including a sixth of their supplies, equivalent to their headcount. "See? I only take what I deserve. I bear no responsibility if you choose to share with them later. If you go hungry, blame Lu Shui. Had she not sabotaged our tires and then falsely accused us, we would have been long gone. She's a jinx. Those who associate with her are doomed to misfortune or even death. This time, the Liehua and Zhou bases are sure to be at the bottom." With that, Lu Fei ignored Lu Shui's bitter expression, laughing as she boarded the vehicle. With a wave, the convoy sped away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Lu Shui, consumed by jealousy, watched Lu Fei's departing figure with venomous eyes. How had Lu Fei managed to achieve such growth in just a few months? Not only had her beauty increased, but she was also surrounded by men who seemed to defer to her. Was it solely due to her awakened purification ability? All of this should have been hers. She should have seized the jade pendant long ago, and things would be different now. The position of prominence and adoration should have been hers. She vowed to eliminate Lu Fei during the base competition, otherwise, she would never have peace. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Shui failed to notice the changed expressions of those around her. Those who had previously praised her gentleness now unconsciously distanced themselves. Regardless of the veracity of Lu Fei's words, it was best to maintain a safe distance. Meanwhile, Lu Fei and her companions, having sown the seeds of doubt, drove directly to the sprawling Yaoguang base, the designated location for the start of the base competition. Chapter 59. Arrogance and Futility. Well, this must be the legendary Yaoguang base, renowned for its vast expanse. It certainly looks desolate, Lu Fei remarked, surveying the sparsely populated area. It was no wonder people said that Hongjin base was the poorest and Yaoguang base the most useless. Situated between the Tingsha and Tiangang bases, Yaoguang base was constantly exploited by its ruthless neighbors. The reason these powerful bases had not simply absorbed Yaoguang was their reluctance to take on such a large population. As a result, Yaoguang base was perpetually deprived of resources and forced to rely on the stronger bases for protection. This cycle of dependence had led to its current state of decline. This year's base competition is reportedly set here, which suggests that the Tingsha and Tiangang bases may be scheming to manipulate the results and monopolize the top two positions. As the third contender, the Phoenix base, Luo Feiyu's eyes glinted with sarcasm. Had it not been for the collusion of those two bases last year, he would undoubtedly have emerged victorious. Feiyu, you've participated numerous times. Could you elaborate on what the base competition entails? The base competition occurs annually, lasting a month to determine the rankings among bases, which subsequently dictates the allocation of resources from the central base. The competition comprises 3 segments. The first is outdoor survival, where tasks are set and points are awarded to those who complete them first. The second is a team competition, where the last base standing is declared the winner. The third and most thrilling segment is the individual competition, a visual feast where the top-tier experts unleash their full capabilities, offering a final opportunity for weaker bases to gain ground. Lu Fei listened intently, believing she could excel in these events, particularly in the final round, as long as she unleashed her full potential. She would smile lightly regardless of whether it was an individual match or a collective effort. They would not stand a chance against her. Isn't it just the Tengsha and Tiangang bases? Even if they join forces, they are no match for us. Such audacity. Aren't you afraid that boasting might backfire? As Lu Fei's words fell, a mocking voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention to a group bearing the Tiangang base insignia. At the forefront stood a man with cold, piercing eyes, who scrutinized Lu Fei with a chilling gaze before settling on the emblem of the Hongjin base, his laughter growing increasingly brazen. I thought a prominent base had arrived, given your arrogance. How can a pauper from the Hongjin base dare to claim we are not your rivals? What do you intend to use to defeat us? Don't tell me you plan to strip and seduce during the team competition? Ha! If you were to kneel and bark like a dog for 3 days, I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. The man laughed maniacally, his companions joining in with lewd whistles aimed at Lu Fei. You seek death. Chao Jingyu was about to confront them when suddenly, a group emerged from the Yaoguang base. Who is causing such a commotion at the entrance? Are you unaware that private disputes are prohibited before the competition? The newcomers were mostly in their 30s or 40s. Some even older, exuding a mix of composure, dominance, charm, and a sinister aura. The man with the cold eyes brightened at the sight and hurried to the ominous-looking figure. Base leader, it's that woman from the Hongjin base who claims our Tiangang base is merely their subordinate. She even stated that even if we allied with the Tingsha base, we would still not be their match. We are the legitimate second place. How can we allow such insults to go unchallenged? After hearing this, Lu Fei felt numerous gazes fixate on her. I didn't speak falsely. Both your bases are trash, one and all. The Tingsha base trades in human lives to curry favor with the central base, while the Tiangang base facilitates their misdeeds, acting as the central base's lapdog. Rather than saying these 2 bases secured the first and second positions, it would be more accurate to claim they have submitted to the central base and become its lackeys. Upon hearing such blatant disparagement, the Tiangang base leader frowned slightly, his cold gaze locking onto her. Young lady, do not be too brash. There will come a time when you regret your words. In the face of this overt threat, Lu Fei shrugged, playfully shaking her leg as if she were a street rogue. Isn't being brash a hallmark of youth? Lu Fei assessed him with a similarly cunning gaze. Just watch as our Hongjin base sends your Tiangang base tumbling down. As Lu Fei's audacious tone rang out, the Tiangang base leader narrowed his eyes dangerously, ultimately breaking into a mocking smile. How amusing. When did a beggar dare to shout here? Today, if you manage to enter this gate, I, Wu Tian, will read my name backward. That is not for you to decide. Before Lu Fei could respond, several individuals emerged from the base, including Chao Wai and Chiu Wai. Dear niece, I have long awaited your arrival. Come, quickly, inside. Uncle Chiu has prepared your favorite roasted chicken. Oh, what's so special about roasted chicken? Dear niece, I just acquired 2 Gatling guns that fire blue light. Come, let's take a look. Seeing Lu Fei, the 2 treated her like a beloved daughter, shoving Wu Tian aside as they pulled her toward the entrance. However, Wu Tian obstructed their path. What do you mean by this? I just said she can't enter. And you invite her in? Are you not deliberately opposing me? We have shared years of friendship. Is it worth it to clash over her? Wu Tian frowned, his eyes filled with malice as he gazed at Lu Fei. Before so many onlookers, Lu Fei needed to face humiliation. She had to die. Friendship? What friendship do we share? Chiu Wai scoffed, standing protectively behind Lu Fei. I dare anyone to touch a hair on my dear niece. Believe me, I can summon your grave markers with a mere gesture. Chiu Wai showed no regard for Wu Tian, while Chao Wai coldly glared at him, a glint of gold flashing in his eyes. The air grew thick with tension. As the words hung in the air, Wu Tian suddenly clutched his nose, gasping for breath, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He dared not let go despite the frantic attempts of the Tiangang base members to revive him, only shouting, "The air is suffocating. We were wrong, Commander Chao. We should not have disrespected this lady. Please spare our base leader." The man with the cold eyes watched as his leader neared suffocation and quickly knelt to plead for mercy. Chao Wai coldly snorted, pointing at Lu Fei. You must apologize to her. The man cast a glance at Lu Fei, gritted his teeth, and then bowed 3 times. Miss Lu, I apologize. It was my ignorance that led to my offense. Please forgive me, and let Commander Chao retract his powers. Seeing the man so sincerely apologize, Lu Fei finally nodded for Chao Wai to lift the hypnosis. Truly, a mentalist is formidable. Once Wu Tian recovered, he gasped for air as if he had just resurfaced from the depths of the ocean. Lu Fei, witnessing his disheveled state, gleefully approached and patted his head. Wu Tian, I gave you a chance, yet you proved ineffective. Oh, this Yaoguang base, I have entered, and I have exited, and I have entered again. Haha. Lu Fei gleefully hopped around at the entrance, inciting Wu Tian's anger until she finally led everyone into the base. Upon reaching the resting area, Lu Fei turned to Chao Wai and Xiao Wai with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Uncles, since Tingsha and Tiangang are engaging in underhanded tactics, shall we indulge in a bit of insider knowledge as well? Chapter 60, System Tasks. The Elders courting favor. Oh, my dear niece aspires to be the champion? Chao Wai, observing Lu Fei's mischievous eyes, instantly sensed that the girl was concocting some nefarious scheme. The championship matters little. What truly irks me are those pesky base dwellers. As long as they are discontented, I shall find joy in that. Lu Fei humbly waved her hand. But no sooner had she spoken than a familiar mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Ding. The system has issued a task. Please assist the Hongjin base in securing the championship. Reward, 1 base shield, capable of protecting against zombies and any physical attacks. Ding. The system has issued a task. Please uncover clues regarding zombie mutations. Reward, the skill of the chameleon, allowing one to alter their appearance, gender, height, and features at will. Both tasks can be completed simultaneously. Please exert yourself, host. Upon hearing the first task, Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with excitement. A base shield was indeed a precious item. She had been concerned about offending the people from the Tiangang and Tingsha bases, who might seek revenge on her home base. With this shield, not even a fly could infiltrate, alleviating her fears of their sinister intentions. She truly needed to seize this championship. However, what was this nonsense about clues to zombie mutations? Wasn't it a given that one mutated after being bitten by a zombie? System, enlighten me. Do you know something? Why are your tasks always so timely and enigmatic? Host, I am merely a humble little system. The tasks are issued by the main system and are not my doing. Since I have been with you, I have diligently fought countless battles against the neighboring system on your behalf. Look at my head. It's practically bald from the fray. How could you doubt me? The voice in her mind morphed into a pitiful whine, rolling around in a display of grievance. Lu Fei furrowed her brow. Scrutinizing it for a moment, but finding no discernible fault, she decided to let it go. Consider it a misunderstanding. Next time, if you have any insider information, please inform me in advance so I can be prepared. Understood, host. Upon hearing Lu Fei's forgiveness, the little system sprang up enthusiastically, raising its front paw in a gesture of gratitude. Its adorable demeanor made it hard for her to scold it, causing her to overlook the flicker of guilt in its eyes. Now tasked, Lu Fei could not afford to slack off. Ahem, regarding the championship, I have a bit of interest if I happen to face. Lu Fei felt like she had spoken too hastily, stumbling over her words. Had she known earlier, she would have refrained from boasting. Yet before she could finish, Yin Sheng approached with a welcoming smile. Ah, my dear niece, take the championship as you wish. We are merely here to tag along and enjoy the spoils. Fei Yu, ensure that you stay close to Lu Fei during the competition, protect her from harm, or I shall hold you accountable. Seeing Yin Shan showering Lu Fei with favor, Xiao Wai quickly turned to the young men approaching. You all, remember, the competition is trivial. The priority is to support Lu Fei. Should I witness any mistreatment towards my dear niece, I shall expel you from the base and you shall never return. Fei on. As Lu Fei's cousin, you must be especially attentive, understand? After Xiao Wai's admonishment, he shot a challenging glance at Yin Sheng, implying that they had true relatives within their base. Rest assured, base leader, for no other reason than to savor roasted chicken and bags of crystal cores. I shall treat Miss Lu as royalty. The people of Tsanyu base had indeed reaped genuine benefits. Having participated in reconstruction, their appetites had grown refined, and they refrained from offending Lu Fei for the sake of future culinary delights. Chao Wai, witnessing his speaking rights usurped, could not help but roll his eyes. He turned to his nephew, hoping for some favorable news. However, Chao Jiangyu, engrossed in his nails, refused to meet his gaze, an attitude of utter indifference that spoke volumes. You good for nothing. You were so close to the prize, yet you cannot take the initiative. If only you could woo Lu Fei, win her over. Wouldn't Ti, our military district, reign supreme? Chao Huai glared at his nephew, wishing he would transform from a leopard into a stubborn mule. Instead of relying on me, You might as well win over Lu Fei's mother. The result would be just as effective. Qiao Jingyu's retort momentarily stunned Qiao Huai, a rare flush of embarrassment crossing his handsome face. By the time he recovered, he had delivered a light smack to his nephew. The Qiao family does not ascend through the manipulation of women. Such tactics would make us no different from that scoundrel Lu Shen. It was obvious that his nephew shared his disdain for such methods. Seeing the tension between his father and cousin, Qiao Kai hurriedly leaned closer to Qiao Huai, whispering. He had heard that his cousin was willing to kill for Lu Fei, and that Lu Fei had even inquired about his background. This revelation caused Qiao Huai's eyes to brighten. Ah, there is something brewing. Love often stems from mere curiosity. Today, she asks about lineage. Tomorrow, it could be about dimensions. And the day after, the names of future offspring. Qiao Jingyu shifted slightly away, bemused as he watched his uncle's scheming thoughts nearly spill over. His following Lu Fei was simply a means to alleviate boredom. He truly felt no affection for her. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped from Mou, who stood beside Qiao Jingyu. Having witnessed something amusing, his azure eyes glimmering beneath his blindfold, directed at Qiao Jingyu's back, while the two relatives engaged in their lively banter. Discussions among the competing bases grew intense, ultimately agreeing to rally behind Lu Fei, convinced that following her would lead to success. Very well. Since my esteemed uncles place such trust in me, I shall strive with all my might. After Lu Fei consented to allow the Feng Wang and Songyu bases to join, the leaders of various bases beamed with delight, as though they had stumbled upon a treasure. Other passers-by from different bases looked on in confusion, questioning why such a beautiful woman warranted the entire base's ranking to be turned into sycophants. Ignoring the complex and mocking gazes of onlookers, the group proceeded to the resting area. By now, leaders from the 9 major bases had arrived, and nearly all participants were present, awaiting the competition. Come, my dear niece. Sit here. Behold the gifts your uncle has prepared, a Gatling gun radiating blue light. Qiao Huai eagerly patted the box held by a guard, his excitement palpable as he explained the weapon's capabilities to Lu Fei. Qiao Huai, unwilling to be outdone, promptly offered a roasted chicken leg from his platter. Oh, what good is that old gun? People prioritize sustenance. Gaze upon our roasted chicken, it is delectable. Noticing the brewing tension between the two, Yinsheng discreetly pulled Lu Fei aside. Fei, while I could not procure roasted chicken or a Gatling gun for you, I understand your base is in need of supplies. I have arranged for a convoy to deliver clothing and shoes, along with a batch of capable young men for your bidding. Seeing Lu Fei's eyes light up, it was clear that Yinsheng had emerged victorious in this contest. Qiao Huai and Qiao Huai could not suppress their eye rolls, muttering, truly, he is a cunning old fox. His wits surpass ours. Humph. What is she but a purveyor of purification? What is so remarkable? Regardless of her prowess, she is still a woman, reliant on the protection of men. Observing the disdainful expression of the base leader from the flame base, before Lu Fei could respond, a figure dashed forward. Chapter 61. The beating of the Inferno base leader with lightning speed. Someone delivered a resounding slap to the Inferno base leader's face. Spectators watched in disbelief as he and his chair were sent flying, followed by a cacophony of slaps. Su Ming, I entrusted the base to you. And this is how you manage it? Miss Lu is such a wonderful person, and you couldn't even retain her. How dare you spout nonsense here? I'll beat you to death. Ever since following Lu Fei, Su had longed to thrash his younger brother. Had it not been for this imbecile, he wouldn't be toiling for others. Observe her now, standing there, commanding Gatling guns emitting blue light, succulent roasted drumsticks, and even receiving offers of residences. Had Lu Fei remained at the Inferno base, his status would have been immeasurably elevated. Now, not only must he work for Lu Fei, but he's also ashamed of the Inferno base's collection of incompetent individuals. It's a classic case of a weak leader breeding a weak team. The root cause of it all lies with Su Ming. Incensed, Su grabbed his face and delivered 2 more sharp slaps. Su Ming transitioned from initial bewilderment to recognizing his elder brother, followed by cries of agony. He dared not protest, desperately begging for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. I wasn't at the base at the time and was genuinely unaware of the egregious events that transpired. Had I been present, I would never have allowed Miss Lu Fei to leave. Detecting the palpable perfunctoriness in Su Ming's words, Lu Fei approached, feigning a pout. Oh, yes. I'm sure if you had been there, you would have locked me up and exploited every last bit of my worth. I've seen the base leader many times when I went to collect supplies. I even mustered the courage to plead for your help. But you dismissed it as a domestic matter beyond your purview. Even when those dim-witted Lu family members pilfered my supplies, you merely chuckled. Alas, I understand. This world is a vast Edinburgh, and a mere girl like me can't compare to the weight between their legs. Lu Fei's words further darkened Su's countenance. and Su Ming, witnessing his elder brother's somber expression, knew he was in trouble. Predictably, the next moment, fists the size of sandbags rained down upon him, eliciting heart-wrenching wails. Members of the Inferno base attempted to intervene, but as soon as they approached, metallic spikes erupted from Su Su's body, resembling a futuristic warrior, deterring anyone from advancing. Ultimately, Su Ming endured a one-sided beating for 5 minutes before Lu Fei intervened. Otherwise, the Inferno base leader would have likely been the first to be carried away. That Lu family bunch is not to be trifled with. If you continue to consort with them, you'll be the one to suffer, Su Su declared before returning to Lu Fei's side. Lu Fei had anticipated Su Su's return to the Inferno base, but his choice surprised her. Initially, Su Su had indeed contemplated returning, seeking an opportunity to do so. However, witnessing Lu Fei's exceptional cohesion and purification abilities, coupled with the revitalization of the Hongjin base, he realized that this girl was extraordinary. Moreover, the occasional roasted chicken and the delicacies that money couldn't buy, coupled with Lu Fei's casual sale of crystals. Su Su could discern the difference between occasional satiety and consistent abundance. Thus, he increasingly lamented his younger brother's stupidity. Otherwise, the Inferno base would have been the one to rise. Oh dear, what's all the commotion? Harmony begets wealth. It seems everyone's here, so let's announce the competition rules. The leader of the Tingsha base, a smiling tiger, remarked, his words seemingly amiable but concealing heinous deeds. As the leaders of the Tiangang and Tingsha bases took their seats, all the base leaders settled into their respective positions, except for the one reserved for the Hongjin base. By the way, where's our base leader? Lu Fei had always desired to meet their base leader, but he had been away earning money and had yet to return. He's probably been whisked away by someone seeking a favor. Alas, what can we do? Our Hongjin base is impoverished, Guchanga sighed. Recalling the base's meager existence just months prior, their base leader was indeed unfortunate. I believe the meeting is about to commence. Can our base participate without a leader? Should Brother Gu take the seat? Just as Lu Fei finished whispering to Guchanga, she sensed numerous gazes converging upon her, prompting her to glance around in bewilderment. Before she could react, Guchanga pulled her and pressed her into the chair. From this moment forward, you, big sister, are the commander of the Hongjin base. We shall all follow your orders. The members of the Hongjin base nodded gleefully, and even Luo Feiyu and the others chimed in. It's evident that your Hongjin base is truly devoid of talent, choosing a woman to lead. Do you really believe that this chair can be occupied by just anyone? If you disrespect the competition, then get out. The leader of the free base, resembling a mantis in appearance, cast a scornful glance at Lu Fei, clearly a staunch male chauvinist who despised women. Women should stay home and bear children, serving men. What kind of spectacle is this, constantly showing their faces in public? Upon hearing this, Lu Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Good heavens, the Qing dynasty has been defunct for centuries, and yet there are still people with bound feet? What about women? Isn't your mother a woman? Isn't your wife a woman? I loathe people like you the most. Were you born from your father's kidney stones? Lu Fei rolled her eyes, harboring no fondness for anyone resembling a mantis, especially since Huaming Yuan and the others were also at the free base, making it even more detestable. You, impudent. The mantis-faced leader, seemingly taken aback by Lu Fei's retort, slammed his hand on the chair and issued an order to his subordinates. What are you waiting for? Throw this audacious brat out. The base members who had arrived early promptly obeyed the order and charged forward, but after taking a few steps, they noticed that the members of the Azure Feather Base and Phoenix Base had stepped forward to shield Lu Fei. Chao Jingyu, standing at over 6 feet tall, towered over everyone. With a swift motion, he hooked Lu Fei's chair and pulled it back, radiating an aura of battlefield prowess. His amber eyes alone could send shivers down the spines of those who dared to meet his gaze. I'd like to see who dares to touch my big sister. Guchanga's fiery red hair was particularly striking, and intense flames emanated from his palms, raising the temperature of the entire lounge area by several degrees, making one shudder at the thought of being touched by them. With several level 5 experts safeguarding her, Lu Fei nonchalantly reclined in her chair, beckoning contemptuously at the mantis-faced leader with her index finger. You, come here. The mantis-faced leader gnashed his teeth in fury. Despite the free base's numerical superiority, their combat prowess was no match for Lu Fei's side. Helpless, he ordered his men to retreat. I won't lower myself to argue with an ignorant child. However, esteemed base leaders, the base competition is of paramount importance and a solemn affair. It shouldn't be marred by such buffoonery. I propose that the Hongjin base be removed from this competition. Those in agreement, raise your hands. The free base's proposal received support from the Tingsha and Tiangang bases. The Inferno base leader also attempted to raise his hand furtively, but a stern glare from Su Su deterred him. Meanwhile, Yin Xing, who had been sitting leisurely, glanced at the mantis-faced leader with a smile. I suggest you refrain from making suggestions, as we won't heed them. Lu Fei possesses the ability and the courage, and we all support her sitting here. But that position is reserved for the base leader. She's a woman, and her claim is illegitimate. I disagree. The mantis-faced leader seized upon Lu Fei's identity, creating an atmosphere of extreme tension, as if a melee was imminent. Who says her claim is illegitimate? Chapter 62. As he spoke, a wizened old man, weathered and lean, approached with surprising agility. Though appearing gaunt, his eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. Lu Fei, unfamiliar with him, watched as Guchanga turned away guiltily, attempting to flee. In an instant, the old man seized him by the scruff of his neck, leaving Lu Fei astonished by his sudden burst of speed. The old man, Lu Song, cast a kind smile upon Lu Fei before presenting her with the base commander's insignia, a symbol bestowed by the Central Command. Let no one question her authority. From this moment forth, she shall lead Hongjian base. It is a position rightfully hers. The insignia, unique to each base and impossible to counterfeit, left Lu Fei momentarily speechless. She had merely sought to flaunt her capabilities, not usurp the commander's role. Lu Song, however, pressed the emblem into her palm before she could decline. Henceforth, Hongjian base is entrusted to your capable hands. I have witnessed the transformation you have wrought, a feat I believe none other could accomplish. You have my utmost faith, niece, that you will guide Hongjian base to unprecedented prosperity. Lu Song's eyes welled with emotion as he reflected on the base's revitalization. Finally, someone capable had taken charge of the arduous task. He eagerly thrust a bundle of IOUs from various bases into Lu Fei's hands, anxious to unburden himself of the responsibility of repayment. With a sigh of relief, he retreated to savor roasted chicken and tea brought by Yin Xing. In a matter of minutes, the transfer of power was complete. The previously vociferous dissenters were now rendered speechless, their gazes shifting between Lu Fei and Lu Song. Alas, Lu Fei declared, brandishing the insignia, I yearn for obscurity, but my talents preclude it. Who dared question my legitimacy? Speak now, lest you forever hold your peace. Emboldened by the insignia, Lu Fei sprawled in a chair, regarding the mantis with disdain. The free base commander, livid, could only glare impotently at Lu Song, lamenting his untimely arrival. Do not presume too much, the mantis hissed. Leadership is no simple task. Lu Fei, rolling her eyes, retorted, Are you to govern me? Even my own father cannot. What claim do you have? As the free base commander seethed, Lu Fei, whistling jauntily, prepared to lead the group to rest when she noticed two familiar figures. Lu Shui, cradled in Huoming Yuan's arms, was rushed in, seemingly injured. Quickly, Shui has fainted. Fetch a physician. Huoming Yuan cried, his distress seemingly disproportionate to the situation. Lu Fei frowned, puzzled by their swift arrival. The system soon elucidated the situation. Following Lu Fei's departure, morale had plummeted, particularly for Lu Shui, who bore the brunt of the group's discontent. However, as the archetypal heroine, she had quickly resorted to tears and pleas, garnering forgiveness from most. They soon encountered a passing convoy on a mission. Lu Shui, feigning exhaustion, had staged a fall to halt the convoy. Employing her usual charm, she had captivated the convoy members with flattery, but persuading them to deviate from their route proved challenging. Feigning despair, Lu Shui had declared her unwavering commitment to the group, even unto death, before collapsing. Huoming Yuan, ever the devoted follower, had frantically offered the convoy all of their remaining supplies in exchange for transport, sparking outrage among the group, who were already depleted. Huoming Yuan, however, wielding his level 4 abilities, had overruled their objections. The Lu family, though no longer as doting, had reluctantly acquiesced, having surrendered their supplies. Huoming Yuan had carried Lu Shui onto the vehicle, abandoning the rest. What a devoted simp, Lu Fei mused. As Lu Fei conversed with the system, Lu Shui stirred, feigning confusion at her surroundings. Brother Ming Yuan, where are father and the others? Where are we? Huoming Yuan reassured her that they were at Yaoguang base and that the others would arrive the following day. It is comforting to know father is safe. Thank you for bringing me here, Brother Ming Yuan, Lu Shui said demurely, rising slowly. I am Lu Shui of the base. I apologize for my unseemly arrival. Lu Shui, tilting her head to showcase her best angle, subtly accentuated her figure, reveling in the attention she garnered. Lu Fei watched with amusement, noting the tongue snake base commander's chilling gaze, a testament to the effectiveness of her earlier impersonation. In this desolate era, Lu Shui's delicate beauty was a rarity, attracting the fervent gazes of the surrounding men. As she prepared to further captivate her audience, she caught sight of Lu Fei's imposing figure. A flash of resentment flickered in Lu Shui's eyes. Why was she forced to feign illness to arrive, while that good-for-nothing was surrounded by admirers? Her anger mounting. Lu Shui adopted a sorrowful expression. Approaching tentatively, she appeared fearful of Lu Fei, as if she were a dangerous beast. Fei, I know you despise me. But that is no reason to abandon us. Moreover, stealing our supplies is tantamount to condemning us to death. Ming Yuan is your betrothed, even if he broke off your engagement. Are you blameless? Why can't you be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones, instead of causing such discord? If you truly detest me, I am willing to die. If only you would cease tormenting those around you. Lu Shui, weeping copiously, clutched her chest, her face etched with anguish. Her words deftly shifted blame onto Lu Fei, eliciting scornful glances from the other base members, who now perceived her as a ruthless and cruel woman who mistreated her own sister. Before Lu Shui could continue her performance, a pistol clattered to the floor before her. Lu Fei, her face a mask of fury, her eyes radiating icy menace, demanded, if that is your wish, then end your life now. Chapter 63. Lu Shui's mother was a victim of her own hand, and it had nothing to do with me. Lu Fei, do not go too far. Shui is already in such a pitiable state. Why do you continue to bully her? He Ming Yuan's voice was filled with anger as he confronted Lu Fei, cradling Lu Shui, whose pale face was alarming. You know how miserable she has been since you took her mother from her. If you hadn't struck her today, she wouldn't have collapsed in weakness. Lu Fei's demeanor had transformed. She was no longer the timid figure she once was. As she observed He Ming Yuan's mouth moving incessantly, she swiftly drew out a whip and lashed it toward him. Prepared, He Ming Yuan evaded her attack, grinning smugly, believing him to be a fool who would not remember being struck. However, before his smile fully emerged, a shoe came hurtling toward him, effectively obscuring his boastful face. Did you think I would only have one trick up my sleeve, you fool? Lu Fei taunted, waving her shoeless foot with a mocking glint in her eyes. Lu Shui's mother was killed by her own hands. What does it have to do with me? Why don't you say she deserves divine retribution for her mother's murder? She continued, I have warned her before, as a bastard child. She should not appear before me, or I might kill her. Yet she chose to ignore me, and it was she who spoke of death, not I. Are you barking at me because you have rabies? Upon hearing Lu Fei disclose her maternal crime, Lu Shui froze, disbelief evident in her widened eyes as she gazed at Lu Fei, as if seeing a ghost. How could this worthless creature know? No one had witnessed that day's events. Others around her were equally stunned. Although many laws had fallen by the wayside in this apocalyptic world and lives had become cheap, such a crime as matricide remained unthinkable. Lu Fei, stop slandering Shui. Auntie was clearly burned alive by you. How could she have been murdered? He Ming Yuan glared fiercely at Lu Fei, refusing to believe Lu Shui capable of matricide. How could I not know? Of course, it was that old mistress who told me. She said Lu Shui strangled her mother to death, and it was a painful, sorrowful demise. Lu Shui, do you not feel the chilling wind sometimes? Your mother is right beside you, perched on your shoulder, watching everything you do. Stop it. Do not say any more. Lu Fei lowered her voice deliberately, creating an eerie atmosphere. Lu Shui recalled the twisted visage and furious gaze of Feng Tianhe at her death, and felt as if she were right there beside her. Overwhelmed, she covered her ears, refusing to listen further, and He Ming Yuan quickly embraced her, offering comfort. Yet, Lu Fei was relentless. Lu Shui, even if you refuse to acknowledge it, your mother will always be with you, draining your vitality, causing you to weaken and suffer misfortune until she ultimately brings about your demise. Only then will her resentment be assuaged. Stop it. I do not believe it. My mother would never do such a thing. Lu Shui screamed in despair, her previous calm and gentle demeanor shattered, her cries causing many to frown in annoyance. Eventually, after a time of wailing, she dramatically fainted once more. He Ming Yuan frantically called for a doctor, while Lu Fei rolled her eyes in disdain. Truly, the main character's ultimate tactic, fainting whenever faced with an unsolvable problem, naturally drawing a loyal dog to come to her aid. I bet within 10 seconds, that dog will come looking for trouble with me. Just as Lu Fei finished speaking to those around her, He Ming Yuan stormed over, his eyes aflame with rage, as if he wished to kill her. Lu Fei, how can you be so vicious? You not only struck your father but also killed your brother. Now you even dare to lay hands on your sister. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Thankfully, I broke off our engagement back then. Otherwise, marrying a venomous woman like you would bring nothing but misfortune. You should sleep with one eye open, or I will surely kill you. Having heard such impotent threats countless times, Lu Fei had no desire to listen to He Ming Yuan's barking. She raised her gun and aimed between his legs. With a resounding bang, the bullet grazed his pants, striking the ground beside Lu Shui, who rolled over and sat up, no longer appearing faint. He Mingyuan clutched his precious asset, sitting on the ground in disbelief as he stared at Lu Fei, astonished that she could actually shoot. Ignoring the coward, Lu Fei tilted her head, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Lu Shui. Oh, weren't you just too frightened to remain conscious? How is it that you have awakened so quickly? It seems my gun not only can render eunuchs, but also cure ailments. I shall have to carry it with me more often. As Lu Fei displayed her arrogance, the hatred within Lu Shui deepened. She trembled with rage, her hidden hand clenched tightly, yet she knew she must remain composed. Before entering, she had overheard Lu Fei arguing with someone, indicating that the circumstances here were not as serene as they appeared. If she could expose a flaw, support would surely come her way. With this thought, Lu Shui masked her hatred, quickly surveying the room until she finally discovered Lu Fei's vulnerability. Fei, I know you resent me. I am indifferent to your insults and violence, as it is merely the retribution I deserve for being a bastard child. However, that is a family matter. It is acceptable for you to act brazenly at home. Yet now, in the grand competition of bases with so many witnesses, you cannot afford to show such disdain for authority, standing on equal footing with other base leaders. Since leaving the base, Lu Fei had been domineering, and Lu Shui was convinced that she had shamelessly usurped that position. She noticed Lu Fei raise an eyebrow without speaking, further validating her thoughts and empowering her words. Perhaps it is a matter of upbringing. I would never allow so many elders to stand while I sit in the leader's chair. Even if you possess unique abilities that afford you special treatment, it does not grant you the right to be arrogant. A woman should embody virtue and grace. Back at the fire base, the elder brothers only wished for you to temper your stubbornness to avoid suffering, yet you remain oblivious to your family's good intentions. Lu Shui lectured, positioning herself on the moral high ground, attempting to drag all standing elders into her argument, seeking to incite their discontent toward Lu Fei. Su Ming, covering his face, watched Lu Shui sow discord, wanting to warn her against further tarnishing the fire base's reputation. However, before he could voice a word, sharp steel spikes erupted from the chair, threatening to pierce him if he dared to speak. Su Ming cast a resentful glance at his brother, ultimately choosing silence. The fire base's reputation had already been sullied. It could not be further diminished. The Tingsha base and Tiangang base observed Lu Shui's pretentiousness, smirking at the rarity of such foolishness, finding it amusing to see her irritate Lu Fei. For various reasons, everyone curiously chose to remain silent, and Lu Shui increasingly felt their agreement with her words, standing tall and confident as she spoke. Fei, if I were you, I would stand up and relinquish your position. There are so many capable individuals here. Why must you indulge in such vanity? Our priority as women should be to safeguard the rear, allowing men to act without worry. That embodies the true qualities of a woman. After shyly expressing her thoughts, Lu Shui felt the weight of many gazes upon her. Believing she had garnered approval, she felt a surge of pride. Her mother had once said that men were inherently patriarchal and enjoyed having women depend on them to showcase their strength. Surely, her words would earn their favor. Yet before she could indulge in her daydream, a circular badge fell from Lu Fei's pocket. Oh dear, isn't this my leader's badge? How did it end up here? Chapter 64. Even if your Lu family were extinct, I could dance on your graves. Lu Fei pinned the badge to her chest and leisurely raised her head, fixing a seemingly mocking gaze on Lu Shui. That expression appeared to ridicule her audacity. Ever since Lu Shui laid eyes on the badge representing the base leader, her face contorted in disgust, as if she had just tasted something foul. No wonder she had said so much. That vile woman was grinning because she had been waiting for this moment. What did you just say? Lu Shui seethed at Lu Fei's feigned ignorance, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. She forced a semblance of a polite smile, maintaining her usual condescending tone. Fei, even though you are now the base leader, you ought to exhibit humility as a newcomer. You shouldn't flaunt your position so brazenly. Life is full of surprises. Before she could finish, a shoe was hurled at her face with astonishing speed, and she couldn't evade it. Before the shoe even touched the ground, Lu Fei was upon her, forcefully shoving her head into the shoe. You filthy mouth, let me teach you a lesson. You think I'll just perish unexpectedly, huh? Even if your Lu family were utterly extinct, I could still dance on your graves. You're just envious of my esteemed position as base leader, while you, a child born of a mistress, are utterly insignificant. This will make you furious, won't it? The putrid odor from the shoe made Lu Shui's eyes roll back in her head. She wondered if the shoe had stepped in dog excrement, as the smell was unbearable. As Lu Fei continued her tirade, Huo Mingyuan attempted to intervene, but a single glance from her prompted Hu Daba to remove the other shoe, along with two prominently stinky socks. Ugh, let me go. Ugh. Huo Mingyuan, with socks stuffed in his mouth, was forced to endure the stench of the fermented shoes, feeling nauseated. He contemplated using his abilities to eliminate Hudaba, but he was thoroughly suppressed by several fifth-level elites behind him. Without his powers, he felt as helpless as a fish on a cutting board or a mouse in a cat's grasp, easily toyed with by Hudaba. Once Lu Fei finished dealing with Lu Shui, Hudaba finally ceased his actions. Unsurprisingly, both of them succumbed to the vile stench of the shoes, rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth before passing out. Daba, your shoe is truly a treasure. In the future, we can use this for interrogation. It's more effective than anything else. Lu Fei returned the shoe to Hudaba, admitting that it could rival biochemical weapons. Merely holding it was enough to assault her senses, let alone the unfortunate duo who had endured its direct effects. Rest assured, sister. I can remove my shoes anytime you need. Hudaba chuckled as he donned the shoes, never having imagined that his stinky footwear could serve as a weapon. Next time he faced off against someone, he would use this to his advantage. Disregarding the two unconscious figures on the ground, Lu Fei returned to her chair. All right. Now that there are no more distractions, we've said what needed to be said. Everyone can disperse. We have a competition tomorrow. Yes. Our dear niece has traveled a long way and deserves a good rest. Let us not concern ourselves with those lunatics. We wouldn't want them to provoke Uncle Chow into making them strip and perform a pole dance in front of everyone. Chow Hui cast a chilling glance at the leaders of Tingsha and Tiangang bases, noticing their expressions darken. Yet, their anger was futile. They were no match for Chow Hui. The two were so furious they could bite their own molars. Typically, the central base would send representatives to the grand base competition. But why was the commander from the military district here, especially aligned with that infuriating Lu Fei? As Lu Fei departed, a significant portion of the crowd scattered. Even the leader of the flame base was escorted away by his brother, leaving only the leaders of Tiangang, Tingsha, and the free base. That Lu Fei has gone too far. The Hongjin base, is it? Once we embark on our mission tomorrow, I'll ensure they return with nothing. The leader of Tiangang wore a sinister expression, akin to a venomous serpent. The other two base leaders nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Lu Fei's arrogance could not be tolerated. Regardless of her purification abilities, they would not allow anyone to disrupt the base rankings. Ignoring the murderous intent surrounding them, Lu Fei was taken to the resting quarters of each base. Frankly, aside from having walls and a roof, the facilities were inferior to the previous Hongjian base. Our Yaoguang base's conditions are truly subpar. I hope everyone can be understanding. The leader of Yaoguang base was a middle-aged man with a simple demeanor. Lacking any special abilities, he was merely a puppet, struggling to keep the inhabitants from starving, relying on the meager supplies trickling in from the two other bases. No worries, we won't be here long. Lu Fei was unconcerned about the accommodations. They had endured worse while on missions. Selecting a room at random, she lay down to rest. After comforting her weeping mother early in the morning, sitting through a lengthy journey, and dealing with Lu Shui, she was utterly exhausted. Not long after lying down, Lu Fei fell into a deep slumber, dreaming of entering a cat CAF to revel in the delightful services of some ragdoll cats, when suddenly, a loud bang jolted her awake. The door to her room was kicked open. Lu Fei, get out here. Who gave you the right to bully your sister, you heartless beast? Lu Zhen's furious voice echoed from outside, accompanied by Lu Shui's sobbing. Dad, please don't be angry with Fei on my account. Well, we are all family. Even if she kills me, it's my misfortune. Family matters should not be aired in public. We wouldn't want others to laugh at us. While Lu Shui seemed to be mediating, she was actually stoking the flames of resentment between the father and daughter. The death of Lu Xiaoyang was a sore point for them. The mere thought of it intensified their hatred for Lu Fei. Moreover, Lu Zhen's anger was not solely for Lu Shui. He was also enraged that Lu Fei had publicly humiliated him, striking him in front of so many others and seizing their supplies. God knows how many disdainful glances he had endured along the way. Shui, you need to plead any further. It's all my fault as a father for failing to discipline that wild child. With Lu Shui's encouragement, Lu Zhen took on the role of a remorseful father, his face filled with regret as he slapped himself. Back in the day, I noticed her unruly and selfish nature. If I had been stricter with her, she wouldn't have become the wretch who beats her father and kills her brother. The failure to educate is the father's fault. It is I who raised her to be a beast. Though he claimed his words were an admission of guilt, they were implicitly directed at Lu Fei. Lu Zhen and Lu Shui worked in sync, eager to continue their veiled accusations, but in the next moment, Lu Fei burst forth from her room, hair disheveled and a gun in hand. Her expression was grim, exuding an aura of menace, and her gaze toward Lu Zhen was as cold as death. So it's the father's fault for not educating properly, huh? I'll go kill someone right now, and you can take the blame. With that, She raised her gun and fired a shot at the gleeful Humingyuan. Chapter 65, The Sins of the Father, a Madman. The Hongjin base leader is a murderer. A bullet pierced Humingyuan's arm, sending him writhing on the ground in agony. Lu Fei, however, showed no hesitation, approaching him and firing 2 more shots into his legs. The excruciating pain nearly caused Humingyuan's eyes to bulge out of their sockets. The gunfire attracted a crowd, who were all too terrified to approach Lu Fei as she stood there like a vengeful specter. Lu Fei, I'll kill you, Humingyuan screamed. Teetering on the edge of unconsciousness, he had intended to take advantage of Lu Fei's solitary rest to avenge his previous humiliation, but instead, he had taken 3 bullets. Anger, resentment, and shame consumed him. If looks could kill, Lu Fei would have been pierced by 1,000 arrows. Why are you trying to kill me? Go find that old geezer. The sins of the father are paid by the son. I'm going to kill someone soon, and that old codger, Lu Jun, will pay with his life. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's face turned green with fury. He had never seen such a rebellious daughter. You ungrateful wretch. I'm still your father. How can you be so disobedient? If only you were like Xue Xue, I wouldn't despise you so. You're just like your mother. As stubborn and unpleasant as a rock in a latrine. Before Lu Jun could finish, Lu Fei shoved the hot barrel of her gun into his mouth, threatening to blow his head off if he uttered another word. Lu Jun, don't think that just because you're my biological father, you can repeatedly provoke me. Do you believe I won't really shoot you? What's so great about a jinx like Lu Xue? I don't kill my mother, steal my sister's fiancé, or wreak havoc on the base, nor do I feign fainting to steal other people's supplies for travel expenses. Lu Fei's tone was icy, her finger firmly on the trigger. The murderous aura emanating from her sent chills down Lu Jun's spine. Bystanders, unaware of the feud between Lu Fei and her family, were enlightened by those in the know. It soon became apparent to everyone that the Lu family of the Raging Inferno base was plagued by bizarre incidents, all stemming from an illegitimate daughter who had turned the base upside down. Furthermore, members of the free base who had traveled with them seized the opportunity to voice their grievances, revealing the whole story. Lu Xue had fainted, and Humingyuan had generously given away their supplies. Had they not been fortunate enough to encounter a convoy from their own base, they would have starved for an entire day. Well, it seems Lu Xue is indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Everyone around her seems to suffer. Indeed, I heard she even murdered her own mother. TSK, she may be beautiful, but her heart is truly wicked. Being on a team with her would be a death sentence. Hey, did you know that Lu Fei was doing just fine in the Raging Inferno base until this mistress's illegitimate daughter forced her out? She even awakened her abilities and befriended so many influential figures before she left. If I were from the Raging Inferno base, I'd be sick with envy. The crowd's whispers were loud enough for everyone to hear. Su Ming, having heard that Lu Fei and Lu Jun were at odds, came to observe and overheard these remarks. His expression turned grim. Since Lu Fei's departure, the Raging Inferno base had steadily declined. Not only were they targeted by others, but they also had to be cautious when hunting zombies and gathering supplies, wary of being ambushed at any moment. Lu Jun, can't you control your daughter? If she continues to cause trouble like this, don't bring her out again. As the words fell, everyone instinctively turned to look at Lu Fei, who merely rolled her eyes. Why are you looking at me? I'm not his daughter. That jinx is. Lu Xue's face contorted with rage at being called a jinx repeatedly. If she could, she would strangle Lu Fei to death. However, with so many eyes upon her, she had to maintain her innocent facade. Fei, you misunderstand me and Dad. We just don't want you to keep making mistakes. Even if you're the leader of the Hongjin base, you're still a member of the Lu family. No matter what, we'll never abandon you. Before Lu Xue could finish, Lu Fei slapped her across the face. At that moment, Lu Fei was using her left hand to block Lu Jun's mouth with a gun, slapping Lu Xue with her right hand, and stepping on Humingyuan's wound. It was as if she were a one-person fortress, defying all challengers. Ahem. Su Ming, seeing his base members being beaten, wanted to intervene. But before he could speak, Su grabbed him by the neck and dragged him out of the crowd, presumably for another friendly exchange between brothers. Other bases passing by, unaware of the situation, wanted to accuse Lu Fei of bullying, but were chased and beaten by members of the Hongjin base. At dinner, everyone in the Yaoguang base knew 2 things. First, Lu Fei had a terrible temper when she woke up, and it was best not to disturb her, or you might get shot. Second, don't try to reason with her, as she was capable of anything, including hitting her own father and killing her own brother. Upon hearing this news, the leader of the Tingsha base shattered the cup in his hand, casting a cold glance at the terrified individuals in the room. Everything was going according to plan, but that Lu Fei came out of nowhere and ruined everything. Her purification abilities are too troublesome. In just a few months, She has gathered so many experts. If we let her continue to grow, what future will our bases have? The leader of the Tiangang base was equally displeased, narrowing his eyes as he pondered something. We absolutely cannot let her participate in the competition. Otherwise, with the conduct of the Phoenix and Sangyu bases, if those three bases cooperate and advance together, our chances of winning will be slim. We will definitely not let Lu Fei have her way. After we drive them away, we'll send people to kidnap that woman, imprison her in a secret room, and then we'll never have to worry about overusing our abilities again. The three base leaders exchanged sinister glances, casually deciding the fate of a young woman. However, they had miscalculated. Lu Fei was not a hothouse flower, but a gas canister, prone to explosion when provoked, and even capable of detonating when calm. As night deepened and all the conspiracies subsided, several shadowy figures appeared in the base. One of them particularly noticeable for being slender and agile, closely guarded by the others as if fearing danger. From the moment Lu Shui and Lu Jin disturbed her sleep, Lu Fei had already planned her revenge. Now, with the night dark and the wind high, it was the perfect time to do some mischief. We'll split up. I'll take care of Lu Shui, and you guys deal with Lu Jin and the four useless members of the Lu family. After agreeing on a meeting time with Gu Chang'e and Chao Jiangyu, Lu Fei turned and entered Lu Shui's room. After spreading sleeping pills she had obtained from the system, Lu Shui was so deeply asleep that she wouldn't even notice if she were being sliced into Peking duck. But today, Lu Fei wasn't there to take her life, but to conduct an experiment. Heh, so you're the female lead, huh? You're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Let me give you a little makeover and make you a sensation tomorrow. Lu Fei stroked Lu Shui's increasingly rough face, pulled out a cold, gleaming razor, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 66. Who would pity a pickled egg? Ah, my hair. Early in the morning, a piercing explosion echoed above the base, and a wailing scream akin to that of a banshee erupted from Lu Shui's room, rousing the others from their slumber. Damn. Does the fire base have a penchant for madness? Not only do they drag a woman out to be beaten, but they also start howling at the break of dawn. The houses at Yaowang Base are utterly devoid of soundproofing. Even a whisper can be heard throughout the row of homes. The shriek from Lu Shui nearly startled the sleeping souls to their demise, inciting the hot-tempered to rush out, ready to retaliate. The inhabitants of the fire base were equally alarmed by the scream, scrambling out in confusion, including the father and son of the Lu family. As soon as they peeked out, they were met with the sounds of inhalation and stifled laughter. Haha. After just one night apart, how did they all become bald? Listening to the laughter, Lu Jin suddenly felt a chill on his head and curiously touched it, his eyes widening in shock. Where's my hair? Not only Lu Jin, but all four brothers of the Lu family were now bald monks, their faces adorned with the words, "I am a fool." It was definitely Lu Fei's doing. Lu Jiamu, gritting his teeth, was at a loss as to whether to cover his face or his head. Their family's honor was utterly tarnished. What do you mean it was me? Don't jump to conclusions. Lu Fei's languid voice rang out from behind the crowd. Unless you can provide evidence, I might just sue you for defamation. Oh dear, how is it that after one night, you've all turned into this? I can only assume it's because you've committed too many wicked deeds and someone has retaliated against you. Truly terrifying. Thankfully, the perpetrator merely shaved your heads. If someone had malicious intent and had harmed everyone around you, that would be truly unjust. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, the onlookers instinctively took a step back. Indeed, it was merely a prank last night. Had it been a real intent to kill, they might all be queuing for the afterlife by now. With this thought, the crowd regarded Lu Fei with trepidation. This woman was not only eccentric, but also backed by a host of powerful figures. Cursing her was futile, and fighting her was out of the question. We had a conflict with you yesterday. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Lu Jin's face bore the marks of a kept man, the words Phoenix Man emblazoned across it. Although he could not see it, his son was more than willing to point it out. Facing Lu Jin's murderous gaze, Lu Fei shrugged, an expression of feigned innocence on her face. Don't wrongfully accuse me. Who knows if you've been taking advantage of your supposed life-saving grace over the years, deceiving some innocent woman, exploiting her for wealth and pleasure, only to kick her to the curb afterward? TSK, those women are not as kind-hearted as my mother. They might just come back to settle the score with you. Lu Fei revealed the hidden truths about Lu Jin over the years, leaving even his four sons astonished. Dad, didn't you say you nearly lost your life-saving mom? Was all of this part of your plan? The most naive, Lu Jiamu, directly inquired. While Lu Jin's face darkened to a point where it seemed water could drip from it, Lu Fei was unrelenting, exposing how Lu Jin had benefited from his life-saving grace. Married a beautiful woman, and not only had an affair but had also consumed all of his wife's assets, ultimately relegating his original wife and their children to the slums to fend for themselves. Oh, My mother was just too foolish, allowing a kept man to bully her. If it were me, I would have annihilated his entire family to relieve my resentment. Contemplating the tragic fate of the original protagonist and Chun Wanyue in the novel, Lu Fei's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. All members of the Lu family must perish. Ignoring the mortified expressions of Lu Jin and his sons, Lu Fei strode into Lu Xue's room, dragging out a cocoon-like figure wrapped in a blanket. Disregarding Lu Xue's struggles, Lu Fei tore away the blanket, revealing the smooth, bald head within. Don't look, get away. Lu Xue collapsed in despair, attempting to shield her head, but could not escape the mocking gazes of the crowd. Oh dear, it seems your transgressions are worse than Lu Old Deng's. Otherwise, how could you have lost your eyebrows? Indeed, as an illegitimate daughter, you conspired against me, the legitimate child, seizing the wealth that rightfully belonged to my mother, and even strangled your own mother. You're nothing but a harbinger of doom. If it were me, I would carve a giant turtle on your face. Lu Fei once more lifted Lu Xue's modesty veil. As she desperately attempted to defend herself, tears streaming down her face. Had this been the past, perhaps some would have felt a twinge of sympathy, but now, who would pity a pickled egg? Lu Fei, it was you. You are the reason my father, brothers, and I are in this state. You are envious of my father's affection, believing you and your mother have suffered. But it takes two to tango. If you weren't so obstinate and inflexible, how could things have come to this? Before Lu Xue could finish, Lu Fei lunged forward, grabbing her collar and delivering slaps to her face. I'll show you whether one hand can clap or not. Let us see if this makes a sound. Lu Fei's madness was something the onlookers had grown accustomed to. But she had ulterior motives. Noticing the faint mark on Lu Xue's neck, Lu Fei's expression darkened. Although her actions yesterday appeared as mere mischief, she had actually left a mark on this shameless green tea. Oddly enough, despite the severity of the injury, Lu Xue had barely bled, and the wound had healed overnight. System, this protagonist's halo is rather formidable. How on earth am I supposed to contend with her? Damn, she's like an indestructible cockroach. Lu Fei raged internally, while the usually invincible system shrank into a small ball, unable to meet her fiery glare. Host, after all, she is still the protagonist, but you are not lacking either. I believe that if we dig the corner well, those sycophants of Lu Xue will follow suit, just like that little sycophant over there who lashed onto us. The system referred to Mou, who had been trailing Lu Fei like a shadow, inseparable from her side. Moreover, while you cannot eliminate Lu Xue, you can target those around her. Take Lu Xiaoyang, for instance. Eliminating him should pose no issue. Upon hearing the system's words, Lu Fei's anger subsided somewhat. Yes. Was Lu Xue not the darling of the family in a typical pampered narrative? If she were to eliminate her sycophants, she would be left alone, with no one to dote on her. Just the thought of it brings joy. With this in mind, Lu Fei shifted her gaze to the Lu family father and sons, her murderous intent causing them to tremble involuntarily. Why were they all gathered here so early? Instead of resting properly? Tung Shi, the base leader, approached with a frown, surveying the area before locking his gaze onto Lu Fei. Why is it that every time there's trouble, you are present? You may be the leader of Hongjian base, but your temperament is too dangerous. We have reasonable grounds to suspect that you are unfit for the upcoming base competition and will be disqualified. Chapter 67. As long as we're all mad. I'll be normal. A collective case of love-struck madness, yes. Lu Fei, as a younger generation, you behave with no regard for rank, feigning madness. We will not allow you to disrupt such a sacred event. The leader of Tiangang base chimed in, having already decided to make trouble for Lu Fei, seizing this opportunity to eliminate her from the competition. Don't want me to participate? Just say so. What else with all these excuses? You're all old enough to know better than to engage in such underhanded tactics. Lu Fei showed them no mercy, directly exposing their ploys. Today, whether she beat Lu Xue or even merely stepped out with her left foot, they would find fault with her. Nonsense. Our competition is fair and just. How could we make excuses? It is you who has issues. We worry you might lose control and endanger all the teams. These individuals, having held high positions for years, had never encountered such blatant accusations and found themselves momentarily dark-faced. They were resolute in their determination to prevent Lu Fei from competing. Lu Fei rolled her eyes, utterly exasperated by these hypocritical pretenders. Just then, she spotted Chao Huai approaching, and her eyes brightened. So, you all think my spirit is lacking and that I am unworthy of participating in the base competition, do you? Well, I reckon you all lack spirit and are unfit to hold the position of base leader. Nonsense. When have we ever shown a lack of spirit? The leader of the free base glared at Lu Fei, furious that this insolent girl not only defied him but also reduced his subordinate, Ming Yuan, to a state of disarray. He could hardly contain his resentment. Once he captured her, he vowed to subject her to severe torment to relieve his pent-up anger. Though Lu Fei appeared unperturbed, the subtle and perceptive MOU behind her had already discerned the murmurs of those around them. Upon hearing their intention to confine her for their own purposes, Lu Fei smirked cynically, pondering that after this competition, it was uncertain who would truly be imprisoned. You may have been normal before, but that doesn't guarantee you won't go mad now, right, Uncle Chow? Lu Fei beamed at Xiao Wei, who, being a cunning old fox, understood her insinuation well. With a snap of his fingers, the leaders of the Tangsha and Tiangang bases suddenly flushed, their eyes sparkling as they bit their lips and began to writhe. Why do you take so long to arrive, you scoundrel? Is there another old flame you're ignoring us for? The leader of the Tangsha base, with his wrinkled face, clung tightly to the neck of the free base leader, aiming to plant a kiss with his thick lips. Get away from me. The leader of the free base, no longer concerned about hierarchy or status, roared in panic. He was horrified to find that while his mind was clear, he had suddenly lost control over his limbs, unable to move an inch despite his desperate thoughts. Why are you being so fierce? We're your favorite little sweethearts. The leader of the Tiangang base, with a gloomy expression, pressed against the free base leader, his whole demeanor exuding flirtation. The two men flanked the free base leader, causing a truly cringeworthy spectacle among the three middle-aged gentlemen. Get lost, both of you. Ignoring the free base leader as protests, the two sweethearts showered him with kisses and nibbles, their movements scandalously intimate. Their sultry dance, seductive expressions, and greasy glances delivered a mental blow to all bystanders. Ugh, no, keep away from me. The free base leader, a stuffy traditionalist, had never encountered such outrageous antics. It was too long before he became nauseated by their advances. The Mantis refuses, the Mantis tears up, the Mantis is sullied. TSK. Judging by the symptoms of these two, they must be afflicted with a case of amorous madness. Just moments ago, they accused me of being insane. How much more normal are they, I wonder? Lu Fei, this must be your doing. Otherwise, how could our base leader have transformed like this? The people from the Tangsha and Tiangang bases were not fools. They quickly sought to denounce Lu Fei. However, they underestimated the extent of her madness as she innocently tilted her head and gazed at them. You must provide evidence for your claims. How can you prove that they are not insane? What if they have been hiding their condition and are now coincidentally having a breakdown? This world is a vast mental asylum, and don't think you are normal. In truth, you are all afflicted, yet unaware. As her words lingered in the air, Xiao Hui snapped his fingers again, and the leaders of the Tangsha and Tiangang bases instantly released the free base leader, their eyes gleaming as they rushed toward their own team members. Men, so many men. Ha! None of you can escape. Come here, my darling. Hurry over to sister so we can have some fun. In an instant, they pounced like wolves among sheep. The members of the two bases suddenly had lustful glints in their eyes, their lewd intentions impossible to conceal. Good heavens, where did these little vixens come from? Let the master have some fun. In this impoverished place of Yaoguang base, such remarkable specimens were indeed a surprise. The crowd shamelessly lifted the two base leaders, showering them with kisses and nibbles. Those who were even slightly composed stepped back in disgust, some gagging outright. Ha ha ha. Yes, this angle is perfect. I must capture this moment to show everyone that the leaders of Tangsha and Tiangang bases are nothing but old fools. TSK. Oh dear. These kisses are akin to gnawing on pigs' trotters. I must document this to send to the central base for distribution as flyers. From the moment the two began their scandalous antics, Lu Fei had taken out her prepared camera, initially meant to capture unflattering photos of Lu Shui, but serendipitously, it found a more fitting use. Lu Fei, let us go. You're courting death. The free base leader, unable to move, glared at her, his face dripping with saliva, wishing to slay her. Oh, still daring to challenge me? It seems your insanity has not reached its peak. Since there are two beauties over there, why don't you join in? Please. No, you can't. Before the free base leader could finish, with another snap of the fingers, his expression transformed into something sultry, his face contorting like a mantis as he dove into the chaotic crowd. TSK, usually so serious, yet he dances with far greater flair than the other two. Lu Fei critiqued while snapping photos, and the remaining sober individuals from other bases grew increasingly alarmed, their wariness of the newly appointed leader of Hongjian base escalating. Everyone unanimously concluded that while offending the king of hell might cost them their lives, crossing Lu Fei would cost them both dignity and life itself. After Lu Fei had taken enough photographs and realized that allowing this chaos to continue would lead to disqualification, she finally raised her hand to call for a halt. At Qiao Huai's soft cough, the individuals froze, their expressions shifting to clarity. Upon seeing the fragile, disheveled free base leader resting in their arms, they all broke into astonished exclamations. Ah, a ghost. Chapter 68. A stinging rebuke. Sowing discord. Ah, how delightfully absurd. I once believed myself to be the epitome of eccentricity. Yet here you are, surpassing my wildest expectations. So what now? Can you still use my fragile mental state as an excuse to bar me from competing? Lu Fei, unfazed by the surrounding sounds of retching, fanned herself with a handful of photographs. The distance between her and those afflicted was not far. The deranged individuals could clearly see the high-definition images, igniting their resentment. Lu Fei, the commander of the Pangtouge base, having just emptied his stomach, felt as though his illustrious reputation was slipping away, and he was compelled to confront her. Calm down, please. You've finally regained your senses. I trust you wouldn't wish for your condition to worsen. Perhaps it would be best for you to leave quietly? As Lu Fei spoke, Qiao Wai cleared his throat lightly, signaling his readiness to cooperate. Commander Qiao, our base competition is hardly of great significance. There is no need for you to preside over it like a deity. Given your severe psychic backlash, it would be prudent to refrain from excessive exertion. The commander of the Pangtouge base ground his teeth in frustration, cursing Qiao Huai in his mind. It was intolerable that they all stood on equal footing. Yet he had to come here to wreak havoc. Fear not, everyone. My abilities have long been purified by my esteemed niece. I possess ample strength and means henceforth. Controlling the entire base will pose no challenge. Upon hearing Qiao Huai's treacherous words, the crowd instinctively recoiled, clutching their clothes tightly, terrified that he might indeed lead them all to ruin. Imagining such a catastrophic scene, they thought it preferable to rush into a horde of zombies instead. Very well. Extremely well. The commander of the Pangtouge base's face twitched with rage, yet he found himself at a loss for excuses. Invoking his mental health was evidently futile, compelling him to seek a different pretext. Even if her mental state were stable, have you seen those individuals from the Hongjin base? Could they possibly contend against our team of over 100? It would be far more gratifying to forfeit the competition. As soon as he uttered those words, the members of the Pangtouge and Tiangang bases were engulfed in a surging ring of flames, a wall of fire several meters high rendering them immobile, with a contracting function to boot. What did you just say? I couldn't quite catch that. Guchanga, feigning ignorance, appeared oblivious to the pleas and wails of those around him, regarding the commander of the Pangtouge base with an innocent demeanor. The fiery encirclement contained 200 to 300 individuals, none of whom could escape. The commander of the Pangtouge base gasped for breath, gritting his teeth once more. Fine. Considering your impressive individual combat skills, I shall permit your participation. No sooner had he spoken than the flames dissipated, allowing the trapped individuals to exhale a collective sigh of relief, some collapsing to the ground, convinced their lives were forfeit. With no further excuses left to offer, the commander of the Pangtouge base cast a sidelong glance at the commander of the Tiangang base, indicating that they should continue to nitpick. Ahem. You seem to lack sufficient supplies. Are you truly expecting to seize resources from other teams during the zombie hunt? This clearly lays a trap for the other teams. We cannot agree to this. Before he could finish, Lu Fei emptied an entire bag of snacks from her pack: potato chips, chocolate, crispy rice, and large jellies, each item eliciting gasps of astonishment as she produced a whole bag of them. Not only that, but Guchanga also revealed 2 expertly prepared mutated chickens, sparks dancing at his fingertips, and soon the air was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of roasted chicken. Gulp. Most of the onlookers from the Zhangyu base had never tasted such mutated chicken, many of them having gone over 4 years without fresh meat. The tantalizing scent was simply overpowering, causing mouths to water uncontrollably. Oh dear, who on earth came up with this delightful creation? Eating it feels utterly divine, Lu Fei exclaimed, crunching on potato chips with gusto, occasionally indulging in spicy snacks to assuage her palate. Her already luscious lips, now glistening with red oil, appeared even more enchanting. Everyone stared at her animated mouth, unsure whether they were captivated by her charm or simply enticed by the food, their saliva pooling in anticipation. By the way, who was it that claimed there were no supplies? The commander of the Tiangang base found himself uncomfortably aware of his own gnawing hunger. How on earth had they acquired such delicacies? The people from the central base had likely not seen these items in ages. Ahem, since your supplies seem adequate, I suppose there is nothing more to discuss. The 2 base commanders, faced with this turn of events, were left with no choice but to place their last hopes on the commander of the free base. The commander, with a face resembling a constipated mantis, struggled to articulate a plethora of flimsy excuses. However, he hesitated, fearing the repercussions of a scathing rebuke. What is it? Do you intend to lay an egg? Speak openly if you have something to say. I see now. You are at a loss for a reason to bar us from competing. If we participate, you cannot capture me, and if you cannot capture me, you cannot imprison me for purification. Is that the gist of it? Lu Fei's words sent shockwaves through the three, their expressions shifting dramatically. This was a conversation they had only shared the previous night. Who had leaked the information? Observing their mutual suspicion, Lu Fei smirked with sardonic amusement. What once seemed like formidable bases were now simply mediocre. Oh, this matter was originally quite confidential, and I shan't disclose who informed me. However, rest assured that anything beneficial to me, Lu Fei, shall not go unrewarded. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed mantis? With that, Lu Fei tossed a large chicken wing towards the mantis-faced commander, her demeanor exuding a sense of camaraderie that hinted at an unusual relationship. Who is surnamed Tang? My surname is Zhao. What is this? Why are you giving me this? We are not familiar. The mantis-faced commander, taken aback by Lu Fei's actions, clutched the chicken wing, desperate to clarify. Indeed, we are not familiar, and you were specifically targeting me yesterday. This is certainly not a ruse, the commander of the free base interjected, only to be met with a volley of retorts from Lu Fei, who seemed determined to implicate both the Tangsha and Tiangang base commanders, all but accusing the old commander of leaking the information. It wasn't me. I swear it wasn't T. This girl is merely sowing discord. The commander of the free base was in a panic, fully aware of the methods of the other two, should they retaliate. He would find it impossible to leave the Yaoguang base alive. Ah, yes. It was I who instigated it. You mustn't believe me. Lu Fei sighed dramatically and returned to her position. Now, have you all reached a consensus on whether or not to allow us to compete? Don't blame me for being blunt. If you refuse me entry, I shall ensure you all become as deranged as I appear to be. Should you all succumb to madness, I shall appear entirely sane in comparison. Dear niece, you jest. We are merely having a bit of fun. Of course, you may compete. The commander of the Tangsha base forced a smile, yet his tone was laced with barely concealed irritation, as though he were gritting his teeth. No one anticipated that Lu Fei would prove so troublesome. Not only were her companions formidable, but her audacity was truly unparalleled. With satisfactory answers finally obtained, Lu Fei beamed as she led her team away for breakfast. Before departing, she paused before the commander of the Tiangang base. Rest assured, esteemed senior, when the competition commences, I shall protect the participants from the Tiangang base, for you have given me so much. Just moments ago, he had been glaring at the commander of the free base. Now, he stared at Lu Fei in disbelief. No, who has given you anything? Don't slander me. When did I ever say I wanted you to protect the Tiangang base members? The commander of the Tiangang base was now frantically pacing, acutely aware of the murderous glances directed at him. Yes, you did not request it. You instead ordered me to eradicate every last member of the Tiangang base to prevent them from returning to our Hongjian base. You lie. I never said that. His previous statement had merely offended two individuals, but this time, he had inadvertently insulted his own base. Ignoring the two commanders in a fluster, Lu Fei shook her head and departed with her team. Even from afar, Lu Fei could still hear the boisterous arguments. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Knowing this was just the beginning, after breakfast, Lu Fei gathered with the representatives from the other 8 bases at the main gate. Seeing the 3 base leaders with bruised faces and swollen noses, she couldn't help but smile gleefully. Chapter 69. What? You want to gift me a grand present? Lu Fei stood at the forefront as the leader of her base, on equal footing with the other base leaders. Her imposing and dignified demeanor made Lu Shui's teeth itch with envy. How could this wretch rise to such prominence? Today, so many people couldn't stop her. And she even had her hair shaved off. Lu Shui covered her head with a scarf, and her eyebrows were carefully drawn with an eyebrow pencil, giving her a somewhat mysterious and delicate beauty. Yet, despite her efforts, she was still furious to the point of madness. If she weren't unable to defeat Lu Fei, she would tear this bitch into pieces. Ahem, Lu Fei began, unfazed by the hatred directed at her. I, in my humble capacity, have fortunately taken over Hongjin base and, through a stroke of luck, achieved a modicum of success. Of course, this is inseparable from everyone's support and assistance. In the future, if you need purification services, feel free to ask. As long as the price is right, anything is negotiable, except for those from the Lu family, of course. After speaking for so long, she was essentially advertising her services, without even a grand opening discount. The leader of Freedom Base, nursing his bruised eye socket, felt increasingly indignant and couldn't help but retort. Since you've awakened your purification ability, you should be providing free services to everyone. Demanding benefits now just shows how greedy you are. What? You want to gift me a grand present? Lu Fei interjected with feigned surprise, nearly causing the freedom-based leader to choke on his own breath. Who said anything about giving you a present? What? You even want to bring them along? Lu Fei ecstatically spun around, her eyes brimming with mock gratitude as she grasped the freedom-based leader's hands and shook them vigorously. Senior, I knew you were looking out for me. You have no idea how difficult it was when I first took over Hongjin base. The residents were as thin as skeletons, barely surviving on meager rations. I emptied my own coffers to build it up. Lu Fei sang her woes, even squeezing out a few crocodile tears for dramatic effect. I only wanted to be an unsung hero, but unexpectedly, I was given the opportunity to serve as the base leader and work alongside all of you. You must be overjoyed for this young and accomplished leader, which is why you're offering me gifts, right? Oh dear, I'm so embarrassed. Lu Fei's incessant chatter filled the air. The leaders of Tingsha and Tiangang bases, standing at the front, were so enraged that they were practically shaking with Parkinson's, on the verge of dislodging their kidney stones. Get lost, you brat. I'm giving you a gift? Do I look like a gift to you? The leader of Tingsha base could no longer maintain his smiling facade. He glared at Lu Fei, wishing he could sew her mouth shut. His pent-up resentment turned into a torrent of profanities, but as he was about to continue his tirade, he saw Lu Fei pull out a stack of photos from her pocket, using them as a fan. Oh dear, it's a bit hot. I wonder if everyone else is feeling warm. I should distribute some fans. The leader of Tingsha base, upon seeing the photos of him passionately kissing another man, felt his blood pressure surge to dangerous levels. He struggled to regain his composure to avoid fainting. Although he wanted to kill Lu Fei, she held his most shameful secret, leaving him with no choice but to begrudgingly compromise. After hearing your words, dear niece, I, as a senior, feel deeply saddened. How about I give you 500 crystals as a congratulatory gift? 500 crystals? Are you trying to pawn me off to beggars? I might as well send these photos to the central base. I'm sure many people would pay a high price for them. Lu Fei fanned herself more vigorously. The leader of Tingsha base repeated the mantra "don't get angry" in his mind while extending a finger. 1,000 crystals. Plus, you must write off our base's previous debts and provide us with an off-road vehicle and 10 barrels of gasoline. Lu Fei's demands were exorbitant, and the leader of Tingsha base felt like his hair was about to explode. However, he had no choice but to agree. Fine. I'll give them to you after the base competition. A cold glint flashed in the leader of Tingsha base's eyes. He agreed on the surface, but Lu Fei insisted on receiving the items after the first round of the competition, or else the photos would be spread everywhere. The leader of Tingsha base felt that he would burst a blood vessel if he stayed any longer, so he quickly agreed and left. With the leader of Tingsha base gone, Lu Fei turned her attention to the leaders of Tiangang and Freedom bases, lacking the cunning of the leader of Tingsha base. The two agreed to the same conditions and hurriedly left with grim expressions. Their pace was faster than the Lingbo micro-step. Fearing that Lu Fei would follow them and cause more trouble, they couldn't defeat her in a fight, nor could they out-crazy her. Lu Fei was simply their nemesis for life. With the troublemakers gone, the remaining base leaders were either on good terms with Lu Fei or remained neutral. Without much further ado, they allowed each base's representative to draw lots to determine the starting location for the mission. Lu Shui, as expected of the female protagonist, was still able to win people over, even with her shaven head. She managed to deceive the fools from the Liehua base into becoming her loyal followers and obtain the task of drawing lots. She drew the best entrance, which was not only safe but also filled with low-level zombies, making it easy to clear. Lu Fei's luck was not as good, and she drew a more dangerous location. It was said that the area was not only treacherous but also inhabited by high-level zombies, making it extremely perilous. Oh, Fei, you're so unlucky to draw such a dangerous location. You must be careful and avoid getting hurt by the zombies. If you can't hold on, you can ask us for help. My father, brothers, and I will definitely come to rescue you. Lu Shui, upon discovering that Lu Fei's draw was not favorable, couldn't help but feel smug. She came over to flaunt her luck, feigning concern with a gentle and considerate demeanor, captivating the hearts of many naive young men. Lu Fei rolled her eyes. Whether they would actually rescue her was another matter. With just a few words, Lu Shui managed to win people over. She was indeed a master of manipulation. All right, since you're so kind, why don't you simply switch entrances with me? Lu Fei reached out to grab the lot from Lu Shui's hand, but she quickly retracted it, as if afraid it would be snatched away. Having truly recognized Lu Fei's crazy and shameless behavior, Lu Shui stopped wasting words and quickly retreated into the ranks of the Liehua base's team, hiding like a coward. Soon, all the lots were drawn. Song Yu and Feng Wang bases were located far from Lu Fei's starting point, so they decided to lie low and develop their strength before meeting up at a crucial location halfway through the competition. Alright, I wish everyone safe travels and valiant kills. Xiao Huai activated his mental ability, delivering a stirring speech that excited everyone. They shouted in unison, for the base. Hundreds of people boarded their vehicles and headed towards the challenges that awaited them. Lu Fei could feel the murderous intent mixed within the crowd. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill her, but little did they know she had the same intention, looking towards the unknown distance. Lu Fei licked her lips in excitement. The hunt was about to begin. Chapter 70. Are you looking down on my abilities? Do you want me to call you daddy? Lu Fei and her team's drop-off point was quite far, and they could already hear news of other bases engaging and eliminating zombies while still en route. In particular, Lu Shui, true to her status as the female lead in the narrative, had secured her first kill shortly after arrival, prompting Lu Zhan, the old coot, to boast about it over the radio, making it clear that his comments were aimed at Lu Fei. Our Shui Shui didn't even need to activate her powers. She took down a zombie using only her physical skills. She's truly amazing. The radio was filled with the sycophantic praise of Lu Shui's admirers, all of whom confidently predicted that her abilities would continue to grow and that Liehua base would be proud of her. My Shui Shui is still honing her skills and needs further practice. I hope everyone will continue to support her. Lao Lu's tone was brimming with uncontainable pride, prompting Lu Fei to roll her eyes. In the next moment, the intercom crackled with the news of Luo Feiyu slaying 2 mutated level 2 zombies. Shortly after, news came in of Chen Feiyong from Songyu base dispatching another mutated level 2 zombie, while simultaneously eradicating a cluster of toxic mutated plants in the area. Well, Cousin and Feiyu are amazing. They've taken down such formidable zombies in no time. I've yet to see a level 2 zombie core. Lu Fei chirped into the intercom, her voice a playful pitch. She understood that, given their personalities, neither would report their kills unless it served to suppress Lu Shui. As soon as her voice broke the silence, the previously lively channel fell into an instant hush. Ahem, Luo Feiyu's slightly awkward voice broke through. If you want it, I'll give it to you when we meet again. I'm her cousin. I ought to provide her with the cores. Chen Feiyong quickly added, just wait. I will slay many more level 2 zombies, and I'll save all the cores for you. Okay, thank you, cousin. Thank you, Feiyu. You both are so wonderful. Lu Fei beamed, her joy palpable as she ended the conversation. Despite the silence that followed, she could vividly imagine Lu Shui's furious expression, and a sense of satisfaction surged within her. She remained oblivious to the fluctuating gaze of Chao Jingyu beside her and the amused expression of Mou in the corner. It was evident that following them was the right decision. The amusement of these few days surpassed all the previous 4 years combined. Upon reaching the designated hunting ground, Lu Fei sensed an unusual presence, as if they were being watched. The task of hunting zombies ranks based on the quantity of cores collected, and their strategy was to develop cautiously in the early stages, awaiting the right moment to strike at the heart of the area and eliminate the forces of Tangsha, Tiangang. In the free base, naturally, if they encountered those from the fire base, they would not hold back either. Lu Fei eagerly anticipated the despair in the eyes of the Lu family. Big sister, why didn't you let Su Su join? He possesses steel abilities, and it would be much safer to construct a shelter at night. Gu Chang'e pondered aloud. Lu Fei merely smiled. What would I need him for? Even if he were to escape the fire base, he would still have lingering attachments. Although I'm only targeting the Lu family, he would likely be unsettled. It's better to let him deal with Su Ming at Yaoguang base, and I have tasks for him as well. Exchanging a glance with Mou. A shared secret seemed to linger between them. Chao Jingyu, observing their interaction, scoffed and turned away, soon after which the sounds of zombies echoed in the distance. Before Lu Fei and the others could rush to assist, he returned, bloodied and holding a luminous core in his palm. You took down a level 2 zombie in such a short time? Mou exclaimed with wide eyes. He recognized Chao Jingyu's strength, but was astonished by the extent of it. Had he not neglected his inner thoughts, he would have perceived the formidable man before him. It's just a level 2 core. Why act as if it were a treasure? Chao Jingyu shot a glance at Lu Fei. You wanted this, right? I have plenty to spare. Consider this one a gift. Why would you give it to me? I can take care of it myself. Lu Fei retorted, glaring at him with a fiery intensity. Do you look down on my abilities? Do you want me to call you daddy? Let me tell you, not a chance. Not only no chance, but the windows are also sealed tight. In the midst of their banter, a small mound erupted from the ground, quickly escalating in size until it transformed into a towering, grotesque plant with a human-like face. These carnivorous plants thrived on decaying flesh, whether from zombies or humans. and over time developed human features, with some even mimicking the cries of infants to lure prey. Typically hidden underground, they would surge forth at the sound of movement, ready to strike and inject toxins into their victims. As this one emerged, it was met with a sudden slap that rendered it momentarily dazed. Damn it. You scared me half to death. You dare flaunt your hideous face in front of me? Do you want me to smash your head into a pulp? While others feared mutated plants, Lu Fei was unperturbed, swinging the plant's root like a bat against its grotesque visage. How dare you try to intimidate me in this desolate place? What has I put an end to you? The creature whimpered in agony as Lu Fei uprooted it with ease, holding its bizarre head aloft while setting the remaining roots ablaze. Furthermore, she shouted to the lurking abominations beneath the soil, "Listen here, you ugly monsters. If you don't want to meet your end, stay buried underground. Otherwise, I will uproot you all and turn you to ash." It was as if the ground trembled in response to her proclamation. The others could only twitch their mouths in disbelief, while Chao Jingyu gripped the core tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. Having dealt with the restless plants, Lu Fei and her companions proceeded towards the center of the area. With Gu Chang's level 5 fire abilities, Chao Jingyu's animal abilities, and Hu Daba's exceptional combat skills, Lu Fei and Mou merely needed to swoop in for the occasional finishing blow, making their journey effortless. Before long, 6 days had slipped by. With the surrounding zombies nearly eradicated, through the intercom, Lu Fei learned that Lu Shui had begun to shine, captivating a throng of followers. Some, having heard of the rivalry between Lu Shui and Lu Fei, even vowed to take revenge on her for the goddess. "Come at me if you dare. If you don't, I won't even acknowledge you." Lu Fei, ever the provocateur, was eager for a fight, her boredom over the past few days leaving her restless and itching for action. "Hey, don't leave. Help us." Chapter 71. Daddy, I was wrong. I'm such a fool. Turning at the sound, they spotted dozens of people ensnared by mutated plants, struggling desperately. Some zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, had also approached, creating a pincer movement that left the trapped individuals defenseless. Lu Fei glanced at their insignia, recognizing them as from Qingyan base, with whom they had no quarrel, and approached. Gu Chang'e unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating both zombies and plants, leaving only a few ashen cores as evidence of the recent battle. With the threat eliminated, the group could finally breathe, turning to express their gratitude. "Thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we would have met our end today," said the leader, a man named Li Luo from Qingyan base. "I am Gu Chang'e from Hongjian base. I am Lu Fei from Hongjian base." Just as Lu Fei finished speaking, a figure emerged from the side, glaring at her with fury. "You are that wicked woman who bullies Shueshua, who killed her mother and shaved her head. Watch as I deal with you." The man, with his prominent brow and large eyes, appeared to be in his early 20s, innocence radiating from his gaze as he charged at her. However, before he could even reach Lu Fei, Chao Jingyu seized him by the neck, lifting him effortlessly. "You're seeking death?" Chao Jingyu easily subdued the adult man, his muscular physique accentuating his strength, nearly causing Lu Fei to drool at the sight. If he were to become a model, she would undoubtedly ensure his success. Ahem. Lu Fei, devoid of humanity, deserving of extermination. Even if you kill me, she will not fare well. Li Chen's face flushed crimson, yet he stubbornly refused to yield. Seeing him on the verge of suffocation, Li Luo hastily interjected with an apology. "I am truly sorry. My younger brother is impetuous and easily swayed by flattery. Please forgive any offense he may have caused." Li Luo was in a state of frantic desperation, feeling as though his sibling constantly sought to embroil him in trouble. Chao Jingyu ignored Li Luo, maintaining a relentless grip on Li Chen's throat, seemingly intent on ending his life. Meanwhile, not only did Li Chen stubbornly refuse to admit fault, but several other hotheads also emerged to denounce Lu Fei. "Humph, Brother Chen is not wrong. The admirable Shui has been tormented by this venomous woman. It is said that she murdered her own fourth brother and assaulted her biological father. No matter how deep the animosity, such actions are inexcusable." "Indeed," another echoed. "She is also the head of the Hongjian base. Bah, she must have climbed her way up by currying favor with men, just as Shui claimed." Lu Fei, amused by their accusations, applauded while observing the changing expression of Li Luo. "It is said that your Qingyan base is teeming with talent. Today's encounter certainly confirms that. Since you disdain being rescued by a venomous woman, then consider our assistance withdrawn." Although Lu Fei's smile was radiant and captivating, Li Luo felt a chill run down his spine. "Humph. Who asked you to rescue us? Had I known it was you, I would never have sought help. I would rather die than accept your aid." Li Chun, nearing asphyxiation, still managed to speak, displaying remarkable tenacity. Lu Fei, unaccustomed to such obsequious behavior, gestured for Chao Jingyu to release him. Despite his reluctance, Chao Jingyu complied, tossing Li Qin to the ground before returning to Lu Fei's side with a soft snort. Li Qin, after a bout of coughing, mistakenly believed that Lu Fei had released him out of guilt and became conceited. Humph, we have struck a nerve, haven't we, Lu Fei? I advise you to apologize to Shui Shui immediately, or else we will resort to violence against women. He smugly thought that she was merely a woman and not as formidable as others claimed. He believed that his words had intimidated her. Miss Lu. Li Luo stammered, attempting another apology, but Lu Fei retrieved a mutated plant head from her backpack. Green fluid had congealed on the grotesque face, making it even more repulsive. Listen well, you subterranean abominations. Emerge now, immediately, or I will unearth and incinerate you all. Lu Fei stamped her foot, brandishing the head. Li Chun interpreted her bizarre actions as signs of insanity, erupting in laughter. Ha ha ha, are you insane? If you can summon those freaks, I will call you father and do anything you ask. Others joined in, pitying her. Some even rationalized that her misdeeds might be due to mental illness, lamenting the waste of her beauty. I will count to 3. If you do not emerge, I will unleash lightning. Lu Fei activated her purification field, commanding the 5-meter radius. A snap of her fingers could flood the area with lightning. 3, 2. Ha ha ha. If that could scare them out, I would call myself a complete idiot. Li Chen guffawed, having not encountered such a pure lunatic in ages. But before he could continue laughing, he felt the earth tremble beneath him. The next moment, mounds of soil erupted around him, triggering a sense of ominous familiarity. Roar. Boom. More than a dozen colossal mutated plants unfurled, encircling the Qingyan base contingent. 1. Emerging too close to Lu Fei, emitted a nauseating stench. She slapped it away. Did you not hear me? Your targets are those fools over there. Lu Fei's icy voice caused the ferocious plant to tremble, a hint of grievance seemingly visible on its face. Ordinarily, witnessing someone command mutated plants would elicit astonishment, but now, as prey, their perspective shifted. Li Luo, witnessing the overwhelming horde of plants that threatened to blot out the sky, felt his blood pressure surge. He turned and delivered a fierce blow to Li Chen's face. Damn it, I am cursed to share parents with you. How could I have such an idiotic brother? I wish I could rip off your head and shove it up your ass, since it is filled with nothing but manure. Li Chun, stunned, covered his face and stared at the menacing plants. Some extended their tongues, drooling at him, their saliva dripping onto his face. This is impossible. How can she control these freaks? She is not human. She is a monster. Without granting the Qingyan base any chance to react, Lu Fei commanded the plants to bind them. The sturdy vines, like steel cables, hoisted them into the air. Li Chun, in particular, was cocooned from head to toe, leaving him no chance of escape. Lu Fei sauntered over, watching Li Chen's incredulous expression, and elegantly raised her middle finger. Come now, it is time to fulfill your promise. Li Chen knew that Lu Fei wanted him to call himself an idiot, but he refused to concede. Humph, you concealed your strength. This victory is unearned. Who cares if it is earned or not? Hurry up and call me father and admit that you are a complete idiot, or I will kill one person from your base for every number I count. At Lu Fei's words, the vines tightened, eliciting groans of pain from the Qingyan base members. Li Chen, hearing their cries, knew that Lu Fei was serious. In the end, he could only strain his throat and honor his bet. Father, I was wrong. I am a complete idiot. I am a complete idiot. He repeated it a dozen times, much to Lu Fei's satisfaction. Indeed, you are a complete idiot. Being used as cannon fodder. And Shui Shui, you say? You were lured here by Lu Shui, weren't you? Hearing Lu Fei's words, Li Chen's eyes flickered with guilt, wondering how she knew. Chapter 72. I call you mother. The eerie man-eating flower transforms into an adorable one. You're talking nonsense. It was not Shui Shui who bewitched me. Li Chen, now clinging to his pride, shot an angry glare at Lu Fei, looking at this foolish man resembling a whale-headed stork. The murderous intent she had moments ago dissipated. Indeed, she would never directly state her desire for him to come over. She would certainly tell him how she had bullied and mistreated her, yet she bore no resentment, merely hoping he would not be obstinate. And then you would ask me to find you, right? During the draw, Lu Fei had already noticed the location of the Qingyan base, which was utterly at odds with their current position. Even if they were to move towards the center, it would be impossible to deliberately divert to this area without some ulterior motive. Here, the only ones breathing were Lu Fei and her companions, making it difficult not to associate it with Lu Shui's handiwork. Observing the foolish man's shocked expression upon being guessed, Lu Fei smirked. This was solid. However, this was also something I sought out myself. It had nothing to do with Shui Shui. Li Chen remained unconvinced, believing Lu Fei was deceiving him. Yes, It was clear that this was the most perilous area. This foolish sycophant came here on his own. And if he were devoured by zombies or gnawed upon by mutated plants, it had nothing to do with her. Even if they miraculously survived, they would only harbor greater hatred towards me. If they all perished, I could easily blame their deaths on me. After all, I would not suffer any loss. After Lu Fei's explanation, the people from Qing'an base suddenly understood. Oh, so that's why. Li Chen was rendered speechless by Lu Fei's words. He instinctively wanted to retort, but could not find a point of counterattack. Meanwhile, Li Luo, upon hearing this, was so furious his teeth itched. Disregarding being bound by mutated plants, he kicked at his brother. You idiot, foolish sycophant. Just because Lu Shui said one word, you brought everyone here to their doom. I wondered why you suddenly became so diligent, claiming you wanted to hunt a level 2 zombie to gain points. But it turns out you came here to send people to their deaths. Let go of me. I want to kill this bastard. With his long legs, Li Luo swung like a pendulum on the vines, swiftly locking his feet around Li Chen's neck, clearly poised to enact familial justice. No, Shui wouldn't he do this? She is so kind. Li Chen struggled, nearly rolling his eyes, still seeking excuses, convinced this woman was deliberately sowing discord. Lu Fei couldn't help but laugh, amused by his heartfelt sycophantic spirit. Since you trust her so much, let us make a bet, Lu Fei said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You said Lu Shui is kind-hearted. If she knows you're in danger, she will surely come to rescue you, right? So, use the walkie-talkie to say you're in danger and request her assistance. If she comes, I will let you handle it as you wish. If she doesn't, I'll call you mother. How about that? Li Chun had a mysterious trust in Lu Shui, blindly believing she would surely come to save him. No way. I didn't give birth to you. Calling me mother is too much. Just call me godmother. Lu Fei gleefully handed over the walkie-talkie, kindly pressing the button for Li Chen to speak. He shot her an angry glare, then pretended to panic as he shouted, Help. We are under threat from mutated plants in Area 4. Shui, request for support. To prevent Lu Shui from pretending not to hear, Lu Fei instructed Li Chun to call out every few minutes, and even encouraged his teammates to scream to heighten the atmosphere. Brother Li Chun, you must stay strong. Although I want to come help you, we are also surrounded right now. Once we get out, we will definitely come to save you. Lu Shui's hesitant voice emerged, soft and gentle, evoking a sense of protection. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's demeanor instantly brightened, unable to suppress the grin creeping onto his face. It's all right. Shui, I'll wait for you. Lu Fei rolled her eyes and cut off the communication. This sycophant was beyond saving. Since a bet had been made, there ought to be a time limit. From Lu Shui's location to here, 2 days would suffice. I'll give you 3 days. During this time, you must not use the walkie-talkie to communicate any information. If Lu Shui arrives, I will concede. How does that sound? Listening to Lu Fei's words, Li Chen found it reasonable and agreed. They would wander far during these 3 days, merely lingering in this area to slay some zombies, which was quite agreeable. Despite the matters being laid out, Lu Fei still toyed with them for a while before allowing the mutated plants to release them. Recalling the system's suggestion that she could purify plants and animals, she wondered if this would work. Purify. With a flicker of golden light, flesh and skin rapidly sprouted on the grotesque face of the mutated plant. Even hair began to grow. In an instant, a fearsome man-eating plant transformed into an adorable creature with a doll-like face. The doll-faced man-eating flower clumsily formed a heart shape with its leaves towards Lu Fei, swaying its thick vines eagerly, only to be slapped away by Chao Jingyu, left pitifully squatting aside and howling. Seeing this method work, Lu Fei replicated it, purifying the others that had emerged. Originally grotesque skeletal or half-faced mutated plants suddenly transformed into charming little sweethearts, haughty young boys, and adorable baby dolls, all swaying and forming hearts towards Lu Fei. All right, now that the toxins in your bodies have been cleared, you must refrain from indiscriminately eating people from now on. Observing the high-spirited appearance of the man-eating flowers, Lu Fei's attitude visibly softened. The flowers seemed to understand her words, nodding and then shaking their heads, emitting chirping sounds. Though it was unclear what they were trying to convey, Mou quietly approached Lu Fei from behind, translating what the plants wished to express. It turned out they could refrain from eating humans, but they needed to consume meat to survive, which meant eating zombies. However, doing so would gradually revert them to their previous mutated state. Thus, they nodded and shook their heads in confusion. That's fine. From now on, you'll follow me, and I'll direct you to fight. Feel free to consume zombies, and I will purify you. Hearing Lu Fei's assurance, the plants swayed even more joyfully, all attempting to get close, only to be shooed away by Chao Jingyu, who remained vigilant, making them retreat to the ground, waiting for her summons. Xiao Jingyu warily watched the plants disappear, intending to turn back and remind Lu Fei to be cautious, as they appeared normal but still warranted some level of vigilance. However, before he could voice his concern, he noticed Lu Fei gazing at Mou with delight, pinching his face and pulling it sideways. Well, you can not only read minds but also understand plants. Impressive. From now on, you shall be my official translator, and I'll cover your purification. I can only read human thoughts. After they are purified, they gain human-like intelligence, though not high. It's still quite understandable, which is why I can comprehend them. Mou explained, slightly pained by the pinching, yet his azure eyes sparkled with excitement. Being needed by Lu Fei meant he could remain by her side, thus extending his lifespan. Moreover, life beside her seemed incredibly entertaining. Just like now, Mou could sense a gaze that seemed intent on crushing him. As long as I can be beside you, I am content. As for purification, you can do it whenever you wish. After uttering those words, the menacing gaze transformed into one of intent to eliminate him. How satisfying. Chapter 73. Radius of 18 generations. Good son, call me godmother. Although the two groups were temporarily together, due to past grievances, cooperation was simply impossible. Whether fighting zombies or resting, they operated independently. At noon, both groups were not far apart, enjoying their meals. The Qingyan base, observing that Lu Fei and her companions had brought no supplies, anticipated they would soon be begging for assistance, relishing the thought of humiliating them. To their astonishment, they watched as Lu Fei purified a ferocious mutated chicken and subsequently released a water source for everyone to wash up. The individuals at the Qingyan base widened their eyes in astonishment. Wait, isn't she a purifier? How can she produce water? Meanwhile, Guchanga was roasting chicken, while Lu Fei had somehow conjured a plethora of snacks, munching away contentedly. Gulp. Previously, I had heard from others at the base that Lu Fei could purify plants and animals, and I was skeptical. Now, I must admit she is indeed remarkable. It has been 4 years since I last tasted chicken. I have nearly forgotten its flavor. The people at Qingyan base nibbled on compressed biscuits, sipping their rationed water, their noses filled with the aroma of roasted chicken and the crisp sound of Lu Fei munching on potato chips. Humph, I'm not envious. That roasted chicken must be sour. Li Chen was stubborn, akin to a mule, refusing to relent, even as he choked on his compressed biscuits. Li Luo looked at his brother's obstinacy and wished he could knock some sense into him. Sister, come and have some roasted chicken. Here's a big drumstick for you. Guchanga offered the first piece to Lu Fei, and only after she was satisfied did they distribute the remaining roasted chicken to the others. Observing their greasy faces, the Qingyan base members felt their mouths watering. Yet this was not the most excruciating part. The intercom repeatedly broadcasted how the Liuhua base was excelling, with Lu Shui rescuing people from peril and showcasing her thoughtfulness, seemingly oblivious to Qingyan base's plight, never mentioning any assistance. Initially, Li Chen deceived himself into believing that Shui was simply too busy to remember him. However, as he listened to her soothing words directed towards other men, his heart began to sink. Days passed, and it seemed Lu Shui had forgotten about him entirely, while others from different bases, with whom they were friendly, called in on the intercom. Seeing no replies, they even began planning to come to their rescue. With so many discussions taking place, Li Chen couldn't believe that Lu Shui was unaware of them, yet she remained unresponsive. As Li Chen grew increasingly irritable, Lu Fei appeared to find amusement in his discontent, mimicking Lu Shui's mannerisms to provoke him. Oh dear, brother Li Chen, why do you look so unhappy? Is it because your Shui has forgotten you? Look at the clouds. Do they say I am your godmother? Wow, brother Li Chen, you're so impressive, defeating such formidable zombies. I believe your intellect must be as sharp, or Shui wouldn't be able to fool you into thinking she was lost. How can anyone eat such adorable little chicks? I'm not like that wicked Lu Shui, who secretly wishes harm upon others while sending the innocent to their doom. Perhaps I should just feed them to the man-eating flowers. The more Li Chen listened to Lu Fei, the more pronounced the veins on his forehead became. He held on to a glimmer of hope, convincing himself that Lu Shui would surely come for him. As long as there was still a moment left, he would not concede defeat. Thus, he endured through the third day, his face reflecting the agony of someone constipated for a month, and the resentment within him could scare even passing dogs away. Throughout these 3 days, Lu Fei incessantly brainwashed the members of Qingyan base. They were led to believe that Li Chen was to blame for their misfortunes. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in this predicament, they murmured. Their supplies ran low, and as they watched Lu Fei happily guzzling water, she pointed the finger at Li Chen, claiming that if it weren't for him, they would have reached the supply station by now. They were constantly ambushed by mutated man-eating flowers, and Lu Fei effortlessly purified them, all the while inciting them to blame Li Qin. If it weren't for him acting like a big shot, we wouldn't be suffering like this. After countless repetitions of these remarks, the Qingyan base members began to harbor grievances against Li Qin, particularly Li Luo, who felt compelled to beat him up, as his already dim-witted mind seemed further dulled. Impossible. Shui Shui would never abandon me. She said I am the man who embodies the most masculine spirit, the one who gives her the greatest sense of security. Li Qin continued to refute Lu Fei until she coldly smiled and turned to her team, playfully flattering them. Brother Gu, you are the best fire player I have ever seen. Zhengyu, you are the fastest man I know. Mou, you are the most handsome boy I have encountered. Brother Chao, you are the most righteous man I have ever met. Daba, you are the smartest man I have known. Lu Fei went on, turning to challenge Li Qin with a taunting look. So, do you need me to say more? I've never seen someone so infatuated. A mere compliment, and you would risk your life for her. Lu Shui is truly impressive. A single word from her can make a man go to great lengths for her. I, on the other hand, can curse their entire lineage with just one word. Lu Fei glanced at her watch and realized it was almost time for the agreed-upon moment, and Li Qin was destined to lose his wager. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps approached, causing Li Qin's eyes to brighten. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Footsteps. It must be Shui Shui and the others coming to rescue me. I told you Shui Shui wouldn't be so heartless. Lu Fei, you lose. I'm going to drag you before Shui Shui and apologize. Li Qin cheered, exhilarated, performing a few flips in his joy, moving with the agility of a monkey. After the long wait of 3 days, he was on the verge of believing Lu Fei's taunts, but now he could finally hold his head high. He hurried forward to greet them, oblivious to Lu Fei's mocking gaze. However, the next moment, Li Qin let out a startled cry. Luo Feiyu? Why is it you? Where's Shui Shui? My Shui Shui? They must be right behind you, right? Li Qin, are you out of your mind? We came to rescue you out of kindness, and instead of gratitude. You lament the absence of that dead green tea? The members from the Fenghuang base, who had a good relationship with Li Qin, berated him. You can't blame the zombies for your infatuation. They wouldn't even touch your love-struck brain. Quick, tell her where Shui Shui has gone, or he will turn into a stone of longing. Lu Fei exchanged a knowing smile with Luo Feiyu, who looked at her with affection, producing several photographs. She hadn't had the time to come over these past few days. 2 days prior, she and the Tingsha base had fallen into a trap, and yesterday, she was gathering supplies with the Tiangang base. Today, it was said she had been proposed to by someone from the free base. The glaring photos displayed Lu Shui in intimate poses with a man, either nestled in his embrace, shyly adjusting his collar, or dancing exuberantly around the bonfire, inciting excitement among the onlookers. Her eyes sparkled with joy, seemingly, truly unbothered about Li Qin. No, why is she treating me this way? Li Qin clutched the photos, collapsing to the ground, howling in anguish. Observing this scene, Lu Fei mused that if it snowed, the background music from A Cut of Plum would be fitting. A young man's heart was trampled and cast aside, and Li Qin cried for over half an hour before he could compose himself. Before anyone could comfort him, Lu Fei approached with a tender smile. Come now, my dear son, call me godmother. Chapter 74, Between Us, What Forgiveness? The Therapy of Collapse. Why is this happening? I love Shui Shui so much. Hearing Lu Fei's words, Li Qin's cries grew even more pitiful, tears and snot smearing his face, rendering him utterly unrecognizable. Lu Fei, exasperated by his incessant sobbing, snapped her fingers, and a small boy-like man-eating flower emerged from the ground, binding him mid-air. The sudden turn of events shocked him into silence, though he still couldn't help but sob intermittently. Observing his pathetic state, Lu Fei rolled her eyes dramatically. Oh, weren't you just so confident in your Shui Shui? Why the sorrow now? She mocked. Oh dear, Li Qin. Your Shui Shui not only forgot you, but is also involved with another man. Wow, Shui Shui, why are you treating me this way? Sob sob. Lu Fei relentlessly jabbed her metaphorical knife into Li Qin's heart, provoking him to cry even louder. Li Luo watched his younger brother's embarrassing display, his fists clenching as he contemplated silencing him, but was stopped by Lu Fei. Let him cry. Is this not the perfect bait for luring zombies? Lu Fei sighed, her expression one of benevolence. Men seldom shed tears unless deeply wounded. After such a painful breakup, is it not reasonable for him to weep for a while? Do not stifle his pure and genuine nature. Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, Li Qin felt a wave of emotion wash over him, finally realizing someone understood him. Reminded of his previous rudeness towards Lu Fei, he felt embarrassed and, after a moment of hesitation, apologized. Lu Fei, I misjudged you and mistreated you. I sincerely apologize. I won't target you any longer. I hope you can forgive me. Li Chun's prompt admission of fault took Lu Fei by surprise. She had assumed he would stubbornly refuse to yield. Oh, between us mother and son, what is there to forgive? If you dare to shout again next time, I shall simply put an end to it. Lu Fei adopted a maternal demeanor, leaving Li Chun's expression frozen in a mix of gratitude and renewed grievance. Sob, sob, sob. He considered Lu Fei a brother, yet she insisted on playing the role of a mother. Yes, yes, embrace those emotions, let them flow. Cry deeply. While we all remain hidden, today we shall surely slay several formidable foes. Lu Fei encouraged Li Chun to maintain his crying state as she turned to join the others in concealment. Before long, the sound of Li Chun's mournful wails attracted a horde of zombies. As they swiftly fell to their demise, Li Chun cried even louder. You are all so cruel. I've just experienced a heartbreak, and yet you use me as bait. I will not let this go unpunished. Li Chun writhed among the vines, resembling a frantic caterpillar, while he watched his brother enthusiastically slay zombies, completely ignoring him, driving him to emit pig-like squeals of frustration. Enough of your whining. Cry already. If you don't, I'll make you cry. The zombies are just beginning to approach, and it's not enough for us. Lu Fei, dissatisfied with Li Chun's lack of effort, urged the young carnivorous plant to pinch his thigh, eliciting a yelp from him that rivaled the cries of wild donkeys. As more zombies appeared, Lu Fei's satisfaction grew. Had the tools for attracting zombies not been confiscated, she would not need Li Chun at all. He was simply too noisy. In an instant, the ground beneath Li Chun transformed into a battlefield, limbs and heads of zombies flying everywhere, as everyone became consumed by their bloodlust, eager to collect more crystal cores. Drawn into the chaos, Li Chun reflected on his initial intention to claim glory for the base and protect the innocent from the undead. How had he unwittingly followed Lu Shui into this situation? Lost in thought, a zombie's hand swung toward his face. Li Chun, why have you stopped crying? Is Shui's influence so feeble? Lu Fei mimicked Lu Shui's mannerisms, once again striking a painful chord in Li Chun's heart, as memories he had tried to forget resurfaced alongside the derisive gazes of those around him. With a sudden outburst, he cried anew. Lu Fei exploited Li Chun's tears to draw in approximately 400 to 500 ordinary zombies, including 2 second-tier ones. While second-tier zombies could pose a threat to a team elsewhere, within Lu Fei's ranks of 5th-tier elites, they were akin to innocent girls stumbling into a den of ruffians. Before they could react, the zombies were swiftly dispatched. Don't steal my kills. Watch my crow fly. I saw them first. The group shouted as they charged forward, the trembling second-tier zombies huddling together, unable to even scream before their heads rolled. Moments later, their crystal cores extracted. TSK, second-tier zombies are nothing remarkable. Lu Fei stood guard, aware that while she feared no attacks, her agility lacked compared to her companions. To prevent them from being distracted by her, she remained in a safe zone. Thus, they fought from dawn until dusk, with zombies piling high, leaving everyone exhausted on the ground, while Li Chun had cried himself hoarse, unable to shed another tear, particularly when Lu Fei mimicked Lu Shui's exaggerated mannerisms. He felt numb, unable to stir even a ripple of emotion. He even instinctively felt nauseous, a visceral reaction to the disturbance. Godmother, I was wrong. I will never look down on others again. Please, spare me from further tears. Li Chun's voice resembled that of an esports player, straining to make himself heard as he knelt before Lu Fei, utterly broken. Li Chun, do you truly grasp your mistake? If Shui doesn't beckon with her little finger, will you revert to being a sycophant? Ugh, the mere thought of Lu Shui made Li Chun nauseous. He couldn't bear to think of her. Seeing Li Chun's reaction, Lu Fei raised an eyebrow triumphantly at Li Luo. My method of desensitization is quite effective. Wouldn't you agree? Li Luo felt a pang of sympathy for his brother's plight but recognized that without some lessons learned, Li Chun might one day lose his life, leading him to admire Lu Fei even more. He and the entire team bowed an apology to Lu Fei, formally acknowledging their previous reckless behavior. Oh dear, youth makes mistakes. A few beatings will teach them a lesson. In the future, if you have any issues, come to me, and I will tailor a lifelong, unforgettable correction package just for you. The people from Qingyan base watched Li Chun, who appeared dazed after his ordeal, then glanced at the carnivorous plants emerging from the ground, feeling a lump in their throats. They may not be the brightest among the 9 major bases, but it did not mean they lacked intelligence. After these past few days, they unanimously concluded, even when facing the King of Hell, do not provoke Lu Fei. Once the carnivorous plants had cleared the area of zombies, Lu Fei purified them and allowed them to retreat underground. She had completed the purification of the nearby plants, and soon she would have a delightful entourage of lovable and kind little minions who would rush to her aid if anyone dared to bully her. The thought thrilled Lu Fei. With the addition of the Qingyan and Phoenix bases, their team was particularly formidable that night. Lu Fei instructed them to fetch some mutated chickens, promising to purify and feast upon them in celebration. As the scent of roasted chicken wafted through the base, creating a relaxed atmosphere, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Everyone, except Lu Fei, suddenly collapsed to the ground, devoid of strength. What is happening? Why can't we move? Lu Fei, munching on a chicken leg, noticed the abnormality and first suspected it might be one of Li Chun's pranks. However, considering Li Chun's intellect, she quickly dismissed the idea. Seeing Xiao Zhengyu and Luo Feiyu also lying on the ground, Lu Fei furrowed her brow, sensing the severity of the situation. Are you all right? What is going on? Attempting to assess their condition, she found her purification powers seemed to have some effect. Their bodies were not as weak as before. Xiao Zhengyu, extend your hand. Just as Lu Fei was about to purify him, she felt a tremor beneath her feet. Looking down, she noticed the once even ground suddenly caving in, and a pale, decayed hand emerged from the earth, violently grabbing her ankle and dragging her into the abyss. Lu Fei barely had time to utter a word before she vanished. Before the others could react, they heard a heavy thud, glancing back to see Xiao Zhengyu, despite his weakened state, jumping in after her. As everyone climbed to the edge of the deep pit and peered down, all they could see was the disordered and unsteady gait of Xiao Zhengyu. Sister, wait for me. I want to jump down too. Gu Chang'e had just been rejuvenated by Lu Fei and was feeling sprightly, determined to follow suit. However, just as he leapt high into the air, the pit inexplicably closed up again, causing Gu Chang'e to tumble headfirst, landing unceremoniously in the dirt. No, sister. How can I survive without you? Gu Chang'e attempted to pry open the ground, but it felt as if it were welded shut, leaving no gap whatsoever. If it weren't for the undeniable absence of two individuals, everyone would think this was merely a dream. Worrying was futile now. Lu Fei possessed a unique constitution, impervious to zombies and attacks, so she should be safe. Their task was to find her and rescue her. Luo Feiyu was equally concerned but forced himself to stay calm, quickly organizing his thoughts and recalling Lu Fei's infuriating defensive attributes. With nightfall and their bodies still unrefreshed, carelessly wandering about would only lead to more casualties. Fortunately, they had successfully frightened off the zombies today, ensuring safety for the night. Everyone found merit in Luo Feiyu's words. Unbeknownst to them, Lu Fei had become their leader. Her sudden disappearance had thrown them into disarray, and they felt a tinge of embarrassment. We are all fine, just relieving Lu Fei of her worries, and besides, didn't Team Major Qiao jump down with her? When Luo Feiyu mentioned Xiao Zhengyu, a flicker of unwillingness crossed his eyes. After all, he had merely occupied a favorable position to leap first, while he himself had wished to jump alongside. Achoo! Xiao Zhengyu was struggling to walk while leaning against the wall when he suddenly felt a tickle in his nose. The underground was pitch black, filled with the earthy smell and an unidentifiable stench of decay. Had he not fallen down today, he would have remained oblivious to such a scene beneath the surface. As he cautiously advanced, he unexpectedly stepped on something, bending down to pick it up. After a moment of exploration, he confirmed it was a fragment of a human bone. The image of Lu Fei being captured by zombies, perhaps even overwhelmed and devoured, surged in his mind, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Wishing to annihilate every living creature in his path. In his desperation to locate Lu Fei swiftly, Xiao Zhengyu summoned the latent powers within him. If he could restore his animalistic abilities, his sense of smell would become incredibly acute, making it much easier to find her. Unfortunately, in his eagerness, he suffered a backlash and coughed up blood, compounding the weakness of his already fatigued body. His vision began to blur, and had it not been for his indomitable willpower, he would likely have collapsed right then and there. No, I must persist. Xiao Zhengyu gritted his teeth and pressed on, cursing Lu Fei incessantly while inwardly praying for her safety. The underground was devoid of any light, and he lost track of how long he had been walking, perhaps a quarter of an hour, perhaps an entire night. The only tangible sensation that reassured him he was not dreaming was the excruciating pain in his legs, which he could hardly lift. He yearned to use his hands to claw through the earth to find Lu Fei, but his body abruptly signaled a strike, collapsing without warning. With a dull thud, Xiao Zhengyu could no longer hold himself up and fell to the ground, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him from the pain. Just as he regained some semblance of composure and attempted to rise, he suddenly heard a commotion. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone out there? If so, make a sound. Damn it, you little brat. You had the audacity to bind me here. Now show yourself. Just wait until I get out of this shell. You'll be in for it. Listening to the robust voice, Xiao Zhengyu felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he was astonished to find himself smiling brightly. Lu Fei, where are you? Knock a few more times so I can hear you. After uttering these words, Xiao Zhengyu became momentarily dazed. surprised at the gentleness of his own voice. However, before he could ponder this for long, Lu Fei's joyous laughter resonated back. "Ah, is that you, smelly leopard? I knew you would come to rescue me." Upon hearing Chao Jiangyu's voice, Lu Fei hurriedly began banging on the surrounding walls, trying to pinpoint her location. "I think I'm in a tomb. There's nothing around except for stone walls." Chao Jingyu listened intently to Lu Fei's voice and, after carefully discerning the direction, finally located a section of the wall. He exerted all his strength to kick it, but it didn't budge an inch, leaving him panting heavily. Clearly, Lu Fei had also considered the situation and reassured him not to worry. She was safe. But he needed to be cautious of that treacherous little person who might appear at any moment. "If I ever get my hands on that little bastard, I'll slap him so hard he won't know what hit him. How dare he imprison me? Chao Jingyu, are you all right? How did you fall down? Where are the others?" "It's just me. They're up there." Chao Jingyu strained to ascertain the weakest point of the wall, irritated that Lu Fei was still concerned about the others. He was tempted to swallow her whole to silence her incessant chatter that was driving him mad. As he felt the obstructive wall, his eyes were filled with frustration. If his powers were still intact, this thickness would not withstand his strength. Since brute force wouldn't suffice, he resorted to digging with his hands, and soon his fingers were bloodied and raw. Lu Fei, realizing what he was doing, quickly urged him to stop, assuring him that she would seek help. The next moment, Chao Jiangyu felt the ground tremble, initially thinking the mysterious person had arrived, only to find a swarm of carnivorous flowers emerging. Chirp, gurgle. Previously, Chao Jingyu had found these creatures bothersome, but now he never imagined he would need their assistance. Indeed, anything could happen when Lu Fei was around. The cramped passage was blocked tightly by their massive vines, preventing them from entering the stone chamber, leaving them no choice but to follow Chao Jiangyu's lead. No, to dig with leaves. In the darkened world, the passage of time felt ambiguous, and all Chao Jingyu could hear was the sound of dirt being scraped away. Finally, after hollowing out a small section of the wall, everything else fell into place. To his surprise, there was light within the stone chamber, making his task much easier. At last, upon creating an opening large enough for a person to pass through, he spotted Lu Fei shackled by iron chains. Chirp, caw. The carnivorous flowers, upon seeing Lu Fei, began to sway excitedly, using their leaves to form hearts. But the narrow passage nearly caused a collapse. "You're all such treasures. Once I'm out, I'll treat you to some crystal course." Despite being confined, Lu Fei's chatter did not cease. Relieved, Chao Jiangyu began to crawl inside. "Wow, bro, you're amazing. You managed to dig through this. From now on, I'll never call you smelly leopard again. You're a fragrant leopard, the smartest and most capable one." Lu Fei rushed towards Chao Jiangyu, eager to shower him with praise, but suddenly, a heavy body fell down, causing them to tumble to the ground uncontrollably. "Help! Chao Jiangyu, you're crushing me." Chapter 76. An obligation undertaken. "I shall bear the responsibility," she declared. "But do not presume too much." Serendipitously, Lu Fei found herself nestled against Chao Jiangyu's pectoral muscles. While their firm, yielding texture was not entirely unpleasant, she was presently overwhelmed by their sheer weight. This boon, it seemed, was proving rather burdensome. "Insolent feline," she grumbled, struggling beneath him. "Rise, lest I be crushed. If you remain inert, I shall resort to unconventional measures." Chao Jiangyu's mass proved insurmountable. Exasperated, Lu Fei resorted to nipping at his chest. A stifled groan reverberated in her ear. Chao Jiangyu finally stirred, albeit incompletely, intensifying Lu Fei's sense of suffocation. Undeterred, she persisted in her nibbling until a metallic tang permeated her mouth. With a final, labored motion, Chao Jiangyu rolled over, succumbing once more to oblivion. "Heavens!" Lu Fei gasped, liberated from her confinement. "I nearly met my ancestors." She inhaled deeply, berating the unconscious form beside her. "Why must you be so formidably built?" Despite her exasperation, Lu Fei promptly assessed Chao Jiangyu's condition. Under the dim light, she observed that he was coated in soil and his hands were lacerated. He had endured this torment in silence. This normally fastidious feline was now in a sorry state. Lu Fei sighed, placing her hand upon his arm and initiating a purifying process. As golden light emanated, Chao Jiangyu's complexion visibly improved. She discerned a profound depletion of his inherent abilities, as if they had been forcibly extracted. This purification would necessitate an extended duration. During the process, Lu Fei's thoughts wandered as she gazed at Chao Jiangyu's visage. She mused that the insolent feline possessed an undeniably handsome countenance. His skin was a healthy umber, his eyes were amber, and his features were bold. His muscular physique exuded primal masculinity. Moreover, the earlier commotion had disarranged his collar, exposing his skin and revealing the shallow, mottled imprints of her teeth. I was compelled. She stammered, her cheeks flushing. I assure you, this was no act of impropriety. Despite her composure, Lu Fei's cheeks flushed with a rare blush. Her previous life had been consumed by education, employment, and espionage, leaving no room for romance. This was the first instance of her rendering a man in such a state. She was struck by a sense of violated beauty, and her mind conjured images of Chao Zhengyu with tears in his eyes. A furtive smile played upon her lips. But she swiftly suppressed it. He is my savior, she reminded herself. I must not indulge in such reveries. Banishing these thoughts, Lu Fei focused on the purification. Mother, please do not forsake me, Chao Zhengyu murmured, his brow furrowed as he succumbed to a nightmare. Recalling Chao Kai's words, Lu Fei surmised that he was reliving his mother's rejection. Beneath his nonchalant facade lay a reservoir of suppressed sorrow. It is merely a dream, she soothed. There is no need for fear. Lu Fei attempted to smooth the lines of his forehead, but he seized her hand. Mother, I am in pain. Please do not strike me. Do you not love me as you love my uncle? Why do you not see me? I am your son. His voice was thick with emotion. Chao Zhengyu seemed a forlorn creature, huddled in despair. Lu Fei hesitated to withdraw her hand, but his fingers were bloodied. She relented, reasoning that he had rescued her despite his lack of abilities, and she could hardly deny him this small comfort. With renewed resolve, Lu Fei concentrated on her task. Chao Zhengyu's emotional turmoil intensified the purification process. Upon completion, she was overcome with exhaustion. Summoning a carnivorous plant to stand guard, she lay beside Chao Zhengyu. As they slumbered hand in hand, Chao Zhengyu's eyes fluttered open. He gazed at Lu Fei's serene face, inhaled her intoxicating fragrance, and nestled against her neck. Returning to his dreams. This time, however, his visions were devoid of pain. Lu Fei awoke refreshed. The cavern floor was cool, and she had felt chilled during the night, only to be warmed later. She stretched, turning to find Chao Zhengyu's face inches from her own. Startled, she poked his cheek. Rise and shine, feline. Do not presume that your rescue entitles you to such liberties. Chao Zhengyu stirred, his amber eyes losing their sharpness. He resembled a beguiling fox. He sat up languidly, gesturing to the ground beneath him and then to her own disheveled state. I have remained stationary. You, however, crept over in the dead of night and clung to me with unwavering tenacity. Lu Fei scoffed, examining the ground. To her chagrin, Chao Zhengyu's account seemed accurate. His side was undisturbed, while hers bore the marks of a chaotic struggle. I apologize, Lu Fei conceded. I mistook your intentions. How do you fare? Has your ability returned? Chao Zhengyu's demeanor shifted. He closed his eyes, assessing his condition. His body was restored, and his wounds were nearly healed. I am otherwise unscathed, save for a throbbing in my chest. He glanced down, noting the row of tooth marks. Before he could speak, Lu Fei knelt before him, bowing her head. Chao Zhengyu, I apologize for compromising your honor. Your weight was unbearable, and I was suffocating. I am grateful for your rescue. Name your price, and I shall pay it. If you remain aggrieved, I shall allow you to retaliate. Lu Fei braced herself, extending her arm with an air of resignation. Chao Zhengyu listened intently, a shiver running down his spine. Very well, he declared. I shall hold you accountable. You must never forsake me, groom me weakly, and refrain from harboring other furry creatures. Moreover, when we rest, you shall sleep beside me, and you shall not converse with Luo Feiyu or Mou. Chao Zhengyu enumerated his demands. Lu Fei agreed until he reached the final stipulations. Do not presume too much, she retorted. I am still a woman. There are boundaries. Furthermore, they have done nothing wrong. Why should I not speak to them? I am not your property. Before Lu Fei could continue, Chao Zhengyu clutched his chest. Wincing in pain, a sharp pain pierced through my chest. Surely it cannot be inflammation, I pondered. I wonder if a bite could lead to rabies. Listening to Chao Zhengyu's words, Lu Fei felt an itch for a confrontation. She was tempted to cast this obnoxious leopard away. Yet, reflecting on his disheveled state, which was a result of his efforts to protect her, she resolutely suppressed her impulse. If you are not afraid of me sleepwalking and throttling you in my dreams, feel free to sleep. However, the last condition is non-negotiable. Both Feiyu and Mayu have treated me well, and I have no reason to betray them. Observing Lu Fei's unwavering stance, Chao Zhengyu realized her resolve was unyielding and consequently chose to remain silent. After all, with this wound upon his chest, it was only a matter of time before he infuriated Luo Feiyu. With that thought, Chao Zhengyu felt a sense of clarity and, with a swift motion, severed the chains binding Lu Fei. Just as he was about to lead her back along their original path, he was suddenly startled by the sound of the stone chamber being unsealed. The heavy tomb door creaked open, and a gaunt figure scurried in, clutching a bulging item. As the figure approached, Lu Fei discerned a tattered military uniform clinging to a skeletal frame. Lu's skin sagged, revealing glimpses of decaying flesh. Unlike typical zombies, this creature possessed an unsettling agility. Its vacant, gray eyes fixed upon Lu Fei and Chao Jiangyu, emitting guttural growls from a lipless mouth, revealing the absence of a tongue. "Hide behind me. I'll handle this," Chao Jiangyu declared, his repressed fury erupting as he transformed into a panther, brandishing sharp claws, poised to tear the figure apart. The figure tilted its head, studying Chao Jiangyu with unintelligible sounds. With a roar, Chao Jiangyu lunged, only to be met with a familiar sensation, draining his strength, causing him to crash to the ground. Lu Fei, witnessing Chao Jiangyu's fluctuating form, rushed to purify him. Stabilizing him in panther form, Chao Jiangyu howled in frustration. Refraining from further attacks, the figure extended the package towards Lu Fei. Hesitantly, she accepted it, discovering dresses and food, compressed biscuits and water. A wave of emotion washed over her. Touched by this zombie's concern, the figure gestured towards the food, urging Lu Fei to eat. After Chao Jiangyu confirmed its safety, she cautiously ate. The figure clapped, babbling incoherently. Suddenly, Lu Fei choked, collapsing in a fit of violent coughing. Reaching out to the figure for help, a cunning glint flashed in her eyes. Purification. Golden light enveloped the figure, rendering it immobile. "Don't resist. If you're human, I'll save you. If you're a zombie, I'll show no mercy." While the purification continued, Lu Fei tossed a floral dress with an elastic waist to the panther. "Put this on and revert to human form. You're taking up too much space." Despite Chao Jiangyu's disdain, he reluctantly complied. "I'm done," Chao Jiangyu announced, his voice somber. Lu Fei turned to behold him adorned in the dress, a sight that captivated her. The dress, slit at the side, revealed his muscular thighs. The purification concluded with a pop. The figure's appearance remained largely unchanged, save for the regeneration of its tongue and lips, and the restoration of skin on its skeletal fingers. What exactly is he? Lu Fei wondered, perplexed. Sister. Eat. Food." The figure croaked, its voice raspy and unfamiliar. Chapter 78. What do you like about me? Can I change? Oh, don't misidentify me as your sister. My brother is far from a good person. I barely managed to dispose of one, so please don't add to my troubles. Lu Fei rolled her eyes in exasperation, for she had no habit of recognizing brothers. "Little sister, eat. The zombie man seemed oblivious to Lu Fei's rejection, persistently pointing at the food, urging her to partake. "I refuse to eat such unpalatable fare. I want meat. I desire roasted chicken." Seeing that the lifeless man couldn't comprehend her words, Lu Fei's mind whirled, contemplating that perhaps she could simply send him away, thus facilitating her escape. No meat. Meat stinks. Illness. Death. Upon hearing this, the zombie man quickly shook his head, his rigid features contorting into an expression of concern. When death was mentioned, a flicker of pain flashed through his pale eyes, followed by a tortured howl as he clutched his head. "Do not die. No. Die, Fei. Hearing his cries, Lu Fei paused, casting a scrutinizing glance at the writhing figure on the ground. Neither her memories nor those of the original owner seemed to contain any knowledge of him. How did he know her name? Surely, it couldn't be mere coincidence? Quickly, while he is lost in madness, let us flee." Lu Fei tugged at Chao Jiangyu, and they dashed through the underground passage with utmost haste. "Sister, don't go out, you'll be caught. Don't move." The zombie man's headache worsened as he watched Lu Fei depart, helplessly stumbling to shout after her. "Don't move? Remaining still is for turtles. I am a woman akin to a fierce eagle. Farewell." While fleeing, Lu Fei couldn't resist the urge to jest, only to find herself in a dire predicament. The darkness of the tunnel left them utterly disoriented, and ultimately, they found themselves exhausted and lost. "Damn it, let me out, you scoundrel." Fearing the zombie man might catch up, Lu Fei muttered her curses under her breath. When had she ever felt so constrained? If only she could overpower him. She would not hesitate to confront him. Enough with the curses, let us rest briefly. We still need to find our way. Chao Jiangyu, whose powers had yet to fully recover, was equally fatigued, sweat trickling from his brow to his chin, cascading down into the fabric of his collar. His muscles heaved rhythmically with his labored breaths, each exhale exuding a primal allure. The split in his skirt billowed like a blooming lotus around him, revealing his long, slender legs to the air, a sight that was undeniably captivating. Of course, Lu Fei remained unaffected, for she could not see. Instead, she calmly produced an assortment of snacks to offer Chao Jiangyu, reasoning that since they were trapped, they might as well fill their stomachs. Having endured this ordeal for an indeterminate time, she attempted to summon her little system, only to receive an automated response advising her that the system was undergoing an upgrade. effectively cutting off all communication. Damn it. Once I manage to surface, I shall blow this entire place to smithereens. My wrath cannot be quelled otherwise. Lu Fei bit into a chocolate bar, wishing she could direct her anger at the zombie man. Had it not been for him, she wouldn't be scuttling like a groundhog underground. As they hastily filled their stomachs and prepared to leave, a rustling sound caught their attention from nearby. It was moving swiftly and seemed to be mumbling something. Sister, sister. Your sister, my foot. How did you find us again? Lu Fei was on the brink of tearing her hair out. With no time to choose a path, she hastily seized a tunnel and pulled Chao Jingyu forward. Sister, don't run. You'll be caught. The intermittent voice grew closer, sounding eerily like a specter in the darkness below. I beg you. Please do not pursue me anymore. What do you like about me? Can I change? If not, go find Lu Shui. She is in dire need of love. Lu Fei, drenched in sweat from the chase, felt her feet stumble, and she suddenly fell forward. Chao Jingyu, sensing something amiss, instinctively reached out and managed to pull her back, only to find himself tumbling onto the hard surface of the tunnel. The sound reverberated, effectively revealing their location. But Lu Fei was astonished to discover they had stumbled upon a sewer system. If we follow the pipe, we can find a manhole cover to ascend. Quickly, follow me. Once we find the exit, we shall prevail. Upon entering the sewer, Lu Fei felt as if she had stepped into her domain, swiftly shedding her earlier clumsiness and moving with remarkable speed. Sister, don't go. Lu Fei's joy was short-lived, for the zombie man's voice echoed within 5 meters of her, inciting her to crawl even faster. Chao Jingyu observed Lu Fei's rapid escape and then turned to face the approaching zombie man. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he lunged forward, seizing the skeletal figure tightly. Run. Once you reach the surface, summon help for me. He had barely spoken when a groan escaped him. The zombie man had once again stripped him of his powers. Attempting to escape from me is futile, Chao Jingyu. Despite the pain coursing through his body and the dizziness clouding his mind, gritted his teeth, affirming, I am Major Chao Jingyu of the Central Military District. No enemy shall escape my grasp. Upon hearing Central Military District, the zombie man momentarily froze, then seemed to grow even more ferocious, howling Lu Fei's name incessantly. Come back. Return. Do not leave. Although the zombie had once been swift, his speed diminished considerably while burdened by Chao Jingyu. Devoid of his powers and energy, Chao Jingyu fought to maintain consciousness, biting his tongue to stave off fainting, tenaciously grasping the zombie man's waist as he was dragged along. You cursed wretch. Having lost sight of Lu Fei, the zombie man seethed with fury, glaring down at the impediment that was Chao Jingyu, malice flickering in his pale eyes. He extended a bony finger, wrapping it around Chao Jingyu's neck. The suffocating agony flushed his handsome face crimson, yet he refused to relent. Should you possess the strength, strangle me. I shall not allow you to capture Lu Fei. Chao Jingyu's defiance only fueled the zombie man's rage, tightening his grip even further. Just as Chao Jingyu felt the oxygen dwindling, on the verge of losing consciousness, a flurry of memories surged through his mind. There were his mad, vindictive mother, the merciless and cruel father, and the curses of those he had slain before their demise. In truth, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to die this way. But in that fleeting moment of surrender, he spotted a radiant girl approaching, enveloped in golden light. Ah, you skeletal fiend, take this. With a shout, Lu Fei brandished a net and ensnared the zombie man, using all her strength to hurl him aside. Caught off guard, the zombie man crashed heavily into the sewer pipe, creating a thunderous noise. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fei rushed to Chao Jingyu's side, cradling him in her arms and commencing the purification process. Chao Jingyu, they say calamities may last for 1,000 years. You mustn't die on me. Cough, cough. I am resilient. I shall not perish. Surrounded by golden light, Chao Jingyu felt the discomfort gradually abating. Didn't I tell you to escape? Why have you returned? Never abandon or forsake. We are good friends, and I cannot let you face danger alone. Lu Fei gently patted Chao Jingyu's head and turned, fixing her bright gaze upon the zombie man with fierce determination. In the next moment, she knelt and bowed her head 3 times in front of the zombie man. Great sir, please let us go. I truly do not know you. Chapter 79, Geijai. Won't you let me go up? The late military commander, the zombified man, noticing the distress on Lu Fei's face, hastily approached, disregarding the fishing net draped over his body. Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll kill myself. Lu Fei exclaimed, feigning desperation as she clutched her own throat, unwilling to endure another capture and escape. Despite the transparent ruse, the zombified man appeared genuinely startled. Gesturing for her to release herself, he retreated clumsily, the fishing net exacerbating his awkward movements, resembling a freshly landed shellfish. It's working. It's working. Let's seize this opportunity to escape. Lu Fei nodded, maintaining her suicidal pose as Chao Zhengyu rose. She enveloped herself in golden light, illuminating their surroundings like a radiant beacon. Eventually, Chao Zhengyu, impatient with Lu Fei's pace, swept her into his arms. The zombified man trailed them, his ashen eyes fixated on Lu Fei. At any sign of her relaxing, he would advance, prompting Lu Fei to resume her self-threatening stance, forcing him back. They continued in this macabre game of cat and mouse, traversing the seemingly endless tunnel. How long is this tunnel? There isn't even a manhole cover. Chao Zhengyu lamented. If you didn't find the exit, where did you get that fishing net? Oh, I just picked it up. I initially considered a plunger, but it was too pungent. I feared splashing excrement on you, so I abandoned it. But let me tell you, back in my school days, when someone bullied me, I used a plunger to give them a full-body cupping treatment. Haha, the entire class vomited. Lu Fei recounted, a hint of pride in her voice. Chao Zhengyu felt a pang of sympathy. Assuming Lu Fei had been bullied by her brothers from a young age, leading to her being victimized at school. This intensified his resentment towards the Lu family, vowing to make them suffer the next time they met. Suddenly, Lu Fei excitedly pointed ahead, pounding on Chao Zhengyu's chest muscles. Quick, quick, there's a ladder leading upwards. There must be a manhole cover. Chao Zhengyu looked up and indeed saw a series of rungs, their color blending seamlessly with the sewage pipe, easily overlooked. How did you spot that? Oh, nothing more than familiarity. The more time you spend in the sewers, the more adept you become. They swiftly reached the ladder. But the zombified man barred their ascent. No going out. Capture you, danger. The zombified man tugged at Chao Zhengyu, preventing his movement, while Lu Fei was trapped in his embrace. Unable to abandon her companion, Lu Fei found herself in a stalemate. She could hear the grinding of her teeth. Where did this stubborn brute come from, and why was he fixated on her? Fine, if that's how it is, don't blame me for unleashing my ultimate weapon. Chao Zhengyu's eyes lit up, anticipating her next move, wondering if it would be the lightning strike or her transformation into a car-stopping powerhouse. Geijai, won't you let me go up? There's no sunlight here. I'll suffer from calcium deficiency. And you're so strong. You can protect me up there. Please, let me go up. Lu Fei's saccharine voice made Chao Zhengyu's legs buckle, nearly causing him to drop her. For a fleeting moment, Chao Zhengyu thought Lu Fei had been possessed. Her previous imitation of Lu Shui was a sarcastic affectation, but this was pure coyness, so cloying that he wanted to gag her with a sock. Chao Zhengyu was about to point out that the zombified man wouldn't fall for this, but the man's lips twitched, his expression conflicted. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lu Fei hopped out of Chao Zhengyu's arms and gingerly tugged at the zombified man's tattered sleeve, fighting her revulsion. Geijai, please let me go up. I don't like living underground. If you forcibly confine me, I'll be very sad. When I'm sad, I get sick, and when I'm sick, I die. Geijai, would you want to watch me die? No die, no die. Fei, no die. Brother, protect. Hearing the word die, the zombified man frantically shook his head, clutching Lu Fei's hand tightly, as if fearing her imminent disappearance. A profound sorrow flickered in his ashen eyes, his gaze towards Lu Fei filled with an incomprehensible grief. Then Geijai, take us out, okay? With Geijai's protection, nothing will happen to me. Lu Fei persisted, shaking the zombified man's sleeve. However, his clothes were so old that they couldn't withstand her tugging, and she inadvertently tore off his sleeve. This revealed a tattoo on his arm, causing Chao Zhengyu's eyes to widen in stunned recognition. How do you have this tattoo? Chao Zhengyu approached the zombified man, grasping his arm and scrutinizing it. This is the signature tattoo of our late military commander, Rong Qi. Are you Rong Qi? Are you dead? Hearing the name Rong Qi, the zombified man visibly panicked, clutching his head and spiraling into delirium. No, I'm not Rong Qi. I'm trash. I'm a sinner. I deserve to die. After uttering these words, the zombified man disregarded Lu Fei and Chao Zhengyu and vanished into the darkness, disappearing in an instant. Lu Fei. He just left? What was all her crawling, rolling, feigned madness for? Was it all a joke? Don't go. Come back here. Chao Zhengyu yelled, seeing the zombified man flee, desperate to give chase. Tell me who you are. Witnessing the reversal of roles from her fleeing him to him fleeing her, Lu Fei quickly intervened. The underground tunnels are labyrinthine. If he wants to hide, you'll never find him. It's better to go up and reunite with everyone. Besides, he's so fixated on me. I believe he'll return. Listening to Lu Fei's words, Chao Zhengyu finally calmed down, taking a deep breath to suppress his turbulent emotions. Let's go. His husky voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Chao Zhengyu had barely climbed a few steps when Lu Fei couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. TSK. With Chao Zhengyu's upward movements, the slit in his skirt swayed, revealing not only his slender thighs but also other things that were difficult to conceal. Xiao Zhengyu felt a chill down below and finally realized that he was going commando. If he were above, Lu Fei could get an eyeful. Cough cough, you go first. Lu Fei, in a rare moment of kindness, refrained from teasing him further, fearing that the proud leopard would recklessly tear off the skirt and streak out. With the light of victory in sight, they moved with astonishing speed. Finally, after opening the manhole cover, they beheld the long-missed sky. Just as Lu Fei was about to exclaim, your daddy, am back, she was interrupted by a voice that she found irritatingly triggering. Chapter 80, Kill Guchanga, help Shue steal the crystal core. Oh dear brother, I am truly sorry. It is entirely my fault for not guarding the crystal core, which was stolen. Please, if you must punish someone, let it be me. Lu Shui sobbed. Nestled behind Lu Juanhao, tears streaming down her face in a display of heartfelt grievance. What does this have to do with you? You are but a frail woman amidst so many adversaries. It is a miracle you are still alive. Although Lu Juanhao's kindness towards Lu Shui had waned, he could not harbor resentment towards his considerate younger sister, especially given Lu Fei's cold-heartedness. Oh, how I feel utterly useless. In recent days, without Lu Fei's interference, Lu Shui quickly garnered the attention of many admirers, thanks to her protagonist's aura. Seeing her weep, those behind her rushed to comfort her, their indignation directed at Gu Chang'e and his companions. Is the Hongjian base so desperate that they would rob such a kind girl as Shue? Indeed, look at their filthy state. Surely they are hiding out of fear, like rats in their holes. Humph. I have heard that Lu Fei from the Hongjian base has a history of violence, even against her own kin. With such leadership, how can they be any better? Faced with the public's accusations, Gu Chang'e and his companions were bewildered and enraged. You bunch are ridiculous. We just crawled out of the sewers. How could we possibly have stolen Lu Shui's crystal core? Don't provoke me into violence. They were caked in dirt, their faces weary. Lu Fei had been missing for 2 days, and they had searched tirelessly during that time, stripped of their powers and exhausted from digging underground. They had merely surfaced in search of supplies when they encountered Lu Shui. Before they could react, she was already rolling on the ground, tearing her clothes and wailing as she fled. In less than 2 minutes, a throng of people rushed over, glaring at them, accusing them of theft without so much as a question. You fools. Humph. Gu Chang'e, don't think that just because you are a level 5 powerhouse, we fear you. You must return what you stole from Shue. Yes, don't assume your strength intimidates us. We outnumber you. If you dare, kill us all, and then see if your frail comrades can escape. Hearing this support, Lu Shui's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. She had seized the moment while Lu Fei was absent. As long as that wretched woman was gone, no one could resist her charm. Oh, thank you, dear brothers, for speaking up for me. I feel so useless. Despite having so many crystal cores, I could not protect them. I have betrayed the trust of my father and brothers. I am truly worthless and would be better off dead. Lu Shui wept, her tears cascading like rain on a flower, wishing she could perish on the spot. She was adept at winning hearts, and seeing her plight, everyone rushed to console and protect her, igniting their masculine bravado. Each call of brother from her sweet lips melted their resolve. Even Gu Chang'e, the level 5 powerhouse, seemed insignificant compared to their collective anger. Gu Chang'e, return the crystal core at once, or we will fight to the death. You shall not escape. I told you, we did not steal her core. She is slandering us. Lu Shui, what evidence do you have to accuse us of theft? Gu Chang'e roared in fury, his eyes glaring at her, despite feeling on the verge of collapse. He could not let them see any sign of weakness. His companions were equally strained, their legs trembling as they stood. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui did not retort. Instead, she cried even harder, shaking her head and biting her lip to stifle her sobs. I have no evidence. I have nothing. I feel so useless. I lost so many crystal cores. Oh dear brothers, let us just forget it. Allow me to atone with my life. I have dragged down the ranking of the fire base and hindered everyone. With that, she feigned a move to crash against the wall not far away, only to be firmly caught by a member of the free base. She fell into his embrace, sobbing sorrowfully, as if bearing the weight of an enormous injustice. The man who caught her was overwhelmed by her fragrant presence, igniting a fiery desire within him. Oh, brother, do not hold me back. Let me die. I am worthless. I could not even protect the crystal core. Lu Shui's delicate hand rested on the man's chest, gradually sliding down as she spoke, igniting a burning thirst within him. And his only thought was to cherish this beautiful girl in his arms, punishing all who had wronged her. With murderous intent, he turned his gaze towards Gu Chang'e and his companions. You bastards! How dare you bully Shue? I will make you pay. Coincidentally, the man possessed level 4 fire abilities. He hurled a massive fireball at Guchanga. Previously, Guchanga would have effortlessly devoured such an attack, but instead, he was burned and spat blood. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Guchanga's powers are gone? Coughing, he wiped the blood from his mouth, feeling as though his chest was ablaze. He had attempted to summon his powers, but the more he rushed, the more his body rebelled, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing the chaos unfold, Lu Shui's eyes sparkled with cunning. She scanned the surroundings, realizing Lu Fei had not returned. Could it be they were in disarray? In the past, they would have suppressed such a commotion violently, yet now they were enduring and even suffering injuries. Something was amiss. Observing closely, Lu Shui noted that even Luo Feiyu, who usually defended the Hongjin base, was pale and silent. A decision formed in her mind, and a cold smile graced her lips. They had mocked her when she was at a disadvantage. Now that the tables had turned, they would not be allowed to live. Brother Gu, I know you are injured. How about this? Return half of the crystal cores, and I will have the team doctor tend to your wounds, all right? Lu Shui exposed Guchanga's facade, and the gazes of the others turned increasingly savage. I heard over the intercom that the Hongjin base had amassed quite a number of crystal cores. Why then would you need to steal mine? Even without ours, you must have at least 1,000 cores. A group of severely injured individuals possessing over 1,000 crystal cores was akin to a horde of maidens falling into the hands of rogues. Seeing her succeed in stirring their greed, Lu Shui's eyes gleamed with mockery. Humph, Lu Fei, when you return to find your comrades dead, will you still be able to smile? All who have wronged me, Lu Shui, must perish. Oh, Guchanga, how fitting that you too suffer injury and helplessness. This is the consequence of your tyranny. Brothers, take advantage of his weakness and eliminate Guchanga. Let us deliver the crystal cores to Shue. Witnessing the escalating tension, Lu Jin quickly stoked the flames of discord. Sure enough, in the next moment, the crowd charged forward with furious cries, unleashing their various abilities upon Guchanga and his group. Guchanga, immobilized by despair, closed his eyes as he faced the oncoming chaos. He had yet to express gratitude to his elder sister. If not for her words, he would not be living such a fortunate life now. Divine retribution. Purification. The anticipated pain never came. Instead, he heard Lu Fei's voice. Guchanga opened his eyes in surprise to see the attackers charred and collapsing to the ground, struck by lightning. As golden light enveloped him, their lost powers returned to his body. Alas, dear sister, you have finally returned. Hudabeos, having narrowly escaped death, crawled on hands and knees to cling desperately to Lu Fei's legs, weeping as he recounted the harrowing events that had just transpired. From amidst the throng, Lu Fei cast a piercing gaze towards Lu Shui, a chilling and cruel smile playing upon her lips. Lu Shui, the younger sister, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Did you ever think, dear grandmother, that I would make my return?" Chapter 81. You claim we have seized your crystal core, yet we cannot allow ourselves to suffer such indignation without recompense. Lu Fei, do not think that your return will alter anything. They have purloined Shui's crystal core and must face the consequences. They are gravely injured now, and you need not stubbornly resist. Otherwise, be wary that we may eliminate you as well. Lu Jun's countenance darkened with fury at Lu Fei's appearance, which disrupted their plans. They were so close to claiming those crystal cores as their own, with only a handful of them, all injured. Lu Fei's defensive shell was nothing but a mere fade. They were numerous, and even if it came to a war of attrition, they could overwhelm her. Lu Jun charged forward, unleashing his fire-based abilities against Lu Fei's protective barrier. The flames roared, crackling ominously against the shield, and Lu Fei's expression darkened to a near-black hue. Lu Jun, do not presume that because you are my biological father, I would hesitate to end your life. Humph, you are already at your wit's end. Otherwise, with your temperament, you would have attacked long ago. Why are you not boasting? I see you cannot maintain your facade for much longer, clinging to your pride. As Lu Jun spoke, others began to realize the truth. Indeed, Lu Fei, who usually exuded arrogance, was now cowering within her shell, clearly intimidated. The more they observed, the more convinced they became. And those who had been momentarily frightened by the sudden appearance of lightning began to stir restlessly once more. Fei, I advise you to heed your father's words and come out to admit your faults. You are so beautiful, and there are many fine gentlemen here who would surely welcome and forgive you. Lu Shui's words ignited a spark of desire in the eyes of several men, who gazed at Lu Fei with lecherous intent. Indeed, they had been so focused on her fierceness that they had overlooked her breathtaking beauty. To spend a night with such a stunning woman would be worth any price. Brothers, charge. I want Lu Fei. Many men leered as they rushed towards her, and she, being quite hospitable, opened her protective barrier to allow them in. Once the men were inside, Lu Fei tilted her head, a cruel smile blossoming on her lips. Originally contemplating how best to dispose of these scoundrels, she realized they had chosen to breach her domain uninvited. Divine retribution. In an instant, all those who entered her 5-meter radius faced a thunderous punishment. However, they had not cultivated their nascent souls or golden cores. Instead, they were met with a swift demise, lying lifeless and charred upon the ground. Meanwhile, Guchanga and his companions rose, their limbs moving with lethal intent, expelling the pent-up rage from their chests as they burst into laughter. They had not perished, rather, they had returned to their peak form. Sister, please retract your barrier. It is time for us to exact our vengeance. Lu Fei had dispatched dozens with her divine punishment, yet it was far from sufficient to sate their thirst for retribution. Seeing the flames of fury flicker in their eyes, Lu Fei nodded, allowing the barrier to dissipate. After unleashing 2 successive lightning strikes and simultaneously purifying Guchanga and the others, she too had reached her limit. Charge. Let them pay for their unjust accusations. Eliminate these scoundrels. With the anger of the wronged igniting their spirits, they surged into the fray like untamed stallions. The extreme fury unlocked their latent potential, enabling even the lesser-ranked Hudebao to become a force of destruction. As for the instigator, Lu Shui, sensing the tide turning against her, attempted to flee with her father. However, they were met with the imposing figure of Chao Zhengyu, blocking their escape. Where do you think you are going? Chao Zhengyu licked his sharp teeth, casting a wicked gaze upon the father-daughter duo. You think you can escape the consequences of your actions? With a swift motion, he seized Lu Shui and Lu Zhen by their necks, hurling them towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei catch, as they divided into 2 groups. Their primary objective was to leave no enemy unscathed. On one side, Chao Zhengyu donned the most flamboyant attire as he engaged in brutal combat, while Lu Fei smiled at the unexpected gift from her comrades. Lu Shui, I warned you not to provoke me. Why do you lack the capacity to learn? Lu Fei advanced step by step, while Lu Shui retreated, ultimately stepping on her own ankle, causing her to wince in pain. Fei, you have misunderstood me. It was your team that stole our crystal cores. That is why we are in conflict. Even if you were powerful, you should not resort to such actions. Lu Shui attempted to plead her case, only to be met with a spit from Lu Fei that landed squarely upon her face, repulsing her into a shriek that caused her to forget her attempt to twist the truth. Very well, if you claim we have stolen your crystal cores, then we shall not accept this grievance in silence. Lu Fei seized Lu Shui by her collar, lifting her up and delivering several resounding slaps to vent her frustration before turning to her comrades. Brothers, since we cannot clear our names regarding the crystal cores, let us instead make it a certainty. Everyone listen closely. Hand over the crystal cores, and you shall not face execution. Anyone who dares to hide them will be cut into 18 pieces to feed the zombies. Upon hearing Lu Fei's proclamation, Guchanga and the others were struck by enlightenment. Indeed, they had suffered greatly, and mere slaughter would not suffice. They needed to reclaim some of their losses. Thus, they shifted from a ruthless slaughter to a calculated approach, demanding, hand over the crystal cores, no more chatter. Those who wish to live must comply. Hand over the crystal cores, or else I will personally search you and shove them right up your. Do you dare to resist? I will take off my shoes and suffocate you. You scoundrel. Despite their numerical advantage, most lacked the levels of those on Lu Fei's side. Moreover, with the added fury fueling their strength, within half an hour, the opposition lay incapacitated upon the ground. The Lu family members were forced to kneel at the front, and Lu Shui, having been beaten senseless by Lu Fei multiple times, lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Were it not for her clothes, one might struggle to identify her as belonging to the human race. Despite Lu Fei's relentless assault, Lu Shui clung to life. Listening to the agonized wails of the defeated, Lu Fei's anger began to dissipate somewhat. Esteemed friends, this event has been quite unpleasant. Yet we are all part of the 9 great bases, standing together. There is no need for this animosity. You accuse us, yet we too have taken from you. So let us call it even. I am a lover of peace and wish to avoid bloodshed. Thus, if you kneel before us and offer your apologies, we can let this matter pass. At first, the crowd believed Lu Fei was humbling herself to apologize. They had prepared their accusations and were poised to demand the return of the crystal cores, even seeking reparations from their base. Yet in the end, they not only suffered losses, but also lost their crystal cores, only to be commanded to kneel. Had they consumed too much wine to utter such words? Sure enough, as soon as Lu Fei finished speaking, a man stepped forward, clutching his chest in protest. Lu Fei, a gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. You have gone too far. We, as honorable men, will not kneel so easily. If you have the ability, kill me. With a resounding gunshot, The man fell to the ground, a bullet lodged in his forehead, splattering brain matter upon those nearby. Lu Fei merely blew on the heated barrel of her gun, her cold gaze sweeping over the others. Kneel or do not kneel. This time, her voice was not loud, yet it resonated deeply within their hearts, each word sending shivers through their beings. Lu Fei, do not think you can hide behind your power. I will expose you to the base. Another gunshot rang out as Lu Fei executed her enemies with the same ease as one might butcher a pig, her delicate features taut with fury, her eyes betraying no hint of hesitation. Death does not complain, and Lu Fei once again surveyed the kneeling crowd, yet she remained resolute in her stance. This time, no one dared to utter a word. Only the sound of thuds could be heard as even those who had been beaten to the ground struggled to kneel in her direction. Chapter 82. Thank you for listening. The gluttonous girl, sipping on brains and smacking her lips. Lu Fei, are you not afraid of inciting public wrath? Lu Zhen, forced to kneel, cast a look at Lu Fei that mirrored the animosity of sworn enemies. This rebellious daughter had come to collect debts. Huh, you all wish to slay my basest citizens. Why should I care about your anger? The fact that I have not shot you all is a testament to my benevolence. Ignoring Lu Zhen's impotent bluster, Lu Fei placed her foot upon Lu Xue's face, brutally grinding her swollen features with her shoe. Lu Xue, does she not possess the protagonist's halo that ensures her survival? Yet, it was never stated that she would not suffer. Humph. I have plenty of strength and means to torment her. Hand over your crystal core, or I shall break your legs. Lu Fei understood Lu Xue's selfish nature. Despite her facade of generosity, she was capable of killing her own mother. Surely, she must have stashed away something. I have not hidden anything. I don't have a single crystal core. Lu Xue's face was distorted beneath Lu Fei's foot, her speech muddled and unclear. Lu Fei paid no heed to her feeble excuses and fired a shot into Lu Xue's thigh, the sound echoing and sending shivers through the kneeling crowd. Ah, help. It hurts so much. Blood flowed from the wound, and Lu Xue arched her body in agony, but Lu Fei's foot kept her pinned down, forcing her back to the ground. Her piercing cries piercing the eardrums of those present. Produced the crystal core. Without a twitch of her brow, Lu Fei's cold gaze remained fixed on her, the still warm muzzle of her gun pressed against Lu Xue's head, leaving no doubt that it could explode at any moment. My crystal core was stolen. I have none left. Lu Xue glared fiercely at Lu Fei, silently vowing to dismember this wretched girl one day. Bang! Another shot rang out as Lu Fei casually aimed at Lu Xue's other leg. Ah, Lu Fei, if you have the ability, just kill me. You are merely envious of the love I received from father and my brothers. A cruel, arrogant woman like you will never earn their approval. No matter how many times you kill me. Lu Fei, you wretched creature, she is your own sister. If you dare to kill her, I will not spare you. You have already slain your fourth brother. Must you truly ensure the Lu family becomes extinct to find satisfaction? Lu Zhen glared at Lu Fei, his righteous facade betraying an underlying fear that Lu Xue might crack under the pain and reveal something. However, this remark unexpectedly sparked an idea in Lu Fei's mind, causing her eyes to brighten as she slapped her thigh. Indeed, you, the man who feeds off others, are most concerned with family honor and bloodline legacy. You constantly boast about the superiority of the Lu family genes. What if I were to cripple all 4 of your sons, ensuring that your family could never produce another child? Would that not cause you immense suffering? Indeed, thank you for your insight. Because of you, the Lu family shall fade into obscurity. Lu Fei playfully expressed her gratitude to Lu Zhen, yet such antics only caused the 4 Lu brothers to clench their legs tighter. They were convinced that with Lu Fei's erratic temperament, her words would undoubtedly translate into action. Lu Juanhao looked at Lu Zhen with reproach. How could their father still be preoccupied with such trivial matters at a time like this? Did he truly value these over his own sons? Father, please do not provoke Lu Fei any further. Do you really wish for the Lu family to become extinct for Lu Xue's sake? She is merely the daughter of a mistress. If she dies, so be it. If it weren't for her underhanded schemes, we would not be in this predicament. The priority now is to swiftly remove Lu Fei, or we shall all perish. Lu Juanhao gritted his teeth, glancing at Lu Zhen, acutely aware that Lu Fei's ire was directed solely at Lu Xue. If they were truly rendered impotent, would they still be able to survive? Hearing Lu Juanhao's words, Lu Zhen pondered. Losing a daughter was far better than losing 4 sons. Lu Zhen's gaze flickered toward Lu Xue, who, despite her pain, could still sense the calculating glances from her father and brothers. Instantly, an ominous premonition washed over her. Indeed, the next moment, Lu Zhen's voice broke the silence. My dear daughter, this is truly a misunderstanding. We were all deceived by Lu Xue when she lamented about her crystal core being stolen. We acted out of anger and desperation. Look, you have killed quite a few and taken numerous crystal cores. Why not just let us go? Father, how can you say such a thing? This plan was our Lu Fei was scapegoated by Lu Xun, her rage boiling over. Just as she was about to unveil the entire truth, a fireball struck her mouth, causing her to cough up blood, her throat ablaze with pain. How dare you speak to your father in such a manner? Allow me to discipline you, so you understand the meaning of respect. Lu Xun swiftly silenced Lu Fei, clearly prepared to sacrifice her, then turned to Lu Fei with a fawning demeanor. My daughter, this is the situation. We have knelt in remorse. Would you not consider letting us go? He noticed Lu Fei's lack of reaction and assumed her silence was acquiescence. Just as he attempted to rise, a gunshot rang out, a bullet narrowly missing his vital parts. Do you think you can secure your release with mere words? You must be dreaming. My brothers nearly met their demise, and the life of Lu Fei alone cannot quell my wrath. As Lu Fei spoke, she toyed with the crystal core handed to her by Guchanga, the sunlight reflecting an array of colors off its surface. Lu Xun clenched his teeth. It was clear that Lu Fei would not relent until they had been thoroughly stripped of their dignity. He looked at Lu Fei, who remained silent and resentful, then back at Lu Fei, and recalled Lu Fei's dutifulness, contrasting sharply with this rebellious daughter. His heart softened momentarily. Just as he was about to obscure the truth regarding Lu Fei, he witnessed Lu Fei raise her gun and execute a man attempting to escape. The warm splatter of brain matter mixed with blood hit Lu Xun's mouth, the sickly sweet taste rendering him momentarily paralyzed. He could hardly fathom that he had consumed human brain matter. I. Lu Xun clutched his head, helplessly licking his lips, appearing on the verge of a mental breakdown. Yet Lu Fei saw things differently. Oh, you gluttonous girl, smacking your lips after sipping on brain matter. It seems you truly enjoy it. Come, as your dutiful daughter, allow me to feed you some more. They say you become what you eat. Perhaps after consuming this brain matter, you shall no longer be a fool. As Lu Fei's words fell, Guchanga seized Lu Xun by the collar, dragging him toward the deceased man's head. He could see the lifeless eyes, the terror etched on the face, and the blood mixing with brain matter oozing from the wound. No, please, I won't drink it. Lu Xun's neck was firmly held by Guchanga, and as he faced the impending doom of being smeared with brain matter, he finally snapped. Chapter 83 2nd Battalion Commander. Bring me my Italian cannon. Let me go? I will confess everything. It was all Lu Fei's instigation. It is her fault. The second button on her body is actually a spatial artifact where all the crystal cores are hidden. We had long plotted to throw dirt on you at the first opportunity, not only to blackmail you and seize all your crystal cores, but also to elevate our base's ranking and expel you. Lu Xun closed his eyes and spilled the truth, fearing Guchanga would crush him. After uttering the last word, Guchanga indeed released him, and he lost his support, plunging headfirst into the ground. He choked, and, when he regained his senses, found himself retching violently on the floor. At this moment, the kneeling crowd, having heard Lu Xun's words, suddenly realized the truth. Damn you, Lu Fei, did you treat me like a fool? We sought justice for you, and you led us into the flames. Lu Fei, you vile wretch, I will end you. The enraged crowd, consumed by fury, charged toward Lu Fei and her family, unleashing a torrent of blows upon them. Lu Fei merely crossed her arms and watched the scene unfold, not intervening until she saw someone attempting to steal Lu Fei's button amidst the chaos. Enraged, she shot the thief, instantly restoring calm among the frenzied crowd. Now, everyone kneel properly. If anyone dares to defy my orders again, you will be the next to lie on the ground. Her words compelled everyone to obediently return to their kneeling positions, fearful that they might be the next to suffer her wrath. Satisfied with the restored quiet, yet unable to conceal the venomous glares directed at her, Lu Fei bent down and ripped the button from Lu Fei's chest, exposing a vast expanse of soft, pale skin. Despite her legs being pierced and her face bruised from Lu Fei's blows, Lu Fei's figure remained striking, accompanied by her suppressed, sultry voice. Many could not help but glance her way, swallowing hard in secret. With a cold snort, Lu Fei plunged her hand into the button, extracting a large handful of crystal cores. After multiple attempts, she finally emptied Lu Fei's hidden stash. As the cores emerged, the faces of the kneeling individuals grew increasingly grim. Initially, it was Lu Fei who claimed her crystal cores had been stolen, prompting their actions. Yet now, it was clear they had been manipulated into a blackmail scheme. See, you fools? With just a flick of her finger, you rushed to become her lackeys. You deserve this. You bullied us at Hongjin base. But don't think I don't know you wanted to profit from this too. Now we have undeniable evidence. We have been falsely accused. Speak. How will you compensate us? Upon hearing Lu Fei's words, The kneeling crowd was incredulous. What? Even the infamous Zhou Baipi wouldn't stoop so low. Not only had they been beaten black and blue, but their crystal cores had also been taken. How could Lu Fei dare to demand compensation? Our crystal cores have already been seized. What more can we offer as compensation? One individual, unable to contain his frustration, muttered aloud. Lu Fei rolled her eyes and swiftly slapped him. You idiot. We took your crystal cores to avoid being wrongfully accused. What does your compensation have to do with us? We, a coalition of bases, were happily hunting zombies and singing when you lot wrongfully accused us. Shouldn't you compensate us? The man, clutching his stinging face, acknowledged his fault and dared not utter another word, quickly adjusting his posture to kneel properly, fearing Lu Fei's ire. Others listened to Lu Fei's words, their mouths bitter, some regretting their actions and slapping themselves. They had been foolish, easily manipulated by that wretched Lu Shui, leading them to cross paths with the ruthless Lu Fei. However, they now found themselves stripped of everything, unable to offer any compensation. I am a compassionate person, unable to bear excessive bloodshed. Since you sincerely repent, I shall devise a way for you. Lu Fei feigned softness, offering them a path to redemption. Send a distress signal to the base, allowing communication via the intercom to request compensation. But if we do that, we will be eliminated. We lack your skills. It is understandable that you took our crystal cores, but forcing us to withdraw is too much. Some, unwilling to accept this fate, attempted to resist, only to be kicked down by Lu Fei, who was soon joined by Guchanga and Hudaba, who encircled the dissenters. What of our withdrawal? If I hadn't arrived in time, your team would have been annihilated. It is a blessing that I did not kill you all. How dare you bargain with me? 2nd Battalion Commander, bring me my Italian cannon to wipe out these scoundrels. Lu Fei's fury escalated. Had she arrived a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. How dare they even suggest compensation after all she had done? As she rolled up her sleeves to load her weapon, the kneeling crowd rushed to join in the assault against the dissenting man. You fool. If you refuse to compensate, don't drag us down with you. We willingly accepted punishment from Miss Lu. If you wish to perish, get lost. Within minutes, the man was beaten to a pulp, and soon, others began sending distress signals, contacting their base. Upon learning that their members were being held for ransom, the base was initially furious, prepared to confront Lu Fei, only to hear their team members insist that they were willingly offering compensation, with no connection to Miss Lu. Are you out of your minds? Why would you voluntarily compensate Lu Fei? The intercom crackled with angry voices, and Lu Fei recognized the voice of the commander of the Tingsha base. Snatching the intercom, she spoke in an overly sweet tone. Oh, base commander, please don't be so angry. Your people nearly caused the demise of ours. Asking for compensation is only natural. But I am not insistent. Since everyone is here, I have some photos I'd like to show them. Lu Fei could feel the other side's rage at the mention of the photos, which contained dark secrets that must never see the light of day. The Tingsha base commander could only grit his teeth in silence, hastily instructing his team to prepare resources for the ransom. In this manner, Lu Fei effortlessly convinced the commanders of Tingsha, Tiangang, and Freedom bases. While waiting, she handed the captured individuals over to Guchanga and the others, instructing them to leave their lives intact for the sake of ransom. As the sounds of fists and feet echoed in the distance, Lu Fei donned an innocent and charming smile, approaching Lu Shui. Having survived a throat-cutting before, she pondered what method to employ this time. What do you intend to do? Lu Shui felt a chill creep up her spine under Lu Fei's gaze. In the next moment, 2 gunshots rang out, piercing her arms. Now it is symmetrical. How satisfying. Lu Fei exhaled in relief, admiring her perfect handiwork with utmost satisfaction. She turned to the Lu family and gestured with her gun. Dig a large pit and bury Lu Shui alive. Chapter 84. Bury her or bury yourselves. Internal conflict. Lu Fei, Shui has already given you the crystal core. Yet you still wish to bury her alive. Could you be any more cold-blooded and heartless? Lu Juanhao frowned, gazing at the sister he no longer recognized. But he maintained the facade of an elder brother, ready to admonish her. Cold-blooded and heartless? You are fully aware that Brother Gu and Brother Feiyu are innocent. Yet you incite so many to attack them. Who, pray tell, is more heartless here? As for you, I harbor no sense of chivalry. I simply ask, will you bury her or not? If not, then I shall bury you instead. Lu Fei looked at Lu Juanhao expectantly, as if waiting for his nod to pull the trigger. Lu Juanhao, infuriated, gritted his teeth but dared not utter a word, ultimately turning away in rage. Preparing for a non-violent resistance, Lu Jin and the other 3 fools appeared to be of the same mind, exchanging glances, none daring to move. Really? Lu Laoding, you were so articulate when you betrayed Lu Shui earlier. and now you act the role of a benevolent father? And you lied. When I was beating Lu Shui, you did nothing to intervene. When she was being assaulted, you stood by idly, and now you present yourselves as concerned kin. What a bunch of hypocrites. Lu Fei lashed out, cursing them vehemently, leaving the Lu family members flabbergasted. The onlookers, waiting for the ransom, felt a sudden sense of equilibrium upon witnessing this scene. She was merciful not to have killed her own family after treating them so harshly. Zizi's sister, please do not be angry. If they refuse to dig, I shall take it upon myself. I will dig a larger pit and bury them all, sparing them from constantly provoking you. Mou approached. Holding an iron shovel he had procured from an unknown source, his deep blue eyes gazing at Lu Fei with a glimmer of mischief. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Fei considered the proposition. She looked intrigued, prompting Lu Zhen to be taken aback. This audacious girl was truly daring in her thoughts. No, you cannot do this. I am your father. You cannot kill me. Lu Zhen exclaimed in a panic, retreating hastily, only to be seized by Guchanga, who lifted him by the collar as one would a crab. Ugh, this bald-headed lot is truly inconvenient to handle. There is nothing to grab onto. Hu Daba complained. Yet he continued binding Lu Jiamo. As they struggled, he decided to remove his shoes, letting each one take a whiff, causing them to gag and cease their resistance completely. Seeing them subdued, Guchanga and the others began to dig. No, we do not wish to die. Fei, I was wrong. Spare me. I only wanted the fire base to win. Lu Shui cried, blood streaming from her wounds, feeling faint as she helplessly watched them dig, her heart filled with hatred. Yet her exterior pleaded for mercy. Oh, very well then, since you are so compassionate, Lu Fei replied, catching Lu Shui off guard with her swift agreement. Just as she felt a glimmer of hope for survival, the next moment nearly caused her to choke with rage. Then let us bury the entire fire base alongside you for company in the afterlife. At this proclamation, the members of the fire base immediately protested. No, Lu Fei. We do not want to be buried with her. We have gained nothing from this journey. Lu Shui has taken all the good spoils for herself and left us with mere scraps of crystal core as compensation. She has used us as pawns while she sold favors to other bases. We despise her. Please do not bury us. Initially, the fire base members were indifferent. But as they reflected, they realized Lu Shui had indeed treated them as fools. Earlier, she would feign vulnerability, sweet-talking them into submission. Once one person discerned the truth, the others quickly followed suit. Yes, they had not only gained nothing but also lost their crystal cores, now waiting for the base to pay their ransom. As their frustration mounted, one individual charged at Lu Shui, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Damn it, even if I am to be buried alive, I must vent my anger first. With one person taking action, others soon joined in, not sparing Lu Shui or even Lu Zhen. I have never felt so humiliated in my life. You reap the benefits while we accompany you to death. I will make you pay first. Yes, beat this vile woman. She treats everyone like her subordinates, as if this were a game. Kill that old fool. If it weren't for him, Lu Shui would not have so many connections. The remaining members of the fire base rained down blows upon the Lu family, leaving them on the brink of collapse. Lu Fei observed their righteous fury without interference, merely gesturing lightly. Oh dear, why bother? TSK, you're hitting quite hard. Just be careful not to bite. Lu Lao Deng's head hasn't seen water in days, and you might catch something. Lu Zhen, battered and seeing stars, longed for the embrace of his ancestors. His hazy gaze turned to Lu Fei, realizing she was determined to eliminate them. If he continued to resist, he would surely meet his end. Ultimately, to save himself, he resolved to abandon Lu Shui. With that thought, Lu Zhen could no longer endure the torment and shouted, I agree. I will bury Lu Shui. With Lu Zhen's submission, the four brothers of the Lu family sighed in relief, nodding in agreement. They had begun to regret their earlier actions, recognizing that if not for the instigation of Lu Shui and her mother, Lu Fei would not have been so merciless toward them. In the end, it was all Lu Shui's fault. Being buried alive would serve as her penance. The fire base members observed the Lu family's capitulation and reluctantly ceased their assault, regarding them with disdain. Using one's sister as a bargaining chip for survival is truly repugnant. Since you agree to bury Lu Shui, let us hasten to dig the pit. Should I catch you slacking off or causing mischief, I shall first render you impotent before killing you, ensuring you remain eunuchs even in death. With a cold huff, Lu Fei ordered the members of the fire base to wait for their ransom while overseeing the proceedings. Only the wounded Lu Shui lay on the ground, tears brimming in her eyes. She watched her father and brothers digging her grave. A surge of hatred welled up within her. Why? Why did everyone conspire against her, especially Lu Fei? Why was she still alive? Father, Elder brother, second brother, third brother, fifth brother, are you truly going to kill me? We are family, Lu Fei cried in desperation. In past times, they would have rushed to comfort her. Yet now their hands remained steadfast in their grim task. Just as she was about to plead further, Li Qin and the hunting party returned. After Lu Fei's 2-day absence, everyone had barely eaten, and following the recent battle, they were ravenous. They sent a group to gather any mutated chickens they could find. And Li Qin, grinning, approached Lu Fei, holding up a chicken for her to purify. After 2 days of scant nourishment, he felt as if he could devour anything. Brother Li Qin, please save me. Chapter 85. Since you adore her so much, perish with her you wish for me to save you? Li Qin gazed upon Lu Fei sprawled on the ground, a maelstrom of emotions churning within him. Previously, she had been the cynosure of all eyes, encircled by a throng of men, requiring Herculean efforts for him to even capture her fleeting attention. Now, she addressed him with such unvarnished directness. Lu Fei, perceiving Li Qin's silence as resentment for her prior inaction, adopted a pitiable mien, imploringly pleading, Brother Li Qin, I was compelled by circumstances beyond my control not to come to your rescue. We were besieged by zombies, and our walkie-talkies were crushed. I despaired of ever seeing you again, but to find you hale and hearty fills me with such elation. Lu Fei demurely lowered her gaze, attempting to showcase her most flattering angle, oblivious to the fact that her current battered state had rendered her unrecognizable. Your walkie-talkie was truly broken? Li Qin's countenance was a study in conflict, his resolve visibly wavering. Just as she was about to continue her supplications, Lu Fei interjected with sardonic tones. Indeed, dear Li Qin, you must believe her. Her walkie-talkie malfunctioned, rendering all others useless as well, thus preventing any communication. Moreover, amidst the zombie onslaught, she was preoccupied with beguiling men, leaving her with scant energy to seek you out. Since you have become her devoted admirer, you must dedicate yourself to her service. Not only must you rescue her, but you must also embrace death for her sake. Lu Fei's words reverberated in Li Qin's ears, causing his body to involuntarily tremble. Memories of his past tribulations flooded his mind. Recalling Lu Fei's admonitions, clarity dawned upon him. If Lu Fei genuinely cared for him, would she have severed contact merely due to a broken walkie-talkie? Given her amicable relations with others, could she not have borrowed one? Ultimately, she had deemed him dead and inconsequential. Lu Fei discerned the shift in Li Qin's demeanor, casting a resentful glare at Lu Fei before turning her gaze back. With considerable effort, she raised her arm, tugging at Li Qin's trousers. Brother Li Qin, if you but save me, I will do anything you ask. I do not wish to be buried alive. I am only 23 years old, and I have so much life ahead of me. Please, help me. As Lu Fei concluded her plea, Lu Fei retorted, Indeed, dear Li Qin, she is only 23 years old and cannot die. You deserve to be besieged. Since you adore her so much, perish with her. Lu Fei's words elicited a dramatic change in Li Qin's complexion, prompting him to vehemently shake his head. He recoiled from the prospect of being buried alive, having narrowly escaped death and still yearning for roasted chicken. I am not acquainted with you. Do not involve me. Li Qin, fully awakened, leaped aside, distancing himself from Lu Fei. Upon turning back, he observed Gu Chang'e and the others. Sleeves rolled up and stances adopted, poised to subdue him should he falter and consign him to the pit as Lu Fei's underlay. Li Luo nearly concussed himself prostrating before Lu Fei. Esteemed ancestor, Li Qin was deprived of oxygen at birth, resulting in diminished intelligence. Please, overlook his transgressions this once. I shall castrate him forthwith, ensuring he never again fawns over women. I implore you to spare his life. Lu Fei regarded Li Qin with an enigmatic smile. Your own infatuation with love, disregard for life and death, is inconsequential. However, to absolve Lu Fei is to betray the brothers who have faced life and death alongside you. What of their innocence? Merely by associating with our base, must they endure a siege? Li Qin, were it not for your resilience during the siege, I would have buried you here for your ignoble behavior. Lu Fei's unsparing rebuke caused Li Qin's face to flush with shame. How could he have forgotten the agony of that life or death struggle? Why had he momentarily lost all sense upon seeing Lu Fei? Observing the disappointment etched on his brothers' faces and Li Luo's supplicating posture, Li Qin felt deserving of death. He raised his hand and delivered a series of resounding slaps to his face, ceasing only when his once handsome face was swollen and crimson. I apologize. I was blinded by lust. I have failed you all. Lu Fei, satisfied that Li Qin was not utterly foolish, emitted a soft snort of forgiveness. Had he remained infatuated, clinging to Lu Fei, she would have gladly united them as ghostly consorts beneath the earth. No, Brother Li Qin, I did not see you there. Otherwise, I would never have allowed you to be endangered. I care so deeply for you. Have you forgotten that I saved you from a zombie attack? Lu Shui's words caused Li Qin's eyes to narrow. Just as everyone believed he was succumbing to infatuation once more, he leaped up in agitation. You dare mention it? I could have evaded it, but you tripped me. Were it not for you, I would not have lost all my crystals. Li Qin roared in fury. Blinded by his affection for Lu Shui, he had failed to recognize her true nature. Now, awakened by Lu Fei's reprimand, he understood. That damn Lu Shui had pilfered his crystals, yet masqueraded as his savior. He had been a fool to be manipulated into confronting Lu Fei. No, I did not trip you. Lu Shui attempted to deny the accusation, but Lu Fei produced a button, scattering a pile of crystals onto the ground. These are all Lu Shui's hidden stash. See if any of yours are among them. Those who used abilities to kill zombies would instinctively mark them, facilitating the subsequent distribution of spoils. Li Qin, a wind-type ability user, marked his crystals with a sun. Amidst the multitude of crystals, he quickly located his own. Lu Shui. You damn thief. So that's where my crystals vanished. You stole them all. Li Qin clenched his fists in rage. Had he not been raised to refrain from striking women, he would have beaten this despicable woman into a mangled mess. Lu Shui, exposed and her lies laid bare, turned ashen. But her desire for survival spurred her to try again. Brother Li Qin. This time, Li Qin did not hesitate, darting behind Lu Fei. Get back. You shameless hussy. I am not your brother, but your ancestor. With that, he ceased looking at Lu Shui, dragging Li Luo away to pluck the mutated chicken. Utterly heartbroken, he desperately needed roasted chicken to console himself. With Li Qin gone, the pit was nearly complete, regardless of Lu Shui's cries and pleas. No one spared her a second glance. Lu Jin personally tossed her into the pit, and her 4 adoring brothers shoveled earth upon her. As the pit was filled, Lu Fei knew that Lu Shui would not die so easily, protected as she was by her halo. She merely wondered how Lu Shui would revive this time. Now that she was buried alive, would she sprout from the earth like a seed? Fei, we have buried Shui. Lu Shui, surely, you can forgive us now? Lu Jin, despite his seething rage, forced a servile smile, plotting to kill his unfilial daughter at a later opportunity. Of course, I, Lu Fei, am a woman of my word. Since you have buried Lu Shui, I shall release you. However, if you were killed for embezzling others' crystals, that is none of my concern. Lu Fei, do not go too far. You have tormented us with life and death repeatedly. Are you enjoying this? If you have the guts, just kill me. Lu Jiamu, the most volatile of the brothers, charged forward, only to be kicked away by Chao Jingyu, collapsing in a bloody heap. If I were not concerned that news of your deaths would devastate Mother, do you think I would have spared you until now? Lu Jiamu. If you wish to die now, I shall grant your wish. Lu Fei coldly gestured towards Lu Zhan. Go, dig another pit, and bury your 5th son as well. Chapter 86. Let them be muted on QQ for 3 minutes with a resounding slap. Before Lu Fei could utter another word, Lu Jin swiftly struck Lu Jiamu. You little rascal, just because no one considers you mute, does that mean you have to burrow into the ground? Your sister has gone through great lengths to liberate us, and yet you insist on making things difficult. As Lu Zhan reprimanded Lu Jiamu, he tugged at his ear, pulling him back. Upon noticing that Lu Fei had abandoned her intent to bury him alive, he finally exhaled in relief. Are you foolish? Right now, we are no match for Lu Fei. Engaging her will only lead to our downfall. Why insist on opposing her? As long as we preserve our lives, we can strategize later. She has her protectors now, but she will inevitably find herself alone again. We can deal with her then. For now, survival is paramount. Listening to his father's admonitions, Lu Jiamu reluctantly suppressed his urge to argue further. However, observing the calculating expression on Lu Jin's face, he couldn't help but ponder. Did they truly have a chance to eliminate Lu Fei? It seemed highly improbable. Lu Fei regarded the subdued Lu family duo with a tinge of regret. If only they had stirred up more trouble, perhaps she would have had the opportunity to eliminate them. Why can't they just take the bait? She mused. If not for the fear of her mother's potential illness upon hearing of these 4 fools' demise, Lu Fei would have preferred to avoid such trivial exchanges altogether. Big sister, the roasted chicken is ready. Please eat, Gu Chang'e exclaimed, presenting a fragrant roasted chicken leg to Lu Fei, while the onlookers, squatting nearby, drooled with anticipation. Their supplies had been seized, and they had endured several beatings. After such an ordeal, their stomachs were empty. The aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air, and watching Gu Chang'e and others devour the meal made their mouths water. Damn it, I heard Lu Fei possessed purification abilities. But who would have thought she could purify mutated chickens? Had I known following her would lead to roasted chicken, I would never have waded into this mess. Oh, how I regret it. Indeed, if it weren't for that conniving Lu Shui, we wouldn't be in this predicament, another lamented. Humph. The people from the fire base are all despicable. I never want to see them again. Otherwise, I will strike them every time I do. The members of the fire base were left in tears. All of these scheming tactics were the machinations of Lu Fei. They had no part in it. Woe is me. I am wronged, but I shall endure. Curse it, I can no longer contain myself. One cried out. The group awaiting ransom divided into 3 factions. One faction despising the fire base and the Lu family, another harboring animosity towards the Lu family, and the last being the Lu family's 5 sons, who were universally reviled. With their audacity, they isolated themselves from all others. The 3 groups, unable to tolerate one another, soon found themselves embroiled in a brawl. Unsurprisingly, the Lu family suffered the most severe beating. Lu Fei and her companions paid them no mind, continuing to enjoy their roasted chicken while observing the chaos with delight. Once the dust settled, Lu Fei buried the Lu family's 5 sons and a few of the most troublesome individuals up to their necks as a punishment for their unauthorized brawling. Lu Fei, can you not see that we are the ones who suffered the most? Why do you still bury us? Why not bury those who beat us? Lu Jiamu protested. Struggling against his restraints, his head defiantly held high. Lu Fei was unsympathetic, tossing the remaining chicken bones at his head. Is punishing you a crime? This is merely an act of justice. I am furious because you did not heed my commands. Consider this a 3-minute QQ mute as punishment. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiamu's fury reached new heights. Lu Fei was clearly inciting everyone to bully them. How could this woman be so malicious? Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the sound of an approaching vehicle engine caught their attention. Turning to look, they saw a convoy approaching, adorned with the flags of various bases. It was evident they had come to negotiate the ransom. The crowd gazed at the advancing vehicles, their expressions a mixture of emotions. Elation surged at the prospect of escaping Lu Fei, yet sorrow loomed at the thought of the severe repercussions awaiting them upon returning to their base. Having been easily manipulated, they had suffered considerable losses, and with the additional penalty from their base, their scores from the first competition were practically non-existent. Moments later, the convoy came to a halt, and dozens of individuals disembarked, their expressions grim as they took in the sight of their battered comrades crouched in the corners, too afraid to move. Lu Fei, you have gone too far. Given that we promised to pay the ransom, how can you still allow them to remain in such a position? The representatives from the tsunami base had arrived straight from their headquarters and were unaware of Lu Fei's notorious exploits. They regarded her as a mere fragile woman, unworthy of their concern. Before they could voice their disdain, one member raised his hand to deliver a slap as a show of authority, aiming to preserve their base's reputation. However, before his hand could reach Lu Fei, it was engulfed in flames, transforming into a charred spectacle, followed by a swift kick that sent him soaring. Come, bury this fool. Lu Fei smiled at Gu Chang'e, Luo Feiyu, and Chao Jiangyu, who stood protectively in front of her. With a mere gesture, 5 individuals quickly rushed over, digging a pit with fervor. Within 5 minutes, they had disposed of the man and filled the hole, their efficiency a testament to their growing expertise. Well done. The time taken is decreasing, Lu Fei commented casually, prompting the diggers to straighten their backs proudly, casting glances at the others. This competitive display left the ransom negotiators dumbfounded. What was there to be proud of in such a grim task? Despite their disbelief, they were compelled to rescue their comrades. Given the earlier display of formidable power, they had lost their appetite for confrontation. With so many unable to prevail, they realized that even their numbers would hardly make a difference. Thus, the ransom negotiations proceeded smoothly, as everyone politely retrieved their comrades, gritting their teeth to pay the ransom. Those who remained obstinate were still being unearthed, while the Lu family's 5 sons, despite the fire base's disdain, were forced to pay their ransom, promising to work for the base for free for 3 years in return. When the prisoners emerged, their dignity shattered, they wished to flee with their heads held low, eager to avoid any further encounters with Lu Fei. This time, I spared your lives out of respect for the base's agreement, but should you cross me again, do not expect any mercy, Lu Fei warned. Leaving the representatives of the bases with grim expressions, unable to voice their grievances since it was their own members who had erred. One by one, they swallowed their pride and offered apologies, finally gaining Lu Fei's consent to depart. Just as they were about to leave, the ground began to tremble beneath them, accompanied by a series of ominous sounds. Chapter 87. The Toxic Fart Attack, the ultimate technique of Millennium Kill 'em? You all came here on tractors? Lu Fei searched for the source of the sound for a long time, but found nothing. Everyone else was also looking around in vain. Just as they were about to leave, the ground beneath them finally cracked open. With a series of popping sounds, a blood-soaked body slowly emerged from the earth. To their shock, it was Lu Fei. Hadn't she been buried alive? How could she still be alive? Surely, she hadn't risen from the dead, but something felt amiss. The crowd stared in astonishment as Lu Shue's figure surfaced. Upon fully emerging, she opened her eyes, glaring malevolently at Lu Fei. Lu Fei, the heavens have not forsaken me. I will not let you escape. At that moment, Lu Shui had lost her usual softness and innocence, her expression dark and ghostly. However, what astonished Lu Fei was that the numerous gunshot wounds on Lu Shue's body had ceased bleeding and were even beginning to heal. After losing so much blood and being buried for hours, Lu Shui somehow crawled out from underground. Truly, the protagonist's aura was formidable. Lu Fei, you have destroyed everything I held dear. I will kill you. Lu Shui, in her fury, turned her back on them, her voice sharp and filled with a relentless fury. Seeing her actions, Lu Fei's pupils constricted, recalling the earlier warning from the little system, and she quickly covered her face and retreated. Quick, cover your mouths and step back. She is about to unleash a foul fart. Those who had spent ample time with Lu Fei had developed a tacit understanding at her warning. They instinctively retreated with utmost speed. Unfortunately, the others were not so fortunate. As Lu Shue's noxious sounds erupted, a thick, stench-laden wind swept toward them. Ugh, what on earth has she been eating? That fart could knock a person out. Ugh, Lu Shui, are you part skunk? And now you're farting too. Those assaulted by the foul gas retched uncontrollably, some even experiencing difficulty breathing and stinging eyes. Yet they dared not show their discomfort. Fearing the ridicule of being caught in such a disgraceful state, Lu Fei, holding her nose, watched the others contort in disgust and couldn't help but laugh uproariously. Ah, this is karma. Weren't you all just swooning over how sweet and gentle Shui is? Now you find her repulsive? If you truly adored her, you should embrace her farts. No, you should accept her excrement as well. Right, king of foul farts? Lu Fei's mockery turned the faces of the crowd a vivid mix of green and red. Their previous affection for Lu Shui now felt utterly nauseating. Especially now, as Lu Shui unleashed her foul fart attack, they felt as if they had consumed excrement, wishing they were instead confined to a corner by Lu Fei. Seeing Lu Fei escape unscathed, Lu Shui's eyes flashed with resentment, and she adjusted her position, determined not to relent until she had struck Lu Fei down. Observing Lu Shui's intent to take her down with her, Lu Fei was unyielding. She shouted, dragging Lu Jin and Lu Jianhao in front of her as shields. The even more viscous and revolting gas was unleashed, aiming directly at her, intent on obliterating her. However, this time, Lu Shui was destined for disappointment. After the toxic fart attack concluded, Lu Fei emerged unscathed, having pushed Lu Jun and Lu Jianhao forward. Both of them, overwhelmed by the stench, were left gasping for breath, their faces turning a sickly yellow. Lu Fei grimaced, quickly wiping her hands on the skirt of Chao Jiangyu beside her. Lu Shui, you ungrateful daughter. How dare you use your foul farts to attack your own father and brother? You truly deserve to die. I'm only doing this because of you, Lu Fei. Today, I will kill you. Lu Shui's eyes were bloodshot, her sanity lost, all dignity had vanished with her first fart. Remembering the disdainful glances from moments ago, hatred for Lu Fei consumed her. If you have the guts, don't you dare dodge this time. Lu Fei, seeing Lu Shui constantly adjusting her position with her back turned, let out a cold laugh and turned to the disdainful Li Qin. She whispered something to him, propping her left hand on her right elbow, beckoning with her finger in a commanding manner. You come here. Lu Shui, her gaze icy, gathered all her strength, thrusting her rear towards Lu Fei. Simultaneously, a gust of wind rushed back toward her, swirling the noxious gas back to Lu Shui. Just as she attempted to evade, she was overwhelmed, rolling her eyes in revulsion and gagging. At that moment, Lu Fei sprang into action, dashing toward Lu Shui, who was bent over and retching, swiftly forming a seal. Ultimate technique, Millennium Kill. With Lu Fei's crisp command, Lu Shui was sent soaring from the force of the attack, writhing in agony on the ground, clutching her backside. Lu Fei, you cheat. How is it cheating to fart? I wouldn't even be offended by your filth. You should be grateful. Keep it up, and I'll seal that outlet with glue. Let us see how you'll pass gas then. Lu Shui, consumed by rage, grabbed a handful of sand and hurled it at Lu Fei. Caught off guard, Lu Fei was hit squarely, allowing Lu Shui to leap into the very hole from which she had emerged moments earlier. Having discovered other passages below, she was determined to escape. As long as she lived, she wouldn't fear killing the little vixen Lu Fei. Lu Fei, get ready to meet your end. With that, Lu Shui vanished into the depths, while Lu Fei leaned over the hole for a moment. Wow, as expected of the protagonist, her luck is indeed unmatched. We both crawled through tunnels, yet I had to wander for days while she finds an exit just like that. Lu Fei felt a twinge of imbalance. firing 2 shots into the direction where Lu Shui had disappeared, expressing her displeasure. However, since Lu Shui had fled, Lu Fei chose not to dwell on it. With the ransom from earlier and the spoils from before, her base had surged ahead. Moreover, as the Tiangang, Tingsha, Freedom, and Fire bases had been eliminated after sending distress signals, the competition would now be confined to her base, the Tsangyu, and the Phoenix bases, which would not dare to contest against her. Thus, everyone decided to return to the Yaoguang base together. What was originally planned to be a month-long competition was now condensed into 10 days due to Lu Fei's unconventional tactics. Upon seeing the leaders of the 3 bases waiting at the entrance to greet them, Lu Fei leapt from the vehicle, laughing heartily. "Ah, thank you, esteemed leaders, for your gracious concession that allowed our base to claim first place." Chapter 88. The consequences of excess. Lu Fei, your actions are truly reprehensible. Resorting to such underhanded tactics to force our team's withdrawal. You have violated the base covenant, and we must subject you to judgment. The commander of the Tingsha base glared at Lu Fei, deeming her deserving of death for both their embarrassment and the threat to the base's ranking. "Oh, underhanded tactics, you say?" Lu Fei turned toward the cowering figures behind her. "Did I use underhanded tactics to bully you all?" A smattering of weak denials prompted Lu Fei to frown. "Speak louder. Are you all lacking sustenance?" As she spoke, Lu Fei brandished a collection of photographs, fanning herself theatrically. The sight of the images caused a collective gasp, a feeling of constriction in their chests. The photos depicted their most mortifying moments, faces smeared with mud and tears, bodies buried with only heads exposed, and trousers ripped to reveal bare buttocks. Each image was a potential social execution. Witnessing their dark history displayed so brazenly, they mustered every ounce of strength. "No." The resounding cry threatened to pierce the heavens, startling the Tingsha commander. Lu Fei, a smile playing on her lips, gathered the photos, her eyes gleaming with triumph. "Listen to the voice of the masses. They're not claiming coercion. Perhaps you should refrain from meddling. If necessary, we can always hold a rematch. Though I wonder, will your ransom be sufficient this time?" Lu Fei's words sent pangs through the Tingsha commander's heart. The resources and crystals had been a significant drain on the base. The thought that they could have been theirs, had he not sought an opportunity to eliminate Lu Fei, was infuriating. Nevertheless, the commander remained displeased. Gazing at Lu Fei's arrogant countenance, he couldn't resist attempting a lecture. "As a woman, you shouldn't act so eccentric and ruthless, lest you remain unwed. Furthermore, as the current commander of the Hongjian base, your actions reflect upon your base. Such behavior tarnishes their reputation. The possibility of your actions leading to retaliation against your people keeps me awake at night." The commanders of the Freedom and Tiangang bases echoed his sentiments. "Indeed," added the Freedom commander. "We're all commanders, and we worry for your well-being. Imagine returning to find your base's people slaughtered by vengeful enemies." Hearing their thinly veiled threats, Lu Fei's expression hardened, her gaze turning murderous. Crossing her arms, she scoffed, "Perhaps your insomnia stems from excessive homosexual activity, leading to diminished vitality. At your advanced age, you must control not only your lower mouths but also your upper ones. Consider your words carefully, or you may meet an untimely demise." Lu Fei made no attempt to conceal her animosity. Once she secured first place and the base's protective shield, she vowed to eliminate these 3 grotesque figures. Despite being outnumbered, Lu Fei's aura was undiminished, the tension between the 4 palpable, threatening to erupt into violence. At that moment, the commanders of the Liehua and Yaoguang bases intervened. The return of Lu Fei, the troublemaker, had caused them considerable stress. Now, we're all on the same side. Why this animosity? We've all returned with great difficulty. Let's retire to rest." The Liehua commander offered a face-saving gesture, which the other 3 seized upon. As they departed, they glared at Lu Fei. Guchanga, eager to unleash his fiery wrath upon their attire, was restrained by Lu Fei. Acting now would only give them leverage. Rest assured, they've stirred a hornet's nest. I won't let them off easily. With that, she led Guchanga and the others into the base. Only after those familiar with Lu Fei had entered did the redeemed dare to follow, some even returning directly to their own bases, eager to escape the demon-like woman. Lu Fei, mindful of their return, decided to greet Yin Sheng, Chao Huai, and former commander Lu Song. They found the trio in the lounge, devouring the snacks Lu Fei had left behind, nearly engaging in a brawl over the last package of spicy sticks. "Ah, Fei is back. I knew my dear niece was the best. You've returned victorious in just a few days." Chao Huai wiped his mouth, pushing past Yin Sheng and Lu Song to be the first to reach Lu Fei. However, his words were cut short by the sight of his nephew, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Jingyu, what is the style you've adopted? Qiao Wei felt his blood pressure rising. His nephew had been fine when he left, but he had returned as a niece? He refused to accept it. Xiao Zhengyu twitched, recounting the events that had transpired, recalling the individuals he had encountered in the tunnel. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Qiao Wei, indicating a private conversation later. I never imagined you would encounter such events. It sounds incredibly perilous. You should all rest. Everyone was exhausted, and after a few brief exchanges, they departed to rest. Along the way, Mou eagerly trailed Lu Fei, recounting the unspoken thoughts of the three commanders, revealing their desire to eliminate her. Witnessing their intimate exchange, Lu Fei approached, offering Lu Fei a bottle of water to soothe her throat. Thank you, Brother Fei. Hearing Lu Fei's gratitude, Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with a hint of shyness on his handsome face. There's no need for thanks between us. Lu Fei nervously fidgeted with his fingers, but before he could continue, Qiao Jingyu coughed a few times. Whether intentional or not, the fabric binding his chest loosened and fell to the ground, revealing the mottled bite marks on his chest. Everyone gasped. What? What is this? Guchanga's tongue failed him. Qiao Jingyu hadn't had those marks before. They must have appeared during the 2 days he and Lu Fei had been missing. Could it be that he and their leader had? Had they been intimate? Their leader, that pristine treasure, had been defiled by this swine? In contrast to Guchanga's rage, Mou and Lu Fei's gazes turned dangerous, their eyes fixed on Qiao Jingyu's chest, as if they wished to flay the skin. Ahem. I can explain. Lu Fei, caught off guard, awkwardly glared at Qiao Jingyu. Just as she was about to deny their assumptions, he clutched his chest and groaned softly. Qiao Jingyu gazed intently at Lu Fei with his amber eyes, pursing his lips, his voice tinged with grievance. The fighting was too intense, and it aggravated the wound you inflicted. It hurts terribly. I hope it's not infected. Hearing this, Lu Fei quickly examined Qiao Jingyu's hand. Discovering that the wound was indeed red and swollen, she immediately turned to ask someone to fetch a medical kit, but Qiao Jingyu stopped her. You said you take responsibility for everything you've done. I want you to personally apply the medicine. Responsibility? Qiao Jingyu, what exactly did you do with our leader? I'm going to strangle you. Chapter 89, Marilyn Monroe Leopard. Does Rongqi have a sister? Guchanga, clearly misunderstanding, was enraged. His fiery red hair bristling wildly as he charged at Qiao Jingyu, ready to fight. In his usual style, Qiao Jingyu would have calmly accepted the challenge and faced Guchanga in a duel. However, today he weakly hid behind Lu Fei, feigning a cough. Cough, cough. My wound hurts terribly. Are you really going to let your people hit me? Upon hearing Qiao Jingyu's words, Lu Fei felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly rushed to embrace Guchanga tightly around the waist. No, Gugu, please calm down. Qiao Jingyu and I are completely innocent. I only bid him out of necessity before. He has suffered a lot for me, and I should take care of him. If you take action against him because of this, wouldn't I be an ungrateful person? Hearing Lu Fei's explanation, Guchanga finally calmed down a bit, repeatedly confirming that they had not gone too far, and then sighed in relief, glaring at Qiao Jingyu before turning to fetch the medical kit. We were fine to begin with. It's just that someone has a heart that is too dirty. Qiao Jingyu smirked, although feeling somewhat disappointed by Lu Fei's clarification. He found satisfaction in their apparent misunderstanding, especially seeing the jealousy in Mou and Lu Fei's eyes, which made him even more smug, wishing he could wag his tail in delight. Sister, you've already endured so much danger. If I were Brother Jingyu, I would never let you apply the medicine yourself. I would only feel sorry for you. Why not let me help Brother Jingyu with the medicine? I promise I will be very gentle. Mou approached with a teasing demeanor, staring at Qiao Jingyu, her last 3 words spoken through gritted teeth. She had heard Qiao Jingyu's thoughts from the very beginning and knew that nothing was going on between him and Lu Fei, yet she felt anger. Even more so at herself for not jumping into the fray sooner, as that would have meant being with Lu Fei. Yes, Fei, you must be tired too. Why not let me help with the bandaging? I'm quite skilled at it. Lu Fei also came over, deliberately using Lu Fei's nickname to indicate their closeness. Qiao Jingyu looked at the green tea man and the flirty fox coming to interrupt his moment with Lu Fei and directly pulled the woman into his embrace. She bit me on the chest. Shouldn't she take responsibility? I fell into the pit for her, barely escaping death several times, and in the end, I was left with nothing but my bare skin. Wah. Lu Fei quickly covered Qiao Jingyu's mouth, fearing that he would only dig a deeper hole for himself. If he continued describing, they might as well be heading to the bridal chamber. All right, I will take responsibility. I will apply the medicine to you. Please, just stop talking. Feeling the soft, fragrant hand covering his lips, Qiao Jingyu raised an eyebrow smugly at the two, his arrogant demeanor only making Mou and Lu Fei clench their fists tighter. Lu Fei, terrified that he might utter something earth-shattering, quickly led him in the direction Guchanga had gone. Chao Jingyu looked down at the hand held by Lu Fei, his lips curving into a pleased smile, his ears involuntarily perking up. Just then, a gust of wind blew through. The others merely felt a refreshing coolness, but Chao Jingyu's skirt was blown up. Lu Fei watched in horror as Chao Jingyu's calves, thighs, and even the exquisite area of his groin were all laid bare before her eyes. Oh no! Before she could see the most crucial part, Chao Jingyu quickly pulled his skirt down, squeezing his legs together. The pose was strikingly similar to Marilyn Monroe's iconic moment. Imagining the male physique that flashed in her mind, Lu Fei couldn't help but whistle. Your figure is stunning. Next time, I'll find you a maid outfit or a nurse's outfit to wear. How about that? Before she could finish, Chao Jingyu firmly covered her mouth, embarrassed at the thought of wearing such things again. Just a moment ago, he had wanted to walk slowly and show off, but now he disregarded the gazes around them. Scooping Lu Fei up and running forward, disappearing from sight in mere seconds, leaving behind the puzzled expressions of Mou, Luo Feiyu, and the onlookers. It was unclear what everyone was thinking, but after Lu Fei finished bandaging Chao Jingyu, she returned to her room and fell asleep, skipping dinner. When Lu Fei left, the softness and smiles on Chao Jingyu's face vanished entirely as he quickly changed clothes and went to find his uncle. After his cousin Chao Wai finished recounting the general situation, he elaborated on the details upon entering the tunnel. When he mentioned the tattoo on that person, Chao Jingyu couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, have you encountered the former commander? Do you know what his ability is?" It is to nullify the abilities of others. As long as he is present, they become as powerless as ordinary people. Chao Huai recalled the strikingly handsome man he had seen years ago, who could annihilate others with just a smile, and felt somewhat sentimental. Such an outstanding leader, sacrificing himself to protect those worthless beings, what a pity. Upon hearing this, Chao Jingyu's eyes flickered, almost certain. Does he have a sister? Do you know her name? Chao Huai thought for a moment and recalled that indeed there was one. Rong Qi had mentioned that their family was gone, leaving only him and his sister. He always kept a photo of the two in his pocket. I think her name is Rong Fei. Hearing this, Chao Jingyu sighed in relief, though his heart felt heavier. If I'm not mistaken, the one who kidnapped Lu Fei is Commander Rong Qi, but now he cannot be called a man anymore. Listening to Chao Jingyu's words, Chao Huai first felt joy, then became dejected. Yes, as his nephew described, he really could no longer be considered human. Yet, they had clearly found the body with the Commander S insignia. Could it have been a fake? Why had he transformed into something neither human nor zombie? We must investigate this matter thoroughly. The next time you see Rong Qi, you must inform me at once. Chao Huai solemnly instructed his nephew before discussing the upcoming plans. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. As the base quieted down, with only the patrolling guards awake, Lu Fei finally woke up well-rested. She stretched beautifully, performed a set of mock punches in the air, and then stealthily made her way out. She first slipped into the room of the Serpent Base chief. Thankfully, the hardware at Yaoguang Base was subpar. She easily unlocked the door with a hard card. When Lu Fei silently approached the chief's bedside, she blew gently on his forehead. A cold breeze swept over, making the Serpent Base chief uncomfortable. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to see Lu Fei standing at his bedside with a pale face. Ah, a ghost. Just as he screamed, he fainted instantly. Lu Fei looked at the man who had clearly scared himself into submission, disdainfully turned off the flashlight, thinking how pathetic it was that he still wanted to trouble her. TSK. I hope the next one doesn't faint right away. That would be so boring. Chapter 90. Being older has its perks. You can sleep anywhere. Looking at the fainted Serpent Base chief, Lu Fei took out the prepared items, revealing a mischievous smile. After a while of meticulous work, she finally felt satisfied and left, turning her attention to the Tianshu Base chief's room. That old man was also asleep. After approaching, Lu Fei raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. The resounding slap jolted the Tianshu Base chief awake. He covered his face, furious, only to see Lu Fei staring blankly at him, holding a large kitchen knife. Thwack, thwack, the watermelon is ripe. It's time to cut it, she exclaimed, swinging the knife in his direction. The old man, terrified, retreated with all his might, barely avoiding the knife that nearly landed between his legs. Can watermelons even fly? I'll chop you up. Lu Fei tilted her head, gripping the knife and wildly swinging it at the Tianshu Base chief, who scrambled in fear until he finally fainted just as the knife came within an inch of his forehead. Alas, a mere waste without any special abilities, yet still assuming the role of the base leader. Observing the fainted individual, Lu Fei scoffed, retrieving her prepared items with a smirk. She then proceeded to the room of the leader of the free base. Coincidentally, the old man had drunk too much water that night and was making his way to the restroom. Lu Fei followed closely, watching the free base leader groggily enter the lavatory, casually picking up a stick along the way. Listening to the leader's labored sounds as he relieved himself, Lu Fei curled her lips in disdain. With a visage reminiscent of a mantis and suffering from prostate issues, what was the point of his existence? It would be better to end it all. Just as the free base leader was struggling to expel his waste, a sudden pat on his shoulder startled him. And before he could turn around, a sharp pain shot through his neck, clouding his consciousness. After delivering a blow, Lu Fei watched as the leader staggered and, with a swift kick, sent him crashing to the ground. She then forcefully pressed his head into the cesspit. "Let me go, ugh." The free base leader struggled in the pit, but the more he fought, the more refuse filled his mouth, until he could endure no longer and finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Only then did Lu Fei relent, disdainfully dragging him out a bit to prevent him from suffocating in the pit, which would spoil her fun. Ah, the joys of age. One can sleep anywhere. After positioning the free base leader in a compromising manner, Lu Fei returned to her quarters, wrapped herself in a blanket, and drifted back into slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Fei, get out here. Early in the morning, the once tranquil base was shattered by urgent knocking. Awakening from his faint, the leader of the Tiangang base recalled Lu Fei's chaotic wielding of a kitchen knife, his hair bristling in fury as he rushed over for an explanation. However, Lu Fei firmly secured the door, rendering it impenetrable. "What are you dawdling for? Kick this wretched door down," the Tiangang base leader shouted at the tardy team members. Noticing their hesitant expressions, mistaking their silence for fear of Lu Fei, which only fueled his ire. "Are you all dead? Hurry up and kick the door. Lu Fei is just a woman. Can she really frighten you? Useless bunch. Bring me a gun. I will take her down. I dare anyone to touch my sister. I will burn them alive." Guchanga, with fiery red hair and an expression of rage, approached, just as he conjured a fireball to hurl. He caught sight of the Tiangang base leader and couldn't help but burst into laughter, extinguishing the flames. His laughter was infectious, and soon others, including Hudaba, could no longer contain their amusement. The Tiangang base members, however, suppressed their laughter out of respect, their lips pressed tightly, nostrils flaring in an effort to stifle any sound. "What are you laughing at? Am I that amusing? Have you all lost your minds?" The Tiangang base leader was bewildered by the surrounding mirth, unaware of the cause. Eventually, one of his team members shyly handed him a small mirror, and he finally grasped the situation. Lu Fei, seizing the opportunity while he was unconscious, had not only given him a bald haircut, but had also drawn exaggerated eyebrows, rosy cheeks, and thick lips with a marker. From a distance, he resembled a paper figure from a crafts shop. "This, Lu Fei, I will kill you." As he shouted, he heard an identical echo. Turning around, he saw a similarly adorned figure approaching in a bikini. "Lu Fei, if you can disguise yourself as a ghost at midnight, then come out. I know you're in there. So stop feigning innocence and come out, or I will make you pay dearly." The leader of the Tingsha base, furious, kicked the door, only to find it unyielding. He frowned, seeking assistance from those nearby. Turning, he was confronted by a grotesque figure, heavily made up and riddled with wrinkles, causing him to step back in fright. "Who are you? Who allowed you to approach me?" Keeping a safe distance, he noted the absurdity of the figure's attire. With two large circles cut out of the chest area and pants resembling a fishnet, coarse leg hair waving in the wind. What kind of lunatic dresses like this to frighten people? Do you not comprehend that this is a serious occasion for the base competition? Are you all fools? Why haven't you taken this unsightly person away? The words of the Tingsha base leader incited the ire of the Tiangang base leader, who trembled in anger and raised the mirror to his face. "Do you think you look dignified? If it weren't daylight, you would scare people to death." Without waiting for the Tingsha base leader's astonished reaction, he pressed the mirror against his own face, realizing his once respectable attire had been reduced to a bikini. The thought of how many had seen him filled him with shame. Grind, grind. The sound of his grinding teeth resonated. "Lu Fei, get out here. I will tear you apart." The simultaneous roar echoed again, accompanied by a foul stench. The Tiangang and Tingsha base leaders turned to see the free base leader, covered in excrement, being carried over. Ugh! As he drew near, everyone recoiled in disgust, unable to suppress their gagging. It was impressive that the four carrying him managed to hold back their nausea. "Why are you covered in filth? How did you both become grotesque figures?" The three inquired in unison, then fell silent, recognizing that it was all Lu Fei's doing, just as they contemplated using artillery to blast Lu Fei out. The immovable door creaked open. Chapter 91. You can eat filth, but you mustn't speak nonsense. I am a sleepwalker. "Oh, what is happening here? Why are you all causing a ruckus at my door so early in the morning?" Lu Fei, bleary-eyed, stepped outside and immediately spotted the flamboyantly dressed paper figures. Bursting into laughter. Have you two finally liberated your true selves? Worry not, for I am a broad-minded person, even if you are ancient glass. I shall not discriminate against you. Listening to Lu Fei's unabashed mockery, the Tangsha and Tiangang base leaders were nearly driven to apoplexy, trembling fingers pointing at her. Struggling to articulate their outrage. Lu Fei, we know you orchestrated this. How dare you mock us? I will take you down. The two were clearly on the verge of madness, seizing nearby firearms to shoot at Lu Fei. However, sharp spikes suddenly emerged from their palms, causing them to bleed profusely. As their weapons clattered to the ground, Susu's dark voice resonated. Do you truly believe that my Hongjin base has no one? How dare you attempt to publicly execute our base leader? Are you not afraid of the base's regulations? Lu Fei has turned us into this. She incites discord between the bases. She is in violation of the regulations. She deserves to die. The Tingsha base leader glared at Susu, vowing that he would not rest until Lu Fei was dead. Yes, she is the one who has done this to me. Does she not deserve to die? The free base leader pounded the stretcher, glaring at Lu Fei as if he wished to rend her limb from limb. Hey. You can eat filth but must not speak nonsense. I was sleeping in my room yesterday. How could I possibly attack you? Let us assume, just for a moment, that you suddenly felt the urge to eat filth? You were slandering me. Last night. It was undoubtedly you who took advantage of my absence while I was in the restroom, knocking me over and rendering me unconscious within its confines. Upon regaining consciousness, I glimpsed a backpack adorned with your name. What further denials can you muster? To ensure incontrovertible evidence, the commander of the Freedom Base, despite his revulsion, confronted the situation. He cast the backpack onto the ground, revealing within it the tools of the trade, markers and scissors. The commanders of the Tingsha base and Tiangang base promptly identified this as irrefutable evidence of Lu Fei's wrongdoing, accusing her of maliciously trampling upon their dignity. Is such transgression not deserving of death? Furthermore, even a night watchman came forth to testify, asserting that he had indeed witnessed Lu Fei's silhouette in the dead of night. Nonsense. Just because you claim she is my elder sister, does that make it true? I could just as easily assert that I am your father. Yet, I have not heard you address me as such. Gu Chang'e positioned himself protectively in front of Lu Fei. Engaging in a heated exchange with the two commanders, the Freedom-based commander, reeking of foulness, was automatically relegated to the farthest corner. The situation escalated rapidly, drawing the likes of Chao Wai and Yinxing into the fray. As onlookers beheld the three esteemed commanders reduced to such a state, they could hardly contain their laughter. Save for Lu Fei who, inexplicably armed with a shabby camera, crouched behind Gu Chang'e, seeking the perfect angle to capture their dismay. Yes, just this angle. So flamboyant and audacious. I shall develop these photos into a collection and gift them to you. It will undoubtedly be a splendid present. Lu Fei, you seek your own demise. The three commanders were infuriated by Lu Fei's brazen demeanor, their tempers flaring as they prepared to strike. At that moment, Chao Jingyu approached. I dare anyone to lay a hand on her, he declared. Why must we act so rashly, being of the 9 great bases? Let us converse civilly. There may be misunderstandings at play. Why not allow us to hear Lu Fei's account? Chao Wai sought to mediate, confident that Lu Fei could surely concoct a plausible explanation. Indeed, as the three commanders were compelled to calm down, their furious gazes fixed upon Lu Fei, she finally approached them, exuding a pitiful demeanor. With delicate fingers, she dabbed at her face with a handkerchief seemingly conjured from thin air. I do not deny the allegations posed by the three commanders. However, I have my own grievances to express. Look, Lu Fei has admitted to her actions. Do you still dare to protect her? I shall slay her this instant. Just as the Tingsha base commander reached for his weapon, Chao Jingyu firmly restrained him, his expression grave. Lu Fei has yet to finish her explanation. What is your haste? Do you, too, anticipate an untimely demise? Listening to Chao Jingyu's blatant threat, coupled with the unmistakable pain in his grip, it became evident that their own comrades were powerless against such brutish foes. Ultimately, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and allow Lu Fei to continue her charade. You see, despite my seemingly vibrant and optimistic exterior, I harbor deep emotional scars within. I was overlooked by my father and brothers during my formative years, and later, I was ousted from my home by the illegitimate daughter who usurped my place alongside my mother. I have come to loathe and despise, my heart twisted in anguish. In the end, I succumbed to severe psychological distress. While I may appear normal, the slightest provocation sends me into a fugue state, seeking vengeance. Nonsense. You are fully aware of your actions in a lucid state. The three commanders refused to accept her defense. Yet, Gu Chang'e and the others, having grasped the situation, stepped forward to testify, confirming that Lu Fei indeed suffered from somnambulism. Even when Lu Xiaoyang was alive, Lu Fei had once slapped him during a nocturnal episode. Hu Debao recounted how Lu Fei had hurled his shoes into the night. Even the recently arrived Li Chun corroborated, stating that Lu Fei had once assaulted him, demanding he sing the East is read 100 times. Utter nonsense. You are all colluding to shield Lu Fei, weaving lies. The Tingsha base commander, his eyes bloodshot and wild, would not relent. That is not the case, Chao Wai interjected, attempting to soothe the commander. Given the multitude of testimonies, it appears that Commander Hong Jin is indeed afflicted with somnambulism. You may have lost a bit of face, but no substantial harm has been done. As seasoned veterans, we cannot unjustly penalize a somnambulist. Legally speaking, she bears no criminal responsibility, and besides, she has not truly harmed you, has she? Listening to Chao Huai's deceitful rhetoric, Lu Fei feigned a more exaggerated display of tears, collapsing to the ground as she recounted the tribulations endured at the hands of the Lu Jia family. I was oppressed by Lu Shui, ignored by Lu Jin, and used as a scapegoat by my brothers. Any normal person would erupt in fury. Is it so wrong that I became mentally unstable? Woe is me. They say that with a stepmother comes a stepfather. That vile mistress provided my mother and me with merely 2 coarse cakes a week, nearly starving her to death. My brothers once suspended me from the city wall, forcing me to relinquish the jade pendant favored by Lu Shui. When I recall such injustices, I am consumed by hatred, and in moments of rage, I succumb to somnambulism. It must have been the 3 commanders who provoked me upon my entry yesterday, causing my episode. Woe is me. I may be at fault, but is it not the Lu family that deserves punishment? Just then, the Lu family members who had just arrived were left speechless, having uttered not a word nor committed any act. Enraged, one of them clenched his fists, realizing that Lu Shui's accusations were fabrications. Clearly, it was these fools who had tormented Lu Fei. Indeed, were it not for your instigation, would our commanders have been forced into such disgrace? Let us cast them into the refuse pit as well. Precisely. You, who abandoned your loyal wife, are the most despicable. I hold the deepest contempt for individuals like you. In a fervor, the crowd surged. Whether genuinely wishing to inflict harm or merely seeking to vent their frustrations, they encircled the Lu family, delivering a series of affectionate greetings. As the Lu family members neared defeat, they were eventually extricated by Su Ming, the commander of the fire base, who now bore a headache at the mere sight of them, with Lu Fei causing him physical discomfort. Once the crowd dispersed, Lu Fei maintained her pitiful facade before the 3 commanders, yet her words were laced with venom. I am merely a pitiable mental patient. Do you intend to hold even the mentally ill accountable? Furthermore, should I deliberately embarrass you, what recourse do you possess? This evening, I recommend you keep one eye vigilant and the other alert, lest I continue my nocturnal wanderings.